Ding dong, ding dong, whoop. A railroad stretched all the way from Tethys to the horizon until it disappeared at the end of the sky. A steam car that had more than a dozen compartments arrived at the station in Tethys. This steam car came from the railway that was the very first railway in Maria's world. It connected the alchemist city Tethys to the capital Finlit. Steam engines were now being widely used in the Shan City-State Alliance. And after the emergence of magic reinforced the steam engines, metal-activated steam engines especially had brought this new, advanced technology to Tethys. Ever since their arrival, they'd become wildly popular. The steam car is here. Now, it will only take us 2 days to get to Finlit. A chubby middle-aged woman, who was accompanied by her 3 children, was pushing forward through the crowd. The station was filled with people, and the steam car, which had proven itself to be a convenient tool for transportation, had already won the support of most of the people in the Shan City-State Alliance. Everyone must check in on board. Guards, pay attention. They all must have tickets. A voice came from a speaker. Within the busy station, all kinds of people with all sizes of luggage finally got into the steam car. At both sides of the platform, guards in coats with long guns, as well as station staff, were trying to maintain order. Lu Ziyu stood on the platform of the station and looked at the steam car with a complicated expression on his face. The people of Shan City-State Alliance called it a steam car, while Lu Ziyu was more accustomed to calling it a train. For Lu Ziyu, a steam car had a more special meaning. This steam car reminded him of an old, black and ugly steam train, which Lu Ziyu had seen for the first time when he followed his parents on a long journey. What an old memory! How long has it been now? Hundreds of years? Or, looking at the steam car, Lu Ziyu remembered that, when he first took a train, he was as excited as the children who were beside him now. He had watched the world going backwards from the window, while his eyes shone. The emergence of the steam car, for Lu Ziyu, was an advancement towards the world that he knew. That world seemed to become more and more familiar in his eyes. But what the future would be like, Lu Ziyu still was unsure. Please check in. Everyone? Tickets, please? The station staffers loudly, in an attempt to be heard over the buzz of the passengers. As the steam car departed, it accelerated slowly and emitted a thick smoke and a harsh whistle. Lu Ziyu was on the car that was headed for Finlit. Steam cars had first appeared more than a decade ago. At first, they were designed to be mining cars for transporting ore. Later, they were used to transport commodities. It was only when the world's first railway was opened that steam cars started to become a means of transportation for daily life. It doesn't look like the train that I expected. Is this because the use of the metal-activated technique? Lu Ziyu observed this steam car and found that its most special feature was that it seemed to have applied the theory of alchemy life to its design. The metal-activated steam engine was a metal heart. After generations of improvements, plus magic reinforcement, the steam engine had developed even beyond what Lu Ziyu had originally imagined. The steam car was now under the control of an alchemist. The internal steam engine being controlled by the alchemist as it were a living life. As such, the alchemist could control its internal pressure, energy, and steam condensation, as well as the acceleration and deceleration of the steam car. This was a prototype of alchemy life that was centered on the metal-activated steam engine. After the alchemists invented the magic-reinforced steam engine, they had continued to further explore alchemy life. The magic-reinforced steam engine was more special than the metal-activated steam engine. as it incorporated extraordinary power and deified cells within its design. Some high-level alchemists had mastered utilizing this design and technique, such as the alchemy doll Archimonde of Marina Bossi and the alchemy submarine of the Sahagian alchemist Bobby. Well, isn't this amazing? A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s shook his head in disbelief. He was sitting opposite of Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu nodded. It is amazing that one could make such a big tin car move. He realized that this man was a level 2 alchemist, which was relatively a high status among alchemists. The middle-aged alchemist had a smile on his face. All this can be attributed to Ms. Marina and Mr. Lars Brown. Mr. Brown invented the steam engine and pointed the way for alchemists to follow. Ms. Marina created the metal-activated steam engine and the first magic-reinforced steam engine, thus ushering us into a wonderful and bright future. He then added, "In the future, we will use metal-activated steam engines to produce alchemy advancements that will change the world beyond everyone's imaginations." Can you imagine that? We can mount the magic-reinforced steam engine on an airship, thus make ships and even iron warships that can travel really far away. Also, the city of the sky, as mentioned in the artist Lars' painting, will be possible to create in the future. The man continued, "We are miniaturizing the activated steam engines to produce small steam cars that can be used by families and individuals. They will completely replace horse carriages, just as ordinary steam engines replaced human resources." He then smiled and said, "If we can make the metal-activated steam engines smaller, they can be fully automated and even produce all kinds of unimaginable small-scale alchemy props. But it's the magic-reinforced steam engine that's the real miracle. Have you heard of Ms. Marina's friend Archimonde?" Lu Ziyu listened to him quietly, while sometimes adding some of his opinions and ideas. The middle-aged alchemist was shocked by Lu Ziyu's insights. He even wrote down some of his thoughts and opinions right there on the spot. "Your insight is really beyond my imagination. Which alchemy college did you graduate from?" "Was it my alma mater, Akkad Alchemy College?" the middle-aged alchemist asked. Lu Ziyu smiled. "I graduated from Home Squatting College." The middle-aged alchemist was puzzled by his answer, so he asked, "Home Squatting College? Which college of alchemy is this?" Dong. Whoop. At this very moment, 2 days and 2 nights of the steam car journey had finally come to an end, and the arrival whistle had interrupted the enthusiastic discussion between the two men. "It's the last stop, Finlit. Everyone has to get off here," the man said to Lu Ziyu, a bit disappointed to have the conversation cut short. When he got out of the steam car, the middle-aged man remembered that he hadn't actually introduced himself formally yet. "It was nice talking to you. My name is Robert Evelyn." Then Robert shrugged his shoulders and pointed to the steam car. "I'm the one who designed this steam car and the railway." As Finlit was the capital of the Shan City-State Alliance, it was a real modern metropolis with tall buildings, numerous carriages, and wide roads. As such, it took a few minutes to walk across the road, and there was a tall artist statue standing at its crossroads. The pedestrians who Lu Ziyu passed mostly wore modern clothes and hats and looked polite. Along the way, he also noticed that many of the people were reading newspapers. This was not surprising, as the literacy rate here was among the highest in the world. Newspaper. Anyone want a newspaper? Ctesias I, emperor of the Peugeot Empire, was summoned by the god of death to enter the kingdom of gods and left the living world. Major changes have taken place in the Peugeot Empire. The Peugeot Empire will be succeeded by Ctesias, and the new emperor will be crowned on Death Day. Newsboys were running through the streets and peddling their newspapers. As soon as Lu Jiyu came out of the station, he heard the news about Ctesias. Immediately after Bernice, the goddess of harvest, came to the throne, Ctesias took over as the deputy ruler of death in the underworld. In fact, due to the fact that Delmidi was not interested in all of the death stuff, everything in that genre was now basically managed by Ctesias. As such, Thieu was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of world of death Ctesias would build. Lu Ziyu's first impression of Finlit was that there were workshops everywhere, including military workshops, steelmaking workshops, metallurgical workshops, and a large number of handicraft workshops. Among these workshops, workers had become the most important and the largest class in Finlit. The best cotton garments, whether they are coats, hats, or women's long dresses and underwear, our shop has it all, an apprentice shouted at the door of a garment store. Look at this hat. It's so beautiful. Full black-haired Teuton girls with thin noses and big eyes were gathered at the display window of the garment store, chattering and laughing. Do you want a new type of steam lamp? We also have various handcrafts and artistic ornaments, as well as vases and music boxes from the West. Another peddler proclaimed, "The clocks of Hood's watch workshop are the most famous in Finlit." A watch workshop staffer called out. Seeing this shop, Lu Jiyu suddenly recalled Lars Brown, the son of the watchmaker. With the changes brought about by the steam engines affecting the whole world, Lars' reputation was growing. Even in the Shan City State Alliance, where the Brown family had become notorious because of Jonathan Brown, people were starting to admire Lars more and more. On the square of Akkad Alchemy College, besides the statue of Akkad, a statue of Lars had recently been erected. Just as Lars had looked up at the statue of Akkad, all of the students who entered Akkad Alchemy College now looked up to his face and were motivated by his story. Carol's grocery store, beer, bread, coffee, and black tea from Teuton. Lu Sayu had just passed a grocery store. As machines had gradually replaced manual operations, a large number of new commodities had flooded the market. The biggest change was in clothing. Most people could now afford to wear decent clothes, which was impossible hundreds of years ago, or even decades ago. Along with these changes, workshop owners gradually became the most powerful and wealthiest group besides the aristocracy. Also, the pollution here was not as bad as Lu Jiyu had imagined. This was because, after the city had been built, an underground drainage and sewage system had also been implemented, and many public toilets could be seen along the road. However, because a lot of wastewater discharge had polluted the Pegasus River, the stench became a problem for all of the residents in the city. The black smoke from the chimneys of the workshops also filled the sky, making the clouds gray, which caused a lot of the people who came here for the first time to feel suffocated. In addition, the large number of people now flowing into Finlit had brought tremendous pressure on the wastage system of the city. As a result, some of the main streets were very cleaned, while others were piled high with garbage. Please, something to eat. We haven't had anything for several days. Several children pulled Lu Ziyu's coat, while another child was waiting for the opportunity to steal some money from his pocket. I'll give you a fair price for a night, sir. Several women in suggestive clothing waved to Lu Ziyu. As Lu Ziyu crossed this dirty road, he found the dark world under the light. The coming of the steam age had brought not only wealth and progress, but also poverty and exploitation. Lu Ziyu could see a large number of exploited workers and skinny children, as well as gangsters running wild. Many people, in order to make a living, even had to let their wives become streetwalkers. This area was clearly the dark side of Finlit. As Lu Jiyu toured Finlit, he felt the changing atmosphere of the times, and started thinking about the future of Maria's world. What kind of world will this world become? After touring the city, Lu Jiyu went directly to the city hall in the center of the city, through which was the Congress Castle, the political center of Shan City-State Alliance. The Prime Minister and the Parliament held important conferences here, and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet worked here. The title of Prime Minister was originally the name of the Archon when the Teuton dynasty had a monarch. Now, even though there was no monarch, the role of Prime Minister had still been retained. At the moment, there was a special meeting being conducted in the Congress Castle. This was actually one of the purposes for Lu Ziyu's coming here, as he journeyed here to not only see the steam trend in Shan City-State Alliance, but also to meet some familiar people. As Lu Ziyu passed through the lobby of the Congress Castle, the guards at the entrance and the inspecting alchemists turned a blind eye to him. The castle was 5 stories high and had a large number of officers, soldiers, and public officials, all of whom were gathering here to maintain the smooth operations of the whole Shan City-State Alliance. In a conference room on the 4th floor, Lu Ziyu pushed open the side door and entered, then immediately sat in the back. Within this room were many extraordinary people from all over the world, including wizards, alchemists, orc wizards, and even some officials of Shan City-State Alliance. At the moment, everyone was focusing on the discussion that was unfolding at the central conference table. What is the future of our wizards? Do we even have a future? The critical moment for making changes has arrived, and the time to decide the future of the wizards has come. We must make a decision immediately, otherwise we will have no future. Wizards are likely to become a flash in the pan of history and gradually withdraw from the stage of history entirely. This is absolutely unacceptable to us. At the table, Edward Calermo was seriously speaking to everyone present about the future of the wizards, a topic that all the extraordinary people present took very seriously. The other people at the table were the legendary alchemist Marina Bossi, the 1,000-sided illusionary technique wizard Catherine, orc wizard Felix Bliss, who was also dean of Colossus College, as well as 4 other level 4 wizards that Lu Ziyu didn't know very well. Most importantly, the Prime Minister of Shan City-State Alliance was among them. The Shan City-State Alliance was the only area in the Alan continent that had not been touched by the gods. It was also the area that had embraced the wizards the most readily. This was the exact reason why Edward, Catherine, and Felix had chosen to hold this meeting here. As the attitude of Shan City-State Alliance was important to them, the arguments continued throughout the meeting. News of gods coming to the mortal world and of new gods ascending the throne made the extraordinary people in the meeting feel extremely anxious. The 3 major churches on the Alan continent were constantly improving their divine systems, rule systems, and belief systems. As Lu Ziyu had thought before, among the new systems, the divine grace system had become one of the most important systems. If one wanted to become a saint, learn divine incantations, and acquire divine gifts, he must constantly carry out tasks of the system of divine grace. A large number of priests constituted a church legion to control the Alan continent, constantly suppressing wizards. As the whole Alan continent was gradually controlled by divine power, wizards' activities and living spaces were reduced. So the wizards who had lagged behind were becoming anxious. There is only one solution. Our wizards must have a god to act on our behalf, Edward said. Felix, dean of the Colossus College, glanced at Edward and asked, "So, can this god guarantee the interests of all of the wizards?" The Prime Minister of Shan City-State Alliance chimed in at this moment. "That's like question. I can do as you want, but what can we get out of it? Marina looked at the crowd and said, "You may have forgotten that this is the land of alchemists." The present debate was centering around the beliefs of the Shan City-State Alliance. The three churches on the Alan continent would never let a wizard ascend the divine throne in their territories. This was mainly because of Hekfos and Luis Baikito's hatred towards wizards. After Marina had joined the Wizard Tower and Colossus College, the senior cabinet members of Shan's City-State Alliance had intended to get rid of the control of the alchemists. By the end of the meeting, they still hadn't reached any solid agreement. At the same time, the three parties were also preparing for their own futures. The Wizard Tower was preparing to take a large number of wizards and humans to immigrate to the mainland of Yala. At present, 2/3 of Yala had yet be explored by the elves. The rich Yala continent had now become the plan B of the Wizard Tower. Also, Colossus College had built a relationship with the Mermaid Kingdom. With the good relationship between the orcs and the mermaids, they were ready to go to the Swirl continent and built their own kingdom. Nowadays, the masters of Akkad Alchemy College, the Wizard Tower, and Colossus College were no longer the first generation of wizards. Their relationships and friendships no longer as close as the first generation of wizards were. Instead, intense competition and cliquey exclusivity were common. By the end of the meeting, even though Marina and the alchemists made some compromises and somewhat gained the upper hand, while the Wizard Tower and the Colossus College also formed an alliance with the alchemists, no real solutions were realized. Lu Ziyu sat quietly in the corner throughout the entire meeting. The Wizard Tower was going to Yala to establish its own kingdom. The Colossus College was supported by the Mermaid Kingdom, and the alchemists and Marina would ignite the divine fire in Shan City-State Alliance. Every party had chosen their own future and decided to have a god. This was not necessarily unexpected for Lu Ziyu, who thought that, perhaps, having a god was their only choice. At the end of the meeting, Lu Ziyu pushed open the door of the hall and left quietly. At the same time, Catherine, from the first generation of wizards, saw a familiar figure in the corner. Catherine immediately chased him outside, but did not see anyone, neither did her mind power sense any familiar smell or existence. As she did not see the person she wanted to see, she suddenly felt very depressed. At that moment, someone patted her on the shoulder from behind and asked, "Catherine, are you looking for me?" When Catherine looked back in surprise, she saw a black-haired and black-eyed young man who she felt was so familiar. In fact, he was someone who all of the first generation of wizards would never forget. Catherine tried to calm down, but still revealed her nerd-like expression from childhood as she looked at Lu Ziyu. Even after hundreds of years, neither of them had grown old. In fact, time seemed to have left no trace on them. They looked the same as when they were in the Wizard Tower. However, the people and things of that year were no longer there. Lu Ziyu looked at Catherine and remembered the time when she was curled up in the corner of the library, reading books in the dim light. He also remembered when Bor, Akkad, and Li Weizi peeked at her in class. Standing on the street in front of the tall Congress Castle, amid the passers-by, they both smiled at one another. Catherine then asked, "What do you think of the future of the wizards, mentor? Haven't you all decided that yet?" "After all, you are in control of your future," Lu Ziyu replied. Catherine said, "I don't see the future of the wizards, mentor. Becoming gods is not the future of the wizards. I only see the end of the wizard's road." Lu Ziyu turned back and looked at Catherine. His eyes were soft as he asked, "Why?" Catherine frowned. "When one comes to the throne of the gods, most of the other wizards will become his followers. Wizards will then lose their own pursuits for knowledge and truth. They will in essence, become the servants of the gods, no longer being true wizards. Catherine looked at the sky and then at the street with sadness, as if she could not see any hope therein. We have no future when gods exist. Lu Ziyu asked. So, what is the future of the wizards in your imagination? Catherine laughed. It's not just what I imagine. It's Bor, Akkad, Liwazi, every classmate, and every wizard. They all describe the future of the wizards, the civilization of the wizards, and the wizards' world of knowledge, as well as truth and freedom to me. Lu Ziyu was silent for a long time. Catherine looked at Lu Ziyu's face. Then, after a long time had passed, she saw Lu Ziyu raise his head. Apparently, he had made a decision. Yes, I will let wizards have a future. What kind of future is that? Catherine asked. A future that satisfies you and all of the wizards. Lu Ziyu replied, in the 276th year of the San calendar, everyone had begun to explore the world. The age of the sea had come, and exploration had expanded far beyond the stormy sea. Everyone believed that beyond the known world, there were unknown continents and new worlds that had yet to be explored. Vessels sailed under the patronage of an aristocrat or a king, carrying the signs and banners of all of the great kingdoms. Adventurers set out with honor, wearing the emblems of a royal family or a church. The three major churches gradually occupied the whole continent of Alan. With increasingly fierce competition growing among them, the churches also turned their eyes to the world outside the Alan continent. Many crazy people even tried to cross the ice sea and go to the Iceland in order to see the end of the legendary world. Sadly, most of them never returned. Edward was now at a large port in the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. At the moment, a fleet that consisted of hundreds of boats was waiting to depart. In this era, besides the major kingdoms and churches, only wizards could assemble such large fleets. A wizard mentor, who was beside Edward Killermo, glanced in the direction of the Black Forest and the Wizard Tower. He then asked with great reluctance, "So, we're giving everything up?" Edward said, "My mentor, Bor, once told me that Anthony, the great sage, once said that knowledge was the source of the wizard's power. As we still have our knowledge, we have not truly given up anything." Edward looked out into the distance as he spoke. Over the vast sea, a flock of seabirds spread their wings and flew. The vast and boundless ocean had a tendency to make people feel passionate and ambitious. In the distance, that's everything we want. That is our future. I am not wrong, and you are not wrong. When Edward said this, his eyes looked very wise. He looked up and shouted, "Set sail." As a loud horn blew, the sound of sails being pulled and wheels turning increased. In the distant Hyluga kingdom, they had developed steamboats that were powered by propellers, and they were even ready to develop and refine steam-powered and steel warboats. At that time, they would become the real king of the sea. But at present, steamboats had not been popularized yet. The great fleet was heading east. Wizards in long robes were standing on the deck, holding the side of the boat and looking out into the distance. Some of them were young and some were old, but they were all looking forward, a bit confused and fearful of the future. There were not only wizards, but also the wizards' family members, as well as ordinary people on board. This was the first fleet, which would soon be followed by a large number of people, as well as a large number of wizards who went to Yala to build their kingdom. As they traveled, the wind blew the sails and the water stirred up waves. The sun shone on the sea, reflecting a bright red off the water. Now, in the middle of the wizard tower, Catherine stood alone at the top of the tower and looked at the distant sea. Although she could not see the team that was led by Edward Killermo, she knew that they were leaving here and embarking on a long journey. The original bustling wizard tower suddenly became empty. while crowded streets and various towers were also abandoned. Even busy wizard shops had been closed. The wizard's base camp, which had been in operation for nearly 300 years, had also become empty in an instant. A large number of buildings had been demolished, libraries were vacant, and countless wizard servants and magical beasts had disappeared. Even the railroad steam cars had stopped running. Under the rising sun, this place looked desolate, leaving only the lazy red dragon dozing at the foot of a mountain. Moreover, the Black Wizard Tower and the Black Mountain ridges had a hopeless atmosphere under the sun's light. Most mentors, wizards, and apprentices had chosen to follow Edward Killermo in pursuit of their futures. However, there were still many wizards who were reluctant to leave the Wizard Tower. For Catherine and the rest of the wizards, Edward's pursuit of the future was not what they wanted. For them, the Wizard Tower was an integral part of their lives. After all, this was where all of their memories had been made. Within the tower were decades and even centuries of the traces of time, which were filled with classmates, friends, relatives, and lovers. Even if everything else passed away with time, the Wizard Tower was eternal. Catherine stood on the balcony of the tower as the sun slowly rose. A deep loneliness was etched on her face. Her blonde hair and delicate facial features seemed to be immersed in the memories of the past. She was like a guardian of the past memories. The future of wizards. Will it really come? In the extremely cold old Emos icy field, a statue of a giant knight with a sword stood on the cliff. In the snowy wind, many orc wizards exited from Colossus College and tipped their hats to the tall statue. A line of orc wizards, apprentices, and their families all stood in the ice world that spread to the horizon. Felix Bliss, who was the fox wizard and also the dean of Colossus College, looked solemn and serious. "It's time to start," he said. "Let's go." All of the orc wizards boarded boats along the coast and headed for the Swirl continent to the south, where there was a much warmer and more comfortable environment than the Amos Icefield. But for the orc wizards of Colossus College, their beliefs didn't exist in the south. Colosseum College and the Wizard Tower, which were both funded by the Shan City-State Alliance and alchemists, had assembled a large fleet to begin their journey to the future, and the whole world had changed dramatically because of this journey. The Yala continent and the Swirl continent, because of the arrival of the orcs, had become much more populated. In fact, the whole world was undergoing many subtle changes. A few months later, the wizards and Edward Killermo finally arrived in the north of Yala. They then traveled all the way to the eastern lowlands to establish their own kingdom. With the arrival of the fleets, they began to multiply. At that time, a large number of merchant boats from the Shan City-State Alliance and the Kingdom of Rosa d'Oro also arrived. Here, they established wizard systems, where everything was managed and controlled by the wizards. Years later, a kingdom was finally established, which was named after Edward Killermo by his surname, in memory of his mentor and the second master of the Wizard Tower, Bor Killermo. How? An enormous dragon that had transparent scales opened its wings and roared. It was only 15 feet long with its wings wide open, which meant it was a baby dragon. At the moment, it was flying above the floating space city, while roaring to show its great might. Many fairies were so scared that they hid under the gigantic tree of the fairies. Amid the castles and palaces, Eva whistled from the square. Immediately, the dragon dove toward Eva like a puppy, having heard her summoning it. It then rubbed its neck against Eva and let her stroke its neck. "Adolphus, you're being mischievous again," Eva scolded in a teasing tone. The dragon was a pet that used to belong to Verthandi and Delmedi. Since then, It had been enhanced by Lu Jiyu, and it now looked more beautiful than ever. It looked like a glittering piece of jade, which every girl and woman would go crazy over. However, after the two girls had grown tired of taking care of it, Eva had assumed the responsibility of taking care of it. When Eva was raising Adolphus, she gave it her power to pause time, which had transformed Adolphus from a mere pet dragon into a creature that was stronger than most of the beings in Maria's world. This also gave it much more potential to be even greater in the future. Eva loved the dragon deeply, which was why she also gave it the domain power that Lu Jiyu had bestowed upon her. However, since that time, Eva had become a legendary creature. Now, her life form and body structure were fundamentally different from that of a mere mechanic doll. As Eva learnt more about the sorcerer's knowledge, she was also improving her body. Thanks to Lu Jiyu, she was learning endless theorems and a vast amount of knowledge of this world. As for Lu Jiyu at the moment, he was sitting in the enormous witchcraft garden. There were several levels of the garden, all of which were enclosed by glass. Inside the garden were all sorts of special plants. The water was constantly flowing in the fall and spring, cascading alongside the witchcraft garden, which looked like a bird cage, then circulating around it. This was a garden where rare magic-reinforced plants were being nurtured. At the moment, Lu Jiyu didn't seem to be doing anything. In fact, he was actually waiting for someone and preparing for something. All of a sudden, two traces of light arrived from the sky, then went directly through the dome and enchantment that encircled the floating sky city. They arrived on the ground and went toward the witchcraft garden, belonged to Lu Jiyu. With Eva in the lead, the two of them followed her and went inside the garden. One of them immediately rushed toward Lu Jiyu and laughed while saying, "Dad, I'm back." "Okay. Stop being such a child, Delmedy." As Lu Jiyu put Delmedy down, she was still held onto his arms. Lu Jiyu then looked at Ctesias, who was standing beside the spring in the witchcraft garden, below the giant trees. The moment that Ctesias saw Lu Jiyu, he couldn't stay calm. Then, when he saw Eva, Ctesias felt shaken all of a sudden. Ctesias suddenly recalled that 200 years ago, when he was standing in the desert and sand was fluttering all around him, he had been inside that fortress that looked like a lone island. And it was thus that man who had held his ears and brought light and color into his life. And he was also the same man who stroked his forehead in the godly temple of Pusueto under the witness of the silver moon, then gave him the revelation that he desired, marking Ctesias as his representative. Even after 200 years, Ctesias still hadn't forgotten anything that had happened in that fortress. Ctesias wasn't afraid of anyone, even the gods who were in control of life and death. But he couldn't forget that man. He had only been a slave back then, a priest of Temple of Sky who didn't matter. He was only a teenager when he was first marked, yet he was now an elder who had been through a lot. As he thought of this, Ctesias couldn't help but tear up. He groveled as he crawled toward Lu Jiyu, then kissed his boot, just like he did in the desert all those years ago. "Randall, my lord, it's Ctesias. I'm back," he said. The sun cast its light through the glass window outside, its rays falling on the enormous witchcraft garden. Inside that witchcraft garden, traces of light cast long shadows on everyone. As Lu Jiyu and Ctesias were standing among the light and the shadows, it looked otherworldly, almost like this meeting had been in the making for 2 centuries. "Have you built your ideal kingdom yet, Ctesias? You wanted good things to happen to good people and bad things to happen to bad people. And you also wanted to purify everyone so that they wouldn't indulge in their own pleasures and selfish wars anymore. You also wanted people to put aside their prejudices and conflicts in order to build a future together. Have you seen this future yet?" Are you satisfied with your life? Ziyu asked as he looked at Ctesias. He recalled the future that Ctesias had envisioned and the accomplishments that he wanted to achieve when Lu Ziyu had given him the revelation. Upon hearing his question, Ctesias suddenly felt shamed. He knelt down beside Lu Ziyu's feet and started to wail, "I didn't do it, my lord." Lu Ziyu held his arms and helped him up. His eyes still looked tranquil as he smiled. He did not seem angry at all, but gratified. "No, you've done a great job, and I believe that you'll do better in the future. Just follow your ambition and build a world of death that represents your expectations and dreams. In this world, it's impossible to achieve equality among living men, but death is the same for everyone. Even gods can't guarantee that they won't face the end of the time," Lu Ziyu assured him. Ctesias stood up and looked at Lu Ziyu. His face looked innocent and youthful, and smile curved at the edge of his lips. He looked very honest as he exclaimed, "I promise that I will establish a world of death that is ruled by order, justice, and equality." Several days later, in the light major god kingdom, a trace of light shone on the major godly throne that represented the authority of the major god. It formed an enormous godly light and shadow that filled the entire sky, and countless light bands were scattered all over the god kingdom, each casting traces of white shadows. Kelly, the goddess of light, immediately noticed what was going on around her, and she instantly knew who was here. The enormous shadow of the god waved its hand, and she saw the angels surrounding the floating island. She looked at Lu Ziyu in silence. It seemed like she had been awaiting his arrival all this time. After Lu Ziyu entered the light major god kingdom, he looked at Kelly and said, "Kelly, I might be away for a while." "Away? Going where?" she asked. "Outside this world. A distant place that you have never heard of before," he replied. Kelly paused for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, my lord. I will take care of everything here. I'll give you all of the access to an authority over my god kingdom." Lu Ziyu looked at Kelly and said, "No matter what happens, you three will always be the most important people to me. Nothing in this realm matters to me, and I don't need any of this as long as you three are safe." He then added, "For me, I will come back." As soon as Lu Ziyu finished talking, an enormous shadow of God slipped into the hollow space before turning into a small light spot. In this way, he disappeared from this world. Lu Ziyu came back this time because he didn't want to delay things any longer. Ziyu's desire to leave the world in order to inspect the universe was getting stronger and stronger. Hence, it was time for him to head to the solar system and explore the universe. Burn Island on Pacific Island had already been transformed to the prototype of a giant floating space city. Lu Ziyu found out that things had changed after he came back. The intelligent subbrain David that Lu Ziyu had left immediately set a backup plan in motion after finding that the original plan had been hindered. The entire Burn Island had been transformed into a floating space city under the island, and the entire Burn Island had been emptied. Then, when the cover around the city was unveiled, it could be seen that it was an enormous starship. What happened? Lu Ziyu asked the person in charge of the base, Gu Chouran. It had been more than 200 years in Maria's world, and it had been around 200 days since Lu Ziyu had left the base. After more than half a year of construction, the internal side of the base looked kind of different, but not that much. However, there were many fresh faces here, as there were over 1,000 people in the base now. The inner portion of the base was completely monitored and directed by the intelligent subbrain David. Gu Cheoran said to Lu Ziyu, "Our space station plan was hindered, and the rocket launching plan was elbowed out. Besides, more and more people are paying attention to our project, and there are always strangers showing up. Lu Ziyu nodded, then asked, "What about the Vatican clan?" Gu Qiuren replied, "The Vatican clan has been supplying us with resources, but they're also stealing our technology and even trying to sneak a peek into our core technology. It seems that they're conspiring behind our backs somehow." "Well, there's no need for us to worry about them at the moment. How's the construction of the starship going? When can we start to fly it?" Lu Ziyu asked him. Then, as Lu Ziyu looked around the base, he found that the floating space city in front of him now was very different from the one that he saw in Maria's world. This one looked much more scientific and modern and was shaped like a gigantic wheel. It was quite spacious inside, and there were many different areas and levels within it. The tubes at the middle were connected by elevators. There were many maintenance robots that looked like octopuses inside. Aside from those, there were many life robots, architecture robots, and intelligent cars inside it. The trains within it were commuting up and down the tracks, while many scientific researchers in white gowns were walking around. They nodded at Gu Qiuren, yet they didn't recognize Lu Ziyu. There were also many living areas, restaurants, research labs, and other facilities inside. Aside from these things, there were also sports centers and city farms. Each of the city farms had been created by combining many cities and farms, which made them look like tall buildings, yet also felt a bit like a giant botanical garden that was self-sustaining. This was because it had water, food, air, and space to move, so it could hold at least 10,000 people. Everyone inside it was wearing an intelligence bracelet, and the chip inside the bracelet was directly connected to the neurons in the people's skin. As such, everything inside was controlled by intelligence and information, as if the inner area of the starship was a completely digitalized world, which was perfectly organized by the intelligent David. In this way, the intelligent subbrain David was able to monitor everyone's psychological conditions and health conditions so that it could cater to everyone's needs. Also, wherever the internal staff members went, they could hear clear instructions and notifications about water, food, travel, and rest. Everything was assisted by the robots, while the bracelet represented their access authority. Sounds of prompts could be heard everywhere, and the automatic doors and elevators were running all of the time. The robots always delivered the services in time, and the canteen would provide food and drinks based on voicemails. Even the lighting, temperature, and people's attire could be changed at any time in the snap of a finger. As for food, it was all artificial. Though the appearance and taste of this food was not much different from real food, this food was made by machines. This place felt like a futuristic world, and everything that happened in seemed like a miracle that perfectly manifested the efficiency of the intelligent subbrain David and the alchemy machine. Life. We originally planned to send the city to space by rocket after dismantling it, and after that, we figured that we could assemble it again in outer space. But we couldn't do that without you being here. So David told us that you have a way to send us and the entire starship to space. So we only executed the second step of the plan. Gu Qiuren explained. As Lu Ziyu came to the main control room of the starship, David's projection immediately showed up beside him. "Welcome back, Master," David said. Lu Ziyu nodded, then commanded him, "Give me all of the latest information about this starship." All of a sudden, Lu Ziyu saw the projection of the structure of the starship, while a large amount of information was transmitted to his brain. When Gu Qiuren saw Lu Ziyu being completely silent, he naturally felt pressure and was at a loss for words. David then said, "The main body of this starship was made of activated metal cells, and currently they can respond to all of the environments in the space. The cells can also be regulated to the changes in the environment. As such, the metal cells will be strengthened continuously, thus allowing them to adapt to the environment around them. Gu Cheoran then said, "The nuclear fusion bioenergy machine that you gave us was already installed in the starship, and it powers this entire starship beyond our expectations. However, we still can't understand its ability to transfer energies, nor can we comprehend the power of nuclear fusion. So, we also use some parts of the silicon-based life, Kane, on this starship." Gu Cheoran then added, "The starship is using a magneto-electric slurry power propeller. However, even with the technology that we have, it'll still take us almost 100 years to leave the solar system. The starship generates its weight through the spinning outside, and the gravity is designed to be the same as Earth's." Gu Cheoran then said, "However, there's still a big problem. The resistance of the metal cells is indeed impressive, but the defense of this starship is still weak. If it is hit by aerolites, it might be destroyed." Lu Ziyu looked at Gu Cheoran, who did not seem at all confident, and asked, "What else do we have?" Gu Cheoran became more nervous, and there was on his forehead as he replied, "The starship that we designed can only travel in the universe theoretically. We aren't sure what kind of situations we might run into in the real universe, so we need to examine that further." He shook his head, then added, "After all, this is the first time that such a giant starship has ever been built, so it is already beyond everyone's imagination. Still, we can't say for sure what kind of situations it might run into after it ascends into outer space." He then added, "And the most important thing to consider is that we don't know how you are going to such a giant university from the Earth to space." Lu Ziyu looked at Gu Cheoran and said, "You're afraid that I'm going to take you away from the Earth to that mysterious universe. Just relax. I will only take away a few people who volunteer of their own accords. If you don't want to go with me, you are free to stay." Lu Ziyu smiled, then added, "Besides, we won't leave the solar system right away. Instead, we will explore within the solar system first. So you will all still have a chance to decide if you want to proceed further before committing yourself to the final destination." Gu Cheoran shook his head, then said, "Well, even though we are a bit afraid, we're still looking forward to it as well. So, I guess that you could say that we are expectant, but with some trepidation." Gu Cheoran gradually calmed after saying this. Lu Ziyu then nodded and asked, "Well, when can we leave?" "We can leave right after we finish the final testing and examination. We have enough energies now, but we still need to gather some more goods and materials. I estimate that we will be ready in 1 month," Gu Cheoran said. He then added, as if he had just thought of something important, "Boss, Kane and the silicon-based life have some follow-up news for you." Lu Ziyu then asked, "Did that Dr. Matt come back from Antarctica?" Gu Cheoran shook his head. "No, he died." Lu Ziyu wasn't really as disappointed as he was interested, so he asked, "How did he die?" "I don't know. I only know that there was a great amount of chaos after he died, and all of the countries sent research teams and military forces to Antarctica, even violating the Treaty of Antarctica by doing so," Gu Cheoran said. "What did they find?" Lu Ziyu asked. "I heard that they found a spaceship," Gu Cheoran exclaimed with wide eyes. There were helicopters flying in the sky, and as a gleaming trace of light slashed through the sky, several of the helicopters were destroyed. Then, several machines showed up and totally annihilated the armored vehicles that were on the ground. The bullets from the guns were warded off by the machines' energy shields. Then, when the electric flow from the cannons hit the ground, all of the ice that was on it melted instantly. At the same time, all of the cars exploded and were instantly engulfed in flames. Then, the helicopters that were coming to help were shot down. Meanwhile, the armored vehicles kept being destroyed, while the plasma guns were like the scepters of the goddess of death, gleaming brightly in the air. Several missiles were also warded off by the machine's force field. The armies, which had arrived confident, immediately started to run away from the glacier area. A large number of soldiers, who were all wearing winter clothes, were killed on the spot. There was a great fire burning on the glacier, and all of the powers who were observing this place were terrified. This was because several robots were already more than enough to render them powerless and defenseless. Moreover, they knew that there was a giant spaceship under the glacier, and nobody knew how many fighting robots like these were in that spaceship. Besides that, they guessed that the technology and weapons that spaceship had on it were also beyond their imaginations. There were several campsites stationed around this area, and many people in these campsites who saw this were all feeling desperate and equally terrified. No matter how hard they tried, they weren't even able to destroy one of the fighting robots. This alien civilization has shown themselves as having technology that is far greater than our imaginations. They have been on this Earth for a long time. Based on our observation of the ice, this might have been seared for hundreds of thousands of years. A research member, who was shivering in his winter clothes, while pointing at the data and pictures on the screen. He then added, in fact, they might have arrived here before Antarctica was completely sealed by the ice. As such, their spaceship might have some trouble running smoothly, which might explain why it has stayed here for such a long time. He paused for a moment, then said, however, we can't get into the spaceship. The second we get close to the spaceship, we will be detected, and the spaceship's defense system will be activated. After that happens, a group of fighting robots will attack us. He then added, besides, the main cannon on the spaceship seems to have been triggered. If we keep sending our troops there, its defense system might be completely activated. The countries then started to contact each other and exchange the information and clues that they had with one another. The scientists were specifically looking for information about the alien civilization that was coded Atlantis. They were trying to find a way to get into the spaceship in order to converse within it. At the moment, everyone who was having a meeting in the camp, including all of the soldiers and researchers who were stationed around the pre-civilization lakes, walked out of their tents and looked toward the glaciers. A gleaming trace of light suddenly surged into the sky, and an intense storm broke out. The entire glacier was destroyed and all of the clouds withered away from the sky. The trace of light then pierced through the atmosphere and rushed toward outer space. The storm light blinded everyone present for a second, and all of the research members in Antarctica noticed it. They then saw fierce light pillars piercing through the sky. The energy, vibration, and photons were leaking out of them, blurring the sky above Antarctica. Who did this? Who got into the restrained area again? At this moment, a researcher who was monitoring the glaciers pointed at the screen and said, "It's him." He then shouted, "Open the dimensional door." Projection. At this moment, a human shape appeared in the sky. After being hit by the spaceship's major cannon, he wasn't injured at all. Instead, another light shadow had been formed. Its body was made of traces of light, and its halo kept getting larger until it surrounded the entire glacier. Soon, the entire area was surrounded by this halo, and as for the light shadow, it was floating in the middle of everything, overlooking its kingdom like a god. "Oh my God! What is that?" a white scientist exclaimed. He felt like his world was crumbling. "We just saw an alien civilization. What is this? Has God descended to Earth? What's happening?" The white official pulled off his hat and looked at the sky, stunned. "Buddhas? An Asian soldier asked his friend, who was beside him, jokingly. However, his friend was so stunned that he couldn't even reply. Everyone stood inside the halo now, and they watched as the light shadow that was already at its maximized size reach out its hand and smash the entire glacier. It then grabbed a giant spaceship and was pulled out of the ice by it before ascending toward the sky. The spaceship was being seized by an enormous of power as it exited the glacier. Mountains of ice were cracked and soon fell on the ground. At that moment, countless fighting robots rushed out of the spaceship and flew toward the light shadow in the sky. Then, as the halo in the sky started to move, traces of light shot down from the sky. They pierced through the bionic robots, one by one, instantly destroying the robots' energy shields. As hundreds of bionic robots fell from the sky, they were instantly engulfed in flames. Soon, some more bionic robots rushed out of the spaceship. They were all immediately destroyed by the light that was being shot out from the halo. Then, the spaceship lifted off from the ice and started to ascend gradually, as if there was no gravity affecting it. The spaceship, which was as large as a city, was now in the sky, while thousands of robots were also flying in the sky. Even the plasma guns and photons were traveling in the sky, attacking the enemy as they went. At the top of the sky, a light shadow was occupying the entire sky. And the traces of light coming out of it seemed to be disturbing the space and time. They kept permeating the entire space, while all of the fighting robots kept being penetrated by the traces of light. Cracks, destruction, fire and light. These were the scenes happening in the sky. It was as if there was an apocalypse happening at the moment. Perhaps I'm dreaming, one researcher cried out, while all the other researchers felt lightheaded and soon fell to the ground. As for the soldiers, they all lost their wills to fight after seeing what had just happened in the sky. They felt that the weapons and armored vehicles that they had were like miniature toys compared to their enemies' weapons. As for the gigantic dimensional door that was behind Lu Jiyu, it had located the spaceship. It seemed that most of the functions couldn't be activated, so it was gradually dragged into the giant halo behind Lu Jiyu. As it was dragged through the halo, it moved slowly, then disappeared. After the enormous spaceship was swallowed by the dimensional door, the enormous halo behind Lu Jiyu was retracted. Then, the dimensional door was closed and Lu Jiyu turned to look at the satellites. All of the politicians everywhere in the world were watching what was happening on the screen, their faces covered by the light from the screen. They gasped as they saw Lu Jiyu's gleaming eyes, which looked aloof and prominent, like those of a god. Everyone was petrified, and then they were all thinking, "Who is he?" Then, Lu Jiyu turned around, walked through the space, and disappeared from the sky above Antarctica. As the giant spaceship fell into the astral world, Lu Jiyu's violent attacks completely activated the spaceship's defense system. However, the spaceship still seemed to be on the defensive instead of the offensive. "No one's there," he said. He then asked, "Then, who let out those fighting robots tens of thousands of years ago? Were they merely following their programming?" As Lu Jiyu stood above the giant spaceship, those fighting robots kept attacking him. With the erosion of Lu Jiyu's power, those robots were reprogrammed into being his allies. Then, they turned their backs against the other fighting robots and small armored vehicles that were coming out of the spaceship. The spaceship's side was crushed, and many fighting robots and small armored helicopters fell under Lu Jiyu's control. Gradually, these fighting robots and armored helicopters stopped attacking Lu Jiyu. They then opened the protection shield, blocking all of the entryways and cabins, so that the spaceship was only in defensive mode. The protection shield had been completely activated at this time. The two plasma launchers shot plasma out, which immediately formed a giant oval shield of force that protected the entire spaceship. Via a magnetic field, the plasma was constrained and a stable shield was formed. As for the high temperature that was coming from the plasma, which was supposed to destroy the spaceship instantly, it was kept out of the magnetic field by the special equipment that constrained plasma. Lu Ziyu could tell from the fighting robots that the technique of the shield of force that's owned by that civilization was pretty advanced. As Lu Ziyu turned those fighting robots against each other, he found out that there were signs on these robots that they were radiated by the power of a mysterious and mythical creature. And it was the same biological force power that the fighting robot Kane possessed. They've encountered a being like me before? Lu Ziyu immediately frowned, and his interest in the interior design of this space was piqued. Lu Ziyu knew how powerful and terrific he was, yet even he was far inferior to this civilization, both in the realms of power and technology. However, a mythical creature that was only conceptual was like a virus in the real world, and only other mythical creatures were able to kill it. Otherwise, it would be able to infect others the second it had the chance. These mythical creatures were able to corrode both carbon-based lives and silicon-based lives. They were also able to take control of those living beings, killing them and seizing their powers. Lu Ziyu could even imagine that when those robots encountered the mythical creatures, they would immediately seize their spaceship and their fighting robots. They would then turn those robots against their own kind, causing them to destroy the others in the spaceship. This was only the basic power that a mythical creature had. Lu Ziyu's power was way more intricate. As for those mythical creatures at a higher level, even Lu Ziyu couldn't envision their abilities. However, the level 9 ability of the creatures that Lu Ziyu was pursuing could easily transform the quality of materials and create a picture of the creature of the world. This was an evolutionary path that was completely different from that one that used technology. Lu Ziyu thought that he was the only one in this world who had this kind of life form, but it now seemed that this was not the case. The spaceship that was being protected by the shield of force kept emanating the biological force that it had infected with by the mythical creature. As such, it was disturbing the Lu Ziyu's observation. So, Lu Ziyu decided to the spaceship to check everything himself. Lu Ziyu turned into a light shadow, which pierced through the standing shield of the spaceship. It didn't trigger anything inside it. In fact, it was as if the force field that had been formed by plasma completely ignored Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu got through the protection shield and came closer to the giant spaceship that looked like an enormous city. It looked like a golden crown, yet was not a hollow ring like a regular crown, but was filled inside. Lu Ji entered the spaceship through the central cabin door. The interior part of the spaceship was different from what Lu Ziyu had expected. The lighting was flickering, and he could hear an intense sound of an alarm. However, he couldn't see anyone inside. All of the portals had already been blocked, and the interior part of the spaceship was covered by black vines and branches. It seemed as if those black vines and branches had actually grown on this spaceship. The vines and branches were now swallowing the spaceship, and they looked some sort of bizarre creatures. At this moment, they were silent, while they stopped eroding those that had been previously corroded. "It's indeed a mythical creature," he exclaimed. "It's so powerful." Lu Ziyu was amazed by its power, but he still didn't know what kind of creature and the power he was facing. The trunk that had grown inside this spaceship wasn't the original body of that creature. Instead, it was a creature that had mutated after being radiated by the power of the mythical creature's cells. It seemed that this spaceship had encountered that mythical creature. and after it was radiated by the power of that creature, its shape morphed, headed straight toward the creature. It was just like when the demon relatives were infected by the power of the abyss. The infection on those fighting robots also came from that enormous trunk at that time. Lu Ji kept moving forward and traveled through the power cabin in the spaceship. After observing the entire spaceship for some time, some of his questions were answered. Based on his speculation, this spaceship came from a nebula in Orion that was more than 1,500 light-years away from Earth. Nobody on Earth could figure out what kind of speed they were traveling at, nor how they could have managed to make such a long journey. It was likely that the speed of the spaceship would be at least at light speed, since it had been able to make its way to Earth. The faster an object traveled, the greater its mass would be, and when it reached light speed, its mass would become infinitely large. The spaceship wouldn't be able to withstand such a weight, so the spaceship would disintegrate instantly. Even Lu Ziyu couldn't imagine how that spaceship from an alien civilization had successfully traveled all the way to Earth from 1,500 light-years away. Anti-material fuels, space curvature engine, he exclaimed. Just as Lu Ziyu had expected, the technology of this alien civilization had far exceeded that of the Earth's civilization. But it wasn't too advanced to be beyond the Earthlings' imaginations. Even so, it was still considered an advanced universe civilization to the Earthlings, and compared to them, the Earth's civilization was like a primitive tribe. Lu Ziyu observed the spaceship for a long time, then concluded that it was an advanced interstellar civilization. They were even able to create a seemingly silicon-based life, but one that was different from what Lu Ziyu had expected. This was because they were not actually silicon-based lives. Instead, it was highly likely that they were creatures that were very similar to humans. It could be told from the interior structures and the facilities, height, and width of that spaceship that this was a race with similar body shapes, body structures, and habits as the humans. Even their characters were very similar to humans. However, in the interior part of the spaceship, Lu Ziyu didn't see any existences or even any remains of those alien creatures. There were giant tree trunks that were spread out inside the spaceship, and Lu Ziyu could see that the entire spaceship had morphed into the shape of that bizarre mythical creature. Perhaps the living creatures inside were more fragile, so they were immediately transformed by that mythical creature, Lu Ziyu thought. Lu Ziyu then walked through the cabin, where there were branches and twigs intertwined, and the force field coming out of those tree branches were able to change any ordinary living creature that came near it, assimilating it into the mythical creature. As Lu Ziyu walked through those tree branches and emanated his own life force field, the tree branches started to degenerate. Then, they eventually disappeared, and the spaceship turned back to how it originally was. Upon seeing this, Lu Ziyu slowly walked to the center of the spaceship. Lu Ziyu noticed something different the moment he arrived at the center of the spaceship. When the cabin door opened, a brain monster with a giant head rushed out of the cabin. Numerous eyeballs were packed on its head, and there were a large amount of tentacles under its chin. Powerful vibrations rushed out of the tentacles, reaching out toward Lu Ziyu. The vibration waves seemed to carry a stream of power that could affect someone's consciousness and mind. Yet, the second that Lu Ziyu stepped in, the light that was coming from him immediately permeated the entire space. It was as if a sun had just walked into that cabin. All of the brain monsters were melted under that intense light. Countless horrendous and terrifying brain monsters flooded out from the deep and filled the entire portal. However, they were immediately killed before they could even put up a fight. Lu Ziyu could finally see what those alien creatures looked like now, as on the other end of the cabin door, numerous alien creatures were intertwined with those twits. He could only see their appearances through the parts where they had assimilated with the twits. Then, all of a sudden, Lu Jiyu felt a bit bewildered. This was because all of those creatures looked exactly like human beings. In fact, Lu Jiyu couldn't see any difference between the two. According to the information that I have on the spaceship, it landed on Earth hundreds of thousands of years ago. Lu Jiyu thought. The genetic information of humans dates back millions of years ago, and I traced the historical record of the humans myself. When they landed on Earth, it was during the Homo sapiens era. Lu Jiyu thought about another possibility. Is it possible that these guys used the gene editing technology to artificially improve their ancestors, just like I did when I gave the humans in Maria's world the power of bloodline and life, templates to the dragon race? He then immediately shook his head as he thought, that doesn't make sense either. After all, the remains of Heidelbergensis, Javanese, and Beijing monks all proved it. So, maybe it's the elder race? He then shook his head again and thought. However, it was exactly hundreds of thousands of years ago when the human ancestors started to gain intelligence and turned into Homo sapiens. This matches the same time when these aliens arrived on Earth. Perhaps they chose to create creatures similar to the ones they saw. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain why these alien creatures and humans evolved to look exactly the same. As he pondered over these things, Lu Jiyu walked through the portal and arrived at the center of the spaceship. The moment he walked through the portal, he saw the light outside that was shining upon the center, as well as the sky and the sun outside. They looked the same as the sky and the sun that Lu Jiyu had simulated in the floating space city. Lu Jiyu then discovered that he was at the bottom of a skyscraper, and below his feet was an enormous city at the center of the spaceship. It was a spacious city of technology, and each building had the city farm that was envisioned by the human beings. These buildings stood tall and had quite a few transparent tubes connecting them. Lu Jiyu could see vehicles traveling in the tubes. They were flying through the air and were covered by layers of black branches. All of the broken and assimilated robots were scattered around the vehicles, and the entire city was surrounded by the terrifying tree branches. As these tree branches filled the city, they intertwined with each other, forming a pillar and extending toward the sky. Lu Jiyu could imagine the sharp changes and complete state of catastrophe that this city was experiencing. He wondered if all of the living creatures inside the spaceship were in despair, as all of the public transportation and portals had been destroyed. Lu Jiyu wasn't in a rush at the moment, so he walked down the stairs slowly. He then walked through the tubes that were connecting the buildings and headed toward the center of the city. Many brain monsters crawled out from everywhere in the city. Those creatures, which looked like demons, were the living creatures that were born in the city. It could be inferred from the looks of their bodies that they had assimilated with the branches. This entire city, like an extensive tomb and a collection of graves, as the only thing left in the area seemed to be death and desolation. After hundreds of thousands of years, Lu Jiyu was the first tourist to have ever visited this place. As Lu Jiyu walked through the city, he saw a large number of creatures that had assimilated into mythical creatures. There were human-shaped creatures, and there were even all kinds of pets as well. There were also special plants and a large number of living samples in the botanical garden. After seeing all of this, he wondered, if the assimilation power of the mythical creature is so powerful, why would it get interrupted? He could see how that giant tree trunk had grown and swallowed the city. Everything from buildings to aliens, creatures, public transport vehicles, plants and animals were all assimilating into that mythical creature. Lu Ziyu believed that such a terrific creature could have easily made the spaceship assimilate into it already. So he couldn't figure out why the assimilation had stopped halfway through completion. Lu Ziyu arrived at the zone that seemed to be the center of the entire city, where assimilation seemed to be the most complete. All of the tree branches had intertwined with each other, and he could see the roots hanging down from the sky. It was like a horrendous dark forest. However, everything just stopped here. There seemed to be something at the center that blocked everything from going any further. Lu Ziyu walked through the main hall, while tearing apart all of the tree trunks that had a diameter of at least 10 feet. When he arrived at the center, the intrusion abruptly stopped at that point, and Lu Ziyu was thrilled by what he felt in that moment. Lu Ziyu felt an immense amount of willpower, which he converted to 100,000 units of mind power. The immense amount of mind power that was coming out from the center hindered and suppressed the assimilation of the spaceship into the black tree trunks, lowering the speed of the spaceship as it was assimilating into the black tree trunks. A supercomputer? Lu Ziyu wondered as he saw a gigantic light ball at the center. As he looked around at the characters, the decrypted character file of Atlantis immediately started to translate the information that these characters had just provided to Lu Ziyu. It was a gigantic light ball, and there were traces of light shuttling back and forth inside of it. He could also see oceans of information spinning inside the light ball. Lu Ziyu discerned that at least 1 million consciousnesses were packed in that light ball, and they had gathered together and were emanating that immense stream of power of consciousness. However, these consciousnesses didn't know how to extract matter from the zero-dimensional space, so they could only stay as consciousnesses instead of being transformed into mind power that could interfere with reality. And they certainly could not be transformed into mythical, living shapes. Just as Lu Ziyu was approaching the giant glass ball, screens emerged from the ground around him. Traces of light and data were shuttling to and fro, while an exquisite and beautiful female figure appeared in front of Lu Ziyu. She was wearing a custom outfit that was so tight that her private parts were showing. She looked incredibly seductive. "Welcome to the playground," she said. "We have everything you want in this playground, and you can experience all kinds of lives. This playground will fulfill every one of your desires." As she spoke, Lu Ziyu asked the linguists that he had with him to help him translate the language of Atlantis. Those linguists kept translating the language and explained to Lu Ziyu what the female figure was talking about. Is it a virtual reality world? Lu Ziyu wondered. He immediately knew what happened here before. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, something drastic had happened to the interior part of this spaceship. And at the end, everyone in the spaceship gave up their own bodies and entered the virtual world, which was this supercomputer that was now in front of Lu Ziyu. Even though the consciousnesses couldn't store memories, the supercomputer was able to help them do so. Hence, even though this civilization wasn't able to detect the existence of mind power, the virtual reality technology they created, which was an immortality technology to some extent, had transferred their consciousnesses to the supercomputer that was in front of Lu Ziyu. The supercomputer then gathered the consciousnesses of 1 million people and stored them within it. This supercomputer was also supposed to hold all of the people in this spaceship. Lu Ziyu was standing in front of the light ball of the supercomputer, and as he pointed at the light ball with his finger, a control panel popped out immediately. It then told Lu Ziyu that he didn't have the access authority to operate it. After hearing this, Lu Jiu penetrated the computer with his mind power, which unlocked it immediately. Layers of tips and character alerts kept immediately flashed across the screen, while Lu Jiu extracted all of this information. Lu Jiu immediately found what he was looking for, which was the journal of the captain. Just as Lu Jiu expected, they did come from the Lardla in Orion, but that wasn't their real hometown. Instead, there was a reconstructed colonial star named Yak in Orion, which was owned by the Atlantis people. They were observing the young nebular at the edge of the nebula. The discovery and reconstruction of Yak was a trial and scientific advancement of the Atlantis civilization. Thus, it was more of a scientific research center than a colonial star. This piece of information solved many of the puzzles in Lu Jiu's mind, as there was no way that such a developed civilization would choose to inhabit the large nebula of Orion, where the living conditions were so harsh. So, although the spaceship had indeed taken off from the large nebula in Orion, it wasn't made there. Only the captain of this spaceship had come from the mother star. As for the other residents in this spaceship, they were born on that colonial star called Yak. In fact, they had been living on that colonial star for generations. Moreover, this wasn't an exploration spaceship, but a fleeing spaceship. They had apparently encountered a catastrophe that almost wiped out their entire civilization, which is why they had to flee to a mysterious and unknown universe. The translation of the name of their civilization was Atlantis, and this spaceship was named Hope. And the title of the last captain meant the word blue. In year 58868 in this calendar, a mysterious and superior suddenly approached our galaxy. We couldn't observe where it came from and where it was headed. All of a sudden, it showed up in our galaxy without any warning. The journal recorded. We named it Dark Mother Tree. Dark Mother Tree approached us and swallowed our entire mother planet. Everyone on the planet, even including the planet itself, then became a part of it. It kept emanating a special force field, infecting everything around it and forcing everything to assimilate into it. All the living creatures, even those lifeless objects, were penetrated by its power. Its enormous tree trunk found its root on our planet, and the entire planet became its nutrients. We can't figure out where it comes from or where it is heading toward. Also, no matter what we try, we can't injure it in the slightest. The journal continued. Researchers concluded that it is a higher dimensional creature that's beyond our imagination. It was able to travel through time, which is how it arrived at our galaxy. We can't be sure whether it comes from the ancient past or the distant future. Also, it is a higher dimensional creature. As such, time should only be a conceptual noun that describes the changes in its material. It is immortal, making it a creature that is way beyond our imaginations and knowledge. We don't know why it came to our era or what it is looking for. No matter how we tried to communicate with it, it was useless. It seemed that it just refused to communicate with us. To it, we're just like bugs, worse and inferior creatures not worth conversing with. Even the war between us and them was stupid and laughable. We tried to fight it, yet it didn't even move its body at all. It just took a glimpse at us and we lost the war. The journal continued. Our mother planet was totally destroyed. The enormous number of monsters bred by the Dark Mother Tree kept attacking and infecting us. Everyone became its sidekicks under its power, and the entire civilization of Atlantis became an enslaved civilization. Then, the monsters that were coming from the Dark Mother Tree kept attacking us, and even some of our own turned against us. Not only did we lose our mother star, but we also lost several colonial stars. We had to flee to the most distant colonial star, Yak. Then, Dawnit, those bastards chased us down here too, and Yak was also conquered. A large number of monsters have now completely occupied Yak. I have to take the surviving people of Atlantis to flee. But I don't know where to go. We have already lost all of our territories. Now, hope is like a lone island in the universe, not knowing where to fly. The journal recorded, "There is a seed of dark mother trees outside our cabin, and it has reached the interior part of the cabin. We've lost all hope already. We might even be the last group of people from Atlantis, as our civilization was totally destroyed." Lu Ziyu kept reading through the captain's journal. He was only skimming through the journal, but he could still feel the desperation of this captain named Blue. The journal recorded, "It is now inevitable that many of the monsters and our companions have been infected and have assimilated it into the creature. I have received an order for all of the surviving ones to enter the playground so that we can save our civilization." Fortunately, the second everyone entered the playground, the infection and transformation stopped. However, we have now been transformed into data. Hopefully, the spaceship can find a planet that is inhabitable. Perhaps that's where we can reignite our hopes and carry on our civilization. At this moment, the spaceship has changed to automatic flying mode and the Hope Plan has been enacted. The civilization of Atlantis will never die. Lu Ziyu clicked into the so-called Hope Plan and perused its section of journals. He immediately saw a large number of photos of the Earth, which had captions regarding reconstructing intelligent lives. All of those plans were carried out by the intelligent robots, and the supercomputer at the center was in charge of this entire plan. Lu Ziyu then clicked into the information section about the virtual world of the playground. And he immediately found out that the virtual world had been closed for 400,000 years. When Lu Ziyu clicked into the final journal, he read that the playground was closed with everyone's consent after 2,000 years of operation. They had then deleted all of their memories and wiped away all of the data, yet they didn't state the reasons behind these actions. They only found the solar system after hundreds of years of fleeing. And it took the spaceship around 2,000 years to find the Earth and land on it. After reading this, Lu Ziyu stayed silent for a long time as he thought. Perhaps they were completely in despair and had lost all hope, making them not want to live any longer. As he looked at this spacious spaceship and that giant city in ruin, Lu Ziyu felt that it wasn't a spaceship, but was more like a gigantic tomb. As Lu Ziyu looked at the giant supercomputer inside it, he gazed at the floating consciousnesses of the final surviving people of the Atlantis. At this moment, they had lost their memories, thus making their consciousnesses no longer viable. However, because of spaceship had assimilated into the Dark Mother Tree, the powerful force field was enveloping it. Hence, their consciousnesses couldn't wither away, but were trapped inside forever. Lu Ziyu finally figured out where that spaceship had come from, as well as the distant secret dating back to when the human beings were born. However, the thing that actually piqued Lu Ziyu's interests was the existence mentioned in the journal of Captain Blue, which was the existence that had destroyed their civilization. The Dark Mother Tree, Lu Ziyu thought. A higher dimensional creature? Not a high-dimensional creature space-wise, but a creature that has traveled through time? He then wondered, can a creature that can shuttle back and forth exist? This doesn't make any sense. Even Lu Ziyu found this too difficult to comprehend, not to mention the people from Atlantis. As Lu Ziyu took down the supercomputer that was in front of him, he observed it closely. It was an optical brain, which controlled the entire spaceship and was a representation of the high-end technology of the civilization of Atlantis. Lu Ziyu urgently needed the information that was stored inside this computer, which was way beyond the imaginations of the Earthlings. When Lu Ziyu touched the optical brain with his hand, his mythical cells started to penetrate that bio-optic brain, and the structure of the computer started to assimilate into Lu Ziyu's power. At the same time, the structure on the surface started to change. Only after a long while did it stop changing. By that time, it had turned from an originally transparent ball to a silver, shining semi-transparent ball. It looked just like the main computer that was in Lu Ziyu's God Kingdom. What's more, it looked like Lu Ziyu's original body. Now, I can call it a bio-optic brain, Lu Ziyu exclaimed. The original bio-optic brain had now been combined with the biocomputer that Lu Ziyu often, and the combination of the two showed Lu Ziyu's impressive calculating powers. After the bio-optic brain was successfully reconstructed, Lu Ziyu took it down. Lu now knew that this was the greatest gain of this trip to the spaceship. Now, thoughts and ideas that he had been wanting to make realities, but had never had the chance to do so flooded his mind. Lu Ziyu didn't try to touch the consciousnesses that were remaining inside. This because if he tried to combine the consciousnesses, it would bring too much trouble to the mythical creature. After Lu Ziyu left the spaceship Hope, he immediately went back to his floating space city. As Lu Ziyu was about to enter the main control room of Floating Space City, a grain of light shone upon him while scanning him. The light only allowed Lu Ziyu entry after confirming his identity. At that moment, the manager of Floating Space City rushed in, a slight panic on her face. But when he saw that it was Lu Ziyu, he was relieved and started to relax a little. "Master, you're back," he exclaimed. In Maria's world time, Lu Ziyu had been gone for a couple of years. However, there were still some issues that Lu Ziyu had to deal with on Earth. In fact, Lu Ziyu hadn't expected to come back here this soon. But his discovery of the spaceship Hope and the civilization of Atlantis had interrupted his original plans. "Yes, I came back early," Lu Ziyu said. He then reached out his hands and took down the picture that was hanging in the main control room. This picture was the only protective screen that led to the dimensional space, and as such, it was the main access authority of the crystal wall that Lu Ziyu had created. However, Lu Ziyu gradually realized that this picture actually didn't exist, at least to some extent, as nobody except him was able to touch it. They could only look at that picture. Hence, it seemed to be an object that only existed in the conceptual mind, as physically and material-wise, it didn't actually exist. It was more like an authority that was ingrained in the deeper area of Lu Ziyu's soul and consciousness. The picture was only an image, a silhouette that had been created. When Lu Ziyu came back here, he had brought back a living creature. It was a giant ball that had a diameter of 30 feet. It had instantly attracted Eva's attention, yet the only thing that Eva could observe about it were the terrific consciousness ripples that were inside the ball. After leaving Spaceship Hope, the body of collective consciousnesses that was locked by the force field of the mythical life immediately started to accept the laws in this material world, causing it to begin to wither away. However, the optical computer was still penetrated by Lu Ziyu's power, so the body of consciousnesses was still deeply locked inside and couldn't go dissipate entirely. "What is this?" Eva wondered aloud as she moved closer to the bio-optic brain. "This is a bio-optic brain. This will be the key that enables the crystal wall to take the next step and improve itself," Lu Ziyu explained. He then added, "It'll be a semi-perpetual machine and the perfection system and control system of the crystal wall. As such, it will be the most important key and access authority of the entire crystal wall." Liu Ziyu had only come up with the idea of a semi-perpetual machine after he created the Abyss world. The Abyss world was not a normal world, but was more like an upgraded version of the God Kingdom, a world that was between the states of illusion and reality. It was a world that was an extension of matter-soul and the power of mythical creatures, just like the devil species. The most noticeable characteristic of the Abyss world was that it didn't consume any of Liu Ziyu's energies, nor did it consume the material of the crystal wall. Yet, it still enlarging and improving itself. To some extent, it was already a perpetual machine, as it didn't consume any of the material energies from the crystal wall, but at the same time, somehow was able to continuously increase in size. When it came to comparing all of the dimensions and levels, it was not technically a real perpetual machine. This was because it was extracting the power from other dimensions in order to improve itself. An idea that Liu Ziyu first came up with for a semi-perpetual machine had actually stemmed from that. If I can create a machine or a facility that can extract energies from the universe in other dimensions, then it'll be a real perpetual machine for this crystal wall. It won't need any energies in this world, yet it can still be operated and create everything in this world. Liu Ziyu thought, it will keep extracting energies from the universes of other dimensions, and it'll keep creating even more dimensions in this crystal wall. In this way, it can continuously improve this enormous crystal wall universe. A semi-perpetual machine was actually a decoy perpetual machine that stole energies from the universes of other dimensions in order to remain operational. In this way, not only could it operate itself, it could also provide endless material energies for Liu Ziyu to use. From the perspective of all of the dimensions of myriad universes, it wasn't actually considered to be perpetually functioning. Instead, it was kind of stealing energies from the universes of other dimensions. Yet, to the crystal wall itself, it was indeed a perpetual machine. That was why it was called semi-perpetual, as it was only perpetual, relatively speaking. This was similar to how Liu Ziyu used a picture to extract the material energies from the Earth universe. Yet this time, it would be a real, perfected portal facility, and it would create an eternal portal in the world universe to steal the material energies from the Earth universe. Meanwhile, it could avoid the trouble that often resulted from a long period of keeping a portal open so that both sides can stay stable. Liu Ziyu approached the bio-optic brain with the picture in his hands, then reached out his hands and saw that the brain was swallowing the picture gradually. All of a sudden, a gleaming light came out of the bio-optic brain, while countless scenes started popping out on the screen. Scenes from Maria's world, the Zerg world, and the Abyss world suddenly were circulating on the bio-optic brain. These scenes were all showing the histories of those worlds, including the scenes where Liu Ziyu had created the crystal wall and all of the dimensions, as well as all of the majors in all eras and the heroes that arose from those chaotic periods. Liu Ziyu saw the Queen Insect, the War of the Insect Race, and the Grand Escape. He also saw Akhenaten and himself in the past, fragile and naive. He saw himself hiding in the castle of space, testing and editing the genes, and creating one creature after another. He also saw how he had become stronger and stronger gradually. Then, he saw one star God Kingdom after another surging into the sky. This scene was followed by one that depicted the changes in the Abyss world and the evolution of the demon race. After that, lots of data and special symbols kept flooding across the screen. Most of the symbols kept blinking in a weird three-dimensional structure. The information that kept blinking was so vast, Liu Ziyu felt like his brain was about to explode as he looked at it all. When the picture finally merged with that bio-optic brain completely, it replaced the original picture and became the true controller of the authority of the universe of the crystal wall. Meanwhile, this bio-optic brain also became a part of Lu Zhiyu's body. The enormous bio-optic brain floated in the control room of the floating space city, and the silver flowing light from the brain soon filled the entire control room. As Lu Ziyu waved his hands, a hologram of the entire crystal wall appeared in front of him. Now, the entire crystal wall was like an empty and hollow structure. There were only two dimensions, Maria's world and the abyss world, and Lu Ziyu couldn't even find their locations with his naked eye. Instead, he needed to zoom in so that he could find where they were located in the vast astral world. At this moment, when Lu Ziyu touched a location at the edge of the astral world, a trace of light shone down. A dimming light spot immediately started to extend. This was an embryonic form of a dimensional world that was just born, and it seemed to be extracting the energies from the outside realm. It kept morphing at a very slow speed, which was contrary to how Lu Ziyu had quickly extracted the energies all at once. However, the portal was now stabilized, so there wasn't any hidden danger. A stable portal that could flow naturally was exactly what Lu Ji needed most right now. "I've succeeded," he exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Lu Ziyu saw that the stabilized portal was working, so he knew that his plan for a semi-perpetual machine had succeeded. This bio-optic brain was already successful, having been deeply ingrained into the deep area of the Earth universe. It had opened a stable and fixed portal, somewhere that even Lu Ziyu didn't know about, and had extracted the energies therein. As for Lu Ziyu, he shifted his focus to the embryonic form of the world that had been gradually bulging. It was now only a form, with a dimensional wall emerging, and there weren't even rules and orders inside yet, not to mention lands and air. Lu Ziyu roughly calculated the time this embryonic world needed to get to the size of the space of Maria's world, and based on the time flow in astral world, as fast as that in Maria's world, would take around 10 years. Also, it would take another 10 years for the lands and ocean inside to be perfected. It was Lu Ziyu who designed and altered the rules, flow of time and the life system inside the dimensional world, after which it needed quite a few energies and measures to amend the world. To achieve a new and sustainable world, or a world like Maria's world that was truly complete, it would take an immense amount of time and energies, which was why Lu Ziyu needed that semi-perpetual machine to energies for it. Also, the internal life system and intelligent creatures were also vital to that world, and they might be the most important factor in the development and the future of that world. Lu Ziyu was pondering the world he just created, and he was thinking of the amendments he should make for it. This was the fourth world that Lu Ziyu was about to design, and what Lu Ziyu really wanted was to distinguish it from Maria's world and world of abyss. The creation of Maria's world was to make the path smoother to Lu Ziyu. It was a god kingdom by design, and Lu Ziyu had already set the future for the god kingdom. As for the world of abyss, it was an attempt for Lu Ziyu to reach the path of level 9. To Lu Ziyu, this new world was a world different from god kingdom. Lu Ziyu suddenly recalled the world that Catherine promised, which was a future that was arranged for sorcerers that they wanted. This new world will be designated to be a world of sorcerers and sorcery civilization, and it was an exploration of the path of God Kingdom, he thought. Lu Ziyu, a look at the giant semi-perpetual machine which contained the consciousness of all the people from Atlantis. Lu Ziyu let them be reborn in the new world on purpose. It felt meaningless, yet it still gave Lu Ziyu a special feeling when he did that. It felt like reincarnation, a civilization that was destroyed by a high-dimensional life, and it is the origin of the birth of human beings. Now, they're at the hands of a mythical creature like me, and they're about to be reborn because of me. It's just like fatalism, he thought. Lu Ziyu was changing the new world in the semi-perpetual machine, and he could now see that with the material energies gathering and crystal wall kept bulging, perfecting the embryonic form of a new world gradually. I'll use the model of a standard world for it, he thought. Other models in my envision is not stable at all, so it might have some tremendous hidden safety issues. I won't test those models. Instead, I'll stick to the standard model of worlds. Lu Ziyu thought about it for a moment, then he decided to revert back to the model of the original version Maria's world to create the new world he envisioned instead of using the new ideas he had in mind. He kept infusing it with energies. After typing in the world model in the semi-perpetual bio-optic brain, he stopped paying attention to it. As for Lu Ziyu, he now took the time to check how Maria's world was doing. Goddess of harvest Bernice, getting the throne of God, Ctesias became the demi-emperor of the underworld by lighting the godly fire. Then, the next one who was going to be a god was Louis Baikito, who was going to become a god before Gina, who was a mermaid with the blood of Sakun. After Louis Baikito seizing the throne of the Master of the Night, he led all the members from the Gathering of Darkness to get out of the area of the Western Church of Light, heading toward the kingdom of what was called an exotic realm. The exotic realm was a kingdom formed by more than 10 countries, and it was at the most southern place of Alan continent. The continent was hot, humid with a rich soil. The countries and races in the exotic realm refused to communicate with the outside world, and their customs were also different from all the kingdom outside. If someone wanted to get to the exotic realm from Church of Light Kingdom, he must go through vast and boundless forests and mountains. These mountains were connected to the Black Forest, or so to say, the Black Forest itself was an extension at the end of those mountains. If it weren't for the war Puzuote Kingdom waged against them, causing the destruction of several kingdoms in the exotic realm, and forcing them to get out and communicate with the outside world, most of the people on that continent would have no idea that there was a vast land and an exotic realm like that in the south. As for Louis Baikito, he was staying in a kingdom called Halima, and he established the belief of the Master of the Night. Gathering of Darkness now finally found its place in this exotic realm and started to boom, becoming the mainstream belief system in the kingdoms in this realm. With the powerful belief system, Louis Baikito became a god in less than 20 years. Then came the Empress of Mermaid, Gina, who was successfully summoned and entered the Star God Kingdom several years after Lu Ziyu arrived back, becoming god of the sea. Other than that, Sorcerer Gaota was moved to Yala continent, established a new kingdom at the far east end of the continent under the lead of Edward Clomo. He was also preparing to gather the believers and ignite the godly fire. The king of Hyluga Kingdom, Jonathan Brown, announced in his kingdom that he would become a believer of Mavstorm, a god and a belief system that came out of nowhere, suddenly became orthodox. Belief system of Hyluga Kingdom, which also gained population across the ocean. Many captains of ships, sailors, adventurers and pirates became believers of Master of Storm. At this moment, inside City Alliance of Shihan, all the alchemy sorcerers started to publicize the belief of Goddess of Steam and Machine. And at the other end of the ocean, on the Swirl continent, new kingdom that was made of special orcs were also quickly being developed. Now, there are already 6 gods, and there are 4 other candidates for gods. However, it seems that the potential for this era has been fully exploited, so it might take a long time until the next candidate for god shows up, he said. Lu Ziyu observed Maria's world for a while, and 6 people had already become gods. As for the other 4 candidates for gods, they would also become gods in the next following decades. However, after those 10, Lu Ziyu couldn't any more suitable candidates to inherit the positions of gods. The entire Maria's world seemed to have arrived at a tipping point, and everything seemed to be detached from the original track, rushing toward an unpredictable future. Everything was quickly developing, so quick that they didn't realize what was going on, not to mention catching up. However, this world also seemed to be being stabilized. It was the last chance for everyone. Once this world was stabilized, everyone would lose their chance to become a controller of the world. All the saints were fighting, yet many of them felt lost and worried about their future. After Lu Ziyu came back, Kelly, Verthandi and Delmidi all went to greet Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu gave them the access authority and stamp to land on, and to be transported to the capital city of Floating Space City. After that, Lu Ziyu Floating Space City away from the dimensional wall of Maria's world and headed toward Astral World to prepare for the new world he was perfecting. The new world was being bred and amended, and it was becoming more and more like a real world. It had been a long time since Lu Ziyu had the excitement of creating a new world. Lu Ziyu set up a standard world model, which was composed of land, sea, and sky. But, since the land and the sea at the moment were so small, they looked like tiny islands and lakes. Then, with the passage of time, they expanded. At the moment, the ocean was completely frozen. In fact, the whole world was like a dark, frozen world. This was because the area of the frozen ocean kept expanding until it had filled the whole world. After a violent explosion occurred, which involved energy radiation, a globular, luminous plasma was created in the bitwall. It was actually a simulated sun. Of course, it was inferior to the real sun in the Earth's universe in all respects. Its light broke through the darkness in an instant, illuminated the whole Earth, and bringing light and warmth into the world. This was the source of life and the basis for all survival. The icebound ocean melted gradually, and the Earth emerged from beneath the sea bit by bit. A total of 7 continents and countless islands then appeared. After that, the seawater evaporated and vapor went into the sky. Then, dark clouds began to appear above the sky, while rainwater fell on the earth, causing numerous plants to flourish. These plants came out of the ground and grew towards the sky. Greenery soon spread throughout the whole continent. The bottom of the ocean also began to evolve as a variety of marine plants, and the seeds of these plants spread throughout the whole world. Gravity is stable, time speed is fixed, and oxygen is adequate. Okay, the source of life is good. After analyzing everything carefully, Lu Ziyu was satisfied with everything at present. When Lu Ziyu came to the shore this time, the edge of the sea had grown into a dense jungle. Here, the sun shone on the surface of the sea and everything looked quiet, peaceful, and harmonious. The length of day and night was set up, as were the 4 seasons. Night was coming. The night of this world was totally dark. When Lu Ziyu reached out, he saw a strip of fluorescent light flowing from his sleeve. This became a bright Milky Way that began revolving around Lu Ziyu, then rushed into the sky. A whole bright strip of stars glittered in the world's bitwall. As such, the night was thoroughly lit up. Stars now twinkled in the sky, instantly making the evening world beautiful and dreamlike. As he sat listening to the sound of the waves and tides, Lu Ziyu suddenly became emotional. Star souls. I use this name to address you as well as to remember your predecessors and pay tribute to you. There is no moon now, as there is no need for the moon, Lu Ziyu murmured as he looked up. Now, I shall name this world the Starsoul world. Star souls were the awarenesses of more than 1 million people in Atlantis. Lu Jiyu had transformed these people into star souls, then made them the guardians of this new world. Star souls were friendly and tame divine creatures. They had been infused with Lu Jiyu's divine ability. As such, they could be regarded as his relatives. Their main job was to protect this world and maintain its rules. In a sense, they were the embodiments of the will of this world and Lu Jiyu's spokespersons. The stars foretold the changes, disasters, solar terms, and rules of the world. At the same time, they regulated the life cycle of the world and enforced its rules. At the moment, the stars were twinkling and merging into a collective awareness. It seemed that they were trying to communicate something to Lu Jiyu. Lu Jiyu smiled, but did not answer. The cycle of life and the preliminary world's rules had been set. In Lu Jiyu's eyes, the semi-perpetual biological brain connected with one's awareness. As such, numerous data flew through the brain continuously. When Lu Jiyu waved, the data was set. Build the magic net. After Lu Jiyu gave this instruction, a special channel network immediately spread all over the world. The foundation of the extraordinary power was built in this world. Without the magic net, it was impossible to collect vital source material. This was the disadvantage in the astral, as Lu Jiyu couldn't cover the whole astral with the magic net, thus making it unnecessary. After all, magic nets had been built in the 3 current worlds. He considered that this was enough. After creating several worlds, Lu Jiyu was familiar with all of the steps. With just a wave of his sleeve, a new world was set up and all of its necessary parts came into being instantly. When the world stabilized and the magic net was set up, time slowed down rapidly before finally being stabilized. However, there was no life system yet. But this was exciting, as a life system that was different from the current ones in existence could create a truly unique civilization. Lu Jiyu also built a half-bit wall in the bit wall of the Starsoul world. In the half-bit wall, he tried to debug and manufacture the intelligent life system of the Starsoul world. The half-bit wall that made up the intelligent life system of every world was called the Lab of the Creator. This was where every species was born and where all of life originated. This intelligent life system was different from the past ones. To use past experience and create a life system that was different from Maria's world and the Abyss world, one needed to take into account many aspects. After all, intelligent life was the greatest miracle, yet it was also quite vulnerable. As such, any error or mistake would lead to irreparable consequences. Arab. Lu Jiyu heard a cry as he took out a fragile young life from a nutrient chamber. It was a human-like creature that had green skin and long pointy ears. It also had dexterous hands and a developed and intelligent brain. As it opened its eyes and looked at the world for the first time, the thing it saw was a man with black hair and black eyes. It then explored the world with its smart eyes and giggled loudly. Lu Jiyu held in both hands, as if he was welcoming a newborn baby into the world. "Welcome. You are the first goblin in the world," he said, while smiling. Behind Lu Jiyu, a large number of goblins were being conceived within the nutrient chambers, which were aligned in several rows. On a slightly barren plain, the forests were sparse, the vegetation was not rich, and the weather was unusually cold. A group of green-skinned goblins were noisily rushing through the jungle, chasing a wild boar. All of the goblins were waving spears in their hands. However, they looked as if they were not hunting, but were rather involved in some grand dance. Ahaha! Lugai! Lugai! The goblins shouted in a meaningless language. Although they had started to record their language, there was still a long way to go before their language system was perfected. Dressed in leather skirts, they rushed at the wild boar with wide steps. At this time, a giant monster emerged from the forest. The monster was carrying a huge stone hammer, which it used to smash the boar to death. As the monster roared in triumph, other giant monsters rushed out of the forest with heavy steps. Seeing this terrifying scene, the goblins immediately dispersed. More than 200 years had passed since the birth of the first goblin. The normal lifespan of the average goblin was about 60 years, which was much lower than the lifespans of human beings. There had already been 20 generations of goblins. This was because their fertility was much stronger than human beings. A goblin could give birth to 3 to 6 pups at one time. This strong fertility enabled them to occupy the entire plain and beyond. However, they were not the overlords of this plain. Instead, it was the giant monsters who had dominion here. In the forest, in addition to a large number of magical beasts and monsters, there was a kind of creature called the dwarfs, who often clashed with the goblins. This was because the dwarfs posed a threat to the survival of the goblins. In addition to giant monsters, dwarfs, and magical beasts, in the southern forests, the goblins encountered a peculiar group of fairies. Fairies, like giant monsters and magical beasts, could use magic. Goblins called the forest that the fairies stayed in the forest of fairies. In addition, in the depths of the woods, there were all kinds of strange things. All kinds of unknown creatures, each species of which had a high degree of wisdom and a variety of magical powers. The goblins called the land underfoot the Titan continent. At present, the goblins had only begun to form a rudimentary language that consisted of very basic words. But, according to their ancestors' stories, the world was created by a powerful Titan who was as tall as a mountain. He created everything in the world. Moreover, the goblins, the giant monsters, and the dwarfs were the direct descendants of this Titan. Compared with other species, goblins and dwarfs did not have any extraordinary powers. Thus, they did not have any advantages over the others. As such, they had to make a variety of tools and weapons in order to protect themselves. Goblins used obsidian to forge weapons and stone to build appliances and houses. The dwarfs in the mines begun to melt copper ore to produce copper tools. Their disadvantage forced them to arm themselves with wisdom. They are really talented. At this early stage, they've already learned how to make and use so quickly. That is much faster than the human beings. Lu Jiyu was impressed with the goblins. At present, most intelligent creatures on the Titan continent lived in the Starsoul world. The name of the continent had been decided by the goblins. Lu Jiyu did not realize that, when the first goblin saw him at its birth, it remembered him as being a giant. Then, this became a popular legend that was told to all of the following generations of goblins. Nowadays, this world had more diverse species than even Maria's world, which only had humans and orcs. On the plain of the Titan continent, clashes between goblins, giant monsters, dwarfs, and fairies often took place. After Lu Jiyu made sure that there were no major problems in the life system he created, he did not pay much attention to it, deciding to let it develop on its own. When Lu Jiyu made goblins and dwarfs, they did not have any special abilities. However, Lu Jiyu did make them highly talented in manufacturing and creating vital things, which was a skill that even exceeded human beings. Although they did not have the extraordinary abilities like other species, they were considered to be full of potential in Lu Jiyu's eyes. At this stage, this standard model of this world was almost complete. However, since the remaining continents and oceans still needed a lot of improvements, the semi-perpetual machine couldn't stop running yet. Seeing this, Lu Jiyu left Starsoul world, as the world had basically been completed. So, Lu Jiyu had to start preparing for other things. Specifically, it was time to fulfill his promise to Catherine. Lu Xiu planned to let the wizards who were reluctant to leave Maria's world immigrate here. In this world, without the constraints of gods and various conditions to restrict the development of wizards, they would be able to fully develop their potentials. What exactly will the wizard civilization look like? Compared with the Star Soul world, which one will be better? Lu Xiu was concerned about the future of the wizards. Maria's world. On the shore of the Lake of Life, a large number of elves were watching a ceremony. The elves and the elf wizards in the Sylve Empire, as well as the elf queen Wendy and Wolf, were all present. The city of Sylve was about to have a comprehensive foundation reconstruction. The Lake of Life would be reconstructed into a water source for the wizards. The Sylve Empire was going to transform the whole city into a city of witchcraft. The altar, which was originally between the Tree of Life and the Lake of Life, had to be relocated. As it was the oldest altar of the elves hosted a grand ceremony before it was relocated. As it was such a special event, the queen and all of the high-ranking officials of the Elf Empire were present. Among the ancient legends of the elves, the altar was the oldest relic in Sylve. It was said that the secret of the origin of the elves was within it. Some also said that the secret of the altar was somehow related to the agreement between the elves and the Lord of Natural Order. But most of the elves believed that it was only an old altar, and that the Lord of Natural Order had gradually become a mere symbol of Sylve, rather than a solid and true belief. Be careful! It's a relic that was left by our ancestors. Be respectful. Some of the elves were not satisfied with the relocation project. At the moment, flagstones were being pried open, revealing decayed and scattered coffins. All of the elves present were curious, so they surrounded the workers to see what was in the altar. The officials and wizards of the Sylve Empire looked at the bottom of the altar. Each of them had grown up listening to the legends about the altar and the elves. And now, everyone was filled with curiosity. But suddenly, all of the elves and elf wizards gasped and stared in shock. Isn't this a wizard servant? An elf wizard immediately recognized the servant inside and asked, "A wizard servant?" Wendy frowned. "Whose prank is this? How can it appear in our altar?" More elves were also making angry comments. After all, the altar was still very important to the elves of the Sylve Empire. This was their ancestral land, where they believed their oldest ancestors' bones were buried. Now, it had become the location of the remains of some silly and humble wizard servants. None of the elves could accept such a thing. Wendy, the queen of the elves, had a better understanding of the legend of the altar. It was said that the altar was the tomb of the Lord of Natural Order, who had created the elves. Wolf stood beside the elf queen Wendy, a look of horror on his face. How can this be? The emergence of wizard servants and the rise of wizards only happened a few hundred years ago. And here, it can be traced back to the era of the birth of the elves. So how can they appear here? Whose prank is this? A senior druid raised his wand in anger, while looking around. Wendy looked at the corpse in the altar. It was like an armored shell. Even after so long time, it had still not decayed. How could this be? No one has ever moved anything here, as it's a sacred burial ground. But how could the servants bury themselves in our altar and allow themselves to be unknowingly worshipped by us? They shouldn't be here. A wizard still couldn't believe that this was real. A wizard servant is a bloodline-transformed creature that was created by my mentor, the cultivation method of which started to spread from the wizard tower only 100 years ago. When Wendy said this, she stopped abruptly, as if she had just thought of something. She started murmuring, "Could it be? How could it be possible? How could this be?" She kept repeating those same questions. Her eyes was full of fear, doubt, and shock. She looked at the altar and felt that the world had become illusory amid the sunshine. The god? The altar? The Lord of natural order? While she was still murmuring, Wendy looked back at all of this and suddenly felt that the world was spinning and becoming unreal. As Wendy looked again at the prized altar, her wand fell to the ground. She felt like she had just discovered something. Wolf looked at Wendy, confusion filling his voice. "What's wrong?" "Wendy." Wendy had a sad smile on her face as she said, I just don't feel very well. Ha ha, all this. What the heck is going on? This world. Ha! Is it all a game or a hoax? Wendy's words made everyone feel very confused. As they all watched her, completely perplexed, she staggered back to the palace. As they watched her retreating form, they all thought that she looked so lonely. 6 gods were seated on the thrones of the divine kingdom. Although there were more empty thrones, the atmosphere in the room felt busier than ever before. The goddess of light Kelly, the goddess of sun Verthandi, the goddess of death Delmidi, the master of the night Louis Baikito, the goddess of harvest Bernice, and the goddess of sea Gina sat in a circle and held the first meeting of the gods. This was the first meeting between the gods. Apart from formalizing the first agreement of gods, which was made among the first group of gods, they would sign a renewed agreement of gods to restrain the competition for authority between clan gods and maintain the operation of the whole world at the same time. The first agreement states that the main bit wall could suppress level 7s, making it impossible to cross the bit wall at will. They could either come to the divine kingdom or the underworld. In addition, they could also enter the half-bit wall or leave Maria's world. Moreover, fighting in Maria's world is prohibited for level 7s. Now, we need draw up the second agreement. Kelly spoke first, setting the agenda for the meeting. The first matter regards the division of theocracy and territory. Needless to say, every god and divine personality present has its own theocracy and territory, but the power of every divine personality also has great expansion potential. For example, the divine personality of Louis can expand to the realm of dreams and illusions, while Bernice, the goddess of harvest, can make efforts towards mastering the management of lives, said. Kelly, the goddess of light, was also the divine kingdom host. Although every god was equal in status, Kelly had the authority to restrict the other gods. So, at this time, the meeting of gods was being presided over by her and being held in the kingdom of light. The expansion of theocracy must be based on the premise of maintaining and stabilizing world order and stability. As such, every god is the spokesman and manager of the world order. Therefore, this is the rule that every god must abide by. As such, any claims over theocracy, except for preliminary theocracy, depend upon one's own development efforts. Kelly wrote down the first one matter of business concerning the expansion of the divine power and authority as she spoke. This particular matter was related to the perfection of the rules of the whole world, as well as the ultimate perfection of Maria's world. This also happened to involve the most important step for Luziu to reach level 9. I agree. In every divine shadow above the thrones, a vague appearance of the gods could be seen. They all expressed their opinions. The gods present all agreed to the agreement regarding their most basic authority. However, when it came to beliefs, the 6 gods had a fierce quarrel. Finally, they agreed that the gods could not directly intervene with human beings' beliefs, which was then also written into the agreement of the gods. In the kingdom of light, Louis also talked about wizards and alchemists. He believed that wizards and alchemists were the greatest sources of instability and danger in the world. Hence, He believed that they must be under the control of gods. Kelly, the goddess of light, took a look at Lewis as he was speaking. Although Lewis was expressionless, she could see at a glance what he was thinking and feeling. Edward Killermo, the legendary alchemist Marina Bossi and Felix, the fox wizard and dean of Colossus College, have been identified as potential candidates for future gods. Wizards and alchemists should be subject to their internal sex constraints, not ours. This was clearly stated in the previously agreed upon terms, said Kelly. After this, the gods made the arrangements for the coming of the next era, the plan of world perfection, and the preparation of world upgrading. They then talked about Delmede's underworld. After Ctesias became the deputy manager, the underworld underwent a series of reforms. However, unlike the Divine Kingdom, the underworld itself was the largest subordinate half-bit wall that was attached to the main world. And with the passage of time, it just kept expanding. In regards to how big the realm of the underworld was, the goddess of death, Delmede, was not clear. It was only when Satis recently started to manage the underworld that he realized how broad the underworld really was. In addition to the gates of the underworld, the river basin, and the city of the soul, Shiram, which Delmede managed, there were countless dead creatures in the vast realm of death, all of which had been enlarged by the force of death. Even many ghost wizards and demon warlocks were secretly summoning these creatures to send them to go and spy on the underworld. They were trying to escape the reincarnation of life and death with the power of these creatures in the underworld. With such motives, the ghost wizards and the demon warlocks were extremely dangerous and might cause harm and trouble to the gods and the world. After agreeing that all of the souls of the unbelievers should be managed by the underworld, Kelly urged Delmede to pay closer attention to the management of the underworld to ensure that there would be no mistakes. Delmede agreed, secretly planning to cheekily tell Ctesias of this matter by mimicking Kelly's tone. At the end of the first meeting of gods, the agreement of the gods was officially renewed. This agreement was written in the gods' language via mind power and floated above the sky in the kingdom of light. It then revolved around the floating islands, where the thrones of the gods were located. Then, all of the gods simultaneously made their own official marks on the agreement. At once they saw the golden agreement spinning and shining fiercely. Then, the host of the divine kingdom officially recognized its validity. At this time, not only did the extraordinary gods, but even the regular gods felt an inexplicable force of restraint come upon them. This was the power of the almighty rules. The meeting of the gods and the perfection of the agreement of the gods had once again promoted the further development of the world. All of the loopholes and imperfections had now been repaired. For those with extraordinary powers, the era in which they could do whatever they wanted would never return. Soon following this grand event, the gods gradually took control of Maria's world. This was an era full of opportunities, but for the extraordinary, it was not the best era. No matter how powerful, gifted, and ambitious they were now limited. After all, the rules of the world and the gods now set constraints for everything in this world. The floating city of Lujiu revolved around Maria's world, which was not far away. On the central square of the floating city, there were two huge gates. The huge gates were made of white metal and had dense, complicated geometric drawings on them. The center of the gates were illusory, yet they couldn't be seen through. Instead, they looked two huge swirling gray eddies. Lu Ziyu walked up the steps and went into one of the huge gates. Then he stepped out of the other gate. This was the space portal that Lu Ziyu had designed after learning some spatial theories from Atlantis. Of course, his past experience with using the dimensional door also helped him in designing the gates. Eva stood under the steps of the two giant space portals, stroking the neck of the Titan dragon Adolphus and waiting for Lu Jiyu to come down. She then called out, "Master, you succeeded." Eva was clearly happy for him. She had watched Lu Jiyu make these two portals. To do so, Lu Jiyu didn't use the scroll, but had applied the principles of space. Lu Jiyu nodded to her and said with a smile, "Yes, it was successful." At this time, a wave of energy pulsed through Maria's world. Although it was very slight, the Lu Jiyu, as the master of the world, felt it immediately. Lu Jiyu's mood seemed to become somewhat complicated at that moment. The world is beginning to move towards perfection. Is the age of the gods coming? The kingdom of the gods. This portal can only work for half a month. It is enabled, so it can't support a long-term operation. Also, once it is opened, it can't be closed. Half a month from now, the space cracks will tear apart everything around the portal, Lu Jiyu said. He was standing on the bottom mountain slope of the tower. The red dragon, which had not seen him for nearly 300 years, was now calmly sitting at his feet. At this moment, all of the wizards present were those who had decided to stay in the wizard tower. They were staring at Lu Jiyu, wondering why the red dragon, which had always been arrogant and ferocious, was now like an adoring puppy at Lu Jiyu's feet. When Lu Jiyu waved his hand, the huge gates appeared at the bottom of the black mountain where the wizard tower sat. Instantly, all of the wizards let out numerous cries of surprise. However, Catherine was not surprised at all. After all, in her eyes, Anthony, the great sage, was already understood as being omnipotent. The huge gate looked magnificent as it sat at the bottom of the mountain. Lu Jiyu looked back to see the shocked faces of all of the wizards present. There were 300 of them in total, plus around 1,000 of their family members. The busy wizard tower that Lu Jiyu had remembered in the past no longer existed. Lu Jiyu's eyes swept over everyone. These people looked at Lu Jiyu with curiosity, shock, and even some glimmers of hope. For Lu Jiyu, this wizard tower was no longer the one that he was familiar with. Now, in his eyes, it was just a lonely building that was standing on the Black Mountain near a beautiful castle. Moreover, the wizards here were no longer the ones that Lu Jiyu knew. Those who were taught by Lu Jiyu had since become apprentices, then great wizards, while many had long passed away in history. When he turned to Catherine, Lu Jiyu finally felt a semblance of familiarity. Catherine went to Lu Jiyu and stood on the steps of the space portal. Then they climbed up them together, slowly. As Catherine turned to face Lu Jiyu, her first question was, "Mentor, what's at the other end?" Lu Jiyu's hand touched the rough surface of the portal as he replied calmly, "It's another world. A world where extraordinary powers have not completely emerged yet. It is a world without restraints from any gods." Lu Jiyu looked at Catherine and added, "There, you will see the future of the wizards." Speaking of this, Lu Jiyu's expression looked somewhat complicated. "To get there, you may have to leave here forever, departing from your homeland and going to another unknown and distant world. It's much farther from this current world than you might think. It's a distance that is hard to describe with units. Are you ready to take everyone to an unknown world and open up the future you want? Specifically, Catherine, do you really want to leave this place?" Catherine smiled confidently and calmly. She looked as if she didn't feel the slightest sadness, but only hope. She then said, "Since it is impossible for me to come back again, let me take everyone that is special and important with me. Fortunately, the space portal you built is big enough to take the whole wizard tower, and everything else we want to take away. In fact, most everything I know has already disappeared in the recent years." Although Catherine was still smiling, during the last sentence she spoke, her voice grew hoarse. As Catherine looked at Lu Jiyu, she recognized that, although they both looked young, the vicissitudes shown in their eyes still revealed everything that they had been through. Catherine turned her head and avoided Lu Ziyu's gaze. Then, after a long time, she calmed down and turned to face Lu Ziyu again. "Well, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the future instead," she said. Sunshine streamed down on them, and a refreshing afternoon breeze blew over the lawn at the bottom square of the tower before gently whistling through the surrounding devil camphor trees. Clouds accumulated like mountains in the distance, but the clouds over their heads seemed thin. Catherine's face burst into a new smile. She stretched out in front of Lu Ziyu, as if embracing the breeze and sunshine, as well as the past and the future to come. She then exclaimed, "I will inherit the will of Bor, Akkad Liwezi, Henry and Uruk, building the future that all of our tower wizards and apprentices have hoped for together. It will be a civilized kingdom of wizards and a dream place for all of us. A new world of knowledge, order and freedom." The sunshine seemed to hug Catherine, while her bright smile that she beamed at Lu Ziyu was as warm as the sunlight itself. She then called out to him, "Mentor, I know you haven't told us many of your secrets. I know Bor knows and Akkad knows, but we are all very grateful to you, as it was you who taught us how to recognize the world, gave us the power to pursue truth and knowledge, and gave us the future and the hopes of wonderful lives. In any case, going down this road was each of our choices, and I know our lives will be wonderful because we made those choices." After hearing Catherine's words, Lu Ziyu was so touched, he was rendered speechless. After a long time, all of his emotions could still only be translated into a simple 3-word reply. "Thank you too." Lu Ziyu stayed a while longer, while Catherine accompanied him around the entire wizard tower. Catherine told Lu Ziyu everything that had happened here, and he did not leave until the sun set. In year 308 of the San calendar, Catherine led the remaining members of the tower, and the summoned wizards from other places out of Maria's world. Nearly 500 wizards in total left with her to journey to the Starsoul world. Thousands of family members and ordinary people also left with them. This was made possible by Catherine's using witchcraft to move the whole wizard tower, as well as most of its buildings, thus allowing them to be transported to the other world. After all, since her mentor Anthony had told her it was impossible to come back, she had decided to just take everything that she couldn't give up with her. Together, all of them crossed the space portal and headed to the other side of the vast astral. In the new world, they would have a new future. Lu Ziyu was fascinated with the design of the space portal. To be exact, the transmission by the space portal was more similar to a kind of transmission at the information level. It was based on the ability of mythical creatures to transmit information regardless of space distance. The two gates realized the transmission across space through the transmission of information between mythical cells. The gate at one end scanned those to be transmitted with mind power, then stored their information in atomic form. The huge amount of information was transmitted to the other gate. When the other gate received the information, it assembled it and transformed the information into real things. Because each life had a unique awareness, they could be formed at the second gate based on the received data regarding their awareness, as well as their souls and body values. As such, every transmission through this space portal was a process of decomposition and composition, as an incredibly large amount of information and data was being transmitted and a huge amount of energy was required to open the dimensional void. Each time one went through this space portal, it was a thrilling and dangerous journey. Lu Ziyu tried many times before gradually perfecting the space portal. However, Without the semi-perpetual bio-optic brain to open the dimensional channel, even transmission of a molecule consume a huge amount of energy. This meant that it was extremely unstable. Hence, at present Lu Jiyu could only make one-time space portal. As for building a permanent space portal, that was very difficult. The most challenging thing was to open the dimensional channel while keeping it stable at the same time. After the last space portal that had been running for nearly a month exploded in the floating city, Lu Jiyu finally gave up making a permanent space portal, at least temporarily. Regardless, Maria's world was currently committed first and foremost to ocean exploration. Since the end of the First War for maritime power, the Mermaid Kingdom had become dominant kingdom that ruled over the sea. Even the Kingdom of Rosa d'Oro, the Kingdom of Mara, and the Shan City-State Alliance had to sign a covenant with the Mermaid Kingdom after their defeats. The Hyluga Kingdom, which occupied the Ballaster Islands, grew over the decades and became a powerful maritime power by relying on the sea's resources. The Hyluga Kingdom then developed the first marine warship that was powered by a propeller. It even built steel-made alchemy vessels, various artillery, and warships. With the coming era welcoming the booming industry of steel alchemy weapons, human beings were fighting to conquer the entire sea. At the same time, the oceans had gradually been divided into several major areas. This was because the small islands and sea areas that were not valued by the kingdoms before had gradually been taken more seriously by them. Maritime force had also become an important facet of the nation's strength. As such, trade and economic activities on the sea had strongly promoted the increasing pace of progress in all of the kingdoms. At this time, an adventurous fleet from the Hyluga Kingdom crossed the stormy sea and the bizarre sea, then headed for the distant western world. This fleet consisted mostly of ordinary ships, having only one special steel-made alchemy warship that was owned by the Hyluga Kingdom. On top of the warship, many of the latest alchemy cannons stood watch over the crew and passengers. At present, the Hyluga Kingdom was still unable to produce the alchemy warships in large quantities. This was because each warship needed at least one or more high-level alchemists to control it. The fleet left the bizarre sea and sailed west for nearly half a month. Along the way, it encountered group sea monsters and occasional attacks from the children of the sea. The group had come here after being ordered by the royal family of the Hyluga Kingdom to search for the traitor of the Mermaid Kingdom, the Sahagan alchemist Bobby. It was said that Bobby knew some important information. The reason they had specifically come here is that some adventurers and pirates in this sea area had claimed that they had seen Bobby here before. I heard that Bobby hides on an island nearby. Why can't we find him? Dumont asked. As the captain of the alchemy warship Freak Wave, the level 3 alchemist Dumont was an influential figure in the kingdom of Hyluga. As such, he would never have come here if it hadn't been for Bobby. But, as he had been wandering around for so long, without finding any clues as to where Bobby was hiding, he began to doubt whether he had received some false information. "Something's just ahead," a lean Navy officer on the watchtower shouted. "Is it an island?" Dumont asked. "Yes. Wait. No, it's not an island." The officer on the watchtower had just answered, but he immediately overturned his answer and shouted in a voice that was filled with great excitement. "It's the mainland. Captain, it is definitely an island. We found a new continent." The naval officer looked out into the distance. Through the fog, he saw the distant continent slowly emerging from the surface of the seawater. As the ship approached, the continent grew bigger and bigger. "We found the new world, God." This will become a legend that will forever be recorded in history. This is a new world that has never been discovered before, one of the crew members exclaimed. At this point, the whole crew was getting excited. They rushed to the deck and looked into the distance. Everyone was flushed with excitement. They were even hugging each other and dancing together. They couldn't wait to put the flag of the Kingdom of Hyluga on this new land. As the discoverers of the new world, they would become the heroes of the whole world. Then, they would have honor and numerous beauties eyeing them. Demon was also very excited. Even if he was a level 3 alchemist, it would have been difficult for him to gain such a high reputation as the discoverer of a brand new world. As the ship approached the land, they heard a loud bang. Thereafter, the land and the sea both rolled violently. Even the alchemy warship was tossed about violently, causing the people on the ship to lose their balances and fall on the deck. What happened? Demon asked. Look over there. Fire. A big fire. The naval officer was clearly frightened. All of those on board turned to the direction of the fire, where strong flames and black smoke was erupting from a chimney-like mountain pass, then rushing into the sky. They could also see lava flowing through the area. Even the mountain peak was burning. Demon immediately recognized it. It's just a volcanic eruption. Don't go fuss. The volcanic eruption caused huge smoke and dust to burst out into the sky, and even a fire rain fell over the sky. Sparks flew in all directions, which tremendously shocked everyone. This immense display of the power of nature made them all afraid. At this time, Demon felt a sense of uneasiness. Did you hear anything? The mates to him asked. Demon raised his head and replied, No, but turn around. Let's get out of here. As soon as Demon looked up, he saw several black shadows flying towards him from the volcano. Those shadows had huge wings, shining scales, and fiercely evil eyes. Dragon. It's a dragon. No, it's a group of dragons. Let's get out of here. How could there be so many? Did we discover the dragon's nest? Everyone felt a tremor as they began shouting all at once. For human beings, whenever dragons were mentioned in all of the stories and legends, they were mostly depicted as being evil and horrible monsters. At this moment, such monsters appeared in a large group and rushed right at them. We can't run away. They've caught up with us. The officer felt hopeless. Shoot the dragons, Demon demanded. Several adult dragons and more than 20 young dragons surrounded them. When the dragons waved their wings, the sea under them was instantly frozen. Dozens of giant dragons spewed flames around the warship, while their claws tore the iron sheet of the warship, as if they were tearing a thin piece of paper. The warship's golden cannon bombarded the dragons, but could only cause them minor injuries. In fact, except for Captain Demon's ability to hurt these monsters, the others were simply like food on the table for the dragons. The alchemists used the ship as a fortress and attacked the dragons constantly while trying to escape. But, as the whole sea was frozen by the dragons, they were completely trapped. In the end, all of them were burned in a sea of fire or eaten directly by the dragons. Alas, what was perceived as being an invincible naval fleet of the Kingdom of Hyluga was actually so fragile when facing such monsters. Perhaps if there had just been a single dragon, they might have had the chance to resist. But as soon as a crowd of such monsters surrounded them, their sad fates were sealed. In year 1909 of the Sand Calendar, the volcanic Dragon Island was discovered for the first time by human beings. This marked the official year that the giant dragons first appeared in Maria's world. Lu Ziyu's floating city had been reconstructed several times. By now, its diameter had reached 10 kilometers, and it was nearly 100 square kilometers. As such, it floated in the astral like a dazzling star. Its whole body was made of extraordinary metal cells that were connected to Eva's awareness. In a sense, this floating city was Eva's divine kingdom. However, it was not bound by any rules of the world. At the moment, Lu Jiyu was thinking about those who would reach level 8. If they preferred the divine system, they could have the astral divine kingdom that was formed of extraordinary metal cells. Then acquire the level 8 divine life form template, divine personality, and manage the kingdom according to the Bitwall rules. If they preferred the wizard system, they could build a divine floating city, a level 8 floating castle of an alchemical life form, and acquire the level 8 divine life form template. Both of them would be extremely powerful and be equally matched in strength. All of the gods except for Kelly Verthande relied on Lu Jiyu's power. Without Lu Jiyu's support, only Kelly would be able to maintain level 7, while the other gods would fall from the divine throne in an instant. But in the wizard system, it was much more difficult to reach level. An example of this difficulty was Edward, who was the strongest wizard, as he was only at level 5 currently. At this current level, Edward was far from being able to ignite the divine fire and ascend the throne, not to mention being able to create his own floating city. After all, a level 8 mythical alchemy floating city required a tremendous amount of resources and knowledge, as well as strong mind power. This made creating one far more difficult than those within the divine system that Lu Jiyu had built for Maria's world. To provide some perspective, it had taken 200 years for Lu Jiyu to build this floating city. This was not surprising, as the whole floating city was a huge alchemical life form. As such, it had the rule and power of a level 8 mythical template, as well as a great power source and a floating ring. It even had dozens of plasma cannons and laser guns. There was no limit to the power that a laser beam could carry. In principle, if one could stably control enough powerful energy, he or she could integrate the energy of the entire solar system into a very powerful laser beam. In fact, a gamma laser beam was probably the most powerful force in the universe after the Big Bang. However, the laser cannons that were dismantled by Lu Jiyu from the hope of the Atlantis civilization were not powerful enough, as they used a reactor to produce countless X-rays, then concentrated them into a single beam. However, if multiple cannons of this type were shot at the same time, they could still manage to make a continent sink. Although Lu Jiyu's floating city had the power to destroy a continent, it was still a long way from being able to destroy a star. In fact, star-destroying power was something that Lu Jiyu had desired for a long time. As for the power of their scientific and technological civilization, it was unimaginable. Its destructive power far exceeded the mythical creatures. However, even though the system of mythical life could fully accommodate scientific and technological civilization, this system, which was based on level promotion, kind of restrained science and technology too. After watching the war between the Atlantis civilization and the Dark Mother Tree, Lu Jiyu found that the scientific and technological civilization had no resistance to the high-level mythical. Sure. Maybe this was because the Atlantis civilization hadn't reached the advanced level of the scientific and technological civilization. Or maybe there would soon be a divine scientific and technological civilization, which could use causal law weapons, modify constants, create a genuine perpetual machine to grasp infinite energy and travel freely in time and space. Perhaps then it could fully transfer virtual reality into actual reality and manipulate dimensional power at will. Lu Jiyu thought about the pros and cons of the two civilizations. as well as what might be in their futures. In the end, he couldn't tell which one was better. At this point, there is no tangible difference between the two choices. Aren't mythical creatures themselves part of the civilization? Maybe it should be called the mythical creature civilization? In his floating city, besides Lu Jiu and Eva, there were fairies and the intelligent fairy trees. At the moment, Lu Jiu lay in the witchcraft garden, while the fountain beside him rushed water to the sky. This was a witchcraft garden after all. Eva picked some sweet fruits that had been planted by the fairies and sat down. Lu Jiu. She looked at him with her chin in her hand and suddenly asked, "Master, what is the name of our floating city?" Lu Jiu was stunned. "Isn't it just called the floating city of Lu Jiu?" Eva looked at Lu Jiu and said nothing. Lu Jiu smiled back, then said, "Call it the capital of God. After all, that painting by the painter named Lars is very good. I like it." At this time, a ray of light fell in the middle of the floating city, which was now officially called the capital of God. Then, a goddess in a long white dress walked through the hall towards the witchcraft garden. Not many were granted access to the floating city, which was now in the astral. Only Kelly, Delmidi, and Thandai could enter through the dimensional door. This walking goddess was the goddess of the sun, Verthandi, who had just walked up through numerous gardens and jungles. She knew that Lu Jiu would be here. This witchcraft garden had been rebuilt according to the same design and resources of the botanical garden. As such, it had always been the paradise the Her and Delmidi escaped to in the days of their childhood. Naturally, she very familiar with everything here. When Verthandi came in, she looked at Lu Jiu, who was lying on a bench. Delmidi had developed this same relaxed habit of Lu Jiu's completely, while Verthandi always stood or sat straight up, just like a female knight. "You're back," Lu Jiu called out to Verthandi. "Well, yes," Verthandi replied. When Verthandi sat down, she said to Lu Jiu, "Dragon Island has been found. Upon it were crowds of giant dragons, a large number of adult dragons, and even very young baby dragons. For the world, this poses a very real and unstable threat. What do you think should be done about this mess you left behind, Daddy?" Lu Jiu picked up some fruit from the dish and replied, "I could arrange a dragon god to restrain them." Verthandi thought for a moment, then asked, "Who would you choose for this position?" Lu Jiu whistled. At that moment, a huge creature with jewel-like scales landed in the witchcraft garden. It was the Titan dragon Adolphus that had been transformed by Lu Jiu and Eva. "Adolphus, the dragon of time." Verthandi was surprised. "So, what do you think?" Lu Jiu noticed the surprised look on her face. Verthandi frowned. "But how could it be Adolphus?" Seeing Verthandi's scowling face, the cheerful Adolphus, which was originally shouting happily, immediately curled up into a feeble ball-like position. When Verthandi and Delmidi were young, they had kept it as a pet. As kids will be kids, they weren't above teasing it and chasing it around the garden, leaving it some terrible memories. Now, even though they had all grown up, Adolphus still was afraid of them. Lu Jiu nodded. "Yes, it is. Morer, it's the candidate. As such, you will take it back to Maria's world. As for how to arrange its ascension to the throne, you can discuss that with the others. After all, you are the gods of Maria's world, Sylv City, Yala mainland." The elves cleaned up the altar thoroughly, and all of the ancient wizard servants' corpses. The first generation of ant-men were moved together with the altar to the corner of the garden in the eastern of the palace. At that moment, the ancestral remains in the altar turned into wizard servants, and all of the elves were discussing the corpses that were inside the altar. Instead of filling up the original altar, Wendy had assigned guards to watch it. The altar was built on the oldest tomb of the elves. Although it wasn't very big inside, The elves all still worshipped the Lord of Natural Order here. Wendy carried a torch as she went inside the tomb that was under the altar. She looked very dignified and her proud eyes revealed her stubbornness. She had examined all of the corpses of the wizard servants. She was sure that they were not put in later, but had existed here ever since the birth of the elves. Wendy then read all of the information about the gods and the Lord of Natural Order. Wendy often read about global history, including the information of the ancient gods. In fact, Wendy read the ancient books day and night, including the histories of human beings, Sahagins, and orcs. This made her brother Wolf worried, so he always would ask her about it. But no matter how much he asked her about it, Wendy remained silent and would not tell Wolf anything. Wendy had remained silent because she thought that she had found out a terrible truth, which frightened her very much. Everything she had imagined seemed to gradually turn into reality. Currently, in the tomb, Wendy saw a slab that seemed to have some of the earliest languages of the elves recorded upon it, as well as some of old drawings that clearly depicted the earliest history of the birth of the elves. "What is this?" Wendy murmured as she looked down at the slab with wide eyes. As she examined it closer, she saw that this stone slab was quite different from others in regards to material and design. It looked as white as a piece of white jade, but it was laid under the altar along with all of the ordinary slabs. Wendy brushed away the dust from its surface, revealing complicated patterns underneath. These patterns formed a witchcraft tactical deployment circle. If Lu Jiyu had been here, he could have immediately recognized that this was what he had left here. It was used by the wizard servants as a dimensional door, allowing them to come from the dimensional castle to the forest of life. Witchcraft tactical deployment circle. Wendy frowned, still murmuring, even though she was alone. This looks kind of familiar. Wendy thought she had seen this tactical deployment circle somewhere before. Wendy carefully watched the tactical deployment circle, then finally remembered its origin and function. Just like the dimensional door tactical deployment circle that was engraved on the tower badge that was given by Anthony, as long as it was activated, it could open the dimensional channel to another place. Is the truth at the end of the door? Wendy asked herself. As her slender fingers brushed the slab some more, every line of the pattern was completely exposed. Then she instilled her mind into the tactical deployment circle above the slab. The slab, which had been left here for many decades, was immediately activated. Its lights flowed around, covered Wendy entirely, then disappeared with Wendy under the altar. After a while, when Wendy opened her eyes again, she found that it was a dark world without any light. Yet, she could still see with her mind power. She saw that she was inside a huge building, and the instant Wendy came, the induction light inside the building had turned on. She was now inside a long passage, which had a lot of cages on both sides of it. In fact, it kind of looked like the prison of the wizard tower. The light source looked somewhat like a vapor lamp. Wendy had never seen such an extraordinary vapor lamp before. Perhaps it was best described as being more like an alchemy lamp. On top of the door was the number that was taught to them by their mentor, Anthony. In addition, there were a lot of unfamiliar words. Wendy walked all the way to the end of the passageway and found a switch that controlled all of the lamps. Currently, there was a large hall in front of her, but there was no door to the hall, as it was a building without an exit. Crystal chandelier had apparently fallen in the center of the hall. It could be seen from the mass accumulation of dust on the ground that the castle had not been cleaned for a long time. Thus, it was an abandoned castle. Most of the lights in the hall had been damaged, and the rest were faintly flickering. As she walked up the broad steps of the hall, Wendy found that this building was quite similar to the Wizard Tower. Upstairs were restaurants, huge pools, lounges, bedrooms, and a huge library that encompassed an entire floor. The library had a variety of books, which were written in Human, Finks, Orsish Sofok, Teuton, and other various languages. There were even more books that were written languages that Wendy had never even heard of. There were also a lot of delicate alchemy tools that Wendy didn't know much about. They looked another type of alchemy that Wendy didn't understand. As such, Wendy did not check these very carefully, went directly to the top of the building. Here, she found a huge botanical garden. Sadly, the plants in the botanical garden had already withered. Through the top glass window, Wendy could see the intense space storm and the folded space outside. As she peered through the window, various strange scenes appeared in front of her. Where on earth am I? Am I still in Maria's world? Everything here made Wendy feel confused. This place didn't belong to the world she knew. She felt a panic rise from the bottom of her heart. Wendy then checked every corner of the building. Finally, she found the laboratory on the 3rd floor. On a shelf in the laboratory, there were a lot of folders, each of which had accumulated a thick layer of dust over time. There was a storage room inside the lab, which had a lot of frozen blood, plant seeds, organs, embryos, and petri dishes in it. There were all kinds of checks and numbers written on the labels of these things, as well as many scrawled words that Wendy couldn't read. Wendy left this inner storage room and returned to the laboratory just outside of it. As a wizard who often carried out bloodline transplantation and body remodeling, all the materials here were somewhat familiar to her. She took some files from the shelf beside her. Although she couldn't read what was written on them, as it was some language she couldn't understand. There were a lot of pictures that she tried to decipher. It seemed that the information in the files detailed some experiments. As Wendy flipped through the files, she stopped at a familiar picture of a mermaid. The mermaid in the picture was not formed completely. Instead, it was soaked in liquid and had been placed in a glass jar. Wendy then followed the pictures in succession, which showed that the mermaid was shaped little by little before it grew into a complete mermaid. From the pictures, Wendy could tell that there were many experimental failures and successes throughout this cultivation process of the mermaids. This was a clearly research and data process information about how the mermaids were bred from a glass jar via a bloodline cultivation method. This was how the mermaids were bred, transformed little by little. Mermaids. That's how the mermaids were born. They were born here, and in a glass jar. Wendy could barely believe it. She felt that the world she knew had collapsed in front of her. She had longed to find now seemed so cruel at the moment. It actually frightened her that the mermaids were born this way. What about others, like the human beings? What about the orcs, elves? Wendy then started to flip through all of the folders in a frenzy. As she did so, she saw all kinds of cultivation records and experiments regarding every type of species, including rat men, tiger men, human beings, and even dragon raja, which had apparently been bred from a stone egg. Next, she pulled out a pamphlet from one of the huge shelves in the middle. As soon as she opened it, a folder fell from inside of it, then fluttered to the ground. Among the now scattered pages, she stooped down to see a tremendous tree of life on a yellowed page. Right beside the tree was a beautiful creature with pointed ears and long hair. There were also a large number of words and figures that were swirling around them. This was clearly a record of the bloodline cultivation and the production of the elves. Inside the enormous castle, Wendy saw the information of all of the species inside Maria's world, including data about their civilization, their histories, their origin of lives, and all the way until the birth of their civilization. Wendy seemed to see an aloof being accelerating the development of the entire world, and this world seemed to be a chess game. Everyone inside the world, including the commoners, the nobles, kings, saints, kingdoms, churches, and even the gods were only chess pieces in this game. At the moment, Wendy sat in the botanic garden that on rooftop of the penthouse, watching the turbulence of the space in the sky. Because of the space ripples, the light that was shot out became bizarre and dazzling, which made it mesmerizing to the naked eye. Suddenly, she heard the sound of footsteps, then a voice. "Why are you here?" Lu Ziyu asked as he helped Wendy up and flipped away the dust on her cape. As Wendy looked up at Lu Ziyu, she didn't seem surprised at all that he had showed up here. There were tears dripping from her eyes, which looked like those of an angel's. "So, have I discovered your biggest secret?" she then asked. "Creator, my lord. Pharos, my lord, or Lord of Natural Order?" As Wendy finished talking, she was almost yelling, and her eyes were filled with distrust for Lu Ziyu. Wendy had the best temper out of all Lu Ziyu's students, and nobody had ever seen her flip out on anyone. However, she was also the most stubborn one. Still, Lu Ziyu could never have imagined that she would be yelling at him like this. "Which one is the real you? Who are you?" "My teacher, the great wise Anthony," Wendy kept exclaiming. The giant botanic garden seemed hollow, and most of the LED plant lights that resembled the light of the sun had been broken. Lu Ziyu sat down beside a lab table, and there were pen holders and bookends scattered everywhere on the ground. It had been a long time since Lu Ziyu was last here, yet this place had already become familiar to him now. "Every one of those parts is me. To you, I will always be your teacher," Lu Ziyu exclaimed. Lu Ziyu and Wendy talked with each other for a long time. In the end, Wendy chose to leave this world like the civilization of sorcerers. She decided to take Sylv Fairy World to Starsoul World. Before she left, Wendy kissed the Lu Ziyu's cheek and told him, "I don't want to live in a dream that you programmed, and I don't want to live my life knowing that my future has already been by you, my creator, my lord." The giant door that was over 100 feet tall looked like a mountain from afar. The enormous space transportation door was inside Sylv City, and many fairies and sorcerers gathered beside it. Many wore ancient trees became tree persons, which were carrying goods and materials as they passed through the space transportation door. The Sylv Empire even built 2 tracks in front of the transportation door, and one train after another traveled through the space transportation door. They then traveled through the light screen that looked like whirlpools, finally arriving at the other end of the world through the narrow dimensional channel. At the other end of the world, many fairies were receiving those who were traveling across the world and planning the construction of their new homeland. It was a world that was completely different from Maria's world, including the rules and speed of time flow. As for the new continent they were going to settle upon, it was comparatively desolate. But this was not a problem at all for the Sylv Kingdom, as the Sylv Kingdom was best at creating forests, reconstructing the environment, and building a city of sorcerers. Mountains of goods and materials were transported through the railways, while groups of fairies went the space transportation door. The entire Sylv Kingdom looked empty now. The usual hustle and bustle ceased on the Yala continent, and it felt empty now. After half a month, many merchant ships from the human world and mermaid kingdom arrived on the Yala continent and were about to trade with Haig in the Sylv Kingdom. That is, until they found out that all of the hundreds of thousands of fairies from the fairy kingdom had disappeared completely and were nowhere to be found. There were only empty fairy villages and cities left in the kingdom. All of a sudden, everyone from the once powerful fairy kingdom was gone, and nobody was able to find any of them. The entire world was shocked. Human beings, mermaids, and other fairies were all trying to find the lost Sylve fairy kingdom, as well as figure out why they had gone missing. Everyone was shocked by how the fairy kingdom had just vanished in one night. As for the Moon Fairy tribe and the Sun Fairy tribe, they both sent fairies to inspect the territory of the Sylve kingdom, and they couldn't find any forest fairy left in the enormous forest of life. As for the villages, the towns, the cities, and the capital city of Sylve, they were all completely empty now, and all of the important things were gone as well. Obviously, this was a planned migration. Yet, no one knew where they had gone, as nobody could find them anywhere. The only sign that they could find was a gigantic hole that was the result of an explosion. The powerful force had annihilated half of the capital city of Sylve. That sign triggered discussions in all of the kingdoms, and everyone was talking about the Sylve fairy kingdom. There were all sorts of theories formulated to explain how they had gone missing and what they had encountered. As such, the human beings, fairies, poets, and novelists all made up all kinds of stories, which spread throughout the entire world. As for those born later, they could only look at the remains of the Sylve fairy kingdom with reverence, as that was the only way that they could witness a once prosperous and powerful fairy kingdom. As for the Sylve fairy kingdom, they migrated to a continent in the vast astral world under Wendy's lead. Those in Maria's world who Lu Ziyu valued and cared about had various fates. Some of them became gods, while others left that world completely. Lu Ziyu gradually became less and less familiar with Maria's world, as everyone that he actually cared about and valued was gone. It's a good thing. With the rules of Maria's world being shaped anew, that world is getting more and more stable, which means there are fewer opportunities and less freedom, Lu Ziyu said. He then added, the more stable a world is, the greater the binding power its rules possess. To the ordinary people and the saints, this is a good thing. The more stable a world is, the safer that world will be. Thus, the perfection of rules and orders can offer protection for the people. He then said, however, to sorcerers who pursue truth and freedom, this world feels like a cage. Besides, the world is just going to get more stable, so it'll be a world that it is completely locked. Lu Ziyu was standing at the edge of the floating space city, and outside the floating space city was the dark and cold astral world, which was so dark and hollow that others couldn't even see the end of it. However, Lu Ziyu seemed to be able to see through the space and catch a glimpse of the starsal world. What kind of civilizations will the sorcerers and fairy kingdoms establish in that part of the realm? And how are they going to distinguish it from the divine world? He wondered aloud. In City Alliance of Shihen, the city of Tethys was close to the coastline. There were many ships anchored in the harbor, including merchant ships and warships. Although there were still many sailing boats at the wharf, they were being gradually replaced by the new steamboats that were powered by screw propellers. Currently, the ships that were arriving at the harbor gave out the sounds of sirens, which painted the image of the steam era. As for the black smoke that was coming out of the ship's chimneys, it was a scene that many kingdoms on the Alan continent desired but could never attain. The most attractive part of the harbor was an enormous iron warship that was anchored there. That iron warship was more than 200 feet long, so only steam machines with magic reinforcements were able to sail it out to the ocean. There were a lot of rivets and signs of assembly on the shining outer case of the stiff-tip. There were also a lot of flexible alchemy barbettes, whose muzzles could swirl, Today was the day that the first iron alchemy warship in the City Alliance of Shihen would be launched. A big ceremony was being held, and many people were there, carrying the flag of City Alliance of Shihan at the wharf and playing military music. The soldiers were wearing the uniforms of the City Alliance of Shihan and were standing at the wharf, carrying their rifles and standing in a military formation. The Prime Minister, the Master of Tethys, and various Navy officials were all giving speeches in front of the soldiers. There were well-dressed royal gentlemen, ladies, and teenagers of the new era there as well, all of whom were dressed very fashionably. They were all waving their flags and cheering, while standing in their carriages. There were carpets and flowers on the ground, and numerous journalists and commoners had come here to watch the show as well. With the performance of the military music and the waving of countless flags, it was quite a scene. Everything seemed to prosper here, and everyone seemed busy and enthusiastic. The changes that had been brought about by the steam era and high-tech machines had paved the way for the City Alliance of Shihan to become a powerful country on this continent, both on the land, on the ocean. The Prime Minister of the City Alliance of Shihan said during his speech, "We can see the future of the world here." After the ceremony was over, many Navy soldiers, the first iron alchemy legendary adventurer. The name of this ship was the same as the first ship that Marina Bosa had used to travel the world. Naming the ship this same name was a salute to Marina Bosa, who started this era and finished that legendary journey. With the sound of a siren, the legendary adventurer officially started its first sailing mission. As for the commoners at the shore, they were yelling and shouting with joy and exhilaration. They were all standing at the wharf and waving their flags. The entire wharf was packed with people, while the military music was playing loudly. "Praise the great goddess of steam and machine," the people all yelled in unison. "Long live the great City Alliance of Shihan," they all said. "Long live steam and cannons." At this moment, a carriage stopped at the harbor, and a beautiful lady wearing a pair of glasses and an alchemy sorcerer cape could be seen through the window. She was watching legendary adventurer sail away. As she opened the curtain in the carriage, if someone looked carefully, he could see that her hands and skin that she had just exposed were glowing. The power of God had penetrated her cells, and the light couldn't help but glow out from her body. The light covered her entire body, and even though she was able to suppress that terrific power, it was still affecting the environment around her. She was the legendary alchemy sorcerer, Marina Boza. As she watched legendary adventurers sail away, she recalled when she was 20 years old. At that time, she had just started to travel around the world because she wanted to help Gina get home. Back then, she was so passionate and exhilarated, and she could still remember how she felt as she was saying goodbye to those cheering on the ship and at the wharf. Her teacher Akkad was standing at the wharf at that time, looking at her with joy. She could still remember how her teacher had praised her, saying, "Many people speak bravely, but only few of them act bravely." Now, most of her disciples had died since then, and the youngest of these disciples had already betrayed her and had gone away. As for Gina, who later became the queen of the mermaids, she had also drifted away from her. Gina had already become a god 20 years ago, and she was revered by her god kingdom. Now she had also attained the position of gods. Hence, the two of them had simply lost touch. The City Alliance of Shihan announced that its official belief was the goddess of steam and machine, and as such, there were sacred sculptures and churches of the goddess of steam and machine everywhere. As for the alchemy sorcerers, they all automatically became the disciples and priests of the goddess of steam and machine. The belief system of the goddess of steam and machine then became a part of all of the families in the city alliance of Shihen, which only grew with the popularity of steam, iron, and alchemy objects. A large amount of belief power also gathered on Marina Bosa, which pushed her up to the threshold of the gods. More than a decade ago, she had summoned the divine personality in the Church of the Goddess of Steam and Machine in Tethys. As such, she just needed to attain level 7 in order to summon the Star God Kingdom and enter her Kingdom of Gods. Time did fly. Marina Boza couldn't help exclaiming. She then added, "Okay, let's go back." Upon hearing her order, the black-caped figure riding in the carriage didn't say anything, but immediately rode the horse carriage back. It could be seen from looking at his lower body below cape that it was a machine alchemy puppet. Specifically, it was Archimonde. Marina Bosa was about to become a god, so this was probably the last time she would go out before becoming a god. She wasn't sure what her world would be like after it became an official world. But one thing that she was certain of was that gods wouldn't just descend to the mortal world easily. After all, a being like that showing up in the main world would have a huge impact on the lives and stability of the world. As Marina thought of this and looked around at the scenes in Tethys, everything here triggered her deep memories. When she was young, the city alliance of Shihen was poor and quite backwards. Her hometown was a small fishing town beside Tethys. Many people wore clothes that couldn't even properly cover their bodies, and they had to endure the exploitation of the royal families. They struggled to survive with the paltry sustenance that their infertile soil provided, while living as if they were in an ancient era. However, there were now ships all over the ocean, stretching to the horizon. The original alchemy warship legendary adventurer was long gone, and the era of iron and steam was about to come. There was even a railway train that's powered by steam on the streets, carrying groups of people. The engines of the trains were always carrying 2 to 3 carriages as they traveled through the city. They had even replaced the original horse buggies. Boarding soon, the conductors would call out. "The train is about to go," the people said. "Let's buy the tickets first." Everyone exclaimed as they ran to catch the trains. The streets were busy, and although there was still a sizable income inequality among the people, and numerous slums still existed, this era was much better than the one before it had been. Railways now covered all of the major cities, and the sirens on the steamed vehicles were always sounding, echoing throughout cities of all sizes within the city alliance of Shihen's workshops, alchemy workshops, and everywhere else. Industrial workers soon became the largest group in the city alliance of Shihen, as their number had far exceeded that of farmers. There were also goods and markets of all sorts in the city. There were also more people in the city, and the buildings were getting taller and taller. New things and new ideas kept flooding this place, changing everyone's lifestyles and perceptions of the world. This all came about because of the alchemy sorcerers. Akkad Alchemy College and the knowledge that it had brought had only been influencing the city alliance of Shihen for about 200 years. Yet it had completely reshaped the city already. Marina Boza, as the successor of Akkad, was the culmination of the era of steam and alchemy, its pride and joy. At this moment, both the alchemy sorcerers and the city alliance of Shihen needed a goddess of steam and machine. They needed a god that would bless them in the era of the god kingdom, and they also needed a god that would protect them. In short, Marina was the exact goddess of steam and machine they needed. As Marina Bosa looked at the new era that she and her teacher had brought about, she smiled. "It was all worth it," she exclaimed. She then added, "As long as I can become a god, then the alchemy sorcerers will have a god of their own. I will protect this era that belongs to steam and alchemy." Several years later, during a sacrificial ceremony for the goddess of steam and machine in Tethys, along with the sound of cannons and guns that were used for salutation, the giant star god kingdom showed up in the sky of Tethys, and an immense light was cast upon the church of goddess of steam and machine. At the same time, an enormous shadow of gods showed up in Tethys. While enjoying the admiration and cheers from all of her believers, Marina Bosa ascended to the kingdom that belonged to her. As Edward lowered his head and looked through the glass windows in the airship, he could see the landmark building, King's Tower, in the Palermo Kingdom. The airship flew above the kingdom, carrying more than 30 wizards in white capes, who were all looking at the city through the glass windows. "We've toured the Yala continent for a week now. Though there seemed to be some minor issues, nothing major was found. It seems that we've made it," Edward said to the wizard beside him. The wizard standing beside Edward looked old, but he was actually a student of Edward's. However, he looked more like Edward's grandfather. He turned to Edward and said, "This will be an important step toward humans conquering the sky." All of these people were Edward's juniors, who were all following him. Edward was a 5th session graduate from the Wizard Tower, and he was a living legend to all of them, not to mention the fact that he was a level 5 wizard. To these people, he was the god of wizards. At the moment, Edward was focusing all of his attention on the airship and the Palermo Kingdom that was below it. They had already given up the Wizard Tower for the Yala continent, and this was the last fight for the wizards. Originally, the airship was able to fly in the sky, but could only fly for a very short distance and quite slowly. Though this still made the airship somewhat helpful, it wasn't useful enough to be popularized and sold on the mainstream market. In order to improve the airship, an alchemy steam machine with magic reinforcement was loaded on to the airship, which allowed the airship to fly much faster through the sky, and it could also fly for a longer distance and time. These new airships were already able to fly across entire countries, and in the future, the airships might even be able to fly across the ocean. However, what was surprising was that the first alchemy airship that was capable of such a feat wasn't created in the city Alliance of Shihan, where there were alchemy wizards everywhere. Instead, it was created in the Palermo Kingdom, which was established only a short time ago and was far from the human Ellen continent. The airship traveled all around the entire Ellen continent, and at the same time, those airships from the Palermo Kingdom were also traveling around, drawing the map of the entire Ellen continent. When these airships arrived at the tribe of sun fairies and moon fairies, they stopped to talk with the representatives in their capital cities. At the moment, fairies and humans shared a peaceful relationship, although many fairies thought that the Palermo Kingdom's establishment on the Allen continent was an intrusion to their fairy world. During all of these years, the Palermo Kingdom had established and maintained the diplomatic and peaceful relations with the sun fairies and the moon fairies, and the trade and state visits between those countries were getting more and more frequent. Those from the Palermo Kingdom were also friendly with the fairies, which gave them a peace union and brought them opportunities to settle on this continent. With the era of the ocean approaching, the Palermo Kingdom was experiencing a time of great prosperity. As the airship flew across the cities in the fairy kingdom, all of the fairies were looking up at the giant object that was about to land, their faces filled with awe. This was the first time that they had seen an alchemy vehicle that could allow humans and objects to fly through the sky. The emblem of the Palermo Kingdom that was on the airship could clearly be seen by all of the commoners in all of the cities and villages, and they were all cheering as the airship passed above them. Finally, the airship was back at the capital city, and there were people everywhere. They were gathered beside the King Tower, standing on the street, and looking out from the top of the tower. Everyone was waving at the airship excitedly and shouting joyfully, "Long live the King! Long live the Parliament of Wizards! Welcome back, officials of the Parliament of Wizards." This was a very successful journey. The great king and the officials of the Parliament of Wizards had a peaceful and efficient meeting with the Sun Fairies and the Moon Fairies in the Fairy Kingdom. As the airship landed on the square, the people on both sides of the square were all pushing and squeezing toward the middle of the square. They were shouting the names of the members from the Parliament of Wizards and Edward, the name of their king. The soldiers were carrying rifles, standing on the square and acting as a protective barrier so that the commoners wouldn't get too close to the members and the king. As Edward and the wizards walked down from the airship, they were all waving their hands passionately at the commoners, and the scene looked very peaceful and harmonious. The commoners were all enthusiastic, and countless young boys and girls were smiling. Many of the people were even throwing their hats into the sky in celebration. "I've just seen King Edward," a girl with freckles on her face shouted in excitement. "Long live the God of truth and knowledge," a middle-aged carpenter, who had a lot of calluses on his hands, exclaimed. "I want to become a powerful wizard in the future," a child exclaimed as he was going to sign up for the wizard college. Here, wizards were not feared or marginalized as they were in the human world. So everyone here was looking forward to becoming a wizard with great expectation. After moving to the Yala continent, Edward had already given up using the official title of wizard, which had negative connotations. Instead, he adopted the more neutral name of master. Edward had also reshuffled the entire wizard organization, getting rid of the previous customs of the wizards not having contacts with the outer world. From then on, they started to integrate with the human world, even trying to take the leadership roles within it. Based on their own wizard ways and their experiences from other kingdoms, they wanted to build a kingdom for masters. They also changed the original wizard custom capes from gray and black to white ones. In the Calermo Kingdom, the members from the Parliament of Masters had the greatest power. Wizards who used to have the impression of being gloomy and hiding in dark castles and forests suddenly became brighter after they started to don white capes. They suddenly became saints in the sunshine, who everyone aspired to be. Most of those who were descending from the airship were the main members of the Parliament, and they were also the controllers of the Calermo Kingdom. They were running the kingdom using the rules of the Parliament of Masters. And the entire kingdom felt like it was a combination of wizard organizations and wizards. Here, the masters were the controllers of the kingdom, and everyone in the kingdom wanted to become a master, no matter how old they were. When they talked about masters, their eyes would sparkle with hope and joy. As for the novels that were written in the kingdom, many of the epic heroes within them were based on the heroic backgrounds of the masters themselves. Thus, becoming a master, saving the world, and marrying a princess was the dream of all children, and was tantamount to becoming a member of the Parliament of Masters. As for Edward, he established a master college in the capital city of the kingdom, which was open to everyone in the country as long as they were qualified. Everyone in the kingdom went crazy over that college, and all wanted to attend it. If someone was deemed qualified to be a master, even just an apprentice, they would then be able to become one of the royal members in the future. Just as Edward walked out from the airship, a teenager immediately walked toward him and reported everything that was going on in the country, as well as their important political plans for the future. He also reported some of the important foreign issues of the day to Edward. Hearing all of this made Edward yearn for the information system of the wizard tower in the past. That intelligence system was constructed by numerous wind ravens, libraries, and the Sphinx, all of which could funnel him information about the world in the shortest period of time. However, when they were retreating from the tower, the wind ravens and the Sphinx were unwilling to leave. Edward couldn't even take away the red dragon, which had the greatest potential in the wizard tower. This had made Edward quite sad. As he heard one specific piece of news, Edward suddenly raised his head and asked for confirmation. The goddess of steam and machine, Marina Bossa, was summoned to go to the kingdom of gods? Others might have heard this news and assumed that someone major had died. Yet since Edward knew that the goddess of steam and machine was Marina Bossa, quickly understood that this piece of news meant that Marina Bossa had inherited the position of a god, making her the latest person to become a god after the Master of Night. Edward went back to his palace and entered his study, where he immediately summoned all of the members from the Parliament of Masters. We've already publicized the belief of the God of truth and knowledge long enough time, and that belief system has been ingrained in everyone's heart already. Also, our population base is quickly increasing. Hence, it's time to ignite the godly fire and summon the divine personality, he said. Which day should we choose for the event? One of the members asked. Let's make it the same day that the Master College expands. We'll make it a grand ceremony, Edward said. After Edward settled on that issue, he immediately moved on to another vital issue as he asked, how is the process of setting and amending the master system going? An old wizard, who was sitting beside him, immediately responded. We followed the system of divine incantation and have already built the structure. Thus, it can continue after you ignite the godly fire. We'll give up the original system and shift our focus to the godly power of truth and knowledge. We'll then establish a new system of masters and publicize our master college. The old wizard then added, and after it is spreads to all of the master colleges, the masters of further generations will create a new era of masters that centers around the God of truth and knowledge. The God of truth and knowledge, also called the God of Master, was a path that Edward chose for himself. As for the future wizards, just like in the future masters, they would all be believers of the God of truth and knowledge. There will no longer be blood wizards, dream wizards, element wizards, or sector masters, Edward said. He then added, as for blood witchcraft, dream witchcraft, and other forms of witchcraft, they will all become elements of the entire master system. As such, they will be the witchcrafts that people study and conduct research on. They will, from now on, only be the categories of knowledges of different witchcrafts, and there won't be strict definitions like there have been before any longer. He paused, then concluded, everyone will practice witchcraft using the witchcraft book that was bestowed upon us by the God of truth and knowledge. In this way, a whole new system will be revealed to everyone in the world. The Book of Masters was the most important element in the wizard system, which was built by the Calermo Kingdom. After Edward had ignited the godly fire, he had used his godly power that belonged to the God of truth and knowledge to create the book. As such, the book was like the seed from which divine incantation of the God of truth and knowledge sprouted. It was a very important element of the God of truth and knowledge, and only the masters who held the Book of Masters were able to practice witchcraft. It was completely bound to the master system by the God of truth and knowledge to be used on the road to belief. The benefits of the books spreading throughout the kingdom were that many people who wouldn't otherwise be exposed to the magic network or weren't qualified suddenly had the chance to practice witchcraft and become masters themselves. Thus, the number of masters surged. Due to this, it was much easier to find apprentices to become wizards than ever before. In the past, it was difficult to find a mere handful, even after searching the entire continent. After Edward made a decision, he leaned on the chair in his study as he looked out the window. Then, he suddenly recalled the time when he had just become a wizard. Back then, he had disdained the gods. He had thought that the gods and the god kingdoms were all made up. It was ironic that he was about to become a god himself now. Regarding his decision, some wizards thought that the reasoning behind was that the wizards had finally thrown off their previous shackles and were ready to step forward to a new future. But some other people thought Edward was basically the gravedigger of all of the wizards, as the paths of wizards had been carried on for hundreds of years thus far, and now, because of him, they had withered away during his generation. As for Edward, during his time as the Tower Master of the Wizard Tower of the 4th generation and the last generation, he had witnessed how the Wizard Tower had died out under his leadership. In fact, the minute that the news that the entire tower had disappeared reached his ears, Edward laid low for a couple of days, believing that it was all his fault. After all, he was the person who had inherited the Master of Tower title from Akkad, and he was also thought to be the successor of Bor Killermo. So, now that the tower had disappeared under his watch, he felt an immense sense of shame and guilt. Recently, Edward always felt that he could see the shadow of his teacher, Bor Killermo, as well as the shadows of the wizards of the 1st generation. In his visions, they were all staring at him in silence. During this time, Edward couldn't have possibly felt more ashamed. Since wizards weren't capable of having dreams, everything he felt was the direct manifestation of how he really thought and felt about his current situation. Masters are wizards and wizards are masters. Wizards will innovate and transform as each generation passes. Now, it's a new generation, which means that it's time for wizards to advance and transform ourselves, Edward declared. He then added, and this time the masters of the new generations will get rid of all of the restrictions from before, stepping forward and leading this era into a new future. As Edward yelled at the walls of his study in excitement, at this moment, he sensed that a familiar being was gazing at him in his house. He was faintly aware that this was his old teacher, Bor Killermo. All of a sudden, he lost his steadiness and became like a child. In a panic, he exclaimed, "Teacher, I didn't do anything wrong. This is supposed to be the future for the wizards, and I am in the right." Edward looked out of the window and saw all of the people walking around in the bustling city outside. Many camelids that were nurtured and reconstructed by wizards were walking on the street. Many witch towers could be seen, having been built all around the capital city, and the witchcraft boundary that was coming out of the wizard towers enveloped the entire capital city. Many master apprentices were walking out of the master colleges. They just entered the master colleges and had started to receive their educations in witchcraft, so they were all smiling with hope and great expectations. Only as he saw all of this progress and goodness did Edward finally calm himself and say, "It is only by becoming a god that I can protect the path and the future of wizards. If I can become a god, the threshold to becoming a wizard will be lowered. Then, masters who hold the Book of Masters will spread that information to the entire world. They will then inherit the future and the consciousness of wizards. This will be the future of the wizards." After several months, the expansion of the college and the ceremony of the God of Truth and Knowledge ignited the entire Killermo kingdom with a passion that was infectious. As all of the master towers opened their witchcraft boundaries, the eastern capital that was usually sultry during the summer days suddenly became pleasantly cool. As the witchcraft fireworks surged into the sky, many students rushed here from the country towns in the Palermo Kingdom to enroll in the Master College. There were also merchant groups and believers present, all of whom were about to join the ceremony for the God of truth and knowledge. Needless to say, Boar City was packed with people. There were masters in white capes everywhere in the city. They were posting flyers about the teachings of the God of truth and knowledge, which had been printed by the alchemy printer. Through the wonderful power of the masters, the mightiness of the God was imprinted in the hearts of all of the people. The enormous light screen that enveloped the entire city could be seen from the sky here, as could the standing master towers. There were masters practicing all forms of witchcraft as well, and as far as the eye could see were camelids, apalhosas, witchcraft tools, enslaved witchcraft servants, and peepee demons. Moreover, the magic potion of witchcraft had miraculous effects on people. It could activate the bloodline of a knight and cure all forms of diseases. Those who saw the miracles that were brought by attributed them to the great God of truth and knowledge, and at that moment, everyone who saw the miracles became a disciple of the God of truth and knowledge. During the non-stop ceremony that lasted for more than half a month, the power of belief from several cities and many countries around the capital city was gathered here in the capital city. Palermo finally gathered enough power of belief and transformed his body of godly characteristics, which enabled him to successfully ignite the godly fire and gain a godly name of his own. The gigantic shadow showed up in the church of the God of truth and knowledge, which was at the center. Amid the prayers of the white-caped masters and the permeating smoke of witchcraft spells, a new god showed up in front of everyone. He was holding the Book of Masters. This scene made everyone in Boar City go crazy. Everyone was shouting the new godly name of the God of truth and knowledge. The syllables of the godly name were very difficult to pronounce. Yet the people did not let this deter them, and the sound of their shouting echoed throughout the entire Boar City, resounding everywhere, forming the name of truth. More than 10 days later, the star god kingdom showed up in the sky. Then, the divine personality left the star god kingdom and fell from the sky. Under the guard of many wizards and the protection of more than 10 master towers, it safely fell within the territory of Palermo Kingdom and merged with the enormous godly shadow. In this way, the God of truth and knowledge was chosen, and the system of masters had been perfected as well. The originally powerful and mysterious wizards had disappeared, being replaced by masters who held the Book of Masters and believed in the God of truth and knowledge. At the moment, these masters were walking to the front stage. Aside from the godly fire ceremony that was taking place in the Palermo Kingdom, far away at the end of the ocean, the same ceremony was taking place in an Ordum's Colossus College, which was established at the same time as the Palermo Kingdom. Although there were some ripples that occurred, Felix had still been able to successfully transform the body of divine characteristics. However, he had given up on the idea of summoning the divine personality to the world. In the Hyluga Kingdom, which was on the ocean, the belief of the Master of Storm had spread throughout the entire ocean, distinguishing itself from the god of the sea that the Sahagins believed in. The god of sea was in control of the sea, while the Master of Storm was in charge of the storms and all other natural catastrophes. As such, there was a clear demarcation line between humans and Sahagins based on these different belief systems. With the emergence of gods and new religions and belief systems, the power and influence of the gods had quickly spread to every corner of the world. They now covered the world, intertwined threads. At the moment, a light shadow arrived from the distant outer space. An enormous beast was flying toward the west end of the world. The scales on its body looked like gemstones, and they were reflecting the light, making a prismatic effect that looked like a beautiful rainbow. It was a mesmerizing creature that seemed as if it should only exist in myths. Its entire body seemed to be made of gemstones. Its body was streamline-shaped, and it had a long neck and a crystal mask on its head. As its giant wings flapped in midair, the gusting sound of wind was thunderous. This was a dragon that was completely different from those found in Maria's world. This dragon was as large as a small hill, and there seemed to be a dimming shadow on its back. This shadow was actually a teenage girl who looked like a beautiful angel. Her blonde hair gleamed in the sunlight, and a magical light seemed to be dancing on her skin as well. She was a god, and as she was riding the gemstone dragon, she seemed to be patrolling the world and the kingdom that she now managed. The force that was coming from the giant dragon and this teenage girl god quieted even the ocean. Even the monsters that lived in the nearby mountains and seas, no matter how ferocious they were, ran and hid themselves deeper into the islands or the ocean in fear. Adolphus, why are not there yet? Hurry up! You're too slow. Verthandi urged the giant gemstone dragon Adolphus to quicken the pace. Relax, I am the fastest dragon you could ever find. We're almost there, Verthandi, my lord, Adolphus said to placate Verthandi. It didn't have the personality of a giant dragon, but more like a doting puppy instead. At this moment, Adolphus was enjoying being ridden by Verthandi, so it was smirking and cheering as they flew. When Verthandi and Delmidi were still kids, they used to sit on Adolphus' back just like that, while flying through sky above the floating space city. This marked the first time that Adolphus had ever left the floating space city. Before this, it could only sneak a peek at the ground from the sky in floating space city. So even though it knew that there were creatures of its kind elsewhere in the world, it had never seen any of them. Now, it was heading toward the Dragon Island, where all of the dragons lived. In fact, it was all of the giant dragon's hometown. Adolphus was very excited to see it. As Adolphus flew across the bizarre sea, the giant dragon island in the distance began to appear and grow larger. It was called Dragon Island by the dragon race, but to humans, it would be called a continent. There were groups of active volcanoes on that continent, which exploded several volcanoes every year. There were also many other mesmerizing scenes on the islands, including a range of bizarre rock mountains. There were rock pillars and volcanoes along the coastline. Often, the huge ocean waves would hit the pillars, causing the water to splash everywhere. Many areas of the island looked poor, and the mountains looked somewhat brown in patches as these areas were exposed and didn't have anything growing on them. However, in other places, there was lush vegetation and numerous trees were growing luxuriantly, sprouting directly from the volcanic ash. There were also many volcanic craters. In fact, the largest mountain had several craters, which were filled with flowing lava that shined with a fiery red light. How? As it flew, gemstone dragon Adolphus was yelling with excitement. Its loud yell caused the thin clouds to immediately scatter. The sound even carried to the owner of this island, alerting him to these approaching intruders, causing the owner to immediately rush out to see who it was. At that moment, several groups of giant dragons surged into the sky and flew toward the gemstone dragon Adolphus. After all, this giant dragon looked bizarre and strange to them, and moreover, it was being ridden by a teenage girl. Being ridden, something that these giant dragons considered to be totally shameful. Although the force that was coming from Adolphus was incredibly powerful, and the teenage girl who was riding it also looked spectacularly imposing, these native dragons refused to cower after all. They were proud giant dragons. What kind of dragon is that? It's a weird dragon that I've never seen before, a red female giant dragon commented with its hoarse voice. Another adult black dragon immediately replied, "This can't be a dragon. It's too strange. It must be a monster that was created by humans. Regardless, it's an intruder. Kill them," all of the dragons shouted in unison. Suddenly, Adolphus saw several giant dragons heading toward it, readying an attack. An enormous fireball toward Adolphus in the sky, as well as iced spears and iced arrows. "Time pause!" Adolphus screamed. At this moment, a trace of light shot out of Adolphus' body, then quickly covered the entire area. All of a sudden, time seemed to stand still, and all of the native dragons' attacks were frozen. This power was a characteristic of a mythical creature, and the specific ability that Adolphus had to freeze time had come from Eva. This ability belonged to a strong power of domain that had first explored by Lu Zheyu. At the moment it stopped time in that domain, Adolphus had a giant clock in its eyes, and suddenly it saw all of the attacks stop in mid-flight, the weaponry quickly withering away. As for all of those native dragons, they were all hit by traces of light, while a giant phantom of a clock showed up on their bodies, rendering them unable to move a single muscle. "Wow! Impressive! My power is even beyond my own imagination," Adolphus exclaimed in awe. This was the first time that the gemstone dragon Adolphus had truly discovered the immense power of his time freeze capabilities. Upon hearing this, Verthandi said impatiently, "This is the power of a mythical creature. It's the ability that was first bestowed to my sister Eva by my dad. Now you're a dragon that even ignite the godly fire. So why are you being so smug just because you have defeated a couple of ordinary dragons?" She then said, "Okay, now that you're qualified, it's time for you to summon your divine personality now. You'll need to stay here and wait until the day that you ascend to the position of God. Then I'll meet you in the main god kingdom." "Okay, Verthand, my lord," Adolphus replied. At the moment, Adolphus was standing beside a cliff. Verthandi reached out her hands and saw the stars moving in the sky, while a giant silver star god kingdom showed up in the sky above the dragon island, having come through the dimensional wall. The light kept flowing and soon gathered at the bottom. Then, a meteor that contained strong ripples and the power of rules fell from the sky in a straight line, and the enormous soul of dragon that was inside Adolphus' body of Adolphus surged. Directly after this, a giant clock appeared in the sky above the dragon island. At that moment, all of the giant dragons who had rushed toward that place were all thrilled by that force of power. After all, a giant ancient clock had just shown up in the sky, and the glowing light that was coming from that clock connected the sky and the land. Circles of ripples soon covered the sky, and the hands of the clock started spinning. It was as if the rules of time in this entire world were following the rhythm of that one singular clock. The dragons could almost feel the hands of that ancient clock orchestrating the pulse of this entire world. When the dragons heard the spinning sound of that clock, they felt like they were hearing the sound of the heartbeat of this entire world. This sound made them feel like they were trapped in the stringy time sector domain, and they couldn't move a single muscle. Even their minds were frozen. Then, the divine personality of time fell from the sky and entered that clock. Adolphus let out a huge dragon roar, after which the flow of time became normal again. All of the native dragons were now looking at the shadow of Adolphus, and their eyes that were once filled with ferociousness and rebellion were suddenly filled with fear. "From today onward, Adolphus, you are officially the dragon god of time, and in the name of the Creator, I'll make you the controller of time and the supreme god of the dragon race. You will be known as the god of agreement and justice from now on," Verthandi declared. Upon hearing this, Adolphus rubbed Verthande against with its long neck, while Verthande stroked its head gently. She then surged into the sky like a trace of golden light and returned to the kingdom of stars. Sadly, she had left the Dragon Island before telling Adolphus what it needed to do to become a god. At the same time, Adolphus' new name, the god of Time Dragon, echoed throughout the entire world. Although this was not a real belief that many races would follow, as a true god who had mastered time, just like the god who handled agreement and justice, the belief still had many followers. As such, humans, Sahagins, orcs and fairies were among the many disciples who signed up to follow the new god of Time Dragon named Adolphus. And once a contract was signed in the name of agreement and justice, it could not be violated. Otherwise, the offender would be punished by the god of Time Dragon. Other than contracts, there were several wills, and some other important promises and vows that would be made in the godly palace of the god of Time Dragon. These would be witnessed by the god of Time Dragon himself, who would then keep and protect them. Gradually, the god of Time Dragon Adolphus became a name that was considered to be a synonym of justice and equality, and it became a symbol for the holiness of agreements and vows. Those ferocious dragons that roamed the land were gradually subjected to its restrictions, and the Dragon Island became a holy land in Maria's world. Floating Space City, capital of God. An enormous map was on the lobby wall. It stretched out for at least 10 meters and depicted oceans, continents, islands, mountains, and cities with great detail and precision. However, if one took a closer look, he would notice that the clouds and water are moving, as if they were changing right along with changes that were occurring in Maria's world. A giant, tree-like mystic structure chart could be vaguely seen on the map. This was the model of the world tree. It seemed like the giant world trees held up the entire Maria's world, and it could be seen that 11 of the 17 world's cornerstones had been lit within it. The 11 world cornerstones were interconnected, enabling them to be strong enough to embrace the whole world. The goddess of steam and minery, Marina Boza. The god of truth and knowledge, Edward Killermo. The lord of storm, Jonathan. The dragon god of time, Adolphus, and the god of land and war, Felix, who is yet to be determined, Lu Jiu murmured as he looked at the map. He then continued, Lin Aniton from the kingdom of Mercenary is competing for the same god's name. They will compete to determine the last god's name, the god of land and war. Counting the 6 gods before, now 11 gods have been determined. As Lu Jiu continued to look at the projection of the world on the wall, he could see that the world perfection plan had been carried out step by step, perfecting itself gradually. Now, the model was emitting beams of light, which penetrated deep into every aspect of the inside of this world. Each of the world's cornerstones were extending into a line, then traveled deep into the depths of the world. Each cornerstone stood for a god and extended itself as if it was a root of the world tree, representing its far-reaching impact on the world, its control over the rules, and its course of penetration into the progress of the world. These lines were endlessly spreading out, exploring, perfecting, and adjusting the rules that were inside the world. Some of the cornerstones had fully embedded themselves into the world. Their roots and impacts had gone deep into the world that was on the map and were secured firmly within the world. These were the determined gods. Some of them were just in the beginning stages, their exploration limited to only the first step, which was controlling the rules. These were the newly determined gods. Others had just been lit, which represented that they were the chosen candidates for god names. As for the rest, they were vacant positions. The power of gods have started to spread out to the entire world like countless lines, controlling every aspect of the whole world. From rules to power to belief, all aspects of all lives are impacted by the power of gods. Lu Ziyu murmured as he gazed at the map. Just like Catherine had predicted, this world had become a god's world with closing doors. However, this was a necessary step for the progress of the world. More than half of the world perfect plan has been carried out, but the remaining portion will probably take much longer to be completed. Lu Ziyu murmured to himself. It had been several hundreds of years since Lu Ziyu had started to pursue this plan. Every step along the way, Lu Ziyu had never been anxious. In other words, his time was something that was not pressed and could be wasted with reckless abandon. After the World Rule Perfection Plan was carried out, the World Upgrade Plan would be next. Lu Ziyu would then successfully reach level 9, thus fulfilling his initial wish, which was to have the power of Creator, even without the scroll. Now, the floating space city had left Maria's world and was getting closer to the Abyss world. At the moment, it was orbiting around the enormous Abyss world. Ever since the Abyss Blood Sun's appearance and the initial perfection of rules, the devil species in the Abyss world had experienced the breakout of yet another war. This was because some powerful devil species had appeared from out of the initial chaotic abyss. The time velocity in the abyss was about 10 times that of the astral world, which was ruled by Maria's world time. Now 100 years had gone by in Maria's world, while about 1,000 years had gone by in the abyss world. Though the abyss world emerged later than Maria's world, because of the difference in the forms of their worlds and the continuing imperfection of rules, the time velocity still could not be increased. As of now, the devil species had lived and owned supernatural powers for more than 2,000 years. The supernatural powers that the basic level devils possessed had surpassed those in Maria's world. As such, some ancient devils had survived even since the birth of the abyss and had lived for thousands of years, while gaining power that was beyond imagination. However, they were bound by the abyss world, just like gods. Hence, every devil could not escape from the will of the abyss, the impact of the power of the abyss, or this world itself. Still, the impact of the power of the abyss could be seen throughout the entire world, including the Starsoul world, as the wizards had brought over the devil manual and documents about the devils. So, little by little, the impact could be seen in the new world as well. As long as evil thoughts existed, and as long as the devil manual and their information was not destroyed completely, their impact would never disappear. As such, they peered at all worlds through the abyss, while taking advantage of the power from the abyss. In this way, they impacted all of the planes outside of the abyss through their evil thoughts, and with the aid of those who wished for help from their devil powers. At that moment, the dense space bubbles in the enormous abyss world merged and combined. They then divided into dozens of massive abyss layers gradually, with countless spaces bubbles in the gaps. These dozens of massive layers represented dozens of powerful lords of abyss. The reason why Lu Ziyu had come here is that one of the powerful lords of abyss had come close to becoming a mythical creature. This meant that this particular lord of abyss would integrate into the will of the abyss and become the second great king of devils after Stikwa. However, Stikwa, the first great king of the devils, was currently sealed in the Abyss Blood Sunday. Stikwa had been sealed there by Lu Ziyu and remained there till today. Stikwa had received this punishment due to its vain attempt to obstruct Lu Ziyu's world perfection plan. As for the new great king of devils, Lu Ziyu had decided to stay out of everything regarding that matter. The purpose of this visit was simply to observe the abyss as the second great king of the devils emerged, as well as to observe how the rules would change. Lu Ziyu did not set any regulations or rules for the Abyss world, as he feared that the future evolution of the Abyss world would be restrained by his ideology, just like what had happened in Maria's world. If any Earthlings could take a glance at it, they would realize that everything in Maria's world, particularly all of its prototypes, could be found on Earth. After all, this world had been created by Lu Ziyu's ideology, so it was natural for it to be bound by Lu Ziyu's worldview and his knowledge from Earth. As Lu Ziyu had decided to stay out of it, he was currently just observing the free evolution of the rules of the Abyss, watching to see what kind of rules would be formed and what kind of unique world would be created. At the moment, Lu Ziyu stood on the edge of the capital of God, looking into the faraway Abyss world with the astral world in between. His eyes seemed to gaze deep inside the world, looking at the leading player in one of the Abyss layers. It was a bizarre octahedral living being that was almost like a kind of mineral. This being was attempting to explore the territory of gods, while connecting to the will of Abyss and going beyond the bound of the Abyss layer in hopes of becoming the second great king of the devils. In the Abyss. La. Mim. An eerie rhythm was heard coming out of the Abyss. The giant octahedral devil species had gone deep into the space wall from the Abyss layer. Here, innumerable lower-class devil species were groveling in the dust, while witnessing their lord ascending the throne of the great king of devils. Countless monsters spread were out all, covering the flesh-like ground and singing an eerie song, the sound of which could make one lose one's mind and descend into a state of frenzy and chaos. At the moment, the dull red sun was shining in the dusky sky, beaming down upon the ground. Around the giant black vortex, the whole Abyss layer and the space bubbles spun around the center of the Abyss, which was the will of the Abyss. I am the keeper of the Abyss door, the Lord who defines the Abyss layer, the multifaceted king of space. My name is Talos. As the octahedral devil species Talos announced itself, it integrated with the will of the Abyss. Immediately, the rule of the entire Abyss layer was altered for it, adding another new rule into the Abyss. In the initial chaotic and unordered Abyss, layers upon layers had already been defined. The initial space walls, which one could go freely across, had been blocked, and numerous giant Abyss doors had appeared in their place. One of these Abyss doors was just the devil Talos' body, which was a giant octahedral crystal. Talos even opened up the door that connected to the outside world, thus fixing the rule of the Abyss door that was built by Faceburner Hekphos and Stikwa Devil. Now, it was much easier to open up the door to the outside. One just needed to get the approval of the keeper of the Abyss door Talos, asking for permission to call its true devil name and borrow the power of Abyss that it represented. It was only then that one could open the door to the outside world. It was the same case for the outsiders. If one understood how to perform the ritual sacrifice to Talos, thus pleasing Talos, who was the keeper of the Abyss door, one could also borrow the power of the Abyss and open the Abyss door. As Lu Ziyu stood above the floating space city, the capital of God in the astral world, he observed the Abyss. It was spinning and expanding, and its rules were changing and reforming. The Abyss plane, with countless space bubbles, was also becoming 99 Abyss planes, which were all connected by an Abyss door, the door of Talos. As for the time velocity, it lowered again gradually, thus getting closer to the time velocity of the outside astral world. The keeper of the Abyss door, the Lord who defined the Abyss layer, the multifaceted king of space, Talos. Lu Ziyu exclaimed as he observed. The devil species Talos was rather clever. He did not have the calculating and intelligent mind of the king of Stikwa, but he was a species that had survived ever since the birth of the abyss. It had even utilized the abyss door that was created by the devil species Stikwa directly, making the door its own foundation and rule. By using this rule, it had defined the form of the layers of the abyss and opened up the channel to the outside. Now, no matter what rules were created by the gratings of devils later, their designs must be confined within this rule. Also, when every great king of devils wished to gain power from the outside world or explore other planes, he would have to borrow power. If some demon warlocks wished to open up the abyss door, or even enter the abyss, approval must be gained first. As the abyss stabilized, another great king of devils arose. Upon seeing that the abyss was forming gradually and perfecting itself, Lu Jiyu walked away. He felt very satisfied with this progress. As he walked, he murmured with a smile on his face, "The world perfection plan is progressing steadily, and a second great king of devils has arisen. In the astral world, the indigenous goblin dwarfs, the newly entered wizard tower, and the elven kingdom are all in their initial exploration and development phases. So, there is not much more than I need to pay close attention to now." He clucked his tongue, then said, "It's about time that I settle the matter with the starship. It has been in the South Pole and with the ships of the Atlantis civilization for a long time, and it was also delayed on the way back. As such, it's time to end this." Lu Ziyu had gained a lot from this trip. In fact, he had learned so much knowledge that Lu Ziyu, able to move a lot of his plans forward. Specifically, Lu Ziyu had opened partial access to the capital of God, had given a semi-perpetual bio-optic brain to Eva, and had warned her that she must protect the semi-perpetual machine and never let it shut down. This was because if the machine shut down, the Starsoul world, which was in the process of perfecting itself by the semi-perpetual machine, would probably collapse due to unpredictable changes. Now, with Eva cruising the astral world and controlling the floating space city, Lu Jiyu opened up the dimensional door and returned to Earth. The huge starship looked like a gigantic steering wheel, and it resembled an irregular shuttle from the side. Most of its body was buried under Burn Island, and only a part of its body could be seen. The starship's spacious interior was beyond one's imagination. If one walked inside it, one could see a large number of crew members bustling about. They were all wearing tight-fitting protective uniforms. The center of the starship was a vast living area, which had numerous buildings and urban farms surrounding it. There was even an aquarium beneath it, which was simulating mariculture by using tons of marine organisms. Workshops and factories had also been built for use in the production of all kinds of necessities, as there was also a commercial district in the central area. Just like Gu Chaoran, who was head of the construction of the starship, had said before, this was a cosmic city. Without the help from a massive amount of construction rots and subbrain David, it would have been impossible to build such a spaceship in such a short period of time. The control room at the top of the starship looked like a square. It was empty and had a sense of loneliness inside it. One could only see the outside from a single, huge window. We should be seeing the vast starry space outside the window, but we are looking at an ocean now, Lu Ziyu said, while standing on the platform above the stairs and looking up at the huge fan-shaped window. Lu Ziyu was somewhat unsatisfied with the Gu Chaoran's progress. Nevertheless, he had done a decent job. At least, he'd successfully helped Lu Ziyu with the construction of the starship. Although, since they had unimaginable resources and countless top talents had been gathered by the Vatican clan at their disposal, it should have been much more impressive. at least in Lu Ziyu's opinion. In the very beginning, it had been extraordinarily difficult for the clan to gather these talents. However, things started to go much more smoothly later on. This was because a huge amount of funds had been sent to the Burn Island base, and all of the top talents from laboratories of different countries had also flowed into the base. At the moment, spies from different countries and powers flew about stealthily inside the starship, while stealing inside information about it. However, Lu Ziyu did not care about this data being stolen, as all he needed was for the starship's construction to be finished successfully. Moreover, it was impossible for the spies to infiltrate the core areas, as Subbrain David had the whole starship under control, while helping Lu Ziyu to monitor every movement inside it. Such a massive spaceship was about to enter space. Gu Chaoran seemed restless. In the control room, Lu Ziyu was standing next an optical projection, the Subbrain David. Standing behind Lu Ziyu were the lead of the Starship program, Gu Chaoran, Fabio Rossi from the Robot Manufacturing Research Laboratory, the original Starship designer Molly, and some experts in engineering, computer technology, dynamics, and materials science. These 8 people were responsible for the design and construction of the Starship Truth. They were members of its management committee. Lu Ziyu came up with the starship's name, which was also the name of a spacecraft in a movie that Lu Ziyu had watched a very long time ago and liked very much. The construction had finally been completed. Truth could accommodate up to 100,000 people. It also was able to store a vast amount of materials and energy reserves. At present, there were only 2,362 people on board, most of whom were foreign employees. Boss, you said that the gravity field device and some transformation devices were still not in place. As such, the current starship cannot enter space, Gu Chaoran said. Lu Ziyu nodded, did not comment further on the doubts that had just been raised by Gu Chaoran. You have a week to prepare. Everyone can leave Truth with your family. Then, after 1 week, those who stay will enter the space. Gu Chaoran then said to Lu Ziyu, Mr. Nicholas Debye of the Vatican clan has made an appointment to see you tomorrow. He'll be accompanied by 2 important people. Lu Ziyu glanced at Gu Chaoran, who lowered his head and dared not speak any further. He had heard about Nicholas from the images about the Antarctic event that had been circulated on the internet. Although those images had since been deleted, there were still a number of members of the Antarctic base station that had posted images online, which was causing a tremendous sensation. After seeing them, Gu Chaoran was convinced that his boss was probably from a powerful alien civilization beyond all humans' imaginations. As such, his power was most likely no different than the gods in the eyes of humans. At the end of the meeting, all of the people present seemed worried as they all left. After everyone had left the control room, Lu Ziyu asked David, "Are you ready?" "Yes, Truth's conversion has been completed," David replied. Lu Ziyu, like the sun, emitted lights and floated in the hall. Wherever he went, it became shiny. The starship was affected the most by his presence. The starship itself was a huge alchemy life form. The main structure of its body was metal cells, but these were not mythical metal cells. At this moment, Truth was made up of regular metal cells. Divine life form template generated. Template inserted. David a mechanical sound and inserted the pre-designed starship divine life form template into the metal cells. Lu Ziyu integrated the curvature engine, gravity field device, and the protective cover that he had removed from the previous Atlantis Hope into Truth. These 3 devices then activated the superpower of the divine life form template in Truth. It could be freely controlled at will, and could even evolve with the other changes in Truth. Truth now had a mythical alchemy life form. So, when it was hit hard, it could self-heal. In this transformation, the curvature engine allowed Truth to achieve interstellar travel, even without the need for a large number of antimatter fuels, which provided energy for the curvature engine to generate a force field. This became a natural ability for Truth. With the curvature engine, Truth was able to enter the space, instead of using the magnetic plasma propeller that used lithium hydroxide as a fuel. This was a great achievement, as otherwise it would take 100 years for Truth to leave the solar system. Conventionally, if the speed reached the speed of light, the quality of matter must be infinite. But with the curvature engine, the combination of negative energy and positive energy could generate the energy field that let the space in front of the field be compressed. In this way, a new space would be created behind the field, pushing the starship forward and allowing it to reach the speed of light. Also, the gravity field device generated gravity inside the starship. All those people inside the starship were living just like they would on Earth, as long-term weightlessness would kill red blood cells, destroy muscles and hearts. Only with gravity could people live in the starship for any length of time. Also, the gravity field could avoid the situation that people inside couldn't, the tremendous pressure that was caused by the starship's acceleration. This was because the protective cover was equipped with plasma emitters in the front and at the rear, which emitted the plasma shield to cover the entire starship. At the same time, the high temperature generated by the protective cover could also be managed by the plasma. These three technologies were all born in hope, which had completely surpassed the Earth's civilization. These new technologies were what reassured Lu Jiyu of the hopeful future of space journeys. What's that? Where is the light coming from? Lu Jiyu wondered aloud. The light shimmered throughout Truth. Many staff members in the central residential area found that the sun overhead became glaring in an instant. The lights came from all directions. Meanwhile, Truth was undergoing tremendous changes. Is this really a spaceship? We are not entering an underground city instead. There have been at least a few turrets aimed at us. This is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. The list of Crimson Danger reports includes all of the danger levels, but this list only shows the danger level of this base. But this time, what we have to face is a horrible existence that cannot be described in simple words. As three people were getting out of the helicopter, they were having a discussion with low voices. They were scared, but still walked straight ahead through the many doors in the starship, where they saw flashing lights and barely visible weapons. Under the leadership of a service robot, they put on temporary identity bracelets. Only with these identity bracelets could they pass through the main passages and use the transportation facilities without activating the defense system and being attacked by the robots. Coming here, the three people felt like they were leaving the Earth for another world. The three of them entered the interior and found that the elevator did not move up and down, but all directions. Through the transparent elevator, they could see the entire interior of the ship, which was like a sci-fi scene. There were a lot of facilities, buildings, experimental bases, factories, and so on within it. The most eye-catching things were the robots that patrolled the area and worked in groups. These robots included engineering robots, service robots, business robots, and transportation and traffic robots. When the three arrived at the central residential area, they saw many huge buildings. These were city farms. More service robots, agricultural robots, and maintenance robots were working inside of them. The interior of the starship was like a smart system that was run by a massive network, which was stunning to the three of them to see. Standing at the forefront of the trio was Nicholas Debye, the ruler of the Vatican clan. This was his first time coming here, and he had not seen Lu Ziyu for a long time. From the bottom of his heart, he wanted to avoid seeing this man, who was extremely dangerous, and made him feel a deep sense of fear and terror. But, after all, this man had helped him to come to the peak of his life. Instead of stopping in the residential area, they went directly to the upper floor and entered the management and control area. Nicholas was followed by a black man and a mixed-race woman, both of whom were dressed in suits and looked very nervous. After Nicholas showed a few documents to prove their identities, Gu Chouran confirmed his bracelet and a voice sent out an approval, which opened the passage to the inside. Here, man sitting in a lounge. When they saw him, their bodies became stiff. Nicholas recalled all of the things that had happened with this man, while the other two people behind him recalled the explosion over Antarctica, which was a scene that had shocked the whole world. In fact, hundreds of kilometers of ice had been shattered. But Lu Ziyu was just fine, even after suffering the laser energy beam that was powerful enough to destroy a small continent. The Antarctica report's exact announcement had said, "The target has the ability to destroy a continent, even more so than nuclear bombs. He has wide space transmission capabilities, with a life expectancy and survivability beyond any human imagination. He may have come to the Earth nearly 2 years ago, and is most likely a highly civilized creature from the universe, having mastered an unknown and highly civilized technology. He had an unknown ability and an unknown age, and he has used the names Mu Tao, Anthony, Zhu Zheng, Ui, Lu Ziyu, and maybe more. These names may not even be the target's true identity. He is also likely to have the ability to change his body shape. He sneaks into and lives in the human world, so there might be a high degree of civilized organization behind him. Moreover, he is not the only one. The target is friendly to human beings and can communicate. Secrecy level SSS, hazard level XSPFXXX, belonging to non-contact, non-irritating, non-catchable. Again, one must be extremely careful with the target, who is beyond the crimson danger level and has the ability to destroy the world. This was the first time that the danger level had been described with a symbol, as XXXXXX. This was because even the person who had compiled the report was unable to find an adequate level to describe such a terrible existence. He could easily destroy the human world and bring devastating disasters to all of mankind, and this was only part of his direct attack abilities. If he used his biotechnology to create a virus for human beings, or used his intelligent robot technology, and made unlimited copies of human beings, it would lead to the extinction of the human beings, perhaps even the extinction of all of the creatures on the earth. As such, either a direct attack or a space transmission could paralyze the human world. All of this report information was already known by the humans, but his hidden abilities, his specific technology, or the organization that was behind him were still unknowns. In the end, the words that the report revealed everyone who it with despair. The fact that the earth was still peaceful, such an existence had lived on the earth for so long, was really a blessing. He was in front of them. Although he had the same physical appearance as them, the three people could feel that the inside of his physical shell was filled with a horrible existence that was difficult to describe. Lu Ziyu sat on the sofa and watched a light screen that was projected by his bracelet. He was reviewing the information of the staff members from the starship and was preparing a list of candidates for Truth's management committee. "Hello there, we are." As the woman began to speak, she was clearly nervous. It seemed that, in her eyes, Lu Ziyu was not a handsome man, but a horrible demon in human skin. Needless to say, I am not curious about your long titles and identities, and I care even less about the forces behind you and the country. Where you come from makes no difference to me. Lu Jiyu said coldly. He then closed the projection, stood up, and nodded to Nicholas, who stood still. He then looked at the man and woman beside Nicholas and asked, "Have you come to negotiate with me on behalf of the human beings? We just came to communicate with you, understand your wishes and needs. We also would like to know your plans. Also, if you need any help, you can tell us. We'll meet all of your needs." The woman took a deep breath as she spoke to Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu nodded. "I am very satisfied to see that you didn't make stupid plans or take any unnecessary actions. I am leaving the Earth, and I don't want to leave any bad memories during this last period." He then said, "I do have some requirements. I hope that you will help me to hire some people who will volunteer to enter space and explore the universe. However, these can't be mere ordinary people. They must be the top talents in all aspects and fields." Lu Ziyu had just looked at the profiles of the 2,000 people who were inside the starship. This situation was exactly as he had expected. Only 10 out of more than 2,000 people were willing to stay, and these 10 all came from a single family. Even the original management committee members were unwilling to stay. Although most of these people were ambitious explorers of the universe, they knew what leaving the Earth meant. The mysterious dark space was a big adventure that posed an unknown future and an unclear purpose. It was more than likely that they wouldn't live to see the end of such an adventure. The fact that more than a dozen people were even willing to stay was already a surprise to Lu Ziyu. After all, not everyone wanted to explore the universe at the cost of everything else. What really surprised Lu Ziyu was that Kieran had finally chosen to go with him. In this way, Lu Ziyu wouldn't have to worry about choosing a candidate to be the leader in charge of the starship. However, a starship that could accommodate a minimum of 100,000 people finally leaving the Earth, with only a dozen on board, was still a rare thing. Although Lu Ziyu made such a large spacecraft because he had follow-up plans, having a crew of only 10 people was still pretty shocking. Lu Ziyu had hoped that Truth could carry more Earth imprints into space. These initial members, who had been selected from the Earth, would be the first generation of the Truth Management Committee members. Lu Ziyu hoped that all of these members could become familiar and trusted confidants in the future. "Okay, no problem," Nicholas replied. "I will leave the Earth within 7 days, and you will move on as soon as possible. After I get what I want, I will leave right away. You will also get what you want, so it's a fair trade," Lu Ziyu said to Nicholas. It seemed that the three of them wanted Lu Ziyu to leave as soon as possible. Knowing that Lu Ziyu really wanted to leave the Earth anyway, they had no intention of rejecting such a small request, so they pleasantly agreed. Many countries all around the world immediately released advertisements for the crew of Truth. The Dubai Company and the Vatican clan, in the name of NASA, selected the crew members for Truth from applicants from all around the world, claiming that it was a spacecraft that combined global intelligence that would start an interstellar exploration to the Alpha Centauri. They also said that this trip could take up 100 years, depending on the speed of the spacecraft. During this period, the people on board would stay asleep most of the time in dormant compartments. This would be an undocumented journey that would span a century, and it would be full of dangers and possible accidents. No one would know what would happen or whether the spacecraft would arrive smoothly in the Alpha Centauri. Even if those people returned to the Earth, their relatives and friends would most likely pass away during the time that they were gone. This meant that, from the moment they set foot on the starship, they would have given up everything on Earth to join this interstellar exploration tour. This selection, that was jointly conducted by these numerous countries, immediately aroused strong opposition, causing debates to break out all over the world. A large number of professionals expressed their doubts about this tour. Particularly, they felt that this exploration program was too strange and too hurried. Moreover, under the pressure of public opinion, people grew more concerned about the fact that human beings had really started the journey of interstellar exploration. As some people successfully got selected, this selection process reached a climax. At this time, conspiracy theories were treated as jokes and rumors, while those who knew part of the truth could only remain silent due to the fear of facing scorn. In the end, more than 20 people were selected and sent to Lujiu. These people came all over the country and were of different races and occupations. In all respects, they met the requirements that were specified by Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu looked at the thick profile book, which detailed the background information and work histories of all of these people, including information about their living situations, friends, physical, health statuses, psychological assessments, and so on. But what surprised Lu Ziyu was that there were two familiar names on the list. As Lu Ziyu took out two of the files, he saw that the photos on the files looked very familiar. One of them was a young man with glasses, and the other was a black-haired woman with a typical British appearance. He then read the brief introductions. Wang Yi, Male, Trenchien, medical doctor, immunologist. Zoe Sharp, mathematics doctor, physical health level A, with a... Both of these individuals were his old friends. Wang Ya was his classmate and former buddy, and Zoe Sharp was a friend that he once knew long ago. It was such a coincidence that they had been chosen to be among the crew of the starship. Lu Ziyu then asked, "Is everyone on this list voluntarily choosing to become part of the crew of the starship?" After getting a positive answer, Lu Ziyu no longer asked any more questions. Everyone had his own choice, and as long as they made their own decisions, Lu Ziyu had no reason to interfere. In the last few days, Lu Ziyu had returned to his hometown. He had no relatives left there, only friends who had become somewhat obscured in his memory after all this time. Some of them were married, some were still single, some people were successful in their careers, and some people had failed in life and were extremely lonely. As Lu Ziyu passed every building that he was familiar with during his childhood, the crowds of people rushed past Lu Ziyu. The roads were filled with vehicles. It was clear that the whole city was changing rapidly. Everyone seemed to be tied up by strings, living like puppets. Life here was like a set of established templates and routines. Everyone lived according to these rules and routines in the template of life. In fact, he now realized that the whole world had not changed, but he was the one who had changed. He seemed to have broken free from what had bound him previously. Lu Ziyu lay on the roof of his old home. The sky in the night was gray and there were no stars. The sky was like a film that separated the humans from the stars. At this moment, Lu Ziyu felt that his life was like a dream. He was a lucky man, as he had broken free and escaped the rat race of living his life just like the countless normal lives on the earth. He had broken away from his old destiny and launched a challenge to the universe. The exploration of truth and the unknown had started from here until now. And it was far from over. Now, he was just starting a new journey and was about to set sail again. It's time to leave. There is nothing worth staying here for, Lu Ziyu murmured as he looked at the sky. Although nothing could be seen in the sky, he seemed to see the stars and the vast galaxy. He reached out and exclaimed, "Our journey is to the sea of stars. We're now seeing the base of Burn Island," a reporter said. The spaceship Truth will take off for the space tomorrow, then travel to Centaurus, Alpha Galaxy, another reporter announced. We can see from a distance that this base was built on top of the Pacific Ocean, and it is. Journalist Anglica from CBS, reporting to You Live. As many warships and merchant ships came to Burn Island, there were also ships from the journalistic companies that had arrived and were reporting on it. Helicopters were also landing at the airport, and everyone was finishing the last bit of work. Transportation robots were moving quickly, bustling about and going everywhere on the ground. They kept entering and exiting the portal of the base and the cabin door of the starship. As for those crew members who came to Burn Island the first time and had now returned, when they saw the spaceship Truth, they were all amazed. Just as they got out of their helicopters and walked to the spaceship from the airport, they found that it was truly a giant spaceship that was beyond their imaginations. They were especially amazed at the inside of the spaceship, as it was a spacious city, not like the usual interior of a small spaceship that looked like a tiny coffin. Many of those who had just entered the spaceship immediately became engaged in intense discussions. Everyone present was a top-tier genius, and although none of their specialties was astronomy, they knew that it was practically a miracle to be able to make such an impressive and giant spaceship like this, which could actually fly into the outer space. As they entered the spaceship, they were amazed by everything that was going on inside of it. The moment they entered the spaceship, service machines came up to welcome them, then immediately led them to the residential area. These were intelligent robots that could communicate with people, and the guests couldn't stop asking the robots questions in order to test their functions and levels of intelligence. After seeing the results, which were very impressive, they all gasped in amazement. A group of 20-something people entered the cabin, including Wang and Zoe. When the elevator reached the residential area, everyone was stunned when they looked down at the portals that were connecting the blocks of buildings. They all started questions at the same time. Oh my God, what are those things? Are you sure that this spaceship was made by the Earth people? Are you sure it's not a UFO that was left by aliens? My God, are you kidding me? The elevator went down along the transparent tube, stopped at the entrance of the residential area. Then, a streamlined car that looked like a can stopped at the door. A group of people then got into the car, which was floating. It didn't follow a railway, but it still raced forward like a high-speed train. It got close to the residential area at the center. While traveling past building facilities that looked like factories, research centers, and warehouses, suddenly, the group of people raised their heads and saw the portals and bridges that were connected with each other. The robots were walking around on them, and the materials were piling up. After seeing this, the group of people continued to move forward in the car. After they got inside the residential area, they saw about a dozen people, all of whom were dressed in white, standing in the hall of the area. They were clearly waiting for them. Each of them was also wearing a special silver bracelet. These bracelets were different from the temporary ones that they had before. It seemed that the new crew members who had just entered the spaceship were the old human beings, thus differentiating them from those wearing white. Greetings, everyone. I am the acting captain of the spaceship Truth. My name is Gukeoran. Quelm. We'll be working together for a very long time from now on, Gukeoran said. He then added, I am happy that you have joined and will soon become a part of our community. From now on, this will be your home. Now we are all brothers and sisters. As Gukeoran walked forward to greet them, he looked passionate. Then a middle-aged Asian scholar who looked young and energetic yet had some gray hair, said, "I am Shu Hai. This spaceship is kind of different from our expectations. It is such an enormous spaceship, and the technologies you have are way beyond our imaginations." Gu Chora nodded, then replied, "That's because you guys just arrived, so you don't know a lot about this place yet. But you will gradually learn more, and you will soon discover the technologies and power that we master are far beyond those of most worlds." After this, many of the people present raised some questions, and Gu Choran patiently answered them all. Wang Yi then said, "It's been my lifelong dream to explore this space, and before I arrived, I was thinking that we might live in a cold and lifeless spaceship, similar to a coffin. I also thought that we might be frozen in a dormant cabin most of the time. But now everything seems great. Is this where we're going to live from now on? This place looks exactly like a human city, as I even saw streets, all sorts of living facilities. This place is amazing." There were similar discussions being had among all of the newcomers. "Based on my calculation, a spaceship of this size can hold more than 100,000 people. Moreover, this is clearly a spaceship that was made for colonial purposes. So, why are we the only ones here at the moment? It's indeed bizarre. This doesn't look like a spaceship that is used for exploration. Instead, it looks like a spaceship that was made for an interstellar colony. Based on the technologies we know about, it's almost inconceivable to build an exploration spaceship to undertake interstellar travel, not to mention a colonial spaceship as fancy as this." Gu Cheoran didn't answer these questions. Instead, Molly, who was standing next to him, said, "We're not going to live here. These are not our designated living quarters." Everyone was shocked to hear this, and Wang Yi, who was clearly unsettled, asked, "Then, where will we live?" Molly then said, "There are 43 people present here, including me. Once the spaceship is launched, we'll all be promoted to members of the management committee of the spaceship Truth. We will then be the controllers and managers of the entire spaceship. We will live on the upper level of the management section in the control sector." She then added, "As for the lower level, the captain will make different arrangements regarding that. For now, everyone here will be a member of the management committee of Spaceship Truth. Soon, you will be put in various important positions in the spaceship." Gu Choran nodded, then said, "We have arranged for you guys to meet here because we want you to know some information about the spaceship first, and also the temporary identification bracelets. Don't grant you access authority to the management section and control section. The service robots will give you new identification bracelets for access to those later." He then added, "For now, you can walk around the spaceship and familiarize yourselves with the environment. If you need anything, you can ask the service centers and the service robots for help. There are all kinds of service facilities, restaurants, sports, and game centers for you to enjoy, and they're all free." He smiled, then concluded, "You can also call a car service. We realize that this all new to you, and as it is an actual city of the future, it might take you guys a long time to familiarize yourself with this place. But there will be a welcoming ceremony for you all on the upper level tonight, which should help smooth the transition. Please arrive on time." After he finished telling them the basic information about the spaceship, he prepared to leave. As the acting captain of the spaceship, this was the busiest time for him, as the spaceship was about to be launched. In fact, he had only come down from the upper control area for a brief moment to greet the group, because they were very important people. Zoe then asked, "Who is the captain you are talking about? Is it Anthony? I want to meet him." As Gu Choran turned around and looked at Zoe, he immediately recalled her name and said, "Zoe Sharp, is that really you?" Don't worry. When the captain wants to see you, you will surely meet him. Open the portal on the upper level of the base. The captain ordered us to open the portal on the upper level of the base. Open the portal on the upper level of the base. Many of the members were shouting out orders. And after a rumbling sound was heard, the gates on the ground that were covering the entire Burn Island opened layer by layer, revealing the base of the Burn Island. After that, the spaceship Truth immediately appeared. At this moment, Lu Jiu, Gu Chouran, Molly and Fabio ascended from the control room. The control room also ascended to the ground level, and as the light shone on them, a projection appeared on the light screen. Lu Ziyu was standing at the middle of the main control room, and the largest light screen projection was in front of him. It was showing the situations of the oceans, including a three-dimensional projection that showed the situation of Burn Island, including all of the dangerous areas and all of the data in the sphere. As for the other three people, they were sitting in front of their own control panels, and the scenes in the light screen kept changing, showing them what they wanted to see. They were checking the data within the spaceship, preparing the spaceship to fly into the space. Although the spaceship could be managed by David alone, Lu Jiyu had still designed different access authorities to aid in managing and controlling the spaceship. They didn't necessarily need to control the spaceship, but mostly just needed to give orders instead. On the management level, which was under the main control room, everyone else was lying in the dormant cabin. Aside from preparing for the dangers they were going to face, everyone was also waiting for Truth to successfully enter the space and get onto the right track. Everyone had felt pretty stressed before they went into the dormant cabins, as they didn't know what would happen when Truth was finally launched. Some of them even wondered if they might die during the process. At this moment, everyone in the world shifted their attention to the spaceship. There were ships everywhere, scattered all around the islands, and the satellites around the base kept transmitting the pictures of the base to television stations and over the internet. Every media outlet was covering the launch. For most of the people, this was the most exciting moment of their lives. The chance to see humans conquer the universe. It was a milestone to all human beings. Yet, the officials of all of the countries were very anxious. Specifically, they worried that something might happen when Lu Jiyu, who they viewed as a plague, left. The anti-gravity system of the spaceship has been turned on. Down to 10, 10, 9, 4, 3, 1. As the crew was preparing for the launch, the spaceship was shaking slightly. Soon after this, the spaceship started to ascend from the ground slowly. At this moment, Gu Chouran, Fabio, and Molly, who had stayed in the control room, were extremely nervous and couldn't breathe. The control room was filled with tension, as everyone was afraid that something might go wrong. The data of gravity field is working well, and the gravity inside is stable. All the data of the spaceship shows that the spaceship is working just fine. Nothing unusual is happening inside Truth. Truth is still ascending. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 5,000 meters. It's working fine. 10,000 meters. It's about to enter the atmosphere. While all of the reporters were giving the play-by-play of what was happening, everyone was holding their breath in the spaceship, as they were afraid that something deviating from the original plan would happen and cause a major accident. As for those outside the spaceship and outside Brine Island, they were all gazing at the sky, thrilled to be witnessing history. At this moment, an enormous spaceship that was more than 100,000 meters in length rose into the sky. It was glowing as it accelerated. At the bottom of the giant spaceship, A horizontal insignia was seen, which stood for infinity, and under that infinity sign was the word truth. When seen from sea level, truth looked like an enormous mountain as it detached itself from the ground and ascended slowly into the sky. When they saw this amazing scene, everyone in the world was thrilled. Nobody would have ever imagined that this was possible. After all, the spaceship Truth was so giant, and it was way beyond their imaginations of what an exploration spaceship should look like. Soldiers, journalists, officials, scientists, and all of the commoners who were watching this scene on their televisions or computers were all amazed as the spaceship ascended into the sky. Some of them had their mouths wide open, while some of them jumped up and down because of the thrills that filled their hearts. Conquer the space and the ocean. This is the era of human beings. I'm excited. I'm ecstatic. I can't describe my exhilaration. Is this truth? Is this the spaceship that was made by all of the resources and scientific research from all over the world? Oh my God! It's way beyond our imaginations. The reporters were just as excited as the crowd and those watching on the televisions at home, as this was truly a monumental moment for all human beings. It felt like this world of the future could only exist in someone's fantasy. Yet it was all really happening. On the internet, the news of this launch was exploding, and soon many discussions arose, all of them filled with speculation, suspicions, expectations, and longing. The people were all voicing their opinions on this matter, and they were all looking forward to a future interstellar era for the Earth and everyone upon it. As truth kept accelerating and rose further, skyrocketing upward into the atmosphere, gradually got farther and farther from the people on the ground. Eventually, it was nothing but a small dot before it disappeared from the people's sights entirely. It then stopped on the predestined track that was 700 kilometers away from the Earth. We've successfully entered the Earth track. Everything inside the spaceship is normal. It has entered the track steadily, and the pressure inside the spaceship is 100,000 pascals, and it's 21 degrees inside. As the semi-brain David in the main control room shouted out the data of the spaceship, it was only at this moment that 3 people in the main control room felt relief fill their hearts. At that moment, Lu Jiyu looked up and saw the vast and dark universe space. The stars were shining with a dim white light, but the Earth down below was even more attractive to him. The Earth looked like a perfect combination of blue ocean and continents that were intertwined with different patterns and floating white clouds. The scene was truly breathtaking. Even though he thought it was indeed beautiful, Lu Jiyu still wasn't that amazed by the scene. After all, he had seen that same scene in Maria's world several times. Although each time was different, they were all just as beautiful as the one he was seeing now. However, he was looking at his mother star at this moment, so his emotions were kind of different than the others. As for those other people, they were all attracted by this scene. They immediately started to miss the blue planet that they had just left, and Molly even started to tear up. Lu Ziyu just didn't feel the same way. Those on the Earth, who felt relieved, would never have guessed that Lu Jiyu had his dimensional doors everywhere on the Earth, which meant that no matter how many light years Lu Jiyu was away from the Earth, he could still get back to the Earth whenever he wanted via these dimensional doors, immediately showing up in front of them again. As for those living in the management level below, they woke up after the alarm was triggered, climbed out of their dormant cabins, and gathered in the meeting area. Immediately, they all started asking questions and commenting at once. We left the Earth? We're already in the space. It seems that we've arrived at our scheduled track, and now we're touring around the Earth. Why didn't the gravity change? Does this spaceship really have a gravity system in it? If so, how did they accomplish this? Look, you guys, we can see the outside from here. It could be seen from the windows of the starship that traces of gleaming light were coming from the sun. They were shiny like pentagrams, and they were cast upon the earth below. At this moment, all these people could see was that blue planet. The Earth! They all yelled in unison. Lu Ziyu sat in his control chair after everyone had finished their work. David's projection just finished reporting all of the necessary data. Lu Ziyu then stood up and announced, "We've already finished the first step of our plan, and we've perfectly achieved our goal. Now, all of the members from the control committee must go to the main meeting room and start the first meeting. Then, we'll talk about our plans for the future." Lu Ziyu was pretty satisfied with this launch, and those present had also become the true managers of truth, thus earning the identities of members of the control committee of truth. All of these things pleased him. Lu Ziyu had several steps planned for the Starship Truth. The first step was to briefly explore and examine the inner area of the solar system, starting from the moon. They would then examine other planets of the solar system. Once the Hope of Atlantis arrived in the solar system, as they made their way, they stopped by a couple of planets to examine them. The remaining power from the Dark Mother Tree had been scraped by Lu Ziyu's mythical power. Yet Lu Ziyu still wanted to check to see whether there was some remaining power that had intruded into the interior part of the solar system. He also wanted to check to see whether there were any other life forms in the solar system. The second step was to explore the Alpha system in Centaur, that was the star system, was the closest to the solar system. It was also the star system was the closest to human beings. Lu Ziyu wanted to go and check that place out and conduct some experiments that he didn't dare attempt in the solar system. The third step was to go to black hole V6C in Unicorn, which the black hole that was the closest to the Earth. It was around 200 light-years away and infinitely heavier than the Sun. This third step would be a long journey, but at least the V6C black hole in Unicorn set to be the final destination. After that, Lu Ziyu figured he could also try to find an inhabitable planet for living creatures, or try to find a star system that could be reconstructed to sustain life. Yet, all of that could be decided later. Along the way, Lu Ziyu also wished to find some other living civilizations and some special life forms. He was also hoping to find some mysterious and special domains in the universe. Aside from those plans, Lu Ziyu also had a very important plan that he was presently hatching in his mind, which was to create a spawn race for himself. It would be different from the spawns that he had created before. This time it would be a seed that Lu Ziyu threw into the universe, which would be an extension of Lu Ziyu's power in the universe. This race must have the ability to adapt to the environments in the universe, and it be a universe race that had great potential. As for the large residential area inside the spaceship, he had already prepared a plan for that as well. This wasn't an easy job, so Lu Ziyu planned to give the exploration tasks to Gu Qiaoren. Then, after giving the tasks to Gu Qiaoren and the others, he would set the programs for the intelligent sub-brain David and go back to the crystal wall and perfect it. This was the first time that Lu Ziyu had chose to create his own spawn, so when Lu Ziyu was designing and creating them, he was more cautious and serious than he ever had been before. The giant main meeting room was filled with a three-dimensional projection, which showed the positions of the spaceship in the universe and the environment surrounding it. In this way, when someone was sitting in the meeting room, he would feel like he was floating in the universe instead of sitting in the spaceship. At the moment, the 44 members of the management committee were having a universe meeting above the Earth. All of the 44 members were sitting down in their designated chairs and were dressed in white outfits that had been specifically made for them. They were all looking at Lu Jiyu. This was the first time that many of them were meeting Lu Jiyu. Most of the members from the original management committee had only heard of Lu Jiyu, but they had never seen him in the flesh. This is our main plan, and it's divided into 3 steps. I call this plan the Truth Initiative. The 3 steps will be recorded into the inner program of the main brain David, and it will act as the foundation that we will use to design Truth's route. Only the captain will have the access authority to amend it. Lu Ziyu explained. He then asked, "Are there any questions?" he asked. Lu was sitting in the middle of the room, with everyone else sitting around him. Gu Chaoran and Fabio were sitting the closest to him, and Gu Chaoran was the first to raise his hand and pose a question. He asked, "Captain, it might take us more than 2,000 years to finish this plan. Are you really serious about this?" Lu Ziyu looked at Gu Chaoran and replied, "Some of you have taken the elixir of life recently, which means that you will now have a lifespan of nearly 200 years. What you don't know is that the elixir of life is a technology that I leaked, and many of such technologies that have gained popularity on Earth in recent years all stemmed from truth." Lu Ziyu then added, "Moreover, age won't even be an issue in our advancement. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen you all in the first place. The moment we left Earth, we already became an interstellar civilization that's detached from the mother star. Now, I need your help to create an interstellar civilization that belongs to us, a real and authentic interstellar civilization." "A civilization?" they all asked in unison. "A civilization that is only made up of us? Isn't Truth an exploration spaceship?" I felt that there was something off about this spaceship when I first boarded it. After all, this is a colonial spaceship, which has an enormous residential area at its lowest level. The technologies inside this spaceship have far exceeded those that the Earth civilizations massed us. So I have to ask, what exactly is going on here? Aren't we supposed to return right after we arrive in the Alpha system in Centaurus? What is this new civilization that he is talking about? An interstellar civilization and a race initiative? Several heated discussions broke out among those in the meeting room, as many of the members kept raising questions about what Lu Jiyu had shared with them. Some of these questions were answered, while others were not. Some people felt ecstatic about the plan, while others were really worried about it. After the meeting, Lu Jiyu asked Gu Chaoran, Fabio, Mali, Yi, and Zoe to stay in the meeting room. He then turned to them and said, "Aside from the Truth Initiative, the Interstellar Civilization Initiative will also be launched in the near future." He then added, "Please prepare yourselves for this. The residential area will be put to use very soon. Meanwhile, please gather some details about the Interstellar Civilization Initiative, such as how to lead the civilization into the future, as well as how to manage it. You will be in charge of all of these matters, especially you, Gu Chaoran." Lu Ziyu then pointed at Gu Chaoran and continued, "I won't appear in front of many people, so you will need to be the de facto leader of Truth and the new interstellar civilization. If you handle the job, I'll have to replace you with another person, tasking them with the role of being the acting captain and the head of the management committee instead." After Gu Chaoran had decided to enter the spaceship Truth to get to the universe, he had already fully prepared himself for everything that was going to come. After hearing the Truth Initiative and the Interstellar Civilization Initiative from Lu Jiyu, he finally understood what that choice really meant. They don't understand it. None of them understand what it means to get into this spaceship. "This is a ticket to becoming a god," Gu Chaoran said. This was his chance to rise above the ordinary and change fate. the interstellar civilization was just as divine as a god was to Earth's civilization. Moreover, it hadn't even been detached from the mother star or been able to utilize all of the resources inside its own planet yet. Some scholars had divided civilizations into 3 stages. The first stage was the part of the civilization that fully utilized all of the resources in its own planet. It could control earthquakes, volcanoes, and the climate on the planet. The Earth's civilization was close to this period of the civilization, but it still had a long way to go to reach the top of this stage. The second stage of civilization involved the civilizations that were able to utilize all of the resources inside their star systems. They were also able to get out of the star systems where their mother planets were located by using the power of stars. They were also able to use their technologies to build spaceships that were able to travel across the universe. They were even able to reconstruct planets and civilizations for an interstellar colony. The civilization of Atlantis was at this particular level. As for the third stage, it was an interstellar civilization, and as such, it was able to use its technologies to determine the fate of the galaxy. The most basic characteristic of such a civilization was that it was able to master the space technologies, only after which it could then control the enormous galaxy from an interstellar distance. Now, the spaceship truth was a lopsided existence. It was a civilization that was born within Earth's civilization, but it had also received Lu Jiu's civilization power, as well as the inheritance of the technology-driven civilization of Atlantis. It wasn't a Stage 2 civilization, but neither was it just an ordinary Stage 1 civilization. It had great potential, and it was likely that it would become a Stage 2 civilization in the near future. There was also a chance that it would become a Stage 3 civilization after that. To the inferior civilizations, advanced civilizations were just as powerful and mysterious as gods, and the gap between these two kinds of civilizations might be larger than that between human beings and gods. There was a chance that Gu Chaoran might become the supreme leader of such a civilization, which made Gu Chaoran feel like he was living the dream. After all, this choice had allowed him to take a leap forward, basically going from a human being to a god. It was the right choice to leave Earth. Soon, I will become the supreme leader of a new interstellar civilization, one beyond the Milky Way and the universe, where there are trillions of stars and countless living beings. Not everyone has such an opportunity in life, Gu Chaoran. Then, as his body shook, he looked at Lu Jiu and declared, "I will do everything in my power to satisfy your expectations of me." Then, the other 3 people left, leaving only Yi and Zoe standing at the center of the room. Zoe looked calm, yet Wang Yi seemed to be a bit tense. Lu Ziyu could only recall a few ancient memories about these 2 people. To them, it had only been a short period of time since they had been with Lu Ziyu. However, to Lu Ziyu, it had been hundreds of years. "We meet again, my old friends," Lu Ziyu said to the pair. "To be honest, I don't have that many old friends left, so I cherish each and every one of them. I'm really happy that you could board this spaceship, though I am not sure whether this is a good choice for you or not. Why didn't you stay on Earth?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt weird that Lu Jiu had called him an old friend. As he stared at Lu Jiu, he answered his question. "I don't have any family left. My grandmother, who raised me, passed away last year, so I signed up for this mission after reading about it in the news. Luckily, I was selected, and before I knew it, I was here." Lu Ziyu guffawed, then asked, "Is this what most people consider to be fate, Wang Xier?" Wang Yi got even more confused after he heard what Lu Ziyu had called him just now. Only his closest childhood friends knew this nickname, and after they had all grown up, none of them even used the name any longer. Hence, he found it very strange that Lu Jiyu, who he didn't really feel familiar with at all, knew about and had used such an intimate nickname to address him just now. Zhou then looked at Lu Jiyu and said, "You're a strange person. Ever since you showed up here, every time that I have ever met you, I always have felt that you're weird. I can't understand you at all." Lu Jiyu nodded, then said, "I understand. There's no need for you to say anything else. Besides, we'll have tons of chances to meet each other in the future and get to know each other better. For now, welcome to Truth. I hope that you can enjoy the rest of the trip." After that, Zoe and Wang Yi left the meeting room. Wang Yi tried to recall who that man that they had just spoken to was for a long time. Finally, after the cabin door opened and they walked into the portal, a name suddenly came into his mind, and he exclaimed, "Lu Ziyu." Wang Yi immediately turned around and ran back to the main meeting room. However, when he got there, he discovered that the meeting room was already completely dark, as the projector and lights had all been switched off. There was only an empty room left, which was filled with the scent of technological machinery and iron. "Where is everyone?" he wondered. After the meeting, Lu Jiyu had opened the dimensional door and returned to the crystal wall that belonged to him. It was at that moment that the routes and the exploration plans of Truth fell into the hands of the management committee. Now that he had delegated the responsibilities to the members, Lu Jiyu didn't need to stay any longer. From now on, all he needed to do was to periodically come back and check to see how things were progressing, along with making future plans for Truth. Leaves that were the size of palms fell down, following the light. The giant fairy tree had taken root in a green jungle. Small fairies were flying among the dappled sunlight, collecting food and organizing the forest. They had magically turned the capital of God into a beautiful botanical garden. "We fairies were born to take care of this capital of God," all of the fairies exclaimed as they went about their work. Lu Jiyu stopped looking at the capital of God, turning his attention to the faraway Maria's world. He could vaguely see the continents and oceans in Maria's world through layers of clouds. Many different beings were inhabiting in that place. Some of them were weak, some of them were powerful, some had humble origins, and others had royal blood. However, each life form and race had its own unique meaning and reason for being born. Orcs were the first kind of creatures born in this world. Lu Jiyu murmured, "Are the most important factors in civilization advancement. Magical beasts are the beginning of the supernatural lives, and the dragon race is the origin of divine incantation. Every race had specific purposes. The new spawn races that Lu Jiyu wanted to create would be an extension of his exploration and influence in the universe. However, compared to other spawn races that Lu Jiyu had created before, the creation of this spawn race was more confusing to Lu Jiyu than ever. This was because he didn't know exactly what kind of race he was supposed to create in order to meet his own expectations. Should I make machine and silicon-based life forms, an artificially intelligent civilization, or a living creature civilization like the insect race? He wondered aloud. As he pondered over this question, Lu Jiyu reckoned that the race that he was about to create didn't need to be powerful at first, as he valued potential above all. Besides, if the race's original power was too strong, it would constrain their future potential. Likewise, if the race's expectancy was too long, they would rest on their laurels and the civilization would gradually die out. They could fight and evolve so that they could gain power and long lives, but they couldn't have everything within them the moment they were born. It was for this reason that Lu Jiyu gave up the idea of creating a machine-driven silicon-based civilization, or an artificially intelligent civilization. Neither of these two civilizations had breakthrough and innovation abilities. They might have tremendous fighting power potential, and assimilation abilities. But it was still difficult for them to create and innovate to make a breakthrough in their civilization level. These civilizations could conquer other civilizations in order to upgrade themselves, using their forceful stormtroopers and techniques for eroding power. However, they didn't possess enough development potential. Lu Ziyu was already powerful enough to conquer other civilizations and upgrade a civilization. After all, he was a mythical creature, which meant that he was much better at annihilating other civilizations than the aforementioned 3 civilizations. After giving this a lot of thought, Lu Ziyu eventually decided to create his new spawn base based on his own life form. These would be carbon-based life forms that had the human shape. They would be merged with botanic genes, which would give them the same life expectancies as the fairies. This would also mean that they could photosynthesize. This would also allow them to live in the space for a short amount of time, and it would also instill them high intelligences and impressive study capabilities. The most important thing, however, was their potential, which was a supernatural power that Lu Ziyu would bestow upon them. They would then have the supernatural abilities to go on adventures and create their own future, which was why they had the potential to become an interstellar race. What Lu Ziyu was trying to decide now was what kind of power he should give them. He decided that it should be supernatural power that was combined with the power of mythical creatures and technological civilization. This was mainly because he wanted to be sure that they would be and have the potential to create their own futures. What kind of supernatural bloodline should I give them? He then wondered. Lu Ziyu was sitting in the witchcraft garden in the capital of God, while writing all sorts of bloodline abilities on a piece of paper. A ton of information was flowing through his mind, and he kept mapping it to the creature format, while trying to deduct the creature format from it. However, Lu Ziyu eventually gave up on all of these formats, as he couldn't find anything suitable and up to his high standards. At the moment, Eva was wearing a purple dress and a hat, and she was standing behind Lu Ziyu. Many fairies were flying around her, all of them speaking in a language that no one else could understand. This was the language of the fairies. There were many small fairies in this garden. They were responsible for arranging the magically reinforced plants within it. Many of these magically reinforced plants had powers that were beyond all imagination. For instance, the fiery lotus could give someone a supernatural bloodline. As for the crystal mint, that could transform a human being into a being that had a half-energy status. The small pond of water that was at the center of the garden was the immortality spring, which could give people hundreds of years more to live. The garden even had a plant that could be used to make black demon tea, which was known to have euphoric psychedelic effects on people. Most of these plants had been planted by Eva, and the majority of them were used to make some special desserts and other dishes. As each of these plants and dishes would be craved by the saints, they were made known to the world. This garden had to be kept hidden and carefully guarded at all times. Something interesting happened in Maria's world. "You should come check it out, Master," Eva said to Lu Ziyu. Eva had inherited some of Lu Ziyu's bad habits, including his short temper and impatience at times. She immediately created a projection in the hall wall, which allowed Lu Ziyu to see everything that was happening in the crystal wall. She was able to do this by using her access authority to the half-perpetual bio-optic brain. As Lu Ziyu looked at the projection, he saw numerous scenes from several different worlds, including epic wars, touching love stories between royal knights and daughters, fights among the saints, schemes and plots being discussed among kings and officials, and even heroes who had fallen after being tempted by demon sorcerers. One scene even depicted the rising of the trolls. There were scenes of all sorts of stories here. In fact, that screen, with the projection, was now showing Lu Ziyu was like her own personal television set. She could see the stories in all of the different worlds through it, and she would hum often songs while preparing desserts and milk tea for Lu Ziyu as she watched it. When something extra exciting happened, Eva would scream in exhilaration and run to ask Lu Ziyu to watch it with her. This is exactly what had just occurred. Lu Ziyu put down the pen that was in his hand and looked to Eva. He then said, "It is now the most crucial time, as all of the gods will soon ascend their thrones. Did something go wrong? Those who have been chosen to become gods should successfully ascend." Lu Ziyu took a deep breath, then continued. Now only 2 god positions are vacant. One of them is the time god position, while the other one is the ground god position, which had been expanded to include the god of ground and war title. However, the problem with this title expansion involves Felix and Lin Aniton, who are the current god of ground and god of war respectively. Lu Ziyu had immersed himself in designing the new spawn race, so he hadn't been paying any attention to any of the changes that were taking place in Maria's world. He knew that Edward Killermo had successfully become the god of truth and knowledge, and had successfully established a master system. After that had happened, the wizards had become masters and had integrated themselves into the Maria god system, just like the alchemy sorcerers. As for Jonathan, the master of storm, something unexpected had happened to him when he was trying to ascend to the god position. Though no gods had attacked him directly, the cardinal from the Galton stream of the Church of Light in the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro had teamed up with Archimond, an alchemy puppet that was made by the alchemy sorcerers from the Church of Goddess of Steam and Machine. The 2 of them had then attacked the Hyluga kingdom while Jonathan was trying to ascend to the god position. At that time, Archimond had used the godly power light to tear up the clouds and the atmosphere, causing Jonathan to almost fall from the sky. The alchemy sorcerers hated Jonathan much more than they hated their actual enemies. This made sense, as traitors were always more disgusting than enemies. The reason why Jonathan was considered a traitor was because he was an alchemy sorcerer who had been born into a family of alchemy sorcerers. Both him and his grandfather were students of Marina Bosa, the goddess of steam and machine, and as such, Jonathan's family was a vital part of the city alliance of Sheehan, especially among the alchemy sorcerer Circlesi. However, Jonathan chose to betray his teacher and kill one of his schoolmates, Isaac, as well as seize Isaac's alchemy beast. By doing this, he had betrayed his country, his people, and his race, which ultimately resulted in the city alliance of Shihan's navy being crushed and slaughtered. As for alchemy sorcerers, they had also suffered a huge blow because of his actions. This was the reason why both the Three Kingdom Alliance on the ocean and the Church of Light of alchemy sorcerers wanted to stop him from ascending. However, Gina, the god of the sea, had lived up to her promises and had helped Jonathan to inherit the godly position. Even so, the power from the divine artifact had still greatly injured his godly body before he ascended to the godly position. So, after he became a god, Jonathan had been hiding in his god kingdom in order to recover his godly body. At this moment, what was showing up on the screen wasn't the human world of Maria's world, but was a dark and gloomy world instead. There were black halos in the sky that came from a bizarre-looking sun, and a dim light enveloped the entire world. This was the underworld where the deceased and their souls belonged. However, at this moment, someone who didn't belong here and shouldn't be here stepped within it. This was a strong and ferocious human being, but the bottom of his face, which was covered by a hood, had some of the characteristics of a tiger man. Upon closer inspection, It could be seen that this was a half-beast human being from the central province. He was wearing a black cape that covered his armor, and he carried a special silver long sword at his waist. There were special engravings on the sword, and if someone from the Church of Light or the Church of Sunday was here, he would be able to immediately recognize that it was the sword of the king, which symbolized the power of the king that had been bestowed upon him by God. Although the cape covered his face, that sword had already exposed his identity. He was Lin Anatin, the king of mercenary from the Anatin kingdom in the central province. At this moment, he had arrived at the door of the underworld. From this vantage point, he was able to see that creature holding a fork at the door to the underworld. This was the guard of the underworld, the soul-swallowing goat devil Ham. This was the first entrance and exit to and from the underworld. Everyone who wanted to get in or out would show up here. Only when someone made it through the door could they actually enter the underworld. With the exception of the deceased, gaining entrance was nearly impossible. Living beings, ghost wizards, and the other bizarre saints weren't able to go into the underworld easily. "Stop here, you living creature," Ham called. "This is the territory of the dead." Lin kept walking forward. A giant steel fork pierced the ground in front of him. Lin's body dodged it like a phantom, and the black ripples of power that emanated from the steel fork were warded off by his cape. The goat devil Haim stared at Lin with ruthless eyes full of greed. He could feel that Lin wasn't a normal saint, but this was the underworld, and Haim was its mighty guard. He didn't need to be afraid of anyone. "O wise and powerful guard of the underworld, Haim, I ask that you might grant me entrance. I have an important task," Lin said while squinting his eyes. The goat devil started to guffaw. He was content with Lin's attitude and flattery, but then his face grew solemn. He opened his huge mouth and roared. "No." The forceful vibration of his voice knocked down all the souls lining up in front of the gate. "Of course I bring sacrifices," bargained Lin. He removed his cape and offered it to Haim. It was a cape with supernatural power, and it was a potent tool of sorcery. Lin's armor had also been made by specialized equipment with powerful reinforcement and spellcasting organs. His crown was made of magic gold, and the giant eye of a rare, magical beast was inlaid at the top. Lin gave everything he was wearing to Haim, after which he was only left with a pair of leather pants and a shirt. The valuables gleamed with supernatural spirit light, which immediately piqued the interest of the greedy goat devil. Although he craved them, Haim turned away from the offerings. "Not enough," he said to Lin. "I need the sword on your waist as well." Lin pulled out the sword, and the entire area surrounding the gate to the underworld was bathed in a fierce light. The once blurry bodies of the fading souls were illuminated by the warm glow of the sword. Haim was stunned by the gleaming light. "Oh, what is that?" he cried and stumbled backward, unable to open his eyes. "This is the legendary sword of the king," declared Lin. "I can't give it to you now, but I'll give it to you as a sacrifice when I leave the underworld." Lin knew the tricks and weaknesses of the soul-swallowing goat devil Haim. Many ghost wizards had bribed Haim to let them in the underworld and gained entrance. However, the tricky goat devil would only let them in, never out again. The gate to the underworld was only one way. Many monsters, demon warlocks, and blasphemers who couldn't stay in the main world anymore would flee to the underworld for shelter as a last resort. Once they entered the gates, however, they would never have the chance to leave. They were doomed to wander the underworld neither alive nor truly dead. Anyone who stepped into the gate was officially lost to the main world. Haim knew that he had the authority to let anyone into the underworld, not out. But the power and the light coming from the sword of the king had filled his pupils completely. He roared in exhilaration as he drew a circle. "You've got yourself a deal," he said. Lin entered the underworld. Instead of making his way to the kingdom death along the Styx, he took a detour and ventured toward the blurry and unknown area of the deep underworld. It was a bleak place, overrun by the power and consciousnesses of the monsters and horrifying enigmas evolved from the dead could be seen everywhere. Many demon warlocks, bone dragons, devils, and ghost wizards were also hiding there, claiming sections of the territory as their own domains. The goddess who reigned over the kingdom of death resided at the center, and the land around here descended into chaos. The deep underworld was a place of anarchy. Demons and ghosts roamed without any laws. Some of the creatures here had fled into the deep underworld, some of them were forced. Many were banished by the priests of the underworld to this lawless place. Every one of them had been a famously horrifying being when they were still alive in the main world. A dense, gray mist permeated the air, and floating ghosts could be seen everywhere. Bizarre, singing voices haunted the air from every direction, and a terrifying roar could be heard from deep inside the gray fog. As Lin stepped into a giant city made of bones, countless skeletons and ghosts rose up out of the sticky underworld mud. Bone dragons the color of bleached skeletons circled the city, breathing white fire. Level 3 ghost creatures, screaming she-devils, formed a circle, holding hands. They were singing the songs of death while tens of thousands of skeletons brandished their weapons. Death Knights riding nightmares charged at Lin with the fire of souls, and the rotten, stinking bodies of the dead continued to crawl out of the mud towards the intruder. With a sudden gust, the fog was dispelled, and the entire world occupied by all kinds of dead creatures came into view. There was no end in sight to the giant ghost army as they sprang up to guard the enormous city of skeletons. Lin noticed that the entire city was moving forward, and he realized in horror that the city itself was a dreadful life alchemy ghost. A group of blurry but formidable figures in black capes appeared above the wall of the city of skeletons. "Who are you? How dare you trespass where we slumber?" called a monster from the ground. "Tell us your name now. Are you holding the sword of the king in your hands?" asked a different creature. "Master of the sword of the king, why are you in the underworld?" asked another. "It's the mercenary king Lin Anatin. He is the king who has golden blood flowing through his body," cried yet another monster. A cacophony of voices cried out to each other, trying to figure out who he was and he wanted. Although the voices sounded chaotic, mighty forces resonated from each of them. Lin Anatin looked to the figures standing above the city of skeletons. Each of them was a well-known supernatural being from Maria's world before they entered the underworld. Some of them were recorded in the history books, and after they died or sold their souls, they gained more power in this kingdom of death. If it weren't for the underworld trapping them here, they would be a catastrophe to the main world. Lin took a look at the surrounding army of the deceased, and he could picture what the scene would be like if they showed up in the main world. Lin held up the sword of the king and called out, "I'm here to free all of you. Raise your sharp blades and come back to the main world with me. I'll open the gate of the underworld with the authority I have been granted with this sword of the king." The only thing those who had been living in the dark and lifeless underworld had seen for centuries was dark sky. So it was easy to understand how desperately they wanted to get back to the world of beings. Obviously, Lin Anatin was freeing them out of kindness. But the desire to escape the underworld and return to the main continent trumped all their inhibitions. "Let's fight our way out of here," they cried. "Let's escape from the kingdom of the dead. We must wash away our shame and let them know how upset we are," called the warriors. "It's time to let those living beings know our suffering and pain. We'll let them experience the horror of this dead and dark world. The giant city of skeletons rushed toward the gate of the underworld. Before anyone could realize what was happening, Lin Hayatin raised the glowing sword of the king high and brought it down, tearing the body of the goat devil Haim into pieces. "No! You freaking liar!" yelled Haim. "You will be punished. You will be punished by the goddess of death." Although the body of Haim was no more, he couldn't die. He was the gatekeeper of the underworld, which meant he could be defeated but never be killed. In the thick, dark fog that swirled in the sky, another body for Haim would be created, but it would take a very long time. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Anet had already opened the gate of the underworld. A portal to the living world appeared in front of him and the other dead creatures. Visions of the main world could be seen from the enormous door of white light. Blue sky, forests, lands, and oceans turned all the deceased mad with desire. The enormous city of skeletons burst through the gate of the underworld. The army of the dead cut across the mountains and oceans, rushing toward the main world. The huge bone dragon raced through the sky. A cracking noise rang out wherever the dragon's wings slashed through the air. It flew through the gate swiftly, and the demon warlocks who were controlling groups of monsters also rushed the gate. There were all kinds of creatures from the underworld, free at last from the rules that previously bound them, marching toward the kingdom of the living. At the other end of the gate was the Colossus Kingdom on the Swirl Continent. After opening the gate to the Swirl Continent, Lin Anet quickly disappeared from the underworld. At this moment, the giant shadow of the god holding the Book of Death had surrounded the gate to the underworld. Ctesias immediately locked the portal to the main world. The Book of Death reflected all the ghost creatures rushing toward the underworld gate. Ctesias opened the Book of Death, and the mountains of the dead who rushed toward the gate were absorbed into it. They became a line of bizarre and moving characters. Countless death priests carrying sickles formed a huge army of the dead. The monsters who rushed out were immediately crushed by the army of priests, so they were forced to go back to the deep cracks of the underworld. "What's happening? Who is it? Who opened the gate to the underground world?" Ctesias asked. He looked to the sky as if he could see the main world outside, even though he was under the darkness. It would be a catastrophe to the main world if this many horrifying dead creatures escaped out of the underground. At last, he admitted, "It's out of my control." The kingdom of Colossus was in the southwest corner of the Swirl Continent. It was a small orc kingdom with a small population. The total population was only up to a little over 1 million after decades of development, and an influx of immigrants. The kingdom had survived by its relationship with the Mermaid Kingdom and the subsequent marine trade. The Colossus Kingdom, the Mermaid Kingdom, and the Hyluga Kingdom formed an alliance and fought together against external enemies. These three kingdoms with different races, civilizations, languages, and cultures were united together for various reasons. Among the three, the Kingdom of Colossus had the least power, the shortest history, and no profound culture background. It had developed and grown stronger only because of special reasons and outside factors. Nevertheless, in its remote corner of the Swirl Continent, far from the southern land of Allen Continent, the Kingdom of Colossus was peaceful and stable. It was like a safe haven, far away from the troubles of other lands. It almost felt as if the kingdom was at the southernmost tip of the whole world. The Kingdom of Colossus was a little slice of paradise in this remote corner of the world. Nothing ever went wrong. Suddenly, a rumbling sound like that earthquake spread across the city of Colossus. It was as if a bull was roaring from the center of the planet. The people started to panic. "What was that sound?" they shouted. "Earthquake! It's an earthquake!" The street descended into chaos. Pedestrians were flustered and coach horses were startled. Both were running wildly out of control. A few ladies, wearing luxurious dresses and holding sunshades, collapsed to the ground. Workers wearing uniforms gathered together, looking around cautiously. "Earthquake?" "The water in the cup did not fluctuate a bit," said one. "The sound came from underground," said another. A crowd rushed out of the shops on both sides of the street. A blacksmith holding an out-of-date hammer shouted furiously. The sound grew louder, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Even though the ground was not shaking, everyone started to feel uneasy. They all felt like something horrible was about to happen. The sound was getting closer and louder. The dark brown soil all around them turned black as if it were being dyed by ink. "What's going on?" the people asked, confused. The ground is turning black. It's turning." The crowd was frightened. They dashed away to seek shelter and escape from the blackened earth, which reminded them all of their deepest fear. The darkness spread across the entire city of Colossus. It oozed from the ground like ink, turning the city black. A shrill whinny pierced the air. A war horse with flaming hooves, blood-red eyes, and frightening white teeth leapt out of the black ground, catching everyone's eye. A headless death knight sat on the horse, reeking of something putrid and foul. The monster's head was hanging next to the neck of the horse. It turned to the orcs on the street, ruthless, flaming eyes. Thousands of ugly, undead corpses, screaming spirits and succubi rose from the ground following the death knight, along with countless monsters who'd been transformed by the power of the abyss and terrifying demon species. A giant bone dragon rose out of the darkness and hovered over the city. The clear sky was now haunted by gray clouds and darkness. The peaceful city had been turned into a living hell. "What is that?" shrieked the orcs. "Monsters. There are monsters everywhere." "Open the door! Open the door! Guard! Guard!" Thousands of orcs ran for their lives and screamed at the top of their lungs, only to be killed and devoured by the countless monsters rising from the ground. At the same time, a gigantic fortress made entirely of bones rose up from the darkness. The bone city spun and rose from the ground, smashing the statue standing in Colossus Square. It was a statue of an old-fashioned boar people wizard wearing a robe with a stern expression. The statue, which was tens of yards high, broke in pieces instantly. The square was now in ruins. Countless buildings were destroyed. The Bone City devoured everything around it like a gigantic monster. As the Bone City appeared in the city of Colossus, thousands, or maybe hundreds of thousands of creatures of death escaped from the Death Underworld sector and filled the streets. They raged in the city, celebrating their escape with a grand feast. 200 years. "Finally, I can see the sun after 200 years, they shouted and laughed. The smell of living creatures. Sky, ground, air. This is life. This is the beautiful world that belongs to us. Fear, mortals, face your death." Quite a few powerful creatures of death away the moment they escaped from the Death Underworld sector. They knew that such a huge number of escaped monsters was bound to cause a stir. The gods would no doubt get involved, and by then it would be too late for them to leave. In the twinkling of an eye, the city of Colossus turned into a nightmare. The large number of orc wizards inside the city finally started to react. Rays of witchcraft light beamed across the battlefield, and the alchemy Colossus was activated. The defense of the city began. The enemies began to appear inside the city instantly, however, taking everyone by surprise. The situation on the battlefield changed immediately. Witchcraft lights shone on the streets, smashing groups of corpses and the undead. The Death Knight attacked the orc wizards using ghost witchcrafts. Thousands of skeleton archers shot arrows into the sky, raining them down onto the city. Skeleton masters waved their wands, dropping fireballs from the sky and turning the city of Colossus into an ocean of fire. The alchemy Colossus that was close to the city walls joined the battle. Under the control of orc wizards, the 60-foot Colossus fought against the army of ghosts, the giant bone dragon, and the screaming succubi. Divine light flashed, armies of corpses were squashed, and the Death Knight was smashed into pieces. But the situation could not be saved. The attack from the creatures of death could not be stopped. The gigantic bone city stood in the square, and dozens of figures floated above it, looking down on the city of Colossus. Each figure reeked of death. Lights of the power of death covered the entire city. Devour, kill. We are the embodiment of death, harvesters of souls, disasters of ghosts, called out the monsters. Their mission was to devour all the lives in the city of Colossus, transform them into armies of ghosts, and escape to the rest of the world. After fleeing from the Death Underworld sector, as long as they did not encounter, no one could harm them. At the same time, rays of light beamed from the divine palace in the center of the city. Felix, who was inside the palace and about to make a breakthrough, sensed the crisis and awoke from his slumber. The divine shadow rushed out of the palace and witnessed the cruel and gruesome scene. The city created and constructed by Felix and the Colossus College with tremendous effort was now on the edge of destruction. Countless living creatures screamed and died, becoming a part of the army of death. Most of them were his students, friends, family, believers. If he lost the support from his followers before becoming a god, he would lose his power and even perish. No matter how this battle ended, the city of Colossus was already destroyed. After armies of creatures of death and monsters flooded into the kingdom of Colossus, the population decreased drastically. The fading power of belief meant that Felix's power faded as well. With another competitor for the god's name, every planned effort were now in vain. With no possibility of becoming a god, he was destined to perish. The path to becoming god had no return. One could not quit halfway. It was life or death. Damn! Damn! You filthy ghosts, odious creature death! Felix yelled in rage. Looking at the city covered in blood and fire, and the giant bone city controlling all the creatures of death, the divine shadow lifted up his hand and smashed it into the giant bone city. The huge palm beamed out yellow lights, which covered everything as it passed by. Countless creatures of death were petrified. The clouds turned a fiery red as flaming boulders from the sky and smashed into the bone city. Damn you, go to hell! Felix roared. The gigantic palm of the divine shadow smashed down onto the bone city. The figures floating above the city reached out their hands at the same time. The light from the supernatural power spread out for miles across the sky. Bang! Thump! The giant bone city began to crack. The walls and towers crashed to the ground, smashing buildings on the way down and raising up a cloud of dust. The bone city cried like a living creature. The entrance to the underworld, that dark in the ground, had already been closed, but creatures of death had taken the city of Colossus. More than half of the population had been hurt or killed. The city was now in the hands of the monsters. Moreover, a large number of monsters had also left the city and flooded into other villages, towns, and cities within the kingdom of Colossus. After losing so many believers, Felix's power was draining. The Bone City continued to summon more ghosts. Skeletons, Death Knights, and Masters became part of the Bone City, healing its damage and renewing its power. Felix was at a disadvantage. He was fighting against the gigantic Bone City, the army of ghosts, and dozens of demon warlocks and succubi. The Bone City attacked the sky. Felix had ignited the divine fire, but had not merged the divine personality. This made him only a half-god, and the floating figures, together with the ghost army, were able to hold him down. The city had become a sea of flames. The divine shadow stood in the sky facing the Bone City, which was made of piles of corpses and skeletons. The clouds and air crackled with power, and sparks shone in the sky like lightning. All around, a cacophony of voices shouted to the sky, "Devour him! Devour him! Even a half-god cannot stop us." Is that what you call a half-god? It is nothing compared to the power of the god of death and the underworld demi-emperor. We shall show the world the power of ghosts today. The floating figures above the Bone City looked to Felix with greed and screamed with the sharp, eerie sound of darkness and fear. Their shouts only made him more furious, but one could vaguely sense a deep fear within. Felix knew death was near. Is this where I perish? Felix asked himself. Just like Hekfos the face-burner? He now felt the same despair and regret of Hekfos. What a pity to fail when he'd come so close to tasting the success of becoming a god. Felix had participated in the attack on Hekfos, and he was also in the group that shot Hekfos down from the clouds. Am I going to taste the same failure? No! I will never be defeated. I will never admit defeat, Felix resolved. The huge divine shadow burst into flames. Felix the Fox Wizard's body trembled. Meteorites rained down from the sky, dark red lights beaming through black clouds that spun like smoke. Felix decided he would not allow these filthy, putrefied ghosts to leave, even if he had to destroy the entire city of Colossus and sacrifice everyone. Astral World, Floating Space City, the capital of God. While Lu Jiyu was browsing, he happened to see that the entrance of the underworld had been opened by Lin Aniton. Countless monsters had rushed out, flooding into the world. Lu Jiyu frowned. Reckless. He's just the same as his ancestor, the Golden King. Lu Jiyu said, remembering how crazy and desperate Aniton the Golden King was before he died, as well as how ugly he became when faced with death and the temptation, immortality. Lin Aniton had believed that as long as he defeated Felix and became a god, whatever he had done before would be forgiven and forgotten. Moreover, all he had done was open the entrance to Swirl Continent, which only made a difference to the god of death and the god of the sea. It was all worthwhile for the sake of becoming a god. Felix was his only competition for the name of this god, and without him in the picture, Lin Aniton could then become the god of the earth with no hindrance. When he opened the entrance to the underworld, Lin Aniton had violated the responsibilities of a god, as well as the principles of the guardian of the world order. A god candidate had chosen to trample and destroy the world order. The sword of the king had granted him the power to exploit such loopholes. Without the power of controlling the major god kingdoms, the sword of the king was still a divine artifact given by Lu Jiyu, the creator. But its power within Maria's world was so strong that it was almost a world key. Lu Jiyu had now given up on Lin Aniton and turned to Felix. As a saint, the cunning Felix might be somewhat incompetent in comparison, as he did not have the vision or power of Lin Aniton. However, as a candidate for a god, he was far more responsible. The moment Lu Jiyu finished his sentence, he saw that the closed entrance to the underworld had opened again. This time, the entrance grew much larger and faster, covering the entire kingdom of Colossus instantly. The dark entrance to the underworld expanded on the ground. An enormous round, black entrance emerged. From the sky, it seemed like a deep abyss had appeared out of nowhere. The army of the dead and the Bone City, which were fighting against Felix and the rest of the orc wizards stopped immediately. The figures floating above the bone city started to panic. What's happening? Why is the entrance opening again? He's coming. The god of death is coming. How can he react so fast and find us in such a short time? The god of death was not even in the underworld, and the underworld demi-emperor Ctesias is incapable of tracking us so fast. The ghosts who controlled the bone city from up in the sky became alarmed and bewildered. Living in the land of the underworld, they knew the power of the god of death and the demi-emperor compared to Felix. A half-god like Felix was nothing compared to a true god. The bone city, which sat on a mountain of skeletons and ghosts, collapsed instantly. They all began to panic and tried to escape. The ghost controllers tried to escape the city of Colossus by moving the bone city. From the sky, they could tell that the enormous entrance to the underworld was now fully open, covering every inch of the ground. As if all light had been absorbed by the entrance to the underworld, everything was engulfed in darkness. "Impossible!" cried the denizens of the underworld. "The size of the entrance, who is coming? It's no way. We are doomed. We can't escape. We can't escape." The skeletons and corpses stood straight, shivering with fear, no longer arrogant or aggressive. Just as they'd expected, the enormous entrance to the underworld rippled. Rays of black light rose up through the darkness into the sky. A giant shadow emerged from the abyss. The giant shadow was so large that it seemed to go on without end. Its giant black cape covered the entire city of Colossus the moment it appeared. Only half of its body already occupied the entire sky and everyone's vision. The death sickle moved, demonstrating its power by instantly turning day into night. The god of death. The god of death. Your Majesty. He came. The creatures of death greeted their god nervously, then grew quiet. The world was in complete silence. Usually they would run away from just the presence of the demi-emperor. Now, for the first time, they were about to learn the power of the god of death. The giant death sickle moved. Hundreds of creatures of death fell. The skeleton army of the bone city and the death knights all collapsed under the death sickle. Thousands of souls were harvested by the death sickle and vanished. The gigantic bone city also collapsed under its power. Several of the ghost controllers vanished. This time they were truly dead. Run, run. I don't want to die here. Why is the god of death doing the killing? His Majesty is never involved in the killing, is he? The remaining monsters scattered like monkeys when a tree falls, but a great, suctioning force pulled them towards the entrance. All the escaped creatures of death sensed an overwhelming power from the underworld. Their world, the place of death, was calling them. Smoke-like tentacles of black light rose out of the portal and entangled all the creatures of death who tried to escape or resist. Hundreds of monsters fell into the dark abyss, into the horrifying, unknown world of death. The entrance to the underworld almost resembled a whirlpool, devouring all. Countless skeletons were spinning and falling. Death knights struggled to escape, but fell down helplessly. The giant bone dragon screamed and raced to the sky, but it too was trapped and claimed by the dark power, falling into the underworld like a black sphere. No, I will not go back there. I hate that dark, lifeless world. I will not go back. No matter how they tried to resist, they could not fight against the calling of the underworld and the god of death. All creatures of death had to go back to where they belonged. The shadow of the god of death went back into the ground as the world grew quiet. The giant entrance shrunk into a black dot, and then sank into the ground and disappeared. Felix finally realized what had happened. He was shocked at the power of the god of death and murmured, "Is that what a true god is like?" He then looked to the destroyed city of Colossus. Felix's shock turned into sorrow. Because of the damage caused by this attack, his journey towards acquiring a god's name was now postponed by at least 2 or 3 decades. As for the chance of successfully becoming a god, it had instantly become very minimal. As Felix was mourning his setbacks, Lu Jiyu was standing on the capital of God, surveying the lands below. He searched and found the initiator of this disaster, Lin Ahenitan. On both sides of the divine palace, there were tall statues, about 30 feet high, of warriors carrying swords who were down on one knee. Along the stairs stood tall statues of the god of earth and war. The palace hall floor was made completely of gold. Countless precious gems were inlaid on the ceiling. The stained glass windows were built by the well-known Ron alchemy workshop of Shan. Golden light shone from the jeweled lamps, radiating luxury and extravagance. A narrow passageway opened in the ground. Lin Ahenitan walked into the divine palace with a look of smug satisfaction. His plan had now eliminated his competitor, removing the obstacle standing between him and a god's name. I shall be the one who becomes a true god. An evil wizard dared to dream about becoming a true god. Ridiculous, Lin Ahenitan said. His face was jovial, but his eyes were cold as they turned to the tall statues of the god. His fingers lightly brushed the sword of the king which was tied around his waist. His eyes glittered with madness and greed for a god's name. The god of earth and war, world domination, are all mine, he exclaimed. At that moment, a ray of light struck the capital city of the kingdom of Ahenitan, the kingdom of mercenaries. All clouds were dispersed by the glaring light. The light seemed to be shining from some place out of this world, covering the entire royal capital city. Pedestrians on the streets had to cover their eyes as the sudden, dazzling light was hurting them. The street fell into chaos. Everyone stopped. Even the people indoors noticed how bright the light was outside. It came from the center of the city. A beam of light covered the divine palace of the god of earth and war, connecting the sky to the ground. Something sparked within and flew up to the sky. The people cried out in confusion. What's going on? It's the dominating power of the great god of earth and war. It's the power of a true god, Almighty God. Have you come to our world again? The crowd was shouting his god name. But Lin Ahenitan found himself in danger. The light beam struck him. Then immediately the sword of the king, tied around his waist, broke out of his control and flew into the light, rising up to the sky in the direction of the star kingdom of the gods. What's happening? My sword of the king. Lin's expression changed instantly. He reached out to the sky, but at the same time, an entrance to the underworld opened below him. The darkness spread out immediately. Rays of tentacle-like black light rose up from the kingdom of death, reeking of deadly power, and entangled Lin Ahenitan. He looked down and saw that a giant black sun was burning below. It was the underworld sun of death which never sets. It gave out swirls of power, restraining his strength. Deathbringers holding soul sickles showed themselves in daylight in the world of the living. Horrifying shadows emerged in the divine palace, floating in the air, surrounding Lin Ahenitan. Hundreds of Deathbringers appeared from their world and surrounded him. The rules and power of the underworld overpowered him, leaving him with no chance of escaping. All Deathbringers sang the paean of death, dancing around him. There might have been a way out if Lin still had the sword of the king. However, without the sword, he could not possibly fight against the power of the underworld. Numerous rays of black light wrapped around Lin, dragging him into the world of death. No! God. I will not accept the judgment of death. I am the immortal God, the eternal dominance. You have no right to bring me to the trial of death. You have no right, Lin screamed and struggled hysterically. Divine incantation and power spread out, blowing up the enormous palace. The sound of explosions spread from the center of the city to the surrounding areas, raising dust. The divine shadow broke away from the body of Lynn Hannington, but it was still trapped by the underworld's power. The divine shadow struggled to move away from the ground, spreading itself out across the sky. The god has shown himself, yelled a pedestrian. No! What is that? There's an abyss on the ground, cried another. The god is. At that very moment, all civilians and praying believers in the kingdom of Ahneton, as their god was dragged down into the abyss by countless black ribbons. The enormous divine shadow screamed and cried while struggling. Every person was in shock, mumbling with confusion and fear. Believers collapsed to the ground with their legs trembling. They were witnessing their god, the great god of earth and war, screaming in pain and howling in despair. Their voices called out in shock. On my god, what am I watching? You Majesty, how could this happen? Your Majesty, demon, no, that's the abyss of death. The sky, deathbringers in the sky, the messengers of the goddess of death. The enormous entrance of the underworld devoured Lin. No matter how Lin screamed, he could no longer escape his fate of falling into the world of death. The divine shadow gradually disappeared into the enormous dark portal to the underworld. Lin Ahneton clung to the ground with despair in his eyes. He'd never imagined that his plan would end up like this. The goddess of death was not in the underworld. Even if she was, she would never go beyond the world of death to interfere with the world of the living. Moreover, he'd had the sword of the king. He should have been able to escape any time he wished. As for the god of the sea, he was far away from land and could never set foot on the ground. A giant palm cracked the ground, destroying numerous houses as the divine shadow sunk into the underworld. Darkness covered his face, then his eyes. At last, the hands still clinging to the living world lost all strength and let go. No! Lin's eyes opened wide in the darkness. Anger, regret, and fear filled his body. As the chanting of the Deathbringers ended, the entrance to the underworld disappeared, leaving the cracked ground and the destroyed divine palace behind. At that moment, civilians and nobility of the kingdom of Ahneton came back to themselves. The army rushed into the palace, but nothing but fractured statues and ruins remained. In the year 340-42, on the San calendar, the mercenary king Ahneton fell into the death underworld sector. The sudden death of the mercenary king and the discord among his descendants brought the kingdom of Ahneton into an 8-year-long chaos. Several countries played a part in the civil war of the Ahneton kingdom. The prevailing belief in the god of earth and war faded away with the carnage. At last, Frank Ahneton, the great-grandson of Lin and Ahneton, stood out in the war and stabilized the situation in the kingdom of Ahneton. At the same time, in the floating space city, a black light and a white light traveled through the dimensional door from the far-away Maria's world and landed inside the capital of God. The lights sparkled and transformed into 2 tall, beautiful goddesses. The goddess of the Sunday, Verthandi, wore a white silky gown and a tiara, and the goddess of death, Delmidi, wore a dark robe. Together, they walked into the land where the Creator lived. The central city of the capital of God was a garden world. Giant buildings blended into the vegetation. Wizard servants walked along the cloisters. Countless fairies flew inside, beating their glowing wings and chatting joyfully. The heavenly city was filled with happiness and the beauty of nature. On the top level of the central witchcraft garden, Verthandi arrived. Another goddess was already standing next to Lu Yu. It was Kelly, the goddess of light. She had left the major god kingdom and arrived at Lu Ziyu's capital of God 1 step ahead. Lu Ziyu took the sword of the king from Verthandai. The weapon shone brightly with silver light. The long-lost divine artifact with the power to rule part of the major god kingdom had now finally been returned to him. Lu Ziyu looked to Verthandi. "Never let someone steal it again," he scolded. "This is not a children's toy. Luckily, I did not give it complete authority like before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been just the underworld and Swirl continent that were affected." Verthandi blushed. "Do you mean let someone steal it, Dad?" I took it from my own home," she said. Delmidi walked past Lu Ziyu and sat where he usually sat. Lu Ziyu grabbed Delmidi's ear and dragged her out of his seat. "Ouch! Dad, what are you doing?" she protested. "I went down there personally and caught all those who escaped from the underworld. I also brought Lin Ahinitan, the troublemaker, back to the underworld. The judgment of justice awaits him." Lu Ziyu glanced sideways at Delmidi. "The judgment of justice?" he said. "I need to bring you to trial first. All this happened under your watch. If you don't clean up the mess in the underworld, all sorts of disasters are going to happen in the main world." Lin Ahinitan was eventually eliminated from the candidates for a god's name by Lu Ziyu and sealed in the underworld. Unlike the Star Kingdom, the underworld was a crucial part of Maria's world. It controlled the deaths of all lives and the reincarnation of all souls. As Maria's world developed, the supernatural powers grew stronger and the system of the gods was perfected. The underworld had now become the most important half-bit wall other than the main world. The main world was the kingdom for the living, while the underworld was the land for the dead. All those who had died and all creatures of the dead lived in the underworld. It was no longer just a place for reincarnation, but a world that controlled all ghosts and powerful monsters. It was inevitable. As long as there were living, there would be dead. Lu Ziyu could not wipe out the dead from this world. Therefore, he could not blame Delmidi for this disaster, or the system of the underworld created by the demi-emperor Ctesias. As for the underworld, it was designed solely for the reincarnation of souls, not for the controlling of ghosts. At the time it was designed, the system of the gods was not fully developed, and ghosts and death creatures were still manageable. Therefore, Lu Ziyu had not thought about perfecting the underworld. The only solution was to alter the current system of the underworld. It would be made into not only the home for souls, but a kingdom for the dead, so that it could control all ghosts. It needed to embrace the system of the dead and utilize all their power to strengthen the underworld. Nevertheless, Delmidi needed to learn a lesson. She was barely seen in the underworld even though she was the goddess of death. "I was visiting my sister's kingdom. I am just a guest," Delmidi said. "You were either in your sister's kingdom or messing around in the major god kingdom. You were running around in the main world or just slacking in my capital of God. You haven't done any work at all," said Lu Ziyu. "What's the point of working so hard?" Delmidi said. "You don't care about any of the worlds. Stupid God's name, it's worth nothing. No one could ever be more powerful than Dad." She rubbed her ear. It was not painful at all, but she pretended to be pathetic. Lu Ziyu's harsh criticism kept Delmidi's head down. Despite all of her flaws, however, Lu Ziyu did not wish to appoint someone else as the god of death. It was a crucial role for Maria's world. Even if Delmidi was incompetent and slacking, she was still family, which made her better than anyone else. Lu Ziyu would never give a god's name to someone who was not close to him. "My lord, it's time to make some changes in the underworld," Kelly said as she looked to Lu Ziyu. "The current system can no longer control the growing amount of ghosts. If kings of the dead rose up later, it would be difficult for the underworld to control them." Kelly and Lu Ziyu had already had a long conversation about the underworld the last time she'd visited the capital of God. The final decision had been to divide the underworld into 9 levels, each level a different death world. The deeper the level, the more dangerous and powerful ghosts would be constrained within. After an internal competition, a king of the dead would be selected for each level as a side god for the goddess of death. They would be responsible for their level, controlling the rules and authority of that level, as well as the power of the bit wall. In this way, the system of the dead could be part of reincarnation. Other than souls, all ghosts were now under the control of the goddess of death, which significantly increased her authority and responsibility. Anyone else would be thrilled, but Delmidi had become lazier and more like Lu Jiyu these days. Lu Jiyu felt his hands were tied. Lu Ziyu reached out, and the entirety of Maria's world was immediately projected on the screen on the wall. The enormous world was like a giant, translucent egg of chaos. The bit walls wrapped around the entire world, looking like a polyhedron. The sun within shone brightly, lights were reflected and refracted. The whole world was embraced by dreamlike shine. Inside the world, apart from the enormous main bit wall and the Star Kingdom, was the huge half-bit wall of the underworld. It was as if a giant bubble had grown out of the bottom of the world, controlling all deaths. The giant sun and the dark land of the underworld were visible within. Lu Ziyu reached out. The semi-perpetual bio-optic brain in the center of the capital of God gave out dazzling beams of light. All data of the underworld was calculated by its power, and all the details of the underworld were projected accurately in everyone's sight. Divide the bit walls, define the reincarnation, said Lu Jiyu. Immediately, the structure of the entire underworld started to crumble from the surface to its core. The oval-shaped bit wall transformed into 9 layers of concentric circles. Each layer had completely different landscapes and environments. Some had erupting volcanoes like the lava realm. Some were freezing cold like the icy land of the North Sea. Some were covered completely by black oceans, reeking of putrefied, rotten despair. The closer to the core, the harsher the environment. In the center, there was nothing but endless darkness. This was the world of void, the divine palace of the goddess of death and the Deathbringers, and the giant city of souls, Ram. The river Styx ran across the 9 realms. The enormous entrance to the underworld stood at the entrance of the outmost layer, at the end of the river. The guardian of the entrance to the underworld, the soul-eating goat devil Ham, came back to life in confusion, without a clue about how this world had been changed. Standing on the giant entrance to the underworld, Haim trembled, watching the entrance shift and crumble as the Styx extended. It seemed like the entire world was collapsing. "Oh, what's going on?" "Everything is collapsing," shouted the denizens of the underworld. The ghosts that lived within felt the sky and earth spinning around as the entire world revolved and changed. It was as if they were sucked into a giant whirlpool. "We doomed, what is happening? Is this the end of the world?" they cried. "The world of death is now doomed." Countless ghosts and powerful creatures of death, who lived deep down in the underworld, screamed in fear and tried to flee, but they were still trapped within and fell down into the bottom of the underworld as it transformed. When everything quieted down at last, ghosts and creatures of death crawled out of the reborn land and realized that the entire underworld was now completely changed. The underworld was the place of reincarnation. "Now this is hell," they exclaimed. "The kingdom of ghosts and souls, hell." Lu Ziyu stopped. The kingdom of the dead was now completely different, more complex, and more sophisticated. With the new system in place to control the souls, the land of the creatures of death was now combined into a perfected half-bit wall. This was now a world with its own unique rules. With the adjustments finished, Lu Jiyu felt that the entire world had taken a step forward. The World Perfection Plan was now in motion. Star Soul World, year 380 of the Wizard calendar. The development of the Star Soul World was increasing rapidly, and supernatural creatures were spreading out all over. As races with centuries of development shared their culture, the entire world seemed to grow overnight, especially with the arrival of wizards. They came, settled on a continent they named the Wizard Continent. They created the Wizard calendar, calling the year of their arrival in Star Soul World Year 1. Led by Catherine, hundreds of thousands of wizards and their families left the Wizard Tower and began the creation of their own new life. After more than 300 years, and with the effort of several generations, the empty Wizard Continent was finally growing in population and thriving. Many wizards with transformed bloodline knights created their own world out of wasteland that they tamed for humans and cleared of magical beasts. After centuries of transformation, the bleak Wizard Continent had become a paradise for humans. A wizard tower stood tall on the ground, creating witchcraft boundaries that covered the continent. It adjusted the climate, environment, soil, and water as well. Each city was guarded by its own wizard tower, and the horizon line was dotted with them. The wizard towers ruled the entire Wizard Continent, and the towers were all managed by the Wizard School. The Gathering of Wizards was the highest governing authority, and they resided in the legendary tower, a holy land for wizards. Wizardry was the future, and wizards were the superior beings. It was everyone's dream to become a wizard, and everything was built to serve them. Entering the wizard school, becoming an apprentice wizard, was the only road to honor and glory. Every individual was a wizard descendant, with the blood of wizards running through their veins. The wizards weren't confined to land. They started exploration of the oceans and beyond as well. They discovered the other continents and other intellectual races like goblins, dwarves, trolls, and fairies. They also discovered another familiar race, the elves. Elves named their continent the Sylve Continent. Here they re-established the Empire of Elves. Wendy, the Queen of the Elves, abandoned her wizard name after entering this world. As elves perfected the wizardry system, the Queen renamed it the Arcane System, and elves called themselves Arcanists. Elves and wizards seem to have found their futures here in Star Soul World and developed smoothly. The thriving wizard civilization was now prospering more than ever before. The population of wizards grew rapidly, reaching its limit. Their tower-centric civilization was stepping forward every day, as was their building technology. Alchemy witchcraft, blood witchcraft, dreamcraft, boundary witchcraft, and ghost witchcraft were absorbed by the wizard towers. The towers had now become symbols of power. It became a common belief that a wizard with a tower was undefeatable. The advanced astrologers and summoners learned how to study the star soul, a divine creature that represented the rules and consciousness of the star soul world. Their behavior changed as the world changed. They had the power to communicate with the astral world, and anyone who dared to harm them would be swallowed up by the star soul world. Brock Kim was a goblin of the Copper Dynasty of Goblins. To his memory, the goblin civilization had started a few decades ago, at the end of the city-state period when the goblins built their first kingdom. With their large army and weapons, goblins had triumphed over trolls, dwarves, and fairies. Just as they were about to become the ruling race of the Titan continent, wizards had come to their world. Wizards crossed the oceans in spaceships and appeared in the sky of the Titan continent like gods. The goblins had looked up at the spaceships and realized that their world had changed completely. Without even making a move, the wizards conquered the goblins easily. At the sight of the gigantic spaceships and the sound of alchemy artillery, the goblins knelt on the ground, admitting defeat. From that moment on, the Titan continent was a part of the wizards' culture. Goblins, dwarves, trolls, and fairies became slaves to the wizards. Trolls oversaw mining, dwarves crafted alchemy accessories, goblins worked in wizard workshops, and fairies grew magical herbs and plants. The wizards did not directly enslave them, but invited them to become allies of the Wizard Alliance. To Brockkim, however, it was nothing but slavery. Later the goblins found out that wizard was not even their new overlord's name. They were humans. Wizards were humans who'd gained godlike powers. It was a saint occupation. Wizards built wizard towers in the goblin cities. Traders and investors came into their world. A human was now the noblest being, enslaving and exploiting. Goblin nobility went along with the humans and began the slave trade. Countless goblins, dwarves, and trolls were enslaved and taken to the wizard continent, never to return. They destroyed our peaceful life and brought nothing but disaster, Brockkim said. We lost our freedom, became slaves, and they demanded. Curse them. They even tax us and steal our gold. They are powerful creatures from a fearsome world. I heard that these wizards were frightened by the high elves who understand arcane magic, so they escaped from their world and came to ours. Brockkim was a young goblin who was taken into slavery and sold to Wizard Continent by the great lord of the Copper Dynasty. Down at the bottom of the human spaceship, slaves from different races were locked into special cages. Brockkim was locked up with several goblins who were all terrified. He looked around and observed the spaceship. The detail brought Kim's eyes. Goblins were naturally drawn to elaborate and intricate gadgets. They were capable of manufacturing copies of exquisite machinery and tools from most workshops. Muskets, bombs, and mechanical arms built by goblins were known for their quality and fine work on Wizard Continent. Even apprentice arcanists were no match for goblins. True arcanists could produce that level of work, but you had to be a city master or a descendant of a great wizard to afford such luxury. After traveling for about 1 month, the spaceship landed in the faraway city of Brittany, a main coastal city owned by wizards on the Wizard Continent. A huge volume of passengers got off here and went into the station. Slave owners used a trailer to take Brockkim off the ship, through the station, and into the city. It was the first time seeing the wizarding world. The tall wizard tower caught his eye immediately. There was an alchemy claw on the tower, ticking and talking. One could tell the local time from afar. Then he noticed the bustling streets and the tall, neat houses. Steam locomotives were roaring past. Advertisement banners were hung up by hot air balloons. The ticket seller rang the bell when the train stopped. Shops and delicate merchandise could be seen everywhere. All the citizens were wearing fine clothes, and they walked with class and charm. There was a circus performing on the street. Giant advertisements were put up on the wide front doors of the theater. As the slave owners continued on, night fell on the city. Rows of gas lamps illuminated the streets, and the city patrol ran past with muskets. Brock had never seen so many humans. Compared to the Titan continent, this was a fantasy land. Brock would have never imagined that this was what the humans' world looked like. Is this the human world? How can it be so colorful and powerful? Marveled Brock. How did they master mechanics and all these fantastic powers? He curled up in the cage, clutching the iron bars and staring at everything with wide eyes. It was all so enchanting. This was such a colorful, dreamy world compared to the dull, gray land of the Titan continent. An enormous monster bird appeared on the top of the wizard tower. It flapped its wings, creating strong, whirling winds that produced a high shriek. On top of the bird sat a wizard wearing fine clothes, in a seat protected by a shield. Brock looked to the sky as the bird flew away, staring at the vanishing figure on its back. "It's because of wizards that the human world is so wonderful," he said. "They are so powerful. Can goblins become wizards?" Foreign slaves locked up in cages were dragged out by giant, transformed camelids. In the cages were goblins with green skin and pointy ears, strong dwarves with giant beards, and trolls with horrifying fangs. A crowd gathered around them, full of curiosity. Humans threw food to the cages, as if they were watching animals at a zoo. Slaves inside the cages screamed in panic, roared in anger, or curled up in fear as the crowd laughed out loud. Brock Kim, however, simply watched the crowd with wide eyes full of hope. "Brook Kim, these parts need to be fixed again. Can you understand the drawings? There can't be any deviation on the size. This is the latest version of the plate armor section of the alchemy spaceship tail." Inside the wizard tower, a goblin in white utility coveralls with oil stains on his sleeves was listening to a wizard disciple wearing a gray cape. Brook was smiling and enthusiastic, as if he had devoted all his energy to grasping the basics of alchemy techniques. "Rest assured and leave everything to me," he said to the wizard disciple. "I will definitely do a great job. Also," the disciple continued, "some of the gas lamps up there were broken, which might be indicative of problems in the gas series connection equipment. Could you go up there and fix them?" "No problem," Brook replied. "I'll fix them by the afternoon today." The wizard disciple started to leave, but then turned back again. "One more thing, all 30 of the number 8 standard turbines and the characters assigned to you this month must be finished within the week." "I've already finished more than half of them," Brook assured him. "I'll finish them in the coming evening." Brook Kim had been sold to Lenny Wizard Tower as a slave, and gradually evolved from a slave who was only responsible for cleaning to an alchemy assistant, because his talents and techniques earned him the trust of the human wizards. He commanded a small group of other slaves to help the wizard disciple finish the job, so he received some preferential treatment. He was still using the manually operated alchemy machines that couldn't be controlled by mind power, so he wasn't qualified to be a real alchemy wizard. Instead, he was basically a factory worker. Brook Kim only realized how many different kinds of wizards there were after his arrival at Lenny Wizard Tower. He most admired the alchemy wizards, who could randomly make all sorts of alchemy equipment. The owner of this tower, Great Wizard Lenny, was a powerful level 3 wizard. It was said that he came from a holy land of wizards, and everyone here who heard his name would exclaim in admiration and amazement. The main wizard city close to the ocean was named Lenny City, after his greatness. There were over 1,000 people living in the wizard tower, and different wizards of different identities lived on different levels. At the penthouse level lived the great wizard Lenny. Below that lived his disciples, after which lived the official wizards, wizard disciples, and the ordinary workers and servants. At the bottom of the chain were the slaves of other races, like Brook. The living conditions in the wizard tower weren't great, and the slaves were constantly oppressed and exploited. Every day, they were given more workloads than they'd possibly finish, and the sick and injured were denied medical treatment, leaving them with nothing to do but wait for death. Oftentimes, Brook's people died miserably. Despite the horrible conditions, Brook tried to believe the tower was a good place for him. "We have knowledge and truth here," he would say to himself. "And we have great knowledge about the powerful alchemy techniques and machines. This is heaven for goblins, and this is the paradise and holy realm for me. I have to become a real alchemy warlock in the future, no matter what it takes." After a long day of work that carried on late into the night, Brooke realized that it would be morning in a few hours. He entered the low-level rooms belonging to the slaves, tiptoeing since all the other slaves were asleep. While his people slept, Brooke lay awake on his bed, reading over the notes he just took by the light of a gas lamp. He had learned the human languages, mathematical systems, and drawing techniques all on his own. At daybreak, Brooke went out to help the city transportation department fix a public steam car that was broken. While Brooke helped to fix it, he also tried to analyze the core components and engine systems of the steam machine. Carefully, he studied the structures and principles of the machine. As he read the blueprint structures and the data and details he'd marked down, Brooke's eyes started to gleam. "Genius," he murmured. "What a genius invention." Brooke had heard that the steam machine was invented by a person named Lars Brown, an ordinary human being without any gifts. Despite his lack of powers, he was now remembered by all the alchemy warlocks. Inside the wet and windowless slave house, a goblin with a giant green head was lying on the pillow. Brooke had just finished studying the whole night once again, and now he got up just as the sun came out to begin a new day of tasks. His studying paid off, and he was finally allowed to join a complicated alchemy figure designing task force. After he succeeded at this, was granted special treatment because of his great talents and became an official part of the Lenny Wizard Tower. He embarked on his journey to becoming an alchemy warlock, and he quickly mastered the meditation and basic techniques of alchemy warlocks. Brooke then achieved his goal of becoming an alchemy warlock. He was still a member of Lenny Wizard Tower, and gradually, he became the most incredible alchemy warlock in the tower. He became responsible for all the most difficult and complicated alchemy equipment designing tasks in the tower, and worked his way up to the position of most important assistant to the Great Wizard. He no longer only made simple alchemy objects like before. Instead, he started to take part in manufacturing the most complicated alchemy ships, alchemy spaceships, and alchemy figures. He even calculated the theory on how to make magically reinforced steam machines smaller. Steam machines that shrunk, and all sorts of new alchemy equipment began to enter everyone's lives. He was highly valued by the great wizard Lenny and began his 10-year study in the Wizard Tower. This was the first time that he had ever entered the wizard's holy land. He trained in the most significant wizard tower, an element tower with 6 levels. More than 10 wizard towers surrounded it, and inside the cities lived all the wizards and their apprentices. Brooke had never seen so many wizards before, and he made many friends. This was a city in which wizards thrived. When Brooke grew older, he participated in an important designing program for alchemy life forms. In the tower, he experienced an atmosphere that encouraged learning, where all the wizards strived for knowledge and truth. He then realized that his previous views on wizards had been narrow-minded. Only after he studied with them did he realize what being a wizard truly meant, and what it was they were pursuing. In his old age, Brooke became a master of alchemy by building the 4th element wizard tower. He was just a level 3 alchemy warlock. He was capable of designing and building a wizard tower with level 4 elements. Even if he was just a goblin, a creature that human beings despised, he was still called a master by many people after advancing this far. Brooke Kim became the idol of all the goblins. He advanced from a slave nobody to a superior level 3 alchemy warlock, who was well known by all. He became the pillar of his people, and every goblin worshipped him. When he felt he'd grown too old, Brooke said goodbye to the wizard continent and went back to his hometown, Energy Blood Bronze Dynasty on Titan continent. Even as he stepped back onto the continent, he realized how different he really was from everyone on the wizard continent, and how different his two homes were from each other. During his 100-something years away from Titan continent, Brook Kim had gradually evolved to a wizard in not only his habits, but his thoughts. He was no longer a narrow-minded goblin who didn't know what to strive for. Brook Kim established his own wizard tower in the Goblin dynasty, and he took on goblins as his apprentices. He then encouraged all the goblins and other races to integrate with the Wizard Alliance and made public the truths of the wizard continent. He taught the other races the ways of the wizard world, so that even races who had nothing in common with the wizard civilization or human beings began to accept the wizard system and become one with their culture, causing a surge in their status. As for the wizard civilization, they allowed more and more races into their system, encouraging them to be a part of the wizard civilization. They let more goblin alchemy warlocks enter the wizard continent, and there were even wizards with dwarf bloodlines, wizards from Troll Dream, and witchcraft boundary fairies walking the streets with human beings. Many elites from other races also made great contributions to the advancement of the wizard civilization. Suddenly, there were many other races in the wizard tower, and the wizards in the wizard parliament began discussions on whether or not they should let the other races become members. It took the other races almost 200 years, but eventually they fully integrated with the wizards. When Lu Ziyu stepped on the wizard continent, he felt that he saw a magical world where there were trolls and dwarfs sitting on the same steam locomotives while human beings sat beside them like it was nothing. Goblins were screaming and running around the streets in their work uniforms, fixing all the alchemy facilities in the city. Human kids and dwarf kids went to the same school and carried the same backpacks. Great fairies who had evolved had also become a part of the wizard system and had become the guides of Wizard College. They guarded the tree of fairies, while managing a large group of fairies and witchcraft gardens. More than 100 years ago, when Brook Kim first entered the wizard continent, everyone looked at the other races disdainfully. Everything had drastically changed. When Lu Ziyu stepped into the Starsoul world, he went to the wizard continent first. When he saw what the place had become, he couldn't help his amazement at the miraculous lives the people led, and greatness of the current civilization compared to the wizard continent almost 1,000 years ago. The tower had been on the earth around 500 years. The wizard continent during that time was a barren land with no living creatures. Most of the continent was covered with yellow mud and bare rocks. It was located in the northern part of the world. Not only did it lack the fertile ground and plants that life forms needed to survive, but it even lacked mineral deposits. And the continent was overrun by sand and rock beasts. When the wizards arrived, they used wizard towers to begin reconstruction on the continent and improve the quality of the soil. They grew forests and opened up land for farming. The wizard towers even imitated the supernatural abilities of gold-eating beasts, when combined with witchcraft, could condense mineral deposits. The wizards had completely changed the continent. Lu Ziyu was sitting on a bench by the door of a bakery in Lenny City. He could see the rails of the public steam locomotives intersecting with each other at the center of the crossroad, across from which was a garden square enclosed by iron railings. The buildings inside the city were of all sorts of mysterious styles. It was a city full of glass, and there were fantastic and colorful windows everywhere. There was a giant clock at the top of the wizard tower. The great wizard Lenny, builder of the city, had passed away a long time ago. The Lenny Wizard Tower was now run by his disciples, but the name of the tower remained. The presence of wizards was obvious all over the city. The tall water towers and tubes were all interconnected, supplying water to the entire city. There were large interconnected alchemy gas light pillars on all the streets. Magically reinforced transmitters that used energy power ripples to send messages replaced the originally used wind ravens and messengers. With this, people were able to send long-distance messages. Transportation, daily living, and all other aspects were connected to witchcraft and wizards. Wizards had become an important part of the world. Without them, this society might crumble at any time. Many occupations in the city were created by apprentice wizards. Only wizards and apprentice wizards with woke mind power would be able to use all sorts of witchcraft alchemy tools to maintain the normal operation of the city. Already, small steam engine locomotives had appeared on the street. Lu Jiu noticed that they looked like cars, except for the small chimneys attached to the backs of them, giving off steam. The new steam airships that flew across the sky looked even smaller. The airships were made of iron. Lu Jiu even saw that the current steam engine airships had already abandoned the original enormous balloon airbags. They were using the magically reinforced steam engines to make the airships fly. In the distance, there were steam engine airships of the last generation. To lessen the weight, they were made of wood with enormous masts and sails. They moved forward with the help of the wind. They had streamlined bodies and enormous wings. When they moved forward, people couldn't help covering their ears because of the loud humming sound caused by the spinning fan blades. There were still fighting airships in the sky, and those miniaturized airships could carry more than 10 people. There were bombs and magically reinforced machine guns on board. These airships were smaller and more flexible, and they were much faster, both at speed and turning, than the original steam engine airships. They were the perfect weapons for war. The appearance of these war machines meant that the world would not remain at peace. The Wizard Parliament managed the entire wizard continent. Each wizard tower was responsible for a city and its surrounding towns. Wizard colleges were like the previous countries. Among different wizard colleges, there were conflicts or even wars over resources and land. Although the Wizard Parliament and the towers would try to interfere as mediators, the college's power was an important part of the negotiations. Wherever there were human beings, conflicts were unavoidable. "Wow! Combat airships!" exclaimed a group of children. "The airships have started to patrol again. It's epic. I want to be a pilot of combat airships too." As the kids walked along the streets, they looked at the combat airships flying across skies and screamed in amazement. As the airships spun in the sky above Lenny City and disappeared into the clouds, their hearts surged. How impressive. I have to become a goblin helicopter pilot in the future. A trump card like goblin helicopter pilot Luke? Go. Among the kids was a goblin and a troll. Kids from different races put their arms on each other's shoulders, looking at the sky. Scenes like this made people feel the inclusivity of the wizard civilization. Lu Ziyu couldn't help smiling and giving praise. "I love this world, Catherine," he said to himself. "You have indeed established a kingdom that belongs to wizards, and it's a world of wizards to you." Everything here was fresh and new to Lu Ziyu. Theoretically, such an advancement of the steam engine wizard civilization should have led to some serious pollution and other kinds of environmental destruction. However, the air in the city was exceptionally fresh because the wizards had reinvented the steam engine machines. The more popular, magically reinforced steam engine machines had replaced the original ones, which greatly reduced the pollution. Another reason for the lack of smog was the design of the wizard towers. They themselves were fundamental buildings that combined all the important city functions. Wizard towers not only had the power to attack and defend themselves, but could give out witchcraft boundaries to regulate the environment and purify the air. Even the pollution that had gathered in the soil for a very long time could be reverted back with the help of wizard towers. Lu Ziyu was sitting on the side of the street, experiencing the beauty of the city and the differences in lives in the world. He observed the differences between this world and Maria's world. Groups of people wearing ancient capes walked in front of Lu Ziyu. There were workers wearing uniforms, apprentice wizards wearing gray capes, and alchemy apprentice goblins, as well as architecture and timber worker trolls, wearing strange hats and backpacks. No one noticed the man standing on the street, observing their lives, and they would certainly never imagine that this person was their creator, the person who gave them their lives, everything they needed to survive in this world. The people from this world had already forgotten where they really came from. Most of them had no idea that they were from somewhere else, a world named Maria. They didn't know the existence of orcs, sahagins, priests, the Church of Light, and all the other gods. They only knew of wizards. Lu only stood up after the set and the night fell. The street lights were turned on, and the nightlife in the city had begun. Lu Ziyu walked through the darkness and went toward the wizard tower. "It's time to go see Catherine," he said. "Based on the flow of time in this world, I haven't seen her for almost 500 years. Lu Ziyu had come here to visit the creators. When Catherine left, she was at level 5, just like Edward. It'd been around 500 years, and they were now approaching the end of their lives. If they couldn't reach level 7, 1,000 years would be the longest they were able to live. It was not a simple job to reach level 7. Wizards didn't have the witchcraft strong enough to reach this level, nor did they have the power to deduce the abilities and techniques of mythical creature templates at level 7. Even if they improved their mind power to level 7 and deified all the cells in their bodies, they could only be pseudo-level 7 like Adonis. Without a level 7 mythical plate, nobody could wield that level of power. If Adonis didn't have the bone dragon and the power of a great ghost army, and the supernatural power hadn't been at its lowest, he wouldn't have been able to cause such a scene at pseudo-level 7. "Perhaps it's time for me to give them the last lecture," Lu Ziyu said. "It's been a long time since the last time I gave them lectures. How many students do I still have left? Are they all dead?" The tower was built at the center of a plain. There didn't seem to be anything different about this enormous wizard tower. It was tall and pierced through the clouds. However, fundamentally, it had gone through some serious changes. It was an element tower, and it was a wizard tower that only level 4 element wizards were able to build and control. When wizard towers evolved, they could become an elemental power that was able to control the witchcraft boundary. As for the tower, it was a level 6 element tower. The master of this tower, Catherine, had reconstructed this space. She had maintained the outward appearance of this tower. However, it was no longer stone that formed the base of the tower, some special materials that were akin to stones. There were more than 10 wizard towers surrounding the main tower, and the boundaries emanating from the point of the towers were connected, forming a gigantic unified boundary, like a phantom dome, enveloping all the towers. Inside the dome was a magical city. Lots of steam airships took off into the sky and traveled among the clouds. It was evening, and the lights in the city were still shining. There was always hustle and bustle, and the city stayed awake until the sunrise. Parasitic magical worms, only 30 wizard coins. Pure wind ravens, fully protected communications. Nobody will steal your messages, safe and loyal. Only 100 wizard coins. Broken steam machine figure paper. Prices are negotiable. soul-purifying potions that amplify the effects of meditation. It can amplify effects by 10%, and one bottle can last. This street still retained some of its ancient charms under the bright, shining lights of the city. Wizards wearing capes and cloaks gathered here, as quite a few of the younger wizards had set up stores and shops on this street. A pair of twin female wizards were standing in front of their store, showing the functions of their alchemy potions, which attracted lots of interest and attention. The wooden shop signs were inscribed with the names of the alchemy witchcraft shops: Vivian's Magically Reinforced Pet Shop, Derek's Alchemy Design Shop, Witchcraft Alchemy Playground, and so on. Lu Ziyu walked through the wizard-packed street toward the tower at the center of the magical city. The enormous tower was the most eye-catching building in the entire region. If someone wanted to get into the tower, they needed to walk through the enormous white castle in front of the tower where the students lived and studied. Many buildings of the old have been preserved. Castles, shops, and several special wizard towers are still here, Lu Ziyu thought, looking at the familiar structures as he walked into the tower. The two wizards guarding the hall didn't notice Lu Ziyu, who walked right in and started up the stairs to the top of the tower. At the same time, Catherine was up in the main control room at the very top of the tower, playing with her observation equipment. The telescope in the observation tower extended out through the window and pointed right at the starry sky and dimensional wall outside. This time, we can see the stars very clearly using this telescope, and we can even see the reflection of the astral world outside our world using the dimensional wall. What do you think we will find this time, Pyros? Will we be able to see another world? Will we see Maria's world? Catherine was carefully operating the astral telescope, which looked like a 6-meter barbette. She was closely monitoring the data and the turntable on the astral telescope. She had dedicated her whole life to understanding the mysteries of this world, and even so, she still couldn't figure out how this world really worked or what it was really made of. They weren't even able to enter the dimensional wall to explore. The closest spot where the dimensional wall was closest to the ground was several hundred kilometers up, which was too high for ordinary wizards to fly. The higher a place was, the more frequently elemental storms and space vibrations occurred. Even if they were able to enter the dimensional wall, there were no directions in the dimensional wall, and there were countless space wrinkles, which meant you would never be able to know where you would find yourself next. It was like an enormous maze, and no living being who entered this maze would be able to make it out. Wizards started to use indirect methods to observe and study the composition of this world. The newest way was to observe the stars and the strange scenes in the dimensional wall using the special astral telescopes they had invented. As for what they observed, there were the special star soul lives in the dimensional wall. Thus, the professions of astrologists and summoners were created to study them. A sphinx from the newest generation of sphinxes was stationed at the door of the highest floor of the tower. Each new generation of the sphinx was called Pyros. As Catherine worked, Pyros yawned lazily. She relaxed and overlapped its claws, and wasn't concerned with being too attentive to Catherine right now. Although this is only a second-generation astral telescope, it's still impossible to observe the scenes or the reflections of the astral world. The most you can see are this and some special scenes hidden deeper in the dimensional wall. If we want to... Before Pyros could finish talking, she suddenly raised her head and looked around as if she had sensed something special. At the same time, Catherine finally fixed her new astral telescope. Okay, perhaps we can find more stars this time. Each star soul had different abilities and stands for different things. Every time when we find a special star soul, we can channel its power to study different things. This time, Let me see it. Pyros summoned the astral telescope Catherine had finished fixing, and it swooped towards her. It looked toward the dimensional wall from the same angle Catherine had been observing from. Lu Ziyu could see a star giving out light in the deep area of the dimensional wall. The star souls were breathing together with this world, and they were getting more powerful as they ran the operations of this world, and as the world grew stronger. It was as if there was actually a huge and special star hanging in the sky, carrying out its duties and abilities. How magnificent! Lu Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim. The race of star souls had already matured enough to take on their responsibilities. Catherine, standing beside him, looked at Lu Ziyu's dark hair. She looked at his face, listened to his familiar voice, and she could even smell his special scent. Seeing Lu Ziyu let his hands go and turn around to look at her, Catherine smiled with him. The world is the most beautiful thing in the eyes of wizards. Lu Ziyu looked down through the windows of the tower and saw the gigantic city of wizards. He also observed the area that was covered by the entire kingdom of wizards and its civilization. Is this what the kingdom of wizards is in the eyes of you, or Akkad, and all the other first-generation wizards? He asked. It's fantastic. I love it, and I believe that they'll love it too. Lu Ziyu curved his lips, and there was a trace of a smile on his tranquil face. He looked Catherine in the eyes and said, "Thanks, Catherine." Catherine's eyes gleamed bright, and the smile on her beautiful face looked like a colorful flower blossoming. The more she smiled, the less she could control herself. She held her face with both of her hands, and it seemed that she was truly happy. Being affirmed by Lu Ziyu was just as good to her as being affirmed by other wizards of the first generation. Lu Ziyu and Kan kept looking at each other. They were able to communicate with each other only through eye contact. They were both smiling with happiness. Lu Ziyu walked down the stairs of the observation tower, and Catherine followed him. Looking at the gigantic telescope, Lu Ziyu suddenly asked, "Since this world is so beautiful, are you interested in spending more time exploring and finding its secrets, Catherine?" Catherine was dazed. She let go of her hands, looked at Lu Ziyu, and smiled. She put her hands on her back like she did when she was being taught by Lu Ziyu back in the tower in the dark forest. What should I do? Lu Ziyu looked around and set a blackboard down on the ground. He then stood on the stairs and tidied up his long robe. "Are you interested in getting one more lecture from me?" he asked. Catherine watched Lu Ziyu's moves in silence. They were his usual movements, yet they triggered lots of memories. She remembered how Lu Ziyu used to be, and how many people used to be. Catherine couldn't even remember the names of some of them, yet she could still remember their faces, which were familiar and kind. Of course. Catherine couldn't help but smile and covered her mouth with her hands, and she couldn't help tearing up either. She couldn't even keep her voice smooth anymore. It was supposed to be a pleasant and sweet moment. All of a sudden it was mixed with sorrow. She set a chair in the center of the room, even though there were lots of other chairs around her. All of a sudden, several rows of empty chairs appeared beside her. Catherine was now sitting at the center of the front row, where she always wanted to sit. Lu Ziyu tapped the blackboard, and he looked around at all the people sitting down there as if he were a teacher checking whether or not all of his students were present. Lu Ziyu stood straight and said, "Now that everyone's here, I'll begin my lesson. Today, we're going to talk about how to reach level 7 and become a mythical wizard, and a couple of the crucial steps." Mythical wizards were called mythical because their life expectancies had already surpassed of an average person, and they were close to achieving immortality. There were 3 conditions that needed to be satisfied before someone could become a mythical wizard. They needed a mind power level of 6400, a fully deified body, and a mythical life template that would merge with their deified body. If someone didn't transform their body into a deified one and merge their body with a mythical life template, the risk they faced would be incredibly high, and their chance for success would be unbelievably low. The first step was to reach the mind power level of 6400 units, which was already a very high threshold to lots of people. It was almost impossible to reach 6400 units, even if someone had mountains of resources and philosophers' stones available to them. The wizards with mythical templates didn't have the ability to reconstruct and cultivate mythical creatures like Lu Jiayu, so they had to resort to the mythical creature templates Lu Jiayu used before. And the special wizards had to extract the bloodline source and mythical cell blood from those magical beasts. Lu Jiayu wrote out some complicated witchcraft techniques and the characteristics of mythical cell structure on the blackboard. He also wrote down the 3 basic conditions needed to reach level 7. Time passed, and the dark night and stars faded away. The sun rose over the horizon, and the angle of the light changed, shining through the windows. This is all about mythical wizards and mythical creatures. What about the gods? Who are the gods? Are there any beings superior to level 7 mythical creatures? Teacher, Catherine was so devoted to the complicated and thickly dotted engravings on the several blackboards. It was as if she had been absorbed into another world. The light shone in from the top of the tower, and it cast long shadows on the ground. It shone on Catherine's body. Before Catherine realized what happened, she found that Lu Jiayu was long gone. Teacher? Catherine stood up and walked to the center of the top of the tower. She walked around, and the long white rope attached to her tall body swayed with her movements. The being with the short black ponytail and eyes that looked like stars was no longer in the room. Catherine suddenly felt like she had lost something precious, and her vision became blurry. She looked out through the windows and asked, "Did he leave again?" The arcane practiced by fairies was developed from the sorcerer system and the divine system. Wendy had read most of the notes about the creator. Although she couldn't understand most of the words, they still opened the door of truth for wizards, because of all the information about life structures, the sorcerer system, world structure, and the divine system. The notes were insight into the mysteries of power. If a level 4 wizard wanted to remember something, he or she would still be able to remember it even after several hundred years. Arcanists are not only a different group of wizards, but they also belong to a completely different system. Fairy Arcane Empire was based on the Philosopher's Stone and witchcraft boundaries, combined with the divine system. It was another spellcasting occupation that had completely abandoned the sorcerer system. Half of the spellcasting system was derived from the ideas of Lu Jiayu, and the name arcane also came from his notes. The fundamental power of wizards followed the mythical cell system. Magical beasts, alchemy creatures, and ghosts all evolved from mythical cells. And this was also the system Lu Jiayu had been using and expanding. Arcanists were different. They had abandoned the original mythical cell system and embedded arcane crystals, modified philosopher's stones, to change their identity. The arcane crystals contained the philosophy of subbrain intelligence. It was the spellcasting organ of arcanists. It was also an upgraded version of witchcraft boundary wizards. After that, the fairy Empress Wendy also combined element wizards and dream wizards so that witchcraft boundary wizards didn't need mythical cells to cast supernatural power. She created arcane power using the witchcraft mind power structure branding spellcasting so that arcanists could perform supernatural power that could interfere with material elements without mythical cells. Meanwhile, arcane crystals were also constantly being updated and reconstructed. Different types of arcane crystals also had different types of magical power, such as communication and borrowing the power of ancient trees. They could also extract power from witchcraft boundaries, and they could store magical power. In all aspects, this was a system designed for fairies, who could live for a long time. This system abandoned the mythical cell system. Ordinary life forms could only live for 100-something years. Only fairies had lifespans long enough to become mythical creatures. If they could become mythical creatures but couldn't reach level 7, they would live for a maximum of 1,000 years, whether they followed the wizard system or not. "These creatures are so blessed by our Creator," said every wizard who knew about the fairies. All fairy arcanists needed to do was to keep cultivating and upgrading their arcane crystals, and to become mythical creatures. Wendy seemed to be exploring the arcanist path to reach level 7 as well. She wanted to explore a path that was different from Lu Jiyu's. Sylve Continent was at the north of Starsoul World, and it was below Titan Continent. The continent was at the north of Titan Continent. It was an irregularly shaped, narrow continent. That was where fairies lived. It had been more than 500 years, yet the population of fairies had not grown much. It used to be hundreds of thousands of fairies, and now there were barely over 1 million of them. Compared to the size of Sylve Continent, the population of fairies living on it was minuscule. However, deep inside the continent, traces of fairies could be seen in the form of neatly managed gardens. Enormous, ancient fairy trees moved in the forests, and at the top of them were fairy houses. Green-haired fairies with pointy ears sprinkled fluorescent light all around and collected the pollen that floated up from the blooming flowers. The roads were perfectly built. Although these roads were built in the middle of the forest, there were no signs of logging. Instead, the forest and road seemed to grow around each other, which was why the roads in the Fairy Arcane Empire looked so mysterious. The trees at the sides were all crooked and bizarre. Anyone who walked the path between the trees walked a path of strangeness. Each fairy city was a combination of giant witchcraft gardens. The second Lu Jiyu saw this, he was reminded of the mythical sky garden from Babylon. A spring flowed from the penthouse, and like an enormous bridge, there were water paths tens of feet tall. The light reflected from the water and formed a rainbow. The water circulation system was perfect. There was a garden on each level, and there were transparent glass windows and stone walls with sculptures of beautiful figures. Flowers and vines blossomed everywhere, and even the houses and shopping streets of other ordinary fairies came straight out of a fable. Each fairy was romantic in their bones, which could be told from the houses they'd built. There were also lots of ancient war trees of all sizes in the city. The witchcraft boundary emanated from the ancient trees and enveloped the entire city. The ancient war trees of the new generation had great intelligence, and they were also the managers of the city, friends of arcanists, spellcasting assistants, controllers of city-wide alchemy, facilities and maintenance workers of the elementary city system. The trees were then further categorized as lots of different types based on their functions, such as ancient guardian trees, ancient war trees, and ancient life trees. They did their jobs at the center of the city, where they controlled the entries and exits of the city. They guarded the witchcraft garden and the water circulation system, as well as controlled the witchcraft boundary and aerial transportation. "Mr. Farlaman, I need to leave the city." A male fairy was standing at the door of the train. He was waving the badge on his arm, An ancient tree with a giant face swept the place with its mind power. "I approve," said the tree. The witchcraft boundary opened, and the train traveled through the small city gate. It rushed into the forest through the portal surrounded by flowers. "Mister, I need the authority to use the witchcraft garden." An ancient tree was standing at the entry to the glass-framed witchcraft garden. All the fairies who wanted to enter the witchcraft garden had to be granted approval by him first, or the only door that would open would lead to a garden with the vines that looked like iron walls. "It's the airship merchant Tintim Ascar. We want to get into the main city. I'm an arcane apprentice, and I am applying for the advancement authority so I can start to learn arcane magic." Everything in the fairy arcane empire had been drastically changed. Arcanist was not only a noun that could be altered or a second name for wizards instead. It was a new supernatural occupation, completely belonged to fairies. They'd become independent from the wizards, and they had embarked on a path all to themselves. At this moment, the capital city of the fairy arcane empire, Sylve City, was trapped in sorrow. Petals were flying in the sky above the fairy royal city. And there were also petals everywhere on the ground. Even the witchcraft boundary was closed, and the airships were forbidden to fly. The hustles and bustles the city was used to were temporarily lost. All the fairies gathered around the royal palace. There were fairies wearing either plain-colored shirts or dresses surrounding the royal palace. On the square, a large number of fairies were praying. Inside the palace, large groups of arcanists stood on the stairs, forming a long line deep into the palace where an old fairy lay emaciated. A beautiful female fairy in a crown held his hands gently. He was looking at her with wise, calm eyes. The fairy laying on the bed was Wolf. He was more than 100 years older than Wendy, and he was now almost 1,000 years. He had failed to get to level 4, which left him with some serious side effects, and now he was walking toward the end of his life. During most of a fairy's lifetime, their energy would be at its peak. It was only near death that they began to see symptoms of old age. "Wendy, I've lived a long and happy life, and now I'm going to die peacefully. It's an amazing thing, and I have nothing to complain about. We shouldn't ask her too much, and we shouldn't try to obtain that which we can't control, otherwise we won't be happy. We should cherish the moments we've already had, which is exactly what I have done." "I know," Wendy said. Her voice sounded stiff, and it was obviously trembling. Wendy held Wolf's hands and looked into his eyes. She was squeezed his hands tightly. She was not as tranquil on the inside as she attempted to appear on the outside. Wolf looked at Wendy. Suddenly, a smile crossed his wrinkled face. "You don't know," he said, but his voice was not malevolent, it was peaceful. "You've always been like this. You look gentler than everyone else, but you're actually more stubborn." Wolf tried to sit up, but he realized that he didn't even have the strength to do that anymore. His mind power had also almost completely faded away. Wendy immediately helped him sit up. Wolf sat straight and looked out the window. There were petals flying in the sky as if it were raining flowers. The petals revolved in the breeze, and some of them came in through the window. Wolf suddenly lost his mind. He opened his mouth wide and tried to say something, but for a long time, he couldn't say a word. In the end, he only said one thing. "How beautiful." Wolf closed his eyes and passed away. At this moment, the bell in the palace rang, and all the fairies kneeled down. Many crying fairies put flowers on the stairs in front of the palace. The ringing bell meant that Grand Duke Wolf from the fairy arcane empire had gone back to nature and the order. When elves died, they would have themselves buried under the tree of life. Their bodies would be decomposed by the tree of life and once again become a part of the tree of life. All started with the tree of life, all ended with it. It was the circle of life. The kingdom of Sylve no longer had the tree of life. but the tradition lived on. Every elf would ask their family to bury their body under a special tree of the undead after they passed away. This peculiar plant could decompose even the body of an arcanist, and after a year, beautiful white flowers would blossom on its branches. Most saints and wizards chose similar paths. Their bodies could be extremely dangerous even after they had died, and could attract much unwanted attention. Most wizards chose to be cremated or to carry out their funerals in other special ways. No matter if they were a common man or a saint, death was painful and, moreover, a significant ceremony of life. The cemeteries of elves were full of trees of the undead. Each tree represented an elf who had passed away. Despite their beautiful exteriors, trees of the undead symbolized death and withering. They invoked sorrow and solemnity because the elves had ascribed them such meanings. Dark night fell on the empty cemetery. Elf Queen Wendy stood alone under Wolf's tree of the undead. Bouquets formed a small garden beneath it. The leaves in the cemetery whispered in the night breeze. Wendy's black cape trembled in the breeze as well. The cape's hood covered half of her beautiful face. Her hair danced freely over her cheeks. Lu Ziyu, who was also wearing a black cape, set a bouquet beneath Wolf's tree of the undead. As the wind rustled their capes, he turned and looked at Wendy. "Wolf asked me to give you this," said Wendy as she reached out her hand and passed something to Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu took the item and realized that it was a tower badge, the same one Lu Ziyu gave Wolf when he graduated. "Did Wolf leave any word?" Lu Ziyu asked as he looked at the badge lying in his palm. Exquisitely engraved on the badge was a tower on top of the black ridges. It was the first tower, and now time had changed everything. Everything and everyone had changed or faded away. "Not a word," Wendy answered. Her face appeared as a blur within the hood. Lu Ziyu held the tower badge tight in his palm and closed his eyes. A shadow flew through his mind's eye, and it brought back the memory of standing in front of Lev's grave in the tower cemetery. Every birth brings death. Even the word birth insinuates the inevitability of death. As if everything was predestined, not just humans, but every existence will eventually fade away. Wendy stood under the tree of the undead, listening to Lu Ziyu's speech and watching him. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around herself and could not help but laugh out loud, as if she had heard something ridiculous. "Ha ha, ho. Is this how the Almighty Creator looks down on us mortal beings? Is that what we, the lives you created yourself, mean to you? Is every fated life of such insignificance?" asked Wendy, eyes brimming with tears. Her eyes were filled with sorrow and obstinacy, but she did not let tears spill out. Reaching a certain level, saints could control their bodies fully, even their instinct to cry. Such complete control of one's instincts and desires elevated life to a state without any physical bounds. However, at this very moment, Lu Ziyu felt one must have lost something when gaining such an ability. Lu Ziyu shook his head. He did not get emotional because of Wendy's misunderstanding. "I am just saying, death awaits every existence. It completes the circle of life." Lu Ziyu looked at Wendy. His calm, unemotional eyes were inscrutable. Wendy looked into his eyes. She saw the beginning and the end of the world, endless reincarnation, the birth and death of countless lives. Yet one stood still inside, observing the creation and destruction of everything. Wendy saw everything and felt everything the one felt. A great sense of loneliness and pressure fell over her. She could not breathe under such horror. Lu Ziyu turned his face away, looked to Wolf's tree of the undead, and said, "Being immortal is lonely and painful. Being immortal is the cruelest punishment one can endure if one cannot find the purpose and goal of life. Are you certain you wish to go down this path?" Wendy gazed at Lu Ziyu's figure. The overpoweringly tall figure spoke of loneliness all of a sudden. He seemed somewhat thin in the night breeze of the cemetery. It seemed the immortal figure could vanish into thin air, like mist. Wendy felt a painful feeling pass in waves through her chest to her throat and nose. And she shouted at Lu Jiyu, "One day I shall be stronger than you. I will find a way to surpass you, even if you are the creator, the dominator of the world, an existence I cannot comprehend." "So what?" asked Lu Jiyu. "I will imprison you in my world until the origins of existence die out and eternity and immortality crumble apart," said Wendy. "How terrifying," answered Lu Jiyu. "It's all right, because I shall be there with you until the end." Year 536 on the wizard's calendar. The arcane kingdom of elves rose gradually with the leadership of Elf Queen Wendy. Though elves could not match the population or influence of humans and other races, they had a far greater proportion of wizards. The original wizard system was developed and perfected by countless wizards over thousands of years. It was far more refined than the arcane system. The wizard system had many more categories and wider applications on civilizations. Take witchcraft as a simple example. The complicated lower-level witchcrafts and average alchemy items might seem unimportant, but they formed the very foundation of the wizard civilization and supported its development. The wizard system could not be supported or go far with just a few high-level destructive witchcrafts. The wizard system could now support an entire civilization, embrace different races, and march forward as expected. On the other hand, arcanists were just rising. Even though the arcane system was based on the wizard and the divine system, it still had a long way to go until perfection. However, in that very year, the arcane kingdom of elves progressed from developing internally to expanding out of the Sylv continent, beginning to march forward and explore. The arcane system was finally being perfected by the efforts of Elf Queen Wendy and the many elf arcanists of the past centuries. Arcanists started to come into the world of other races in the Star Soul world. Elves started to influence the rest of the Star Soul world and went into a phase of rapid development. In the holy land of the wizard civilization, word came from the tower that the owner of the tower, the thousand-faced witch, the mythical wizard Catherine, was about to make a breakthrough. At the same time, through the development of the arcane system, the help of Lu Jiyu's note, and her discussions with him, Elf Queen Wendy found the key to a breakthrough and became a level 7 arcanist. It took a very long time for the Star Soul world to be perfected. The semi-perpetual bio-optic brain had been on for the entire time, filling the Star Soul world with energy and matter, and perfecting the rules of the Star Soul world with a massive amount of source form, as Lu Jiyu had programmed. The Star Soul world would eventually match the level that Maria's world had achieved centuries ago. The amount of matter and source form consumed in order to alter the world's rules was astronomical. It is not easy to perfect a world. A world with perfect rules requires energy, matter, the perfection of rules, and the creation of a life system. I cannot perfect the entire Kryn space single-handedly. That would be impossible, said Lu Ziyu. He was standing on the edge of the floating space city, the capital of God. An inverted, more than 100-meter thick, translucent crystallized layer was in the sky over the capital of God. The projections were turned off. Therefore, instead of the sun and clouds, one could see the astral world directly on the layer. That is the world created by God. It's beautiful. I heard it's much larger than the capital of God. By how much? I don't know. Anyway, huge. Lord Eva told me that. Below was the enormous Star Soul world. Crowds of tiny fairies gathered around the edges of the capital of God, Gazing at the gigantic Starsoul world, the huge world was wrapped by the spherical bitwall, rotating and changing gradually and beautifully in silence. The crowds jabbered excitedly. Apart from tiny fairies, there were also great fairies, who were transformed tiny fairies. They were level 4 supernatural creatures. From elfin, adorable fairies hiding behind leaves and petals, they transformed into adult-sized, human-like creatures. Fairies were, in essence, similar to demons. They were both source form, half-incorporeal creatures. At the moment of leveling up, they returned to the flower buds on top of the ancient tree of fairies, and a beautiful creature was born as the flower blossomed. Among the flowers and greens, they vanished with a glimmer, became a part of the huge ancient tree of fairies, and emerged again from a different branch. Plants grew and withered as they moved their fingertips. They could be seen in the corridors of palaces in the capital of God, laughing and frolicking in sheer fabrics. The fairies would flutter their 4 wings, dancingly in the sky and among the divine pillars. They brought life into the capital of God, so that it was no longer an ice-cold coffin floating in the astral world. When they became great fairies, they reported to Eva voluntarily. Eva would grant them permission to manage part of the internal affairs and authorities of the capital of God. In a way, the capital of God was a miniature world, and fairies were the race of the capital of God. While the fairies stared at the Starsoul world in shock, Lu Jiyu looked outside of the Starsoul world. The vast, boundless astral world, dark and enormous. Dark, empty, and void were the main themes of the Kryn space. The worlds and bitwalls were only a small fraction of it. The scroll opened up an entrance to another dimension. Lu Jiyu still did not know the size of the Kryn space constructed by the dimensional interval that he had circled randomly before. Didn't we agree that you would wait in the garden? Here's the new dessert I tried out. I prepared this personally, and I used the soul flower of frost grown by several great fairies. Eva appeared beside Lu Jiyu all of a sudden. She followed Lu Jiyu's gaze, looking into the deep astral world, but not into the Starsoul world. How lonely, empty with nothing within. Eva said aloud what Lu Jiyu was thinking. Lu Jiyu nodded and said, "Maybe I could create a special astral world creature. It could evolve by absorbing energy, matter and source form, transforming into something similar to a world. The moment it attain maturity, it shall die. And it will then become the embryo for a new world, developing the Kryn space automatically. It shall control the semi-perpetual bio-optic brain and will become the spokesman of the astral world. It may take thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years, to become the embryo of a new world. And it may take an even longer time to become a perfected world. Nevertheless, it is much better than creating worlds one by one all by myself. Filling this Kryn space all by myself is impossible." Lu Ziyu broke into a smile of great expectation. He said, "Such a world is a world with infinite possibilities. Who could be created within? Only such a Kryn space and world could be so beautiful and so full of surprises. One could not guess what will result and what the future may look like." Eva looked to Lu Ziyu. He was always lost in his own thoughts and talked to himself often. However, every thought and word of the Creator could affect the entire world and the fates of countless lives. But this time was different. It was a topic related to the entire astral world and the fate of the entire Kryn space. This might be something impacting thousands of worlds and the future. And when can we see such an astral world? It could be a long wait, maybe hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. The idea for such astral world creatures only entered my mind at this moment. That's all right. Time is probably the only luxury we have. And there was an existence, No one knew where it came from, for what purpose it was created. It traveled across the vast astral world with no end. It devoured chaos in all things. It was the devourer of everything in the world, as well as the creator of the world and everything within. It was without intelligence, purpose, thought, or feeling. It seemed its sole goal was to devour everything, swallow everything, eat up everything inside the astral world, be it enormous bitwall worlds, or even gods. It could devour even time and space. Once devoured, the proof of a world's existence was completely eaten up, disappeared from the Kryn space, as if it never existed. It was the origin of every existence and the end of a world. When it grew to the size of a continent, or a world, and could no longer take in anything, it would die and become the seed for a new world. Everything would be created and born from the seed, as if everything it devoured before was reborn from its dead body, like the circle of life, from sources with unknown origins. When a world approached the dusk of its doom, the larva of the chaos worms would be reborn from the grave of worlds. However, no one had seen it before, as no one could escape from a world collapsing and narrowing rapidly on its doomsday. Excerpt from the essay of the great level 8 arcanist of the Arcane Kingdom, Miantumbrose. Encyclopedia of the Astral World, Chapter, Chaos Worm. The larva was glittering and crystal clear and lovable. If one looked closely, one would have found that its shell seemed to be made of mazes consisting of virtual grids. Inside its body, a spinning silver vortex beamed beautiful silvery lights. It was floating in front of Lu Jiyu, as if there was no weight or gravity. When it wiggled, everything around it was affected by its movement. Not just light or matter, but even space was impacted. Achoo. An involuntary sneeze from the fist-sized creature brought a violent storm to the capital of God. Trees and rocks were picked up from the ground. Crowds of tiny fairies were blown into the sky. It was almost like doomsday had befallen the capital of God. Reconstruct. Return. Lu Ziyu reached out. The entire world turned into a freeze frame. Then, the destroyed capital of God returned to its original state, every movement and all damage reversed. However, all the fairies looked toward the sky in shock. This inconspicuous larva was breathing with the rhythm of the world, holding the power to devour everything. Eva appeared next to Lu Ziyu as a projection of light, and said, "Lord, please do not perform such horrific experiments inside the capital of God. The fairies will get hurt." Eva looked at the chaos worm in front of Lu Jiyu. She immediately felt pressured and threatened by this small creature. Eva asked, "Is this what your majesty was talking about?" Lu Jiyu looked at the small chaos worm. In a way, it could be considered family to Lu Jiyu. However, it was a special family member created with the help of the semi-perpetual machine. One could also say that it was a part of the semi-perpetual machine. Lu Jiyu could not create the chaos worms outside of the Kryn space. The rules and level of energy involved were way beyond Lu Ziyu's control. Never thought that he would create the chaos worm before creating a family of earthlings. As humble as the worm looked, it was a level 8 mythical creature. The chaos worm had its own mythical creature template. However, its template was rather special. It was a world. The chaos worm's level-up system was the world's journey of evolution. Nevertheless, Lu Jiyu had programmed it so that, once the chaos worm had evolved into the prototype of a world, the world would then develop freely without further alteration. Every chaos worm was identical. However, once it had become a seed for a world, the future would be full of possibilities. Lu Jiyu had only created one chaos worm for now. To nurture and raise such a terrifying creature would cost him massive amounts of resources. There was not much energy or matter in the astral world for it to consume, nor any remains of a deceased world to feed it. Therefore, Lu Jiyu had to feed it with energy until it reached maturity. Lu Ziyu's source form and semi-perpetual machine would provide enough energy and matter to feed it for now, and he would later increase the amount gradually. Until the Kryn space became perfected, the Chaos Worms would maintain the circle of life in the Kryn space without Lu Ziyu's support, consuming the matter and energy of a deceased world and creating a new world instead. Go. Get your own world. Lu Ziyu reached out. The space rippled around his arm. A channel to the unknown deep astral world was opened. Lu Ziyu released his hands, and the chaos worm vanished into the air. It was an astral creature. When it entered the astral world, it was like a fish returning to water. As it started to breathe, the space around it became stretched and wrinkled. Its size grew gradually. It had started its journey in the dark, cold astral world. Lu Ziyu withdrew his hands, looked to Eva, and said, "Well, this is a new start. I look forward to seeing the future of this chaos worm. What will its life be like in the astral world? Will there be any unexpected happenings? Will it bring any change to the astral world? And what bizarre, alien world will it create? No one knows the cards until they fall." Exactly. There's so much to expect. The two stood on top of the witchcraft garden. Lu Jiyu rested one arm on the balcony, while Eva leaned both her elbows on the railing, her head resting on her palms. They both looked toward the outside of the capital of God with promising expressions. There was a sense of expectation that had not been felt in a long time. The chaos worm which had just been sent away was not a horrific, scary mythical creature of the astral world, but a lottery box. No one knew what the prize inside would be, and a long time would be needed to reveal the prize. Maria's world, year 397 on the San calendar. Felix, the god of earth and war, who had convened the Star Kingdom in year 372 on the San calendar, entered his kingdom with the prayers of many believers in the kingdom of Colossus, and with the ancient ritual of many orc saint knights, in a square raising their shields and swords. Felix successfully became the god of earth, which was of great significance and suited him to a great extent, as well as the god of war. The divine system and advanced class of Felix, the dominator of earth and war, now consisted of conjuration shamans and earth knights. Occult shamans integrated Felix's god name and the new wizards from the wizard system of Colossus. Witchcraft was now conjuration. Wizards were now shamans. It was no longer the wizard system. As for the earth knights, they were a variant of the blood wizards. As for the god of agreement and justice, the dragon god of time, Adolphus, had finally reached level 7 2 years ago at an incredibly slow pace. For dragons, the purpose of time was finding food, sleeping, and plundering. The white dragon, who died at the hand of Earthandi, was special and different. It was rare for dragons to rob cities, take the princesses, or blackmail. Most dragons were used to waiting for their prey. Hundreds of giant dragons hovered above the abyss of the great dragon. Adolphus became of the sky, in a light beam connecting the earth to the sky. His divine kingdom was much smaller than the rest. This was because he had the fewest believers and was a pagan god. Nevertheless, he was the god whose laws were responsible for managing and monitoring the internal time velocity of Maria's world, as well as being the god of agreement and justice. It was a clock-like divine kingdom with intricate patterns. It revolved around Maria's world with the same velocity as the internal velocity of Maria's world and the accuracy of a clock. With all the seeds of gods becoming gods, the gods started to maintain the balance of the entire world. A surging number of supernatural occupations in different divine systems filled in the blanks of the world. As the belief in the goddess of steam and mechanics emerged in Maria's world, the footprints of alchemy warlocks started to be seen in every country, every kingdom, every land. Distinct beliefs started to fuse and merge together. Churches and believers of different gods did not have the same hatred towards each other anymore, demonstrating peacefulness instead. The development of steam and mechanics pushed the civilization of Maria's world into another key age. It stepped into a new, civilized world out from the old, backward world. It was a special age powered by steam and mechanics, supported by gods and divine systems, where the rules were controlled by gods, and their orders were protected by priests, holy knights, alchemy, warlocks, wizards, conjuration shamans, and those of other divine occupations. Here, underworld priests communicated with hell to help the dead enter the circle of life. Alchemy warlocks revolutionized and innovated, changing the world with all sorts of alchemy tools. Holy knights guarded the honor of the nobles and gods. Wizards wrote the books of wizards and protected the wizard kingdom with tall towers. Believers in the god of sea and storm conquered the sea with alchemy ships. Giant dragons soared through the sky, chanting for justice and agreement. Here, backwards and progress coexisted. Innovation and revolution collided with conservation. And from within, leaders who could lead the new age and start revolutions would be born. Once Lu Jiyu finished the arrangement of the astral world, he turned his focus back to Maria's world. Until this moment, all the seeds of God in Maria's world had become gods. They had started to control the rules of the world, perfected the system of the world, and continued to perfect the prototype of the world tree. 11 gods sitting on their divine thrones. It seems the astral world has become quite lively all of a sudden. Maria's world was bathed in divine light as all the gods entered their divine kingdoms. As for the remaining gods' names, because of their particularity, there was now much more uncertainty, and it was more difficult for one to become a god. Therefore, there weren't many choices left for the remaining seeds of God. Lin Anaden would prefer to compete with Felix for the name God of Earth, rather than choose any of the remaining gods' names. That spoke volumes. The human civilization is now facing drastic changes. Maybe some seeds of God with potential will be born, said Lu Jiyu. He looked at the internal changes happening in Maria's world and became lost in his thoughts. There were 17 god names in total, with 6 available to be filled. He would wait to see if any potential candidates for true gods would be born in this new age. The Halima kingdom was in the south of the Alan continent, consisting of dozens of various kingdoms. Belief in the Master of the Night had prevailed in the Halima kingdom for over a century. The Church of Light, which considered itself to be the center of the world, called the Halima kingdom the alien land. The conflict between the Church of Light and the Church of the Dark Night had been going on for over a century. There was also some friction between the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro and the Halima kingdom from time to time. Battle airships from both kingdoms could be seen engaging in firefight in the sky and then. Civilians of both kingdoms read news about border conflicts all the time. The Halima kingdom's battle airship fleet would appear above the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. The kingdom of Rosa d'Oro would hit a trade airship of the Halima kingdom, and so on. Reporting all this useless information all the time. It's not like there is an actual war. Nothing but squabbles. Those fat nobles of Halima are a bunch of morons, and the royal family of Rosa d'Oro are cowards, Frank said. He was sitting on the couch in the Alva All You Need store, reading the latest newspaper, and criticizing the current politics and policies of both kingdoms. Frank was a former history student in the Halima seminary who had a great face and wore a pair of glasses. He was rather outspoken in the seminary, and he held very unique views on current politics and history. However, after he gave a bold speech on the origin of the Master of the Night and their identity at the seminary, he was immediately expelled. Frank's teacher regarded him as an idealist with great gifts and intelligence. It seemed to be a compliment, but his schoolmates preferred to call him Daydreamer Frank. Alva, who was one of Frank's close friends, was mixing potions in the Alva All You Need store. He said sarcastically, "I think that's my paper you're reading. Coming here for food and a newspaper every day. Such a carefree and relaxing life you have. You think I have anywhere else that I can go? I've got no money, so I can only come to you," Frank said, making such a strong case for freeloading. "I yield. Just say you were wrong and apologize to the seminary. You could easily become clergy with your talent. Maybe you could even become a bishop or something in 10 years. Or even the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight," Alva said. "No," Frank rejected the idea. "Then just go to another country. There are loads of opportunities in the 3 churches, the Church of the Light, the Faith of the Sun, and the Temple of Sky. Or go be an adventurer with the ruler of the Sea of Storms. I've even got some connections to get you into the Church of the Goddess of Steam and Mechanics," said Alva. "Humph, go back? I'll never go back to those vampires. They only know money, fraud, and dirty deals. Priests at the Church of the Dark Knight are all liars. They lie to those humble civilians to satisfy their own desires for luxury and extravagance," said Frank. Alva was an alchemy warlock. Though he talked about the goddess of steam and mechanics all the time, he had never been a believer. He was an alchemy warlock of some renown in Baikado, the capital city of the Halima Kingdom. His alchemy shop had a bold name, the Alva All You Need store. Alva was a pale, slim young man the same age as Frank. They were both geniuses born with great mind powers and gifts. However, geniuses were always quirky, unsociable, and eccentric. They were 2 weirdos who appreciated each other and became close. Alva shrugged and said, "I don't think things are that bad," Frank objected. "Not for the clergy and saints. But this is a terrible time for civilians and average people." Alva spoke his mind, minority leading the majority. "Isn't that quite common?" Frank slapped the newspaper on the table in anger. "It's not about the minority leading the majority. It's the less than 1% leading the more than 99%. Take a look at the streets. Civilians have become slaves to the clergy, exploited and used. To become a saint, you need to enter the seminaries of the churches. To become an apprentice in an alchemy workshop, you need to be a clergy under the goddess of steam and mechanics. To be noble or royal, you need to be a descendant of the gods. To use any alchemy tools, you need to be a saint or clergy. Clergy drive steam locomotives. Clergy operate airships. Clergy repair alchemy tools. Clergy control water towers, alchemy, road lamps, and the city systems. Clergy of the ruler of the Sea of Storms are the adventurers who set sail on alchemy ships. Clergy of the goddess of harvest create high yields and great harvests. Everything needs clergy. Some morons had the audacity to say that common civilians are useless. They forgot that their ancestors were common civilians. They were just common people borrowing the gods' power. Look at those poor workers in the slums. They work day and night, but get nothing in return but scars and illness. Look at those farmers who reap harvests but still have to sell their children, herders who freeze to death in their flimsy clothes in winter. They cannot survive without or resist the power of clergy and the divine system, so their lives end in tragic deaths without any chance for accusation or revolt. It's a terrifying world with no hope. We are all pigs trapped inside the pigsty. Alva nodded. He could understand how horrific these things were for common people, even though he did not pay much attention to the outside world. Alva said, "As the divine system becomes more perfected and clergy push the entire world forward, the power of common civilian diminishes. They are left with no choice but to be controlled and exploited by clergy." Frank nodded earnestly and said, "So, we need to change this era." Alva looked at Frank in shock. He put down a half-completed alchemy box and asked, "Change the era? How? No way. Are you going to throw gods off of their thrones, high up in the clouds? Eliminate all clergy?" Frank looked at Alva as if he was an idiot and said, "I may be an idealist, but not a lunatic. For God's sake, I am saying that we should fight for common civilians, help them get back their future and profit so that everyone can be a part of this era. It should not just be an era for the 1% clergy and gods. It should be an era for all, including the common 99%. Frank and Alva founded the Freedom Assistance Association in Baikedo City of the Halima Kingdom. At first, it was simply a secret union to unite all common civilians who were exploited and struggling through life in the city. Through the union, they could help each other find a way to survive. All kinds of members participated in the Freedom Assistance Association. Factory workers, paupers, craftsmen, and small vendors. Even saints who shared their beliefs and goals joined the association. Most of them were apprentice wizards who lived under the pressure of churches, supernatural bloodline knights, and even ghosts and liches. This small underground union, the Freedom Assistance Association, had expanded rapidly and gained a diverse group of members. Frank had become a wizard. His mind power grew as he started to extract source form from the magic network. After a couple of years, he had reached level 3. He became a level 4 wizard in the next decade. He extracted source form freely and reached new levels without any difficulty, leaving everyone in awe. No ordinary descendant of gods could have done that. One would probably have needed to be the son of God to achieve so much. Alva and an orc Wilbert, who was a supernatural bloodline knight, joined the association. Most supernatural bloodline knights were descendants of blood wizards. Though they could not learn witchcraft, they could still gain great power by upgrading their bloodline. Some powerful supernatural bloodlines had far more power than others at the same level. The trio led the Freedom Assistance Association. They started to come up with many ideas to alter the current situation. The first one they came up with was to take control of a city and put into practice their systems and ideals. After almost a decade of effort, through the Freedom Assistance Association, they gradually gained control of Akeley, a small remote kingdom in the alien lands, and started to introduce their policies. There, as they wished. It was a miniature kingdom, one with only one major city and a few towns, located in the mountains where the alien lands met the dark forest. They banished the few clergy inside the city and attempted to build a perfect society for commoners. However, they became disillusioned soon after. There was nothing wrong with the policies. It was just that, with only the power of commoners available, the city they built was nothing but an outdated, backward place, out of step with the advancements of steam and mechanics. Trade, economy, agriculture, urban infrastructure, and even civilization regressed rapidly. Nights in the city turned into pure darkness. Without steam locomotives or airships, even workshops and factories started to close. Also, without wizard towers and the rituals of the goddess of harvest to help them cultivate crops, the growing population of citizens could not live off of the limited land inside Akeley. They now lived worse lives than they had lived under the exploitation of the saints. Many started to escape and leave the kingdom. However, once clergy and saints mixed in with the commoners, it did not matter if they had good intentions or not. common civilians would become unnecessary and secondary to them. This was because everything the commoners had depended on saints. However, to saints, commoners were dispensable. Commoners needed the power of saints. Agriculture, transportation, life itself. The supernatural system had been perfected for such a long time, and it had become an essential component of every aspect of the world. One could not live without supernatural powers. Commoners depend on the supernatural system to live. They cannot produce anything of value. They are no match for the saints with nothing but their handiwork. In the newest alchemy industry workshops, steam machines are starting to replace manpower. Agriculture has developed rapidly as well. I've heard that, in the Wizard Kingdom, with only one wizard tower, one can control the harvest of crops for miles around, said Frank. He took off his glasses and threw them onto the table. Alva's face stiffened, and he said, "Not just that. Military powers of all the kingdoms depend on saints too. The presence of commoners has become unessential, and..." Frank nodded and said, "No need to say more. I know. This is not a civilization of humans, but gods and saints. Common civilians cannot integrate into this society. If you consider the system of the world as an enormous machine, commoners are not even a tiny gear. The gears of this era are the apprentice saints. With the era marching forward as it is, commoners will be left behind." Frank inhaled deeply as if he witnessed the future and said, "What a dreadful future." In the secret conference room of the Italy Freedom Assistance Association, the trio looked downcast. In an earlier meeting, a few more members had withdrawn from the association. The failure in Italy hit them hard with the truth of the world. Wilbert, the orc, was adorably short and chubby, but had a serious expression that did not suit him. He raised his head. "If we could say, let commoners use alchemy equipment and do things that only apprentice saints can do now, then they could actually be a part of this era. Let them use simple supernatural power by using alchemy equipment and learn and utilize the knowledge system of saints. In that way, they would no longer depend entirely on saints. They would no longer be a liability to the supernatural civilization, but basic gears and crucial supporters. Also, think about it. If the 99% commoners on this continent could be the gears of this supernatural era, pushing the era forward and making use of their wisdom and power for this supernatural era, till then, the whole world will be new. Every individual will be the creator and beneficiary of the supernatural civilization." Frank and Alva immediately raised their heads as Wilbert gave his speech. Alva asked right away, "How is that possible? Commoners using alchemy equipment, they do not possess mind power. Other than the ordinary alchemy products, to an alchemy item, saints were like batteries. They required the saints' mind power to activate their supernatural power. From steam locomotives, airships, wizard towers, small telegraph transmitters, printers, witchcraft pistols, to everyday witchcraft items, all required mind power to power them. This was why the base of the supernatural civilization, the basic gears, are apprentice saints, not commoners." Frank stood up instantly. His eyes shone with excitement, and he said, "It's possible. As long as we are willing to try, to put in our effort, there is nothing that can't be done. If we succeed, we will be the ones who change the world. We will be heroes to commoners. Our heroic deeds will be celebrated more than those of all the gods. We will be at the center stage of this era." Frank jumped for joy and accidentally crushed his glasses. Flames shone brightly in his eyes as he stared at Alva and Wilbert. Frank reached out his hands and said, "Let us begin once again." Alva sighed, stood up, held Frank's hand, and said, "It's not going to be easy. Success or failure, either way, I feel this will be a bumpy, dangerous ride. You are not freeing the commoners. You are breaking the system of the world." Alva laughed out loud all of a sudden and said, "What could we do? I am your brother." Wilbert held Frank's hand and said, "Count me in." The three musketeers have not changed a bit. Lu Ziyu was sitting in the floating space city. He was hogging Eva's television. On the screen, Frank and the other two were having a meeting. Eva walked back and forth behind Lu Ziyu, making a sound now and then. Lu Ziyu knew what was Eva up to. He smiled, stood up. "All right, there you go. I will not take more of your afternoon, relaxing time." Eva looked at the trio on the screen and said, "Why do these three deserve our attention?" A level 3 alchemy warlock, a level 4 wizard, and a supernatural knight. They seem to be nothing special. Your Highness never pays much attention to anyone, even gods. But with these three, I sense. Lu Ziyu looked to Eva and said, "Look at them. Anyone familiar?" Eva took a close look and immediately compared them to some video data from the database. There were some minor differences, but Eva recognized them instantly, asked them, "This trio shall shine brightest in any era." Golden Oak Commoner College was an ancient castle in the Kingdom of Eric. It was not a supernatural college like most. Instead, it housed and taught the common folk. The place was bustling with men and women, walking on the lawn or sitting under trees to study or chat. Always appeared very populated. However, under the castle there were many secret institutions and labs where alchemy warlocks, wizards, and scholars gathered. There were also theorists, both supernatural and ordinary. Inside the alchemy gaslight-powered underground lab, there were many giant machines, alchemy tables, and long iron desks covered in charcoal pencils and papers. For the last century, charcoal pencils had gradually grown more popular, until they replaced quills altogether. The young people preferred newly invented ink pens. But charcoal pencils were still the most popular because they were cheap and easy to erase when mistakes were made. The underground lab was enormous and had complete alchemy facilities and systems. Each alchemy table was a different type. This qualified as a mid-sized alchemy workshop. Only the kingdoms and churches with lots of funds, power, and talents could establish large-scale alchemy workshops. At the moment, lab members, both supernatural and ordinary, were standing in the rusty hallways, or on the desks, or leaning against the stairs, looking in the distance. They were looking at what the human being was doing at the center. They all looked tense, but they also looked expectant. "Holy and beautiful goddess, please shine," gleaming light on the ground. Alpha slapped the magic tone machine and heard the sound of the cassette tape fading away. It was an upgraded device which had gained popularity over the last couple of years. Through it, people could listen to news, operas, and music from all over. It worked kind of like a radio, but both magic tone machines and magic news machines were operated by receiving concussion signals from mind power. However, this device couldn't receive enough channels. Only wealthy people with high social status could afford them. Besides, there were only few broadcasting channels available. The magic tune machines sold by Halima had a screening system embedded in them to prevent them from receiving mind power ripple signals from foreign channels. Some countries around the Halima kingdom often publicized their own gods on the broadcasting channels, and they also tried to smear the Halima kingdom and the master of the night. Alpha had reconstructed his magic tune machine and was broadcasting the news from the kingdom of the Church of Light. The click, someone pressed a button. Over the past several days, civilian riots have erupted in Alabel province in the Anaton kingdom. The royals of Sumerian and the military decided to suppress them violently. Many civilians were killed. Several mercenary organizations fought back. Slick. The mining alliance in the Graghus kingdom was disintegrated. The mining resources are declining, and the Graghus kingdom had to Alpha changed the channels a couple of times. He then turned back, exhilarated. Frank and Wilbert gave each other a high five and jumped up. Frank, be more excited. We did it. We really did it. More than 100 people in the lab were amazed. Cheers broke out, and everyone was elated. Wilbert patted Alpha's shoulders. You're a genius, Alpha, he said. You're indeed the favorite alchemy warlock of the steam and engine goddess. You can even accomplish something like this. Of course I can. This is nothing to me. We've taken the first steps to making it possible, commoners to use alchemy tools. The reformed magic tune machine didn't have any supernatural creatures providing power to it. Yet the alchemy device inside the machine was started, and it was still operating. The foundation of alchemy was alchemy lives. From floating space city to alchemy tools, all of them were invented because of people's exploration of alchemy lives, and each alchemy tool contained the lessons and principles from alchemy lives. The new magic tune machines worked the same way. They were the embryonic form of alchemy lives, but they lacked intelligence, just like plants. The instincts they had were instincts given by alchemy warlocks. Those alchemy devices were like their organs, which could receive the special ripples from mind power concussion and broadcast them. They also needed to consume energies. Their batteries were supernatural creatures. Supernatural creatures extracted source forms from their consciousness and combined them into mind power. Whenever they used such supernatural power, they needed to mediate by connecting to a magic network to recover. Mind power was a name used by towers. It was also called divine power, magical power, power of death, and some other names. Alpha's idea had been they could replace supernatural creatures with an energy source. Supernatural creatures used their mind power to control the alchemy tools, and all they needed to do was to create a device controlled by machines for them to use alchemy tools to control supernatural power. They stole the fragmentary project blueprints and theories from the kingdom of Eric, and they also referred to suggestions and experiments from lots supernatural creatures and scholars. After a couple of years, they'd finally created a special crystal. It wasn't a philosopher's stone that was made of lots of source forms. Instead, it was a special crystal that could find and store mind power, divine power, and magical power. Supernatural creatures could infuse their power into the crystals, and they could connect to the magic network to meditate for recovery, after which they could store their power again. It would take an ordinary apprentice several times to fill a crystal. It's still going to cost a lot, and besides, we still need supernatural creatures to charge them, Frank admitted after the initial excitement. Alpha nodded, looking slightly discontent. You're correct, but this is only the first-generation product, like the first-generation alchemy table. Who in the past could have imagined the functions and abilities of the alchemy tables today? We'll definitely be able to mass-produce these fabulous devices, and we won't need supernatural creatures to charge them in the future to get more power and thus stimulate more powerful alchemy tools. What should we name these stones? Wilbert asked. We should give them a name. Alpha opened the magic tune machine and took out the translucent crystal in the insert slot. It was only as large as 2 fingers. Everyone was looking at him, especially the ordinary scholars. They felt that the light coming from the crystal wasn't the light of power, but the light of hope. The power doesn't belong to divine power, and it doesn't belong to the supernatural, and it doesn't belong to priests and gods. It's the magic power that belongs to all the commoners. Ald magic crystal. After the magic crystal was invented, commoners were also able to use supernatural power. The reforms carried out by Alpha and Golden Oak College made special alchemy tools available to commoners. Frank, Alpha and Wilbert then spent a long time reforming and perfecting the manufacturing system of magic crystal alchemy tools. Frank and Alpha established new magic crystal alchemy workshops in the Kingdom of Eric, admitting many-minded wizard apprentices and alchemy warlocks. They started to produce magic crystals and all kinds of alchemy tools. After the tools were purchased or put into the market, many civilians in the city were crazed with excitement about them. Everyone in the city was talking about the products, and many wealthy families and merchants bought them in bulk. Gosh, this is such a crazy creation. A crowd was watching a friend as he used a magical mining machine at the door of the alchemy workshop. They were so amazed that they all opened their mouths wide. You're right. Everyone can use them. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter whether you're blessed by God or not. Everyone's equal before the magic crystal alchemy tools. Frank shouted on the stage. Commoners can also use them. All you need is a supernatural creature to charge it. A merchant raised his hand. How long can I use it for? He asked. I'll buy the glass alchemy table. Then I can recruit some ordinary people to help me produce, said an excited carpenter workshop owner. Carpenters had been gradually replaced by alchemy workshops these days, as the products made by alchemy workshops were cheap, artistic, and of good quality, which stripped them of their competition. An alchemy table that could be used by ordinary people fascinated them. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I want a small steam engine car that even an ordinary person can drive. If I have it, I can use it to transport goods and feed everyone in my family, said a chubby worker who was also excited. I want one. Officials in the city, who had only recruited professionals and supernatural creatures, began to admit ordinary people. Some banks also widened their choices. An amazing phenomenon in the Kingdom of Eric. Ordinary people started to assume the positions that could only be filled by supernatural creatures. They could drive steam engine cars, airships, and alchemy ships. Ordinary workers were also able to operate the alchemy machines on the assembly line to process the products and to manufacture all sorts of daily necessities. They could become pilots of airships, and they could operate magic crystal cannons and sorcery tools. They could become operators of magic news machines, anchors of news broadcasts, maintenance workers of the city alchemy facilities, managers of the city system. They could even become managers of wizard towers. They could regulate the weather, cleanse the soil, and operate mining equipment. These were all jobs that were originally allocated only to supernatural creatures. Everyone who entered the Kingdom of Eric was amazed by what they saw. Many people were thrilled by these new crystal alchemy tools. Merchants flooded in, and ordinary people were willing to pay for those alchemy tables with everything they had. Although they couldn't make any object they wanted, they could make specific alchemy objects that could make their lives easier. Frank, Alpha, and Wilbert stood at the top of the clock tower in the capital city of the Kingdom of Eric. They watched as the city was bathed in the golden light of the sunset. From the top of the clock tower, they could see the whole city laid out before them, vivid and surreal. This once flatlining city had regained its vigor. Not only that, but it was far superior than before. The entire Kingdom of Eric was reborn, and all the changes had happened because of them. They had fulfilled their first goal, which was to include the common people from the Kingdom of Eric in this era. We've taken another step forward. The Kingdom of Eric has only 1 city and 8 villages, but despite its small size, will make the entire world part of the Kingdom of Eric, Frank yelled. He was standing precariously at the edge of the clock tower. Embracing the dawn, the newest students from Golden Oak College will learn how to make magic potions that only the harvest goddess priests and warlocks knew how to make using the alchemy tables. They'll be able to make some simple supernatural alchemy tools using the alchemy tables. Alpha looked calm, but his eyes gleamed with pride. In the future, maybe someone will be able to improve even more upon our creation. Even ordinary people can become the leaders of the supernatural era. Wilbert wore a long sword at his waist. He was kneeling, and he looked very relaxed. "I'll help you guard our dream," he promised. As they stood at the top of the clock tower in the kingdom of Eric, they all began to laugh at the same time. Unfortunately, good things never last long. Before they could completely push forward their magic crystal plan, the armies and fighting airships from the kingdom of Halima began to invade the kingdom of Eric. Many soldiers and priests from the Master of the Night gathered at the border between the two kingdoms. The kingdom of Halima coveted knowledge of how to make magic crystals, and the royalty didn't want to see the rise of the commoners. They wanted to monopolize the magic crystals and the tools they could create. Magic crystals would let supernatural creatures master greater power, and they could also greatly improve the military power of the kingdom of Halima, so they could completely outpower the kingdom of Rosadoro, which always had territorial conflicts with them. The royalty of the kingdom of Halima and the Pope of the Master of the Night religion had discovered the magic crystals, after which they'd immediately realized the great potential they had. If commoners were able to use the power of God, then the authority of the ruling class would be threatened. They were also angry that such power had been mastered by a neighboring country. They'd been ignoring all this time. "We have to have this kind of power in our hands. We can't let the commoners tarnish the power of God." No, they're not tarnishing the power of God. The power they have is the power of demons. We need to punish the kingdom of Eric for using the power of demons. We need to punish the followers of demons. We'll annihilate those blasphemes using the power of God. The sound of sirens echoed through the city of Eric. Airships obstructed the view of the sky and cast giant shadows on the ground, terrifying the civilians. All anyone could see was vessel after vessel sail by as they blocked out the sun. Each ship bore the marks of the kingdom of Halima. They were military ships. They weren't doing anything yet, but the blood of the people ran cold. Military ships meant the beginning of a war, and the beginning of a war meant death. They're bomber ships, bomber airships from Halima. Everyone, hide. War. This is war. Halima Kingdom is waging a war on us. Bombs, bombs. The alchemy bombs dropped from the sky, setting fire to the streets and houses in the city. The explosions caused billowing fires to rage from one end of the street to the other. Strong, black smoke and a vile smell permeated the air. The bombs pierced through the air at incredible speeds, making an ear-splitting shriek as they fell. People in the city cried out in agony as they scrambled to find their families. This wasn't a war, it was a slaughter. There had been no warning, no declaration, only invasion and destruction. The kingdom of Halima was the most powerful country in the exotic realm. It was a tyrannical overlord and had been exploiting smaller countries for a long time. The combat airships of the kingdom of Eric surged into the sky. All 30-something vessels took off with magically reinforced Gatling guns and wings wide open like those of birds. They could fly more flexibly than the bombers, which were made cumbersome by the amount of priest apprentices they held. The combat ships led attack after attack, striking the bombers from above. Just when it seemed like Kingdom of Eric had the upper hand, the priests of the Master of the Night raised their hands high and began to pray. "Divine incarnation, moon without line," they called out. "Great Master of the Night, we call your divine name. Please cast eternal darkness on our enemies." The priests began to perform combined witchcraft on the combat airships. They all raised their wands high and the godly power of darkness rushed out of their hands, surging into the sky from the decks of their bomber ships. A dark moon appeared in the sky alongside the sun. Darkness immediately spread out over all of the combat airships and curled around them like black ropes. A blood-curdling scream shattered the sky as the combat airships were eroded and fell to the ground like rotten iron. After that, many supernatural apprentices and bloodline knights dove from the Halima airships with paragliders and landed in the city like birds. They occupied all the major facilities and alchemy workshops in the city. The people of Eric, both supernatural and ordinary, tried to defend themselves, but every time they were either defeated or killed by the priests. "You murderers! I'll kill you all! Murderers!" shouted a man hiding in an alchemy workshop. Unfortunately, a fireball was thrown into the alchemy workshop, and everyone was burnt to ashes. "My child! Where is my child? Bruce, Bruce. I curse you people from Halima. One day, karma will catch up with you." Defenders of the city continued to fall following the sound of guns and cannons. Fire and blood turned everyone's pupils red. Fear and anger hovered like a cloud over the city. Fire and dust tainted the sky crimson. Even Golden Oak College was not safe from the slaughter. Supernatural power turned the entire college into ruins. It had taken decades to build Golden Oak, but only minutes to destroy it. "Flame ring," yelled Frank. He stood among the ruins and sent out waves of fire, destroying the priests who couldn't escape in time. Wilbert wielded his witchcraft sword and used its beam of light to slash some of the attackers in the sky. Fire. The enormous gun barrel Alpha carried fired and gleaming element light burst out of the barrel. It surged to the sky and shot down a small airship spinning lower in the sky. The ship was disintegrated and the fragments fell to the ground. A giant iron wing scraped against the stones as it crashed, igniting a blazing fire. Alpha continued operating the Level 4 Element Annihilation Cannon, and he aimed it at another airship that tried to dive. The three of them stood on the ruins and watched with clenched teeth as their people were slaughtered. The kingdom of Eric was engulfed in flames. Clock towers, buildings, even Golden Oak College was in ruins. The three took off to kill as many priests and soldiers from Halima as they could, yelling like maniacs as they tore through the streets. The air smelled revolting, like burned meat. Level 4 Element Witchcraft. Level 4 Wizard. This is a Level 4 Wizard. And an Element Annihilation Cannon. How does he have this weapon? Isn't this a secret alchemy weapon from Sheehan City Alliance? Be careful. We need help. Help? Priests who encircled the three were all terrified. They would have never expected to meet such enemies in this tiny kingdom. Many priests rushed toward the three, and in the distance, high priests of the Master of the Night hurried toward them as well. Even the airships in the sky paid attention to them. "Go! We need to leave now. Kingdom of Eric has fallen. We've failed," yelled Wilbert. "Go! Let's go." Wilbert tried to drag Frank and Alpha away. When they saw that the three were trying to escape, some of the lower-level priests tried to go after them. Wilbert cast sword light in their direction and Frank bombed them with witchcraft, allowing them to escape the city. The three of them fled in a panicked helter-skelter, while the squad of high priests of the Master of the Night continued to chase them. The airships circled the sky, shooting and dropping bombs, trying to find them. They fled in the forest, and the priests lost track of them. As they were leaving, Frank looked back at the fallen city of Eric. All the civilians in Kingdom of Eric were trapped in catastrophe and death. He looked at the scene, dazed. It was apocalyptic, as if the entire world was crumbling. Frank recalled the people running and yelling in agony, and the bodies of children in ruins. Wives had held their husbands in despair, while others were blown up or swallowed by flames. The three recalled their partners, who were slaughtered by soldiers from Halima. Some of them were supernatural creatures with a similar mindset. Some of them were scholars who wished to change their future, and some of them were youngsters who'd flown combat airships for the first. They could still hear the blood-curdling screams. No, no! This is not what I expected. How did this happen? We promised them a bright and happy future. Why did this happen? Frank was screaming so hard that the others thought his throat might break, and his mouth became dry. He clenched his fists so hard that his fingernails pierced through his palm. The only thing he could see was airships from Halima circling in the sky. Wilbert squeezed the long sword in one hand, and with the other he was supporting Alpha, who'd been hit by the divine technique performed the high priest of the Master of the Night while they were trying to flee. Although Wilbert used purification potions on Alpha, the power from the divine technique still penetrated Alpha's body, rendering him incredibly weak. I'll have revenge, Alpha cried. He raised his head and his face was covered with sweat and blood. Let's go to the central province. There are all sorts of belief systems there, and countless clashed commoners and supernatural creatures. Let's go there. Then we can have a fresh start. Dark Night Mountain was named for the dense forests that surrounded it. Travelers crossing the forests could not see the sun at all. It seemed like the area was soaked in darkness for eternity. However, some people claimed it was named as such because the Master of the Night had left quite a few lands of miracles here. Dark Night Mountain was the boundary between the exotic realm and the Church of Light. Across from Dark Night Mountain and the Black Forest was the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. Although the forest was owned by the kingdom, no one lived there. It was populated by magical beasts and other dangers, so no one ventured there but mercenaries and adventurers. The Freedom Assistance Association had been exposed. Frank and his friends were put on the wanted list by the Church of the Dark Night. To escape, they needed to climb the Dark Night Mountain and head for the kingdom of Rosa d'Oro. From there, they planned to take an airship to the central province. As they were crossing this bizarre area, they accidentally trespassed on the grounds of demonic camphor tree forest. Thick voodoo miasma and illusions surrounded them and trapped them for a long time. They tried to fly out of it, but a witchcraft boundary above them made it impossible. What kind of a god-forsaken place this is? Frank asked. He was holding a witch compass and turning on the eye of truth in an attempt to search for the exit. I can't even use this to see through the illusions. The dark power in Alpha's body is getting stronger, and it's invading his consciousness. We have to leave here as soon as possible, Wilbert said. He was carrying Alpha while holding the pearl of purification, blocking the erosion from the voodoo miasma. Even while the illusionary beasts were trying to attack them, he could still see the power of the pearl. We might have trespassed on some important but forbidden area, Frank said cautiously. This is definitely set up by wizards. Is this the wizard tower of some dark wizard? Or the ancient remains of one? It took Frank and his friends 2 days to get out of the demonic camphor tree patch, and they still weren't out of the Black Forest, only going deeper into it. Thick mist covered the entire sky. It was dark and silent and lifeless. That witchcraft boundary surrounding the demonic camphor trees must have had some problems, because the vines and miasma had escaped and penetrated the rest of the forest. Finally, the illusions cleared. Within the mist they saw an enormous black mountain with a spectacular city on top. Many facilities in the city had been damaged, and lots of them were moved away. However, it was still a wizard city full of witchcraft forces and wizards. There were train tracks, bridges, castles, and streets. There were clock towers and gardens to nurture magical beasts. It was a beautiful sight for sore eyes. When they looked closer, however, they saw that everything was covered in vines and moss. The city built on the mountain ridge was in ruins. It was blurry and rugged-looking, like a magical city lost in time. Frank immediately recalled hearing of such a mythical place. There is a myth that says wizards have a holy place, a place where they originated that belongs only to them. It is full of truth and knowledge, the wonderland of all wizards. Alpha looked at the remains on top of the mountain. I've also heard of that place. It's the tower. When the era of gods came, the wizards lost the tower and the race declined. There's also a legend saying that the wizards in the tower went to another world, creating a new era of wizards, Wilbert added. He looked at everything on the mountain. It was already in ruins and there was no one around. He couldn't help wanting to weep. This is what's left of the tower. They walked up through layers of mist. The remains of the tower emerged in front of them. They walked up a long flight of crumbling stairs and stepped through the giant archway onto a stone street. They imagined the immense number of wizards living here when the city had been in its prime. Many of the buildings in the city had simply disappeared, as if they were all moved away. Frank and the other two walked to the top. They saw that the core area had completely disappeared, and only large pits remained. The long tower that would have once pierced through the clouds had also disappeared. The three of them stood staring at the ruins until something caught Frank's eye. Beside the cliff was a lone tower. Inside were giant libraries and lecture halls. "Somebody's already been here," called Frank. "These witchcraft prints are fresh. Someone was here not long ago to dig something up." Frank waved his hands and inspected the surroundings with his mind powers. He walked over to where the ground had caved in and found an enormous hive underground. "Look, there are tunnels and train tracks here. I wonder where they head to." "What is this?" Wilbert picked something up. It looked like a scale and it glowed with red light. He could feel its warmth in his hand. Frank took one look and was thrilled. This is the scale of a dragon. A large dragon. All of them were amazed. They looked around cautiously, but they couldn't find any traces of a living creature. However, they did find a painting on the wall. Next to it was a line of writing. "The so-called immortals are only great beings beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The tower that accelerated the development of the world has become desolate. Wizards claimed that they had the entire world under their control. Who could have known they would end like this? Everything will die in the end. Even those who have lived for a millennia will also die. Commoners will die. Powerful beings will die. Gods will also die." Marina Bossa. After Frank read the name, everyone became quiet. The legendary alchemy warlock Marina Bossa was famous throughout the entire Allen continent. Most children had heard of her, the legendary alchemy warlock who'd promoted the era of steam. She was the first one to travel all around the world, and her name was attached to many glories and legends. "Is this the Marina Bossa we know?" Alpha asked. He had taken some of the newly made medicine and had recovered a bit. "Isn't she an alchemy warlock?" Frank said. "Why was she in the wizard tower? Is there any connection between alchemy warlocks and wizards?" He would never have expected to see this name in the tower. They had no idea why Marina Bossa had come here, or why she would leave words like these. They couldn't even begin to imagine what Marina Bossa must have felt when she was standing amongst the ruins of the tower. "I think you should see this," Wilbert shouted and pointed at the pictures on the wall. It was a model of an enormous tree with all sorts of symbols carved on it. 17 bases were connected to each other, comprising the world tree. It appeared as though whoever had curved this had done so long before Marina Bossa had left those words. It might have been left by the previous wizards of the tower. A world tree? Questioned Wilbert. A divine tree? Maybe a way to become gods? All three of them were elite supernatural creatures, so they knew some secrets and rumors. However, they were still amazed by what they saw. It was said that the Creator left 17 seats for gods, and all the 17 managed the model of the entire world, including the rules and orders. This was only a legend, though, and nobody knew whether it was true or not, as the true gods and the half-god saints had disappeared into the god kingdom. The knowledge of how to become a god had vanished from the world. All three of them stayed in the underground dragon hive for a long time. Then they took the underground train to the edge of the Black Forest, walked through the forest, and came out on the hill. The mist withered away, and the sun shone upon the hill, where there were houses and chimneys. They also saw shepherds gathering in the sheep, which were all bleating and running uphill. Seeing this, they felt detached from reality, especially after witnessing the wizard tower remains. Lu Ziyu sat in the enormous hall. White and red patterned carpets covered the ground. The fur on the carpets was soft and glowed with magical power. A couple of fairies wearing white dresses played with some of the special, magically reinforced plants. Suddenly, the other side of the wall began to gleam. Something was happening. Lu Ziyu looked up and saw the pictures behind the 3 divine thrones start to shine. Light began to spread from the enormous world tree model out across the map. The first 11 divine thrones were for law and order. The jobs of the gods who sat on them did not matter. Machines, engines, war, or dreams, their only concern was making sure the world operated under the rules. The 3 gods of civilization, who had just shown up, were different. They represented the internal civilization. When society and culture were at their peak, the gods of civilization were more powerful than the gods of rules. As civilization declined, however, so did their power. The gods of rules drew their power from enforcing the laws of the lands. They could also gain power by acquiring disciples. But this was insignificant in comparison to the power they gained by maintaining order. Even if all the creatures in the world died, the gods of rules would be unaffected as long as the rules of the world remained intact. Gods of civilization were the guardians of culture, promoters of the development of the world. They must be important people who had made great contributions and who were recognized by the civilizations of the world. Lu Ziyu knew exactly who had been chosen. He just hadn't expected them to be approved so soon. "You 3 are the best fit," he said, "to be the gods of civilization." Central Province, Sumerian Kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, the last generation of Sumerian royal families, Lani I, died out. After this, the entire Sumerian kingdom entered a period of chaos and war. The faith of the sun and the remaining church of the Dark Night fought each other constantly, but neither could gain the upper hand. Once they finally admitted they'd reached a stalemate, both churches agreed to let go of the area so that it would belong to neither of them. The Sumerian kingdom became a playground for mercenaries, wizards, demonic wizards, and wicked supernatural creatures. This was the freest but most chaotic world. The royal families were succeeded by cousins of Lani I, but eventually another family took the throne. After several centuries, the royal family of the Sumerian kingdom was a completely different bloodline. Now, in the Sumerian kingdom, changes were happening again. A secret organization called the Freedom Assistance Association emerged, which provided magic, crystals, and alchemy tools to the entire central province. All of a sudden, the influence of Freedom Assistance Association's magic crystal system spread across the entire Sumerian kingdom. It even reached the Ahneton Kingdom, the Church of Light, and the Northern Ark Kingdom. "It's the product of freedom and hope," people exclaimed. "The crystal, hope to the commoners." we can finally do what supernatural creatures are capable of. This is not the power of deities, this is the power of civilization and wisdom. Members from Freedom Assistance Association were in the spotlight again, and they promoted magic crystal alchemy tools to the entire Sumerian kingdom. Quickly, magic crystal workshops and crystal-powered alchemy workshops emerged everywhere. All sorts of new magic crystal alchemy tools were designed. What constrained the development of alchemy wasn't the difficulty of alchemy techniques or making alchemy tools. Instead, it was the scarcity of supernatural creatures. Even though the era of gods had come, there were a great many supernatural creatures. Even hundreds of lower-class supernatural apprentices were not enough for one city system. That constraint was finally broken in the Sumerian kingdom. Many ordinary people could also use alchemy tools so that they could be members of a supernatural system. They could also participate in the alchemy era of steam and machines. Many workers, farmers, carpenters, mercenaries, and supernatural creatures to join Freedom Assistance Association. The association had the entire Sumerian kingdom under its control. In the year 458 by the Sun calendar, the Sumerian kingdom announced that the royal family had abdicated their reign. The Sumerian kingdom was now the Sumerian Freedom Association. Will lead us to the future. Each of us is the master of this country. Each of us is the controller of this country. Will change the world. Frank was the first one to ignite the godly fire. He summoned the star divine personality, becoming the first demigod out of the three gods of civilization. Frank was the god of civilization and wisdom, guardian of wisdom, promoter of the era and ideas. We pray that you guard our future, guard the light of civilization, and give us the energy to move forward. Inside Nia were banners pulled by airships, cheering crowds and gun salutes. Huge shadows of gods stood at the center of the city, as if they were its guardians. They received the cheers and blessings from the civilians graciously. Magical, godly, supernatural, and belief. All of them are just nouns, but they are, to their very cores, sources of power. After becoming a demigod, Frank discovered what's behind that power. They immediately adjusted and reconstructed the magic crystal system. If we can power the magic crystals using belief, we'll be able to charge the crystals without supernatural creatures. We can greatly improve the design and usage efficiency of magic crystals, exclaimed Frank. We can use crystals as the base for constructing our divine incantation system. Frank came up with the idea to make the second-generation magic crystals when he was on his way to becoming a god and gathering belief. They could power magic crystals by collecting the power of belief. Magic crystals were the seeds of the divine incantations of the three gods of civilization. They extracted the power of belief from the magic crystals so that they could provide the power to the civilians. After the second-generation magic crystals were created, Frank and Alpha started to gather the power of belief in the city by building magic crystal towers to charge magic crystals. They called them Towers of Belief. The era of magic crystals had arrived. Many small steam engine cars appeared in the streets, spurting plumes of white smoke 8 feet tall. Magic crystal alchemy tables went into commercial workshops, promoting productivity. Ordinary people could also make alchemy tables, accelerating prices and productivity. The economy of the Sumerian Freedom Association and the alchemy industry boomed. Railways were established in every small city, and because of the small steam engine cars, highways were also constructed in every corner in the kingdom. As alchemy techniques grew popular with ordinary people, alchemy tools became an integral part of the society and the kingdom. Using magic tools became normal in thousands of households. They started to use magic tune machines, magic news machines, and alchemy stoves based on magic crystals. Any alchemy tool that could bring human beings convenience became commonplace. There was even a magic crystal network in the capital city. Everyone who entered the Sumerian Freedom Association was amazed by the alchemy techniques and the era of magic crystals here. It was a city dedicated to steam and machines, and it was a kingdom of magic crystals. Magic crystals became the core of the Sumerian civilization. Word of the advantages of a magic crystal system started to spread. Magic crystal alchemy tools became popular in all the kingdoms nearby. Even kingdoms run by conservative, supernatural royalty couldn't resist the waves of magic crystals. They started to open their own alchemy workshops, making magic crystal alchemy tools. Institutions in all the kingdoms began to try the magic crystal system. Commercial systems, national institutions, workshops, and commercial groups started to recruit ordinary people again. The social status of ordinary people was greatly improved, and the commoners became a part of this era. Many ordinary people began to learn to use and build alchemy tools. They didn't have a superpower, but they could still learn the principles of alchemy tools so that they could make them. The era of magic crystals has arrived. Lu Ziyu sat in the enormous hall. White and red patterned carpets covered the ground. The fur on the carpets was soft and glowed with magical power. A couple of fairies wearing white dresses played with some of the special, magically reinforced plants. Suddenly, the other side of the wall began to gleam. Something was happening. Lu Ziyu looked up and saw the pictures behind the 3 divine thrones start to shine. Light began to spread from the enormous world tree model out across the map. The first 11 divine thrones were for law and order. The jobs of the gods who sat on them did not matter. Machines, engines, war, or dreams. Their only concern was making sure the world operated under the rules. The 3 gods of civilization, who had just shown up, were different. They represented the internal civilization. When society and culture were at their peak, the gods of civilization were more powerful than the gods of rules. As civilization declined, however, so did their power. The gods of rules drew their power from enforcing the laws of the lands. They could also gain power by acquiring disciples. But this was insignificant in comparison to the power they gained by maintaining order. Even if all the creatures in the world died, the gods of rules would be unaffected as long as the rules of the world remained intact. Gods of civilization were the guardians of culture, promoters of the development of the world. They must be important people who had made great contributions and who were recognized by the civilizations of the world. Lu Ziyu knew exactly who had been chosen. He just hadn't expected them to be approved so soon. "You 3 are the best fit," he said, "to be the gods of civilization." Central Province, Sumerian Kingdom. Hundreds of years ago, the last generation of Sumerian royal families, Lanii, died out. After this, the entire Sumerian kingdom entered a period of chaos and war. The faith of the sun and the remaining church of the dark night fought each other constantly, but neither could gain the upper hand. Once they finally admitted they'd reached a stalemate, both churches agreed to let go of the area so that it would belong to neither of them. The Sumerian kingdom became a playground for mercenaries, wizards, demonic wizards, and wicked supernatural creatures. This was the freest but most chaotic world. The royal families were succeeded by cousins of Lanii. But another family took the throne. After several centuries, the royal family of the Sumerian kingdom was a completely different bloodline. Now, in the Sumerian kingdom, changes were happening again. A secret organization called the Freedom Assistance Association emerged, which provided magic crystals and alchemy tools to the entire Shrul province. All of a sudden, the influence of Freedom Assistance Association's magic crystal system spread across the entire Sumerian kingdom. It even reached the Ahanatin kingdom, the Church of Light, and the Northern Ark kingdom. "It's the product of freedom and hope," people exclaimed. "The crystal gives hope to the commoners. We can finally do what supernatural creatures are capable of. This is not the power of deities, this is the power of civilization and wisdom." Members from Freedom Assistance Association were in the spotlight again, and they promoted magic crystal alchemy tools to the entire Sumerian kingdom. Quickly, magic crystal workshops and crystal-powered alchemy workshops emerged everywhere. All sorts of new magic crystal alchemy tools were designed. What constrained the development of alchemy wasn't the difficulty of alchemy techniques or making alchemy tools. Instead, it was the scarcity of supernatural creatures. Even though the era of gods had come, there were a great many supernatural creatures. Even hundreds of lower-class supernatural apprentices were not enough for one city system. That constraint was finally broken in the Sumerian kingdom. Many ordinary people could also use alchemy tools so that they could be members of a supernatural system. They could also participate in the alchemy era, steam and machines. Many workers, farmers, carpenters, mercenaries, and supernatural creatures chose to join Freedom Assistance Association. The association had the entire Sumerian kingdom under its control. In the year 458 by the San calendar, the Sumerian kingdom announced that the royal family had abdicated their reign. The Sumerian kingdom was now the Sumerian Freedom Association. Freedom will lead us to the future. Each of us is the master of this country. Each of us is the controller of this country. We'll change the world. Frank was the first one to ignite the godly fire. He summoned the star divine personality, becoming the first demigod out of the three gods of civilization. Frank was the god of civilization and wisdom, guardian of wisdom, promoter of the era and ideas. We pray that you guard our future, guard the light of civilization, and give us the energy to move forward. Inside Nia were banners pulled by airships, cheering crowds and gun salutes. Huge shadows of gods stood at the center of the city as if they were its guardians. They received the cheers, blessings from the civilians graciously. Magical, godly, supernatural, and belief. All of them are just nouns, but they are, to their very cores, sources of power. After becoming a demigod, Frank discovered the secrets behind that power. They immediately adjusted and reconstructed the magic crystal system. If we can power the magic crystals using belief, we'll be able to charge the crystals without supernatural creatures. We can greatly improve the design and usage efficiency of magic crystals, exclaimed Frank. Also, we can use the magic crystals as the base for constructing our divine incantation system. Frank came up with the idea to make the second-generation magic crystals when he was on his way to becoming a god and gathering belief. They could power magic crystals by collecting the power of belief. Magic crystals were the seeds of the divine incantations of the three gods of civilization. They extracted the power of belief from the magic crystals so they could provide the power to the civilians. After the second-generation magic crystals were created, Frank and Alpha started to gather the power of belief in the city by building magic crystal towers to charge magic crystals. They called them Towers of Belief. The era of magic crystals had arrived. Many small steam engine cars appeared in the streets, spurting plumes of white smoke 8 feet tall. Magic crystal alchemy tables went into commercial workshops, promoting productivity. Ordinary people could also make alchemy tables, accelerating prices and productivity. The economy of the Sumerian Freedom Association and the alchemy industry boomed. Railways were established in every small city, and because of the small steam engine cars, highways were also constructed in every corner in the kingdom. As alchemy techniques grew popular with ordinary people, alchemy tools became an integral part of the society and the kingdom. Using magic tools became normal in thousands of households. They started to use magic tune machines, magic news machines, and alchemy stoves based on magic crystals. Any alchemy tool that could bring human beings convenience became commonplace. There was even a magic crystal network in the capital city. Everyone who entered the Sumerian Freedom Association was amazed by the alchemy techniques and the era of magic crystals here. It was a city dedicated to steam and machines, and it was a kingdom of magic crystals. Magic crystals became the core of the Sumerian civilization. Word of the advantages of a magic crystal system started to spread. Magic crystal alchemy tools became popular in all the kingdoms nearby. Even kingdoms run by conservative, supernatural royalty couldn't resist the waves of magic crystals. They started to open own alchemy workshops, making magic crystal alchemy tools. Institutions in all the kingdoms began to try the magic crystal system. Commercial systems, national institutions, workshops, commercial groups started to recruit ordinary people again. The social status of ordinary people was greatly improved, and the commoners became a part of this era. Many ordinary people began to learn how to use and build alchemy tools. They didn't have a superpower, but they could still learn the principles of alchemy tools so that they could make them. The era of magic crystals has arrived. The buildings lining the sides of the street were built in the Sumerian style, beautiful and elegant. Most of them were 5 or 6 stories tall. People rode up and down on escalators. People were already used to the customs of this new era. If someone wore a cape, they were probably priests, supernatural beings, or from royal families. The shops used signs with garish-looking metal edges. People in the city held ceremonies, and lots of houses hung colorful flags. Many airships flew in the sky, which made it all the more eye-catching. Airships became smaller than before. Battle airships that only carried one person became the standard of the Sumerian kingdom. The canal built by the last emperor of the Crete Empire, Zolmundu, surrounded Nia. Several alchemy battleships were now moored on the river. The iron battleships were reflecting the light under the sun. There were 3 levels of alchemy barbettes, and there were many flexible gun muzzles. There had been some clashes between the Sumerian Empire and the Ananitan Empire lately. Magic crystal? Lu Ziyu walked into an alchemy shop in Nia and picked up a half-transparent diamond crystal. He looked at it carefully, and he immediately discovered the mysteries behind it. These were only philosophers' stones used to get to level 4. But I can't believe there are so many derivatives. Stones of Dreams, the Dream Wizard System, Witchcraft Boundary Master Systems, the Ghost Wizard System, and the Magic Crystal System. Lu Ziyu looked through the diamond. He saw an enormous city of alchemy with airships, steam engine machines, and alchemy battleships. He also saw gigantic magic crystal towers and the magic crystal alchemy tools, owned by every family. The steam engine machine alchemy era was the era of supernatural beings. Now the era of magic crystal machines belongs to everyone. Hey, if you can't afford it, then don't touch it. The overweight boss of the alchemy shop yelled at Lu Ziyu in anger. Oh, Lu Ziyu had taken what he wanted. He hadn't needed money in a long time. He just realized he had touched these objects without permission, which led to many discussions among the people around him. This wasn't the first time Lu Ziyu had walked into Nia. The last time when he was here, it was during the era of the Crete Empire, which was called the Iron Dynasty. Back then, The entire central province was unified, and the entire Sumerian plain was the most prosperous area of the Crete Empire. However, the prosperous Nia of the past was completely different from how it was now. Lu Jiyu hadn't expected that Maria's world would enter an era like this. It didn't enter an era of electricity. Instead, it advanced further and further on the path of steam engines, using the supernatural system. Beep beep. Beep beep. Ding. Ding. The more he walked, the more crowded the streets became. Small steam engine cars made rumbling sounds on the street, and the drivers of the public steam engine cars rang their bells. There were oil paintings on the cars, which looked fabulous with their industrial style. Dong dong dong. Dong dong dong. Woo, woo woo. A large group of soldiers and honor guards walked across the streets. There was a military parade on the square. At the same time, the Sumerian Freedom Association's important weapon, the first sky fortress on the Alan continent, ascended into the sky. Long live Sumerian. Long live our freedom. The soldiers carried their rifles, marching in step. Drum and trumpet sounds were carried uphill along the streets, together with the sound of crowds cheering. Many steam engine cars on the roads stopped. Girls were waving at the soldiers from the cars. Lu Jiyu followed the soldiers. He saw an enormous iron alchemy fortress. It had 3 levels and iron wings that could expand, contract, and move. It looked like a ferocious beast, a giant whale with wings. It was a gigantic fortress created by wizard towers, alchemy, and steam engine techniques. Many airships and spaceships were parked on the square at the top of the fortress, which could carry lots of soldiers into battle. There were many barbets on the fortress. At the same time, Lu Jiyu observed the bottom of the fortress, which had the newly made annihilation element guns created by alchemy warlocks. It was the most advanced machine ever invented for war. Originally, even level 5 and level 6 supernatural beings weren't able to operate a giant sky fortress like this. But after the magic crystal system was created, it was possible to use magic to power such a sky fortress so that it could fly. Many ordinary people had participated in building this gigantic alchemy object. It took them a year to design it and several more years to finish building the fortress. Wow, this thing actually fly? This is an alchemy fortress built by the great Lord Alva. It doesn't have any problems. As long as it can get into the sky, that mercenary kingdom will soon be at our mercy. Following a fierce rumbling sound, the giant sky fortress flew into the sky, driven by mana and madly reinforced steam engine machines. It was protected by a witchcraft dome. From inside Nia came the thunderous sound of cheers. Everyone, both on the streets or in their homes, looked up at the sky. They saw that the gigantic sky fortress had activated, and watched it fly through the clouds, ascending. Long live Alva. Long live the sky fortress. Sumerian is invincible. Lu Jiyu entered the sky fortress in a cluster of light. Many soldiers were operating this giant war machine. They were running back and forth, reporting on everything that happened. Inside the control room of the sky fortress, 3 people were checking the blueprints, looking at the clouds outside and the rainbow-colored light. The scene in the clouds was spectacular, like heaven. We've done it. With this sky fortress, we can definitely defeat Akhenaten. As long as we defeat Akhenaten, we can absorb into our Sumerian Freedom Association, after which we can overcome national borders, get across Andromeda Mountain, and reach the ocean, Frank said, excitedly, looking at the map on the table. The Sumerian kingdom and the Akhenaten kingdom had been warring against each other for many years. Even before the Sumerian kingdom was officially formed, the two had been fighting each other. It is certain that the Akhenaten kingdom is a kingdom where no gods declare sovereignty. It's very important for us to develop and advance the era of magic crystals. Alva also considered another factor. The fights for victory in lands always involved the gods. They didn't have the power to anger the gods yet. With the power of these two countries, and the help of oceans and trades, the magic crystal system will soon cover the entire Higher Allen continent, Yala continent, Swirl continent, Hailugam, and even the entire world. Wilbert slapped the table and envisioned their future. And then, we can use the power of our magic system and the great power of beliefs to become gods in the next several years. As long as we can become gods, the magic system will be stabilized. Lu Ziyu took the map from their table, looking at the Ahanitan kingdom they were planning to conquer. There were also lots of red arrows on the map. They were considering their magic crystal system and how to promote it to the entire world. Sounds like a good plan, but it seems that what you're doing has already angered some gods. Both your magic crystal system and the names of gods you want to ascend to, it's not that easy of a dream to accomplish. Lu Ziyu looked at the three. It had been hundreds of years since he first met them. Although their appearance had changed a little, they still felt familiar to Lu Ziyu in every way. Boer, Uruk, we met again. The three were startled by Lu Ziyu, who had appeared out of nowhere. There had been no sign that a person had come in. Who are you? All three of them were confused. They knew neither his name nor what he was. However, they could smell the scent of God on his body. He was a true god. This was the first god they ever met. The Arctic? At the end of the world lies a divine artifact of the Creator, said the mystery man. It was made for the god of civilization. Once you find the divine artifact and Alva and Wilbert become half-gods, you three as half-gods with the divine artifact will be able to match up against the power of a true god. This is not only the key to your journey of becoming gods, but also to you developing and guarding civilizations. When you become gods, the true gods will intervene. However, bound by the agreement of gods and saints shall not wield power greater than level 7 in the main world, he continued. Any level 7 mythical being shall leave this world as well. Therefore, you will only need to withstand one attack. True gods shall be repelled and bound by the force of the world, and will be unable to attack again. However, you will also be repelled from the main world, and will no longer be able to remain there. After speaking these words, the mystery man departed, leaving Frank, Alva, and Wilbert in shock. This man was like an unpredictable illusion, disappearing and leaving no trace behind. The trio immediately realized that they were still not even close to becoming true gods. His words also put them under quite a lot of pressure. The magic crystal system would repel the gods. The god of civilization, which was nothing like theirs and had invaded their belief system, was a threat to them. They had considered this before, but they never thought that a god would be ready to intervene in the most crucial moment, defeat them, and take their divine personalities and god names. Can we trust him? Bert asked. He wore a tight suit. The buttons were almost ready to pop because of his chubby body. I don't know. But he is right. We have made a lot of moves. Gods are definitely watching us already. The only reason that they have not attacked us yet is that they are waiting for the right time, Alva reasoned. Frank said, then there's the possibility of a divine artifact from the Creator hidden at the end of the world. It would be perfect for us. I am definitely intrigued. Whether true or not, it's worth a trip to find out. But if it's true, then who is he? Which god is he? The known male gods are the Master of Night, the god of knowledge and truth, the god of earth and war, the master of storms, and the dragon god of time, Adolphus. Wait, we need to consider side gods as well. Demi-emperor of the underground, Ctesias, the great angel of balance, Pharos, and some other side gods, that we may not know about. The longer the trio thought about this, the harder it was for them to figure out. At last, Frank spoke up and said, "Whatever. We'll take the Ahneton Kingdom first. The seas are crucial for our future plans. We need access to the waters. Once the magic crystal system is started there, we can then reconsider all of this. As long as we stick together, even a true god cannot harm us. The Church of the Dark Knight, worshipping the Master of Night in the Halima Kingdom, and those stinky, greedy nobles and priests, shall all pay for what they have done." In year 472 on the San calendar, the Sumerian Freedom Union declared war on the Ahneton Kingdom. With the leadership of Frank, Alva, and Wilbert, a massive number of airships, steam-powered steel chariots, and troops armed with witchcraft mana rifles entered the Ahneton Kingdom. In the Battle of Maples, the new steam chariots rushed to the front like monsters. With countless battle airships and cannons, explosions blanketed the battlefield. The smell of alchemy explosives was pervasive. Even with the protection of the supernatural bloodline Knight Army, the Ahneton Kingdom was defeated. 100,000 regular army forces and 50,000 mercenary soldiers were flattened in Maples. The balance of war shifted in the Sumerians' favor. Alchemy battleships traveled through the Crete Canal to Urabel. Urabel, which was constantly in rebellion and had a huge number of civilians who were unsatisfied with the state of the Ahneton Kingdom, surrendered to the Sumerian Freedom Union quickly. The entirety of Urabel turned to their side overnight. In just one night, the Ahneton Kingdom lost the huge Urabel province. Nobility is dead. The golden-blooded are contaminated with darkness and avarice. The royals no longer have compassion. They have lost the sword of kingship, and with it, have lost the favor of God. A scholar in white robes shouted in the street, holding a book aloft. The Ahneton family, with their golden blood, has lost their honor. "The new era has arrived," said the scholar. Many civilians followed his lead and rushed out into the streets. Mercenaries hiding in the Urabel province started to move as well. The Ahneton Kingdom crumbled much faster than anyone had expected. Concealed beneath the powerful facade on the surface, its systems and regulations were rotten. Countless commoners of the Ahneton Kingdom resented the nobles and royals. They encountered the Sumerian armies and battleships and joined their forces immediately. Everything went unexpectedly well for Frank and the others. The new magic crystal airships roared across the sky of the Ahneton Kingdom. The sound of witchcraft steam revolvers echoed on the battlefields. When Sumerian steam chariots rushed into the Ahneton Kingdom's cities, many workers and girls welcomed them with waving flags. Soldiers stood on chariots and welcomed the cheers. Troops walked into Ahneton with guns on their shoulders, welcomed by everyone. The Sumerian flag of freedom flew everywhere throughout the Ahneton Kingdom. Facing this huge army of steel, the Ahneton Kingdom's ancient kingship and nobility system, which was supported by mercenary systems, had quickly been losing ground. During the last battle, the gigantic sky fortress appeared above the Ahneton Kingdom. Its dark shadow covered the royal capital. Battle airships covered the sky, and their sounds filled the air. When someone on the ground raised their head to look, they would see nothing but the giant, whale-like sky fortress and the battle airships flying out of its back. This, the moment of defeat and death for the Ahneton Kingdom. Frank, Alva, and Wilbert stood on the giant sky fortress. Frank looked down at the entire Ahneton Kingdom through the clouds. The royal capital and the mountains and lands of the Ahneton were beneath his feet. His heart was filled with great ambition. With the capture of the Ahneton Kingdom, we now have a massive amount of land and citizens. More importantly, we can open the trade channel to the seas and the roads to the Red River Plains and the Orc Kingdom. Also the magic crystal system shall step into the world, Alva said with great excitement. We have removed the last obstacle on our journey. The Ahneton kingdom fell. The golden bloodline, the Ahneton family, crossed the Red River Plains and escaped to the Orc kingdom. The bloodline of kings, which had existed since the very beginning of the human kingdoms, fell from its throne. The Sumerian Freedom Union took control of the entire Ahneton kingdom, taking more than half of the central province. Its power and territory doubled almost instantly, shocking the entire Alan continent. The Sumerian Freedom Union settled in King's Port under the Andromeda Mountain of the Ahneton Kingdom. King's Port was originally a wide marsh beneath the snowy mountains, but later turned into a port city with the development of the Ahneton Kingdom. The Sumerians took over and sold their magic crystals and magic crystal alchemy equipment to the entire Alan continent and overseas. Sumerian trade ships set sail on the sea one after another. The world now knew about the Sumerian Freedom Union, the magic crystals, magic crystal alchemy equipment, and the magic kingdom with a magic crystal system in the central province. The world was ecstatic about the magic crystal system and the magic crystal alchemy products from this kingdom. Humans, orcs, Sahagins, and fairies all started to purchase the magic crystal alchemy products from the Sumerian Freedom Union. Merchants from all over the world gathered in Kingsport under the Andromeda Mountain, not only from the distant Shan City State Alliance, but from the kingdoms of the Temple of Sky. The Puzoi kingdom had crumbled after Satisia's death. The Haluga kingdom of the sea, the Wizard kingdom, and the Colossus kingdom too. These were kingdoms from across the oceans or other continents. All races could be found here. Trade ships of different styles from all kingdoms and races could be seen in the port. First generation magic crystal industrial production alchemy bench. Only 10 are available. Start bidding. The outdated first generation magic crystal industrial production alchemy bench was sold after many bids from foreign merchants. Magic crystal small steam car from the Abu Alchemy workshop. Best quality guaranteed. Also are magic radios, customization optional, with the bulk purchase of 1,000 units, full radio equipment and training included. More merchants and business groups gathered at the port, placing orders and moving all kinds of crystal alchemy items, loading them onto their trade ships and taking them back to their own kingdoms. At King's Port stood a statue of Alva holding high a shining magic crystal. Alva, who brought about the era of magic crystals, was considered the symbol of hope and wealth by the people. Following Frank, Alva was second to light God's fire and became the god of wealth and trade. However, most would prefer to call him the god of magic crystal. Lu Ziyu held a glaringly bright white slate. Lights from the slate shone across the witchcraft garden and lit up the entire capital of God. Countless symbols and scripts rotated inside the slate, moving with the light. Ancient cities, species, legendary heroes, kings, and spirits emerged in the lights beaming out from the slate. Its glorious radiance covered the enormous capital of God. Within the lights, there was Saga City, the first city of orcs, city of gold, the first human city, the royal capital Adara of Sahagins, and Sylv, the city of elves. Even the capital of God was dimly visible in the sky. Cities with legends and endless glories emerged in the gorgeous luster. As lights and shadows flowed out, new eras of new civilizations were created and developed, and the silhouettes of celebrated heroes appeared within the cities like statues. From the Age of Kings in Saga City to the crumbling of the Holy Seville Empire, humans had built the Golden Ahneton Kingdom, the Silver Prolus Kingdom, then the Copper Tyrant Empire, up through the Fall King Kingdom. The central province was at war for 2 centuries, until the king of mercenaries, Lin rose with the sword of the king, and the descendants of kings with golden blood fled to faraway lands. As the royal capital fell, the Luman kingdom was replaced by the kingdom of Rosa de Oro. From the start of the Baco kingdom to the end of the Pipuzuota kingdom, kingdoms devolved into endless violence. Cities rose one after another in the blink of an eye and crumbled soon after in the lights. The flags over the cities changed continuously, as no one could stay king forever. The start of civilization, the Mouse People city of Master Sofok, the 12th king Costa of Saga City, the Golden King Ahhenaten, the first elf Miher, the Mermaid Queen Sally, the founder of the kingdom of Rosadoro, Runi, held a dragon lance and rode a black dragon. The first pope of the kingdom of the Church Light, Hodap, held high a scepter. Santis Kelly wore the mask of Pharos. Lion King Will held the sword of the king. There was also the visionary king of Crete, Eliot Threatery, the apostle of the devil who burned at the stake, Levs. The king of the dead swathed in bandages hidden by black robes and Adonis, and the first king of Batco, Yip Ima Batco. Many more silhouettes hid in the flowing lights, including both ancient and recent influential figures. On a tall tower cutting through clouds stood several figures wearing white wizard robes with silver linings, looking down to the ground. They were all crucial figures who pushed the wheel of history, guardians and heroes of each race and civilization. Is that the slate of civilization? Eva asked as she followed behind Lu Jiyu. She saw Lu Jiyu take possession of the slate of civilization from the host of the divine kingdom. The slate recorded all history, progress, and every civilization from every race, hero, and epic of Maria's world. It was a recorder as well as a witness of civilization. All existing and extinguished civilizations were recorded on the slate of civilization. It was also a crucial tool used by the 3 gods of civilization to manage and record the world civilization system. Only when the 3 gods of civilization held the slate, the living system, and rules of the world would be truly perfected. All members of every species would then integrate into Maria's world. Before, even if the divine system was being perfected, it had only perfected the world rules and integrated most clergy and saints into the system. Now, even commoners had become an integrated part of the rules and systems of Maria's world. Lu Ziyu held high the slate. Every city and silhouette flashed before his eyes, bringing up memories buried deep down. Right, this is the slate of civilization, a slate that records all civilizations, histories, races, and heroes. What once existed shall not be lost. What once vanished shall enter into eternity. The tracks left behind shall be recorded on the slate. The world rule shall be perfected again. No one can stop the world from becoming perfect, said Lu Jiyu. Fairies on the capital of God all looked up to the sky, witnessing the history of Maria's world shown by the astonishing slate of civilization. They never imagined that seeing the history of another world could be glorious and breathtaking. Fairies raised their heads from bushes and flowers. In the divine cities, great fairies stopped and looked up. All were staring at the figure holding high the slate and the view of the world. Is that the world God created? It is a song celebrating the history and civilization of lives. But it is so fearful and cruel. The capital of God is so much better. It's a paradise and heaven for us. You're so dumb. We are living in the heaven of the Lord. The capital of God is the heaven of Lord Eva. Lu Sogu reached out. The shining slate fell through his fingers, passed through an illusory boundary, dropped out of the sky of Maria's world, spun and descended through the clouds over the Arctic and over the whistling winds and finally landed in an endless frozen place. The slate of civilization crashed to the ground. An enormous illusory city emerged. The illusory city was constantly changing, sometimes ancient and backward, sometimes modern and civilized, sometimes in the age of the conflict between wizards and churches, sometimes in the age of gods with cities of steam and machinery. There were many figures within. It was as if history was being relived. On the other side, behind the barrier of violent storms extending more than 100 miles, the illusory space was wrinkled, then vanished. A wall consisting of grids of space and wrinkles stood high, extending into the world. This is the northernmost land of the Arctic, the end of the sky, and guardian of civilizations, recorder of world process, the god of history and race. Priests chanted and cheered in the divine palace of the three gods of civilization. Priests of the divine system of the three gods of civilization were rather different compared to those of the other gods. The priests were all commoners who could use supernatural powers with the magic crystal system, but had the same lifespan as an average person. We shall offer our belief and pray for you to always guard this era. Workers, merchants, farmers, and herders in the cities gathered, cheering and celebrating, raising the flags of the Sumerian Freedom Union and wine glasses, shaking the very ground below. The three gods of civilization, please let us offer you our highest respect. You shall be the guardian gods of us all. Three divine shadows landed in the city of Nia to their cheers. Airships soared in the sky, and soldiers on the ships cheered for the divine shadows. Guns thundered out a salute as witchcraft fireworks bloomed. The enormous sky fortress spun around the divine shadows, with long banners hung beneath. It was more of a festive celebration than a divine ritual. As Wilbert, the last of the three gods of civilization, became the god of history and race, each candidate of the three gods of civilization had successfully become a half-god. The Sumerian Freedom Union had stepped onto the world stage and started a new era of seas and civilizations. The Sumerian kingdom, with its three half-gods, started the revolution of the era of seas, affecting the age with war and trade, integrating other races and civilizations into the magic crystal system. At the same time, churches ostracized the Sumerian Freedom Union, Frank, Alva, and Wilbert. They called them pagan beliefs, and the Sumerian kingdom a pagan kingdom. The Hyluga kingdom and the Halima kingdom, which suffered the most blows from the magic crystal system, were the most agitated. A war between the three kingdoms could break out at any moment, impacting the state of the seas and the human continents. On a dark night in the Sea of Storms, the Hyluga kingdom's fleet, with the blessings of the seas, and the Halima kingdom's fleet, the blessings of the Master of the Night, declared war on the Sumerian Freedom Union. Together, they raided Kingsport, a crucial port in the Sumerian Freedom Union, destroyed the Sumerian kingdom's main fleet. The penetration fleet took over Kingsport and inundated the Sumerian Freedom Union non-stop with their soldiers, thanks to their advantage on the seas. The two kingdoms attempted to force the Sumerian Freedom Union surrender and sign the Treaty of Common Ownership of the magic crystal system and border trades. However, they faced fierce resistance from the Sumerian Freedom Union. The war had spread to the Western Sumerian Freedom Union, and soon the entire Sumerian region. Even the royal knights and the descendants of God from the Hyluga kingdom traveled to the Sumerian kingdom to join the war. Moreover, the Pope of Church of the Dark Knight and the Dark Knight priests from the Halima kingdom entered Sumerian on large battle airships. The Pope and the descendant of a god, who both could borrow and bear the power of true gods, posed great threats to the Sumerian kingdom. The three half-gods, the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight, and descendant of a god, the alchemy sea monster Helem, ruler of storms, engaged in a fierce battle. 3 giant divine shadows and 2 beings who wielded the power of True fought in the skies of the Urabel province. Clouds were torn apart, then mixed together again. Divine lights and divine incantations shone brighter than the sun. Beams reflected and refracted, lights of all colors shone on the ground, as if the air was broken into a million pieces, bending the colored lights. The giant body of the enormous alchemy monster Helm floated in the sky like an island. Its long tentacles moved, and glaring rays of light cut through the sky, shooting towards the horizon. Where its gaze fell, everything became covered in vapor. Aircrafts and battle airships chased and fired at each other in the sky, and then fell, crashing to the ground as fireballs, turning the entire sky burning red. No one had seen a war of such intensity. Its ferocity had reached every corner of the human world. Giant shadows in the sky could easily destroy entire cities and lands with a single move. No one could imagine what would happen if their powers were turned on those below. Commoners huddled up in cities and houses, shaking fearfully. Children and women hid in churches and cavities underground, crying from fright. Even powerful saints died and vanished easily in this battle. We had seen the dusk of doomsday, the sky wailing, the ground trembling, the air boiling. Flame and smoke prevailed, aircraft and battle airships fell like puny flies. The entire world was a tiny boat trapped in the storm of war. Every life could be taken at any moment by the storm. Joshua, a scholar who recorded this war, wrote in his diary as such. Both parties suffered from terrible losses. The Sumerian Freedom Union stopped the invasion of the Hyluga Kingdom and the Halim Kingdom, and even gained some advantages. However, the war continued. Either the Hyluga Kingdom and the Halima Kingdom, or the Church of Storms and Church of the Dark Night, would have to retreat in this situation. Maybe we could form an alliance, cut off their route of retreat and their allies on the sea. Without support from the sea, they could not possibly win in long-distance battles on the water. Frank announced his first idea in the assembly hall in the city of Nia. But with whom? The Church of Light and the Church of the Sun remained silent. We should just be relieved that they did not choose to become our enemies. Alva expressed his thoughts. Wilbert said, "We don't need an alliance. We just need enemies of the Hyluga Kingdom and the Halima Kingdom to attack them. The Shan City-State Alliance, the Kingdom of Rosa-Udoro, and the Mara Kingdom have always been rivals of the Hyluga Kingdom. In the sea power battle between the Sea Alliance and the Mermaid Kingdom, the Sea Alliance suffered terrible losses because of the betrayer, Jonathan Brown, and lost their power on the waters. And Rosa Doro has had conflicts and disputes over borders with the Halima Kingdom. We just need them to pressure the Hyluga Kingdom and the Halima Kingdom. I believe Fallen Sea Alliance still wishes to take back their power over the sea." Frank slapped the table with excitement and agreed, "That's right. The plan to form an alliance should be carried out at the same time. The Elf Kingdom of the Sun, the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the Wizard Kingdom on Yala continent have been passive for too long. They wish to expand and strengthen their powers on the waters as well." Wilbert adjusted his collar, frowned and said, "The Elf Kingdom of the Sun and the Silver Moon Kingdom are both closed kingdoms. The only one with the desire to expand is probably the Wizard Kingdom. Will they be our ally?" Frank nodded and said, "Of course, we don't need them to send out soldiers and fight for us. We just need them to support the magic crystal plan. They could profit from trade, construction of the magic crystal systems, and their influence on the sea. They won't say no. So, we can open a channel to Yala continent and pressure the Mermaid Kingdom Alliance from both the Bizarre Seas and the East Seas." Alva nodded and said with hesitation, "If so, this war will involve not just 3 kingdoms, but 3 continents and most of the powerful kingdoms. If the war continues, things may get out of our control. The trio fell silent instantly. At last, Frank made the decision and said, "Change will always impact someone else's interests, triggering conflicts, even wars. But we cannot remain unchanged because of the fear of war and conflict. Civilization will march forward. Change is inevitable, so is progress. Civilization is like a ship. We are all on board, traveling with it. And if the ship is rotten and old, we need to stop, find a place, and build another ship. We cannot survive on backward thinking and compromises. Oi! And we can still make this ship work for a while. It's not completely rotten. Fix here and repair there. We've still got a few days. Take this ship apart, hold on to a piece of wood, and we can still float for a couple of days more." Frank joked with amusement. With the fall of Akeley, Frank had changed. No longer a daydreamer, but someone of practicality and wisdom. If not, we will sink with the rotten ship to the bottom of the deep sea. Historically, it was known as the War of Magic Crystals. The war involved dozens of kingdoms of various sizes, including the foreign Halima Kingdom and its tributaries. The 3 kingdoms of the Sea Alliance and their allies, the Mermaid Kingdom, the Colossus Kingdom, the Hyluga Kingdom, the Wizard Kingdom, the Elf Kingdom of Sunday, and the Silver Moon Kingdom on the Yala continent. There was a redistribution of power on the sea. The waters were fully controlled by the Mermaid Kingdom, and their allies were being invaded by many enemy forces. With the emergence of aircraft, battle airships, and sky fortresses, the supernatural powers in Maria's world had started to conquer the sky. The era of the sea was slowly transforming into the era of the sky. On my mark, fire the annihilation element main gun on the Alva Sky Fortress. 3 figures stood on the enormous sky fortress. The wind howled around them as the sky fortress under their feet shot flaring rays, splitting the seas into half. Alchemy ships and boats exploded, burst into flame in the rays of light, and sank into the coastal waters. The war had come to its end. The current situation and what the result of the War of Magic Crystal would be could not be clearer. The 3 kingdoms of the Mermaid Kingdom Alliance were pinned down. The Halima Kingdom was losing against the attacks from the Kingdom of Hozoroland. On the sea, the alliance was defeated by the Marines and Air Force of the Sumerian Freedom Union. In the coastal waters of the Sea of Storms, 3 giant divine shadows waved their hands simultaneously, and a light beam fell from the sky, hitting the Halima Kingdom's fleet. The beam vaporized the waters, raising the tides. The Halima Kingdom's alchemy battleships and their main airship were also destroyed by the beam. Even the main clergy of the Halima Kingdom, the priests of the Church of the Dark Knight, were all wiped out. In the face of such power, all living things vanished under the divine light in the blink of an eye, without a single sound. Those destroyed were transformed into points of light, vanished from the main world, crossed space, and returned to the divine kingdom of their gods, or entered the kingdom of the dead. The Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight turned into a giant shadow as he struggled to escape the light beam. His power seemed to transform him into the form of a demon, stretched and crushed. The giant shadow distorted and turned into black smoke, twisting in the air like devilish spirits. The divine power of the Master of the Night blackened the sky. However, when hit by the combined power of the 3 half-gods, even with the power of a true god, the Pope could not survive unless the true god came down in person, breaking the agreement of gods. The divine light over the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight dimmed. The Pope himself transformed into transparent, luminous light as his power faded, and he began to disappear into thin air. You shall not have your way. The Master of the Night will ensure that those who stole the power of the gods meet a terrible end much worse than mine. The gods may stand on your side in this war, but they will not help you gain God's names. You are doomed. I will watch you from above, to see how you three suffer from terrible deaths, to witness how you perish in the despair of never reaching success even when it is inches away," yelled the Pope. Above, "I'm afraid you will not enter the Star Kingdom." The giant divine shadow standing in front of him laughed. The Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight died screaming and unwilling. Even his soul perished, and he could never enter the divine kingdom of the Master of the Night. The Pope's death assured the end of this war. The warships, aircraft, and battleships of several kingdoms invaded the waters of the Hyluga Kingdom. The Hyluga Kingdom and the Halima Kingdom surrendered, while the Colossus Kingdom and the Mermaid Kingdom acquiesced in their defeat. The war ended. Victors had won what they desired. However, no one believed that the Hyluga Kingdom and the Halima Kingdom would perish. 4 gods stood behind them. The gods might let them fail or surrender, but would never let them die. That was the rule of the game. The seas now had a new look. The 3 kingdoms of the Sea Alliance, and the Elf Kingdom and the Wizard Kingdom on the Yala continent had achieved their goals. As for the Sumerian Freedom Union, they proved the advantage and impact of the magic crystal system in this war. Sumerian sky fortresses functioned as military bases on the clouds. They proved to be extremely effective in warfare, and they showed all kingdoms the great power of the Sumerian Freedom Union. War and trade are crucial for change. Through this war and thriving trade, magic crystals entered the world stage, becoming wildly popular. Magic crystal towers rose up in all metropolises. With the magic crystal system, commoners could now travel to other cities, or even other kingdoms, using steam locomotives that they controlled themselves. This war had connected the isolated worlds. The Alan, Yala, and Swirl continents, which had been isolated and cautious before, started to develop close relations with each other after the war. Massive numbers of merchants, commoners, and saints traveled between the continents by water or air. The foreign continents and distant worlds had become much closer. Traveling to another continent for education, business, trade, and communication had become popular in many kingdoms, especially with the upper class. As for the 3 gods of civilization, they gained the recognition of the world rulers and the mainframe of the divine kingdom. The 3 half-gods summoned their own divine personalities and were now only one step away from becoming true gods. A war involving most of Maria's world did not even make Lu Jiyu raise his eyebrows. To him, the progress of the 3 gods of civilization deserved more attention. What was even more noteworthy was the progress of the chaos worm in the astral world. The terrifying monster had grown to the size of a huge city after almost a century. Moreover, it was no longer the only chaos worm in the astral world. About a dozen more chaos worms were born after the first, becoming its successors, and entered the starry world. Enormous chaos worms roared across the astral world. Storms of elements and space raged wherever it had passed by. Its giant body still seemed quite humble in the context of the entire astral world. However, as it breathed and wielded its power, space wrinkled around it and disappeared. At the same time, substances split off its body and drifted away. Some life forms developed from its power and were scattered across the astral world as well. They were the first living beings in the astral world. They were special, and they would bring color to the empty astral world. I did not expect such a change. The first astral lives and species. Will there be intelligent lives and species in the astral world in the future? Wondered Lu Jiyu. Suddenly, Lu Jiyu frowned, as he realized someone had found the slate of civilization. He turned his head and looked to Maria's world, which he had not set eyes on in quite a while, and asked, finally, Has it come to this? Maybe we are the first 3 who have set foot in the Arctic. Maybe not. But probably the first 3 who have set foot in the Arctic in recorded history. So, we made history again. Frank, Alva, and Wilbert stood on the Sky Fortress. The white alchemy Sky Fortress floated in the air, protected by the shield around it. The trio stood on the deck and leaned on the railing, chatting in high spirits. After the magic crystal war, the last words of the Pope of the Church of the Dark Knight had been an unpleasant warning to them. They knew that the last step to becoming true gods would not be easy. They remembered the words of the mystery man that had appeared in front of them. The words of the unpredictable, mythical man had turned out to be true after all. The Arctic, a divine artifact left by the Creator and hidden at the end of the world. It is for the god of civilization. His words had stirred the trio greatly back then, and even after all these years, the tame, mystic tone of the mystery man was still engraved in their memories. Divine artifacts, what kind of objects are they? Like the legendary sword of the king, the mask of Pharos, the alchemy doll Archimonde, Sickle, or the Book of Truth. It's a divine artifact left by the Creator. It's got to be different, but who is the Creator? Full of doubts and questions, the trio went on their journey to the Arctic to find the last piece and the key to becoming true gods. The gigantic Sky Fortress swam freely in the ocean of clouds like a huge whale. Its streamlined body cut through the clouds, covered in bright sunlight. The Sky Fortress journeyed north. The clouds were getting thinner. Cracked glaciers floated on the sea's surface, sometimes as giant icebergs. Further north, the entire ocean turned into a gigantic ice mirror. This was the legendary Sea of Death. Here, lurking in the shadows, were giant monsters. It was said that the children of the ancient god of the sea, Sakun, lived here. After many centuries, those creatures who had Sakun's blood running through their veins had turned into horrific giant sea monsters. The children of God hid in the deep sea. This was their territory. Icebergs, sea monsters, children of the god of the sea, and legendary magical beasts existed here. It was almost impossible for anyone to pass the Sea of Death and make it to the Arctic. As for the bleak Arctic, nothing was there apart from danger, cold, and ice. No one wished to be there except for lunatic adventurers, and most of them were now in the stomachs of magical beasts beneath the sea. It was impossible to reach the Arctic by ship. Even the sturdiest alchemy ship could not withstand the unexpected accidents and damages that happened there. Later, adventurers had attempted to travel through the air to the Arctic. However, the closer they got to the Arctic, the closer to the bitwall they came. Elemental storms and space wrinkles occurred at an abnormal rate here. Without shields and protection, a single element wave could destroy them. Most adventurers lost their lives before they ever set foot on land in the Arctic. Of course, maybe some did land on the Arctic and never returned, which was even more regrettable. The giant whale in its luminous bubble continued to travel north. At last, they saw the northernmost land in the world. It was the winter season in the Arctic, and most of the days were dark. When the 3 half-gods set foot in the Arctic, rolling mountains with snow-capped peaks appeared right before their eyes. In the distance, endless darkness prevailed. Blizzards roared in the darkness. Normal creatures could never survive in such an extreme environment. The Arctic, the northernmost land in the world. A legendary land even more mysterious than the Island of Dragons. Finally here, the soldiers and crew members on the Alva Sky Fortress burst into cheers. Many crew members pressed their faces against the circular windows, looking down on the world below, exploring the legendary place with their eyes. In this land of death, many magical beasts had adapted to live in the icy world. Even several white dragon dens were hidden deep under the snow. But Frank looked down and exclaimed, "A person? Look, someone is down there. How's that possible?" Maybe it's an adventurer who is trapped here in his exploration. The trio was surprised to discover white figures moving below them. Using mind power, they found out that it was a human-like, 3-meter tall, giant monster covered in white hair. It was a common creature of the Arctic. It was not a magical beast but had some intelligence. It was later named the Yeti by those who landed on the Arctic. The further they went, the more signs of unusual creatures they discovered. The sky turned dark to bright. Dark and light alternated frequently here. If one stood in the center of the land, one foot would be in heaven and the other in hell. The further they went, the more the entire world turned into complete darkness without a single ray of light. Elemental storms raged in the darkness, shaking the shield of the level 6 sky fortress. The shield squeaked as if it was going to crumble and disassemble any time. Turn on the searchlights. Send out airships. Search for land below. The eyes of the white whale lit up. The lights cut deep into the darkness. 2 beams of light swept over the land of Arctic. Remember to keep the magic transceiver on at all times. Maintain communication and report your location constantly. As Frank's order was passed on, the soldiers and small airships on the Alva Sky Fortress set off. They left the Alva Sky Fortress through a tunnel that opened at the bottom of the shield and flew at a low altitude. It was suicidal to fly high without a shield here. They spread out like a net to explore the Arctic. Nevertheless, it was not easy to find a legendary divine artifact on the endless icy land, especially when they had no idea where the divine artifact was hidden or what the divine artifact looked like. It is a continent, just like the Allen continent, Yala continent, and the Swirl continent. Can we find it on such a vast land, in the dark, and in such a harsh environment? Alva asked as he adjusted his glasses. Wilbert seemed to trust the mysterious man and said, "That man said that as we enter the Arctic, we will find it." I believe he meant it. That divine artifact must have some sort of special trait so that we can find it easily. Frank said, "We have come this far. We just need a bit more time. It's a divine artifact left by the Creator. It's worth spending as much time looking as possible." However, more than half a month passed, and they had not found anything yet. The search party encountered many difficulties in the darkness where monsters and danger lurked. Just when they started to reconsider the mission, a message arrived from far away through the magic transceiver. Beep, 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 riz, riz, riz. Report. We have found the target. We have found the target. We are deep in the north. Coordinate. We were hit by elemental storms. 3 airships went down. We entered an unusual space. We found an absolute miracle, a miracle left by God. I see the end of the world and a city that exists at the end of the world. The gigantic Alva Sky Fortress immediately turned around, headed to the deep north. Cutting through fierce elemental storms and space wrinkles, the entire Sky Fortress was stretched, compressed, and distorted. It was bizarre in the extreme. However, when they arrived at their destination, they immediately saw a grand illusory city standing in the strange beaming lights. Figures walked around the city. There were huge city walls, bell towers, churches, and soldiers holding spears. Following the light, they saw an endless illusory wall. No, it was not a wall, but an amalgamation of countless space wrinkles. Not one knew how thick it was. Then again, the thickness wasn't the right concept to apply to this mysterious thing. "Is this the end of the sky?" Frank exclaimed, his mouth hanging wide open. Alva noticed the city below and said, "Oh my God, the city at the end of the sky. What is this?" Were all of these created by the divine artifact? Frank, his friends, and the Air Force of the Sumerian Freedom Association entered this fantastic city. The city was ancient but spectacular. It looked epic and legendary. After they entered the city, they realized that it must be the capital city of the mythical Silver Dynasty Prolis. The people in the city were the first group of humans in history. Following the Golden Dynasty, there was endless darkness outside, low temperatures, and a blizzard that could freeze people instantly. Everyone wore heavy clothes, but the moment they stepped into the city, they felt the air warm as if it were spring. That virtual wall seemed to block everything outside. The environments outside and inside the city were completely different. Frank and his friends found out everything here was virtual. What was surprising to them was that the people in the city were conscious and intelligent, as if these weren't just shadows of their past selves, but life imprints. This was the result of the powers of the holy devices that came from the beginning of the world. Everything in the city operated based on the memories of the world. People in the city had no idea that their time had long passed. Frank stood at the center of the city. They found the mythical holy device they had come here for, the slate of civilization. That mythical slate stood at the center of the palace square in a crack in the ground. Pedestrians walking on the street ignored it. There was a sacrificial ceremony held in the holy temple across from the slate. Male and female priests would hold ceremonial devices and offer sacrifices to the goddess of light and the great angel Pharos, who witnessed their ceremonies. This was a ritual that began before Silver Dynasty. Everything here was formed from the light shadows emanating from the slate of civilization. Is this the divine device left by our Creator? How come someone just left it here like it's a piece of trash? What do you mean by just left it here? This is the Arctic. No one else has ever been here. And we're at the edge of the Arctic and the end of the sky. Everyone who entered this place was thrilled. They looked around at the ancient city, feeling that they had traveled through time and back to that ancient dynasty. Frank walked toward the slate stuck in the ground and pulled it out. The endless light shadows contracted and merged together, falling into his hand. Frank held Slate of Civilization up, and it shone like a blazing sun. Shining stars appeared in the sky, and 2 of the stars came closer to the main world. The enormous star kingdom revealed itself to everyone. Gods who were aloof and distant couldn't resist their urges anymore once Frank discovered the Slate of Civilization. They couldn't just wait to act until the time that the 3 of them would ascend to their thrones. They had a divine device left by Creator, which was enough to make gods greedy. The giant star emanated a silver light that enveloped the Arctic. Darkness and storms permeated the world. 2 traces of consciousness from the star kingdom landed on the main world. Countless people prayed and chanted together in unison, singing the same worship song. The shadows of the 2 gods were dozens of miles long. Even the main world couldn't hold their bodies. They were only able to observe the world on the dimensional wall, as if they were looking at ants in a box through a crack in the lid. As the gods stared down at the land ruthlessly and aloofly, it was as if everything became frozen, including people's minds. The anger of the god of storm, erosion from the god of night. Clouds were dragged by the light shadows of the gods. The clouds combined with the storms in the sky. Storms of elements overtook half of the Arctic. The twisted shadow, which had completely merged with the dark night sky, was holding a candlestick. It dove down from the sky, carrying raging fires and darkness with it, dashing toward Frank and the others. The airships and battleships in the Arctic were ravaged by the stormy whirlpool. They didn't even have time to scream before exploding, their lives snuffed out in the darkness like fireflies. The Alva Sky Fortress floating above them disintegrated in the storm's power immediately. producing cracking sounds as the storm particles turned the fortress into dust in an instant. This is the power of a true god. Wilbert had never realized how terrific and terrible the gods could be. The power gap between demigods and true gods was like that between ants and giants. True gods' power could actually destroy the world. He hadn't realized why there was a pact between the gods until now. Without any constraints, this world would have been annihilated long ago by fights that broke out among the gods. Power of true gods with the help of world rules? Alva looked at the dark virtual shadow holding a candlestick diving at them from the sky. The enormous candlestick covered the entire sky, while the virtual candlelight shone upon the ground. It was breathtaking. Alva's face was pale as he looked to Frank. "Are we about to be the first ones to fight true gods?" Frank smirked. "Then it's our honor." "Don't worry, brother. We haven't lost yet." Frank held the slate of civilization up and yelled, "Civilization! Date back. In the name of the three gods of civilization, I summon the mythical city of the Creator." Projection of City of Gods. All of a sudden, the slate of civilization produced a shining light, brightening the entire Arctic in the dark. It brightened the sky, and the light went through space, casting shadow on the Star Kingdom. Even people on the Allen continent, an enormous ocean away, could see the light pillars from the distant land in the extreme north. It stretched hundreds of miles away into the outer sky. What is that? What is that light? The Pope from the Church of Light stood in the Divine Palace in St. Sarl City. The high priests and their relatives were all horrified. It was unimaginable to them that they would ever see such gleaming light and supernatural power rippling from a whole continent away. The slate of civilization kept turning back to time before. Frank, Alva, and Wilbert felt that they were traveling back in time and arriving back in ancient times. They saw a mythical city floating in the clouds. It was the divine city built by their creator. The entire world was shocked by what just happened, including all the gods in the Star Kingdom. How is that possible? How come? What is that? Why didn't we find a divine device this in the Arctic before? Light shadows condensed, and lots of light traveled into and occupied the sky. An enormous sky city that stretched for miles and miles had appeared up in the sky. The silver base gave out holy light, and on top of the base was the kingdom of the gods. This was a garden from a dream world. Among the mysterious, magically reinforced forests and bizarre mountains ran holy rivers. Many fairies and priests flew between the giant trees which pierced through the clouds. The divine city at the center seemed to be built from many palaces that had appeared throughout history, holy and mysterious. At the center of the holy city, there was a trace of consciousness emanating energy that seemed to exist beyond time and space, making it hard for even the gods in the sky to breathe. The mythical city of creation was summoned into the present era by the three gods of civilization using the slate of civilization. The Master of the Night dropped his divine device. The Master of Storm dashed toward Frank and the others with his godly anger. Half the Arctic crumbled, and everything in sight was collapsing, yet it didn't affect anything in the city of God at all. They couldn't even touch the projection. By this time, the Master of the Night, Lewis, and the Master of Storm, Jonathan, were visibly shocked. They couldn't stay aloof and apathetic anymore. How possible? The capital of God? Frank, Alva, and Wilbert stood at the top of the city of creation, looking at the colossal Star Kingdom and the two true gods. Now, it's our turn. The three gods of civilization stood in the projection of the city of God and turned into three enormous light shadows of gods, enclosed by the floating city like a large continent. Frank was empowered by the slate of civilization, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The true gods in the dimensional wall in the sky stood against the three gods of civilization, who had mastered the projection of the city of God. This was the first time a battle between the gods took place in Maria's world. Frank, god of wisdom and civilization, held on to the slate of civilization as if holding a torch that led the entirety of civilization, challenging the three true gods in the sky. Even if your true gods will knock you down from your star kingdom. Frank opened his hands and his eyes glinted with confidence and aggression. He was full of heroic spirit and enthusiasm. He faced great pressure and burden, but this triggered all the passion and courage deep within his heart. Come. In the name of civilization, in the name of all creatures, in the name of the three gods, I command you, fire at the gods. The enormous floating city ascended and 7-colored silk ribbons flooded into the capital of God. A tremendous amount of godly power condensed into a light pillar and shot out of the city toward the sky. The explosion and vibration caused the sky to ripple. The power intertwined with the flowing light, rushing toward the master of the night, Lewis. He immediately tried to ward it off with the divine device erosion of night. However, the light melted the divine device in an instant, filling the body of master of the night. The huge shadow of the true god suddenly started to shake fiercely and became blurred. The dark night here became unstable, and the blood-curdling scream of the master of the night, Louis Baikito, was heard throughout the entire star kingdom. How could I lose? I've never lost. I have never lost. Even when I was only an ordinary human being, I hadn't been defeated. How would I be defeated as a true god? This is impossible. Impossible. The enormous body of the god struggled to descend to the main world through the dimensional wall. Yet the colossal strength of the world rules bound him and prevented him from landing on the earth. The punishment and restraints from the pact between all gods were finally being reaped. Master of the night couldn't withstand being shot by the guns of the capital of God anymore. He kept withering away as if he were about to vanish from the sky. How could I be defeated by a couple of demigods? Impossible. You are filth. You stole the crowns of gods? I'll kill you. I'll kill you all. The boundary in the sky looked like a thin film. It kept changing and twisting under the struggling master of the night, but it never broke. How lose? After saying this, the body of the master of the night disintegrated and vanished. He transformed into glowing halos and disappeared in the dimensional wall. Suddenly, all the sculptures of the master of the night in Halima and his other domains cracked. The priests from the Church of the Dark Night felt their power drifting away from them, and they felt endless sorrow and fear. Our great master of the night, the master of the night. What is happening? The new pope from the Church of the Dark Night knelt down in the Dark Night Palace. He looked at the cracking and collapsing sculpture of Master of the Night and didn't know what to do. We've lost our connection with our God. Gosh, how terrifying. I can hear the gods screaming and crying. Everyone in Halima was in a panic. All the priests and believers became clueless and hopeless, yelling and screaming in the streets. All the gods in the Star Kingdom were also whispering to each other. The Master of the Night, Lewis, will need a long time to recover. He was severely punished by the power of the capital of God and the pact between the gods, which were enough to put him into a deep slumber for 100 years. Even if he can someday wake up, his power will be significantly weakened. Gods can't die. Even if they perish, they will be reborn from the prayers of the godly kingdom and their believers. The slate of civilization, the authority of the Creator, and the three gods of civilization, the goddess of the sun and the goddess of light still haven't acted yet. They are indeed the most ancient gods. They're so calm. As for Jonathan, the master of storms, He could feel his godly power being stripped away by the tremendous world consciousness that was binding him, forcing him to leave the main world and go back to the Star Kingdom. He had broken the pact between all the gods, which meant in the following 100 years, his power would be greatly restrained and he wouldn't be able to get out of his godly kingdom anymore. Meanwhile, the capital of God turned again, and the giant godly light shadows of the three gods of civilization turned toward the Master of Storms, Jonathan Brown. The Master of Storms realized that he was in danger. The enormous light shadows of the gods withered away, and the colossal star kingdom that had been approaching the main world ascended again, vanishing among the stars. The three gods standing on the capital of God looked at each other. They were excited and exhilarated. This area was originally in complete darkness, but now they could see the light slipping in, shining upon their bodies. The shattered Arctic continent started to recover under the power of light and the world's strength. "We did it!" Alva shouted, finding it all unbelievable. "We really did it!" Wilbert felt like he was in a dream. He could still vividly recall when they three first met in Halima. They were merely red-blooded, unreliable young adults with silly dreams back then. But now, they had accomplished something they would have never dared dream of. "We are the leading roles in this era," Frank guffawed. After that, he looked to the sky. He was smiling, but he still sighed. He was supposed to be euphoric, yet he had some strongly mixed feelings. Alva nodded. "It's time for three gods of civilization to ascend to their kingdoms. Our time and stories have come to an end. It's time for future youngsters and heroes to create their own legends." Wilbert said, "No, our stories are far from over." The projection of the capital of God withered away. While the three gods of civilization ascended to their star kingdom, the three gods of civilization had fulfilled their dreams to lead the civilization of steam and engines into the magic crystal era. They entered the star kingdom, guarding the civilization and its living beings. The people in Nia held a huge ceremony for them, pushing the magic crystal era that belonged to everyone to its peak. Magic crystal airships flew around Nia while people played drums and gongs. Soldiers carried flags and played trumpets. They held this celebration for half a month. Then people built landmarks and architecture in Nia to honor the three gods. A giant likeness of Frank. It was a statue of a figure holding a slab of stone over his head, erected along the side of the Crete Canal. It was the embodiment of the god of intelligence and civilization. The Alva Magic Crystal Tower. The Magic Crystal Tower was hundreds of meters tall and became the tallest magic crystal tower in the world. It was the shiniest landmark in all of Nia. It represented the god of wealth and trade and the god of magic crystal. Wilbert Library. Built for the god of history and Wilbert, who documented the rise and fall of all the races of civilization in history. He documented the rise and decline of every race. Inside Wilbert Library held books from all over the world, and it became the most famous library on the Alan continent. The Sumerian Freedom Alliance, with its magic crystal system, became the dominating kingdom in the new era. The bond between the three continents grew stronger, as all the races could see that human beings had started to conquer both the sky and the ocean. The Sumerian Free Alliance invented the new alchemy submarines. It was said that the idea came from an ordinary person who had the intelligence of a supernatural being without any supernatural power. Adventurers started to explore every corner of Maria's world in their flying airships. They hoped to finish the map of this enormous world by exploring places where no one had ever been to. The crew members who drove alchemy submarines and explored the depths of the ocean, exploring the terrifying and dark ocean world, trying to find its secrets, looked for the remains of the ancient city of the ocean god. However, most of those adventurers were swallowed by sea monsters. The Silver Moon Kingdom on the Yala continent. Ever since the Sylv Kingdom vanished from the western area of the Yala continent, the Moon Fairy tribe went to the old home of the Sylv Kingdom and connected it with the original Silver Moon forests, establishing the Silver Moon Kingdom. Moon fairies of the Silver Moon Kingdom believed in goddess of harvest. All had special silver hair and angelic faces. They walked through the streets wearing loose white capes, looking like goddesses. Goddesses like these were everywhere in the Silver Moon Kingdom, ever since Jonathan Brown built the railway to the Yala continent and married a beautiful fairy wife who came from Sun Fairy tribe. Half fairies came into being. Half fairies didn't have the life expectancy of full fairies, and they could only live for 200 years. The royal family of the Hyluga Kingdom was made up of half fairies. Many people who went to the Yala continent had the same expectation as Jonathan did. However, only a few could attract fairies like Jonathan had. The fairies were very particular in their choice of partner. The fairy sacrifice group and their supernatural sky team were powerful enough to intimidate any country. After the 3 continents were connected, the fairy ambassadors in each country were responsible for fighting fairy smugglers, those who would kidnap fairies and bring them to the other continents. Luziu, Verthundi, Delmidi, and Kelly sat in the spacious theater, watching the actors and actresses performing on the stage, while a crow so dark it could swallow light was speaking from the side. This was the Corolla Theater of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and it used to be the first level of Corolla Tower. The events from many legends had taken place here, as it was the origin of fairy wizards and supernatural power. Now it had become the theater and the library of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Sometimes, enormous airships made of wood flew overhead through the sky. Those airships were full of forces of plants and other beings, however. They were just as solid as those made by humans. There were walls of brambles and vines outside, surrounding the entire city. Public engine cars covered in vines and flowers traveled on the street, and there were red maple trees on the sides. The city was established beside Hagrid Grand Canyon and Hagrid Falls. Water, the River of Lives, and Hagrid Bridge had become the embodiment of this place. It looked like a city of gardens from the outside. There were many fairies in the city, and there were also many human beings. Half the creatures in the theater were human beings. The show being performed on the stage was the well-known legend of the Dragon Knight Rooney. The great blessed beings, dragon riders, and King Rooney Elvis led the army and rushed into the palace to question him. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles. This is the choice the hero Rooney has to make. Luman Kingdom was destroyed, and the great kingdom of Rosadoro was born. It's the law of nature and survival of the fittest. In this war of human beings and orcs, there are no rights and wrongs, only survival or extinction. There was bloodshed, and heroes were slashed by blades. The blessed being riding the black dragons, Rooney, who was once the hero of the legend, has become old. He died in Nia of Sumerian Plain. The dragon was bellowing, taking its master's body, and left. It vanished from the clouds. The crow was great at narration. The story was a mere legend to the audiences, but it was being watched by the actual witness of the history. The show was finished. The actors did a great job relating this fabulous legend of Dragon Knight Rooney. There were schemes, patriotism, love, hate, and eternal parting. Many fairies cried while watching that show, and many children wanted to become the heroes on the stage. Lu Ziyu saw the crow. After the show was over, Verthandi and the others returned to their divine kingdoms. Lu Jiyu went backstage and saw the black crow grooming its feathers. The crow raised its head and saw Lu Jiyu. "Oh my God, Anthony. You're still alive." Lu Jiyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Of course I'm still alive. I just didn't expect to see you alive. Black Jack, we haven't met each other for almost 400 years. You're a level 5 crow, yet you've become the pet of this theater. How surprising." He was the leader of the crows in Wizard Tower, and he was the most powerful crow. He delivered all the letters of admission to the Wizard Tower, including those for Bor, Akkad, Levs, and Catherine. After a long time without seeing him, Lu Jiyu thought that the crow must be dead. He hadn't expected to see him on another continent. "Of course I'm still alive. I'm a crow that loves my life, freedom, and peace. I'm into art these days, and I think stage productions are a great way to perform." Black Jack flapped his wings. He looked kind of funny. However, nobody expected that this small body belonged to a mighty magical beast, or that it could easily destroy this Corolla Tower. Lu Jiyu asked, "Are you interested in returning to my side?" Black Jack shook his head. "No, I have a new friend. Dang. Here he is." A half-fairy teenager walked in through the back door of the theater. He looked like a theater employee, but there were bruises on his face as if he had just been beaten. However, it was normal for this to happen to a half-fairy in the Silver Moon Kingdom. "I'll become the first person to completely explore the world. Not only will I explore this world, but I'll also go see what is outside this world," the fairy teenager said. He looked at Black Jack and noticed Lu Jiyu. Black Jack introduced him. "This is my new buddy, Road. He's a half-fairy, and he wants to become a fairy pilot. I'm about to become a real pilot. I've already signed up for the pilot school." "Okay, cut the talking." Black Jack stopped Road from talking, then moved his wings like a human merchant and said, "Anthony, you're being so petty." Road then asked, "Who's this, Black Jack?" Black Jack lowered his voice and said, "Not your concern. Someone powerful beyond your imagination." Lu Jiyu stopped talking for a while. After the 3 gods of civilization ascended to their thrones, he immediately started to ponder the structure of Maria's world and how to end the era of gods. He took a look at the half-teenager Road. "You have the potential to become a supernatural being. You said that you wanted to explore the outer world. I'll give you this ring. Hopefully, you can become a world-renowned adventurer someday." Lu Jiyu took ring off his hand and gave it to Road. "A ring? It's so pretty. Is it some kind of treasure?" "It's ring for space storage." "A space storage ring? What's the name of this ring?" "You can call it Anthony's ring or the philosopher's ring." Road took it. He looked cautious as he had no idea what that ring meant to him. After Lu Jiyu designed the theory of the space transportation door, he started to study the theories and rules of the space. This ring was a product of that study. Although Lu Jiyu wasn't able to make a stable transportation door, he had already created some basic space theories. Lu Jiyu wished that someone could explore some new types of space witchcraft using that ring. Black Jack couldn't be more excited. "How lucky you are, Road. You might be the leading role of the next generation." "I'll be a leading role everywhere. I can't believe that stupid Bran passed me by. Otherwise, I'd be the actor who played Dragon Knight Rooney." "Stop flattering yourself. Do you really think Bran would have chosen a half-fairy like you to play Dragon Knight Rooney?" "Who was that person?" Road asked, realizing that Lu Jiyu had disappeared. "He's long gone. He's always like that, the most mysterious person in the world." "Who is he?" "Who knows?" After Lu Jiyu arrived back at Capital of God, he reset the main engine of the Divine Kingdom to make sure Maria's world, the Abyss world, and the Starsoul world were okay. And then, he went to check the Chaos Worms before he left the Crystal Wall world and went back to the world universe. Lu Jiyu watched the scenes playing out from the control room He could see the airships landing on the Moon, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. Most of them were controlled by exploratory robots that sent back pictures. Some of them were controlled by astronauts. They walked on the planets with their astronaut suits. Some of the astronauts were having a great time. They were excited to have reached the Moon and Mars. They were breathed heavily when talking to each other, and their video footage was shaky. There was also footage of spaceships observing the planets in the near distance. The ring of Uranus was visible in the footage, which was very different from Jupiter and Saturn's rings, as it was dark and narrow. It would be impossible to check every spot in the solar system, however. If Dark Mother Tree had really tainted this area, it would have been hard to miss. Lu Jiyu also found it impossible. Power had spread here. Otherwise, the creatures on the Earth would have been extinct. At this moment, the Truth was on track toward Neptune, and it was about to leave the solar system. Everything was normal, aside from when they were trying to get through the asteroids. We've checked every planet, but we didn't find any traces of living beings. Also, we didn't find any traces of pollution left by the Dark Mother Tree either. However, we did find something strange. Gu Chaoran immediately showed some of the materials they had discovered to Lu Yu. There are some remains of spaceships among the asteroids. The broken black spaceship was very eye-catching in the cold universe. It had been floating in the universe for years, hiding among the aerolites. Is this a spaceship left behind from the Atlantis civilization? It shouldn't be. The styles are very different. Besides, after we retrieved the spaceship, we found that the technologies are also very different. It's a small, unmanned exploration vessel. There aren't any living beings in the spaceship, and it's completely operated by a computer. This exploration ship doesn't have the ability to travel at light speed like the Truth. We speculate that it might enter the solar system following other larger spaceships. Of course, there's also the possibility that it comes from another star system close to us. You can check it out for yourself below deck if you want. Lu Ziyu stayed silent for a while. Was it possible that a spaceship from another star system had entered the solar system? This was the first time Lu Ziyu realized that this small solar system was actually much more interesting than he'd imagined. When will we leave the solar system? When we finish exploring Neptune, the Truth will reach light speed and will travel at 1.5 times the light speed at its fastest. It'll take another 5 years for us to arrive at Alpha Centauri. Lu Ziyu nodded and said, "Sounds great. Let's begin our astral civilization plans." One tall being after another appeared in the nutrition cabin. They had human bodies, and there were both males and females among them. Each of them was a relative of Lu Jiyu. They inherited his powerful and mythical bloodline. He could feel the natural connection between himself and them. What should I call them? Gu Chaoran could feel that his voice was trembling. Out of nowhere, he felt terrified by such beautiful creatures. Perhaps it was because of how they were made, or because they had the same kind of bodies as he did, or perhaps because they lived in glass jars filled with nutrition liquids. As for other members, some of them were excited because they saw it as a miracle of creation. Some cheered for the birth of a new species. Others thought it was blasphemy to natural life. But those who thought so didn't dare express it in front of Lu Jiyu. New human beings? They're also human beings like us. They are new human beings who are designed to adapt to life in outer space. The new human beings created by Lu Jiyu had some of the features of fairies. They could live for 1,000 years, and they could photosynthesize. They could survive for a long time without eating and drinking. They had their main brain and a demi-brain which was mythical and intelligent. It was the organ used to perform magic and sanctify organs. However, it was more difficult for them to breed and mature. The maturation and growth of mythical organs were related to mind power. Their supernatural power was akin to that of the machine civilization. They could assimilate and restructure mechanical beings. They were not very powerful when they were still young. They could only assimilate some simple engineering robots or living robots. The engineering robots would be their avatars. As they were upgraded from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, they would be able to control larger mechanical beings. The mythical intelligence of the demi-brain gave them the power of calculation and operation. And when they became a level 7 mythical being, they could even control huge spaceships. The spaceship would be their own bodies, like a floating city or a divine kingdom. They could roam the universe by themselves, leading a huge army and countless mechanical beings. One person could lead a machine civilization. However, there were no magical networks or portals in the universe, so they couldn't absorb source form. However, Lu Jiyu had given them a special device, just like the magic network. Compared to the magic network, it was more like something that came from science fiction. The device could train these new human beings to strengthen their supernatural powers. Besides, their future was unlimited because technology would be their nutrition. As technology advanced, their powers would follow. As for Lu Jiyu, who was the source of their power, he continued absorbing their energy to explore the truth and the origin of the universe. Lu Jiyu took a look at the members of the management committee of the truth. He didn't care much about what they thought. He said, "You can also choose to become a new human being if you want, but I need to tell you that there's a risk. You can ask Gu Chaoran about it, and he'll answer all your questions. It's your choice, and I won't force you to do anything you don't want to do." After he finished speaking, a new female human being curled up in the nutrition cabin opened her eyes. Her hair waved in the water, and she looked in Lu Ziyu's eyes. Lu Ziyu wasn't anxious at all. Instead, he was pleased. The first human being has been born. As for the members of the committee who stayed, they were responsible for taking care of the new human beings. Lu Jiyu and Gu Chaoran worked together. The first batch of the new human beings would live at the center of the truth. There were skyscrapers and towns. In the near future, the spaceship Truth would have a bustling civilization. After exploring Neptune, the Truth finished the last of its work. It left the solar system and headed for another star system. After they started the engine, they immediately created another warp field, which enveloped their entire starship. At this moment, a message was sent from the Koyebo zone, alerting the spaceship Truth. The members who were operating the Truth were all terrified as they didn't know what was happening. The intelligence subbrain David showed up first. The message was sent by Pluto. It means that the galaxy's interstellar civilization congratulates you for entering the galaxy era. Please depart from your mother solar system and go to XXX Alliance to register. If you join the galaxy interstellar civilization, you'll receive. Again, the galaxy interstellar civilization congratulates you for entering the interstellar era. Please depart from your other solar system and head to XXX Alliance. Everyone was dazed. They hadn't expected this to happen right after they got out of their solar system. Lu Jiyu smiled. Interesting. Where's coordinate? David immediately projected an astral picture and found the location. Gliese 581-gram planet. It's a planet 22 light-years away from the Earth, fit for living beings to inhabit. The Truth was from a civilization outside the galaxy. Lu Jiyu realized he didn't know much about the galaxy. Now he realized that the galaxy might be more interesting than he first thought. Let's go to Alpha Centauri first, and this Gliese 581-gram planet will be our next destination. Let's see how interesting this universe is. They turned on the engine again, and the warp field enveloped the entire spaceship Truth, flying into the depths of the universe. Astral World, year 6672. It had been 130 years since Lu Jiyu left the world the first time. It was a long time for commoners, but to supernatural beings, it was only a short journey of discovery. During the year 672, the master of the Wizard Tower, Catherine, became a mythical wizard under the witness of hundreds of elemental wizards and countless other wizards. Under the astral sky, the Wizard Tower gleamed, shining upon the entire city of wizards. Catherine became a mythical fairy with a pair of large and transparent wings. To do this, she had used forest fairies from the bloodline of fairies created by Lu Jiyu. It was a mythical creature with the supernatural powers of illusion and control over plants. The forest fairy became like breeze and starlight, traveling through the sky and over the land of the wizard continent. Everywhere she touched, flowers blossomed. All the living creatures were immersed in a deep sleep filled with dreams. Bugs, squirrels, bears, and people in the town all fell deep into their illusions. All the wizards cheered for the first level 7 mythical wizard to ever come into being. She was the first wizard from the tower to reach this mythical level and become an eternal being. After Catherine came back from the tower, some of the wizards in the city and the tower knelt down on the ground, kissing the places she walked. To them, Catherine was a god. A level 7 mythical wizard was a god. The great master of the Wizard Tower, Miss Catherine. Long live the wizards. Long live the wizards. Catherine stood at the top of the Wizard Tower, gleaming with supernatural light. Everyone in the city watched her. The wizards held their scepters high, giving off witchcraft illumination. The lights were turned on, and there was food and wine everywhere throughout the city. Everyone was living in a fool's paradise at that moment, their eyes gleaming as they looked at the Wizard Tower. Catherine went back to the top of the Wizard Tower. Her mythical life form withered away, and the phantom body turned back into its human form. Just like Lu Jiyu, Catherine chose to keep her ordinary life form after becoming a mythical life. Catherine should have felt euphoric, but she didn't feel pleased at all. How does it feel to gain eternal life? Someone said from the corner of the room. Catherine looked to the corner, and she saw a black-haired man sitting there, holding a wine glass. Congratulations, Catherine. You've finally graduated. There's nothing more I need to teach you from now on. You're mythical wizard Catherine now. Catherine shook her head and said, It's only eternal to commoners. No one is actually immortal. Everyone will die eventually, but now, at least I kind of understand how you feel. Catherine looked at Lu Jiyu and then at the city of wizards below the Wizard Tower. Lu Jiyu didn't reply to that statement. Instead, he asked, What do you want to do next? Do you have any plans for your eternal life? Catherine nodded. I decided to push the wizard civilization into a new era. Is there a problem with this era? A huge problem. Catherine sat down, looking worried. There's a huge problem with the wizard civilization system. The wizard civilization system belongs only to the wizards. This civilization is built on wizards. How about the commoners? The trolls, orcs, and dwarfs? The wizard civilization was born from those ordinary life forms, but as we move forward, we're abandoning them. Lu Jiyu stood up and said, The same thing happened in Maria's world 100 years ago. There was a huge conflict between the supernatural beings and the commoners, but it seems that the problem on the wizard continent is more serious. The threshold for wizards is higher. Catherine looked at Lu Jiyu and asked, How did they resolve that issue? Lu Jiyu reached out his hand, and a diamond magic crystal showed up in his hand. The magic crystal system is a system that can give commoners the ability to use supernatural power. This is the first generation magic crystal, and then there's a second generation magic crystal. They collect the power of belief to charge the magic crystals, which perfect the entire magic crystal system. However, the second generation magic crystal system is built on the god system, which is not applicable to wizards. Catherine took the magic crystal from Lu Ziyu's hands. She checked it with her mind power and looked exhilarated. Did you reconstruct it with your philosopher's stone? It's indeed a genius design. As long as I have enough time, I can improve this system. There are countless ingenious wizards in the tower, and the new talents will figure out its weaknesses. Lu Ziyu stood up and said, I might stay here for a while. I'll walk around in the astral world, but I'll definitely visit you again before I leave. Catherine asked, Why did you decide to stay here? Lu Ziyu frowned and pondered it for a long time. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, I'll be very free and idle for a long time. I don't have any specific goal anymore, so can only walk around and see what happens. Catherine smiled. Then you might want to stay here for a while longer. If you have time, please tell me about the changes that happen in Maria's or any other stories you want to tell me. Lu Ziyu asked, Have you met Wendy? Catherine frowned and said, Before Wolf died, I went to visit Sylve. However, since Wolf died, I haven't seen her. I heard that the Arcanists are working on something very important, but it's confidential. Fairies also don't talk to the outside world much, so I don't know much about it. Lenny City, on the Wizard continent. The ground itself has power. Why can't we just fly into the dimensional wall and out of this world? Because we're not fast enough, and our airships are not sturdy enough. If we can build airships that are fast and solid enough, we can get rid of the power of the ground, rush into the dimensional wall, and explore the astral world. A green goblin stood on a platform in front of 3 blackboards. They were covered in airship designs and intricate symbols. There were all races of students seated before him. Even the proud human wizard apprentices were listening carefully to what this troll alchemy warlock was saying. Cook Bay was the new level 4 alchemy warlock, and he was 150 years old. He was also a world-renowned alchemy expert, especially on airship and element tower building. There were many rich elemental wizards lining up to ask Cook Bay to help them build an element tower. The level 4 element tower built by Cook Bay was definitely one of the best towers in terms of defense level, attack level, climate regulation, and boundaries. The level 2 and level 3 wizard towers built by Cook Bay had become the standards across the wizard continent. After he finished his lecture, Cook Bay immediately went to the wizard tower to join the Magic Crystal System Revolution meeting. Magic Crystal System Revoluting? What is that? Cook Bay would never reject an invitation letter from the wizard tower. When Catherine became a mythical wizard, he went to visit the wizard tower from afar. Although he was a goblin, he admired the master of the wizard tower, Catherine, with all his heart. Cook Bay packed and got onto a train bound for the city of wizards. He was holding a book that looked old and ragged, but it was preserved fairly well by witchcraft. On the cover was a picture painted by a renowned painter from the Alan continent in Maria's world of a floating city in the sky. On the vast wizard continent, railways extended in all directions. In the center of the railway network was the central area of the continent, where the city of wizards and wizard towers stood. The Magic Crystal System Reform Research Conference was held there, and wizards traveled to the city on aircraft and locomotives from everywhere on the continent and even from other continents. All kinds of wizards in wizard robes walked down from the dock. The North train station was filled with crowds. Elemental wizards in white robes and official wizards could be seen everywhere. This conference had attracted most of the elite upper class in the Wizard Alliance. The ground level of the wizard tower was converted into a spacious conference hall. It was an important room where wizards discussed issues and communicated with each other when the Wizard Alliance held important meetings. Wizards walked up the long stairs, crossed the great castle, and arrived at the tower. Members of the Gathering of Wizards had arrived quite a while ago. Even Lady Catherine would attend this meeting herself to discuss issues of the magic crystal system. Seats were arranged in a semicircle. More than 10,000 wizards, who were at least experts in the field, elemental wizards, or headmasters of the wizard school attended. Average official wizards had not earned a seat here. Tower wizards who explored the astral world had never imagined this day would come. When the crowd saw the magic crystal and the magic crystal system, they started a heated discussion. No one ever thought that the wizard civilization would be changed in this way. Even though the magic crystal system was not perfected, it had unclogged the bottleneck of the wizard civilization and removed the obstacle to its development. All the wizards engaged in discussions about how they could enhance the magic crystal system and how to utilize magic crystals in every facet of the wizard civilization. It's a miracle. The name magic crystal is spot on. It is indeed the crystallization of magic powers. It is an invention that changed the era, enabling commoners to have the same capabilities of apprentice wizards and learn about witchcraft. In this way, all will become wizards, all will wield the power of witchcraft, and all will be a part of the Wizard Alliance and the wizard civilization. Cook Bay stood up and said, "It's not just about letting commoners use alchemy equipment or supernatural powers. It is a kind of energy, a crystallization of wizard energy and power. It's had a huge impact on the traditional wizard system. If we could increase the mana stored within it, we could build higher wizard towers, larger aircrafts. We could even float elemental towers in the sky. Moreover, when we have endless energy, building the legendary floating space city may not be a dream anymore." The crowd almost lost control when they heard this speech. They realized that magic crystals were not only powerful for commoners, but even more powerful for wizards. The small gems would change the entire world completely. Once the conference ended, those assembled in the tower formed the Magic Crystal System Management Committee. As one of the first elite alchemy warlocks, Cook Bay joined as a member. The first batch of magic crystals was immediately produced in the alchemy workshops in the city and spread across the entire wizard continent. Many magic crystal tools were invented and flowed out into the wizard continent. However, the wizard continent had a much lower proportion of saints than Maria's world. The first-generation magic crystals lacked convenience in recharging and usage. Therefore, their usage was restricted to a few large cities. Reform and research of the second-generation magic crystals were still in progress. With Lady Catherine's suggestion about collecting the power of consciousness, Cook Bay built the first magic crystal tower after around 20 years. Alchemy Master Cook Bay's name was more celebrated than ever, almost catching up with the first alchemy warlock, Brock Kim. However, magic towers had to be built inside metropolises. The bigger the population, the more power of consciousness was absorbed from the people, and more mana could be collected by magic crystal towers. Now, we shall give Mr. Cook Bay a wizard tower myriad emblem. Only those who make a huge contribution to the Wizard Alliance and the entire wizarding civilization can receive this emblem of honor. Cook Bay received the Wizard Tower Merit emblem in the tower. Many wizards in the audience sent him their congratulations. Of course, some were jealous and bitter. Controversy over someone from a foreign race receiving such honor was inevitable. Cook Bay was thrilled. as he was the first foreigner to ever receive the emblem. Also, this award implied the possibility of becoming a member of the Gathering of Wizards. He had the chance to become the first goblin member of the Gathering of Wizards. If I could join the Gathering of Wizards, I could play a part in making major decisions about the Wizard Alliance and improve the status of goblins, Cook said in his heart. Cook Bay clenched his fists, pinned the Wizard Tower merit emblem to his robe, and walked down the long stairs. He headed home and found that a special letter was in his mailbox when he arrived. Dear Mr. Cook Bay, I would like to invite you to help with the design and construction of a floating space tower. See you in the City of Leaves in the Forest of Fairies on the 6th of August. Randir Arambel. Cook Bay broke into laughter and said, "Build a floating space tower? Is he dreaming?" Cook Bay had first proposed the idea of floating space towers. However, even Cook Bay himself knew that building a true floating space tower was dreamlike in its impossibility. A true floating space tower would be a level 7 mythical alchemy entity, which could only be built and controlled by level 7 mythical wizards. It would be able to move freely, attack land units from the air, and even rise up to the Bitwall and Star worlds, becoming the crucial vehicle for humans to explore the Bitwall and the truth of the world. Its value was undeniable, but it was still theoretical, and no one could build it at this stage. Moreover, floating such a huge tower in the air and keeping it in the sky would require a massive amount of energy. And yet, someone had invited him to build a floating space tower. As the modern alchemy master, Cook was surprised and amused. He held the letter in his hand and shook his giant green head and pointy ears. Floating space tower. Floating space tower. Randir Bell, Cook repeated to himself. The name seemed familiar to Cook Bay. He suddenly remembered that Randir Arambel was the great elemental wizard who had given him the book The Mysteries Alchemy when he was young. Since then, Cook Bay had kept this book with him at all times. The foundation of his alchemy skills were found in this book, and the floating space city on the cover had been in his dreams ever since. It's Randir. Maybe I should go, Cook Bay said. The goblin was thrilled. He was very grateful to the man who had changed his journey in alchemy so greatly. The second-generation magic crystal system was finished. He did not take any credit and did not participate in its distribution. Instead, Cook Bay had packed and boarded the aircraft to the City of Leaves. It was on the Titan continent in the territory of fairies. Cook Bay had not been to the Titan continent for a long time. It was no longer the same Titan continent you last visited. Goblins, dwarves, trolls, and fairies had gradually become a part of the Wizard Alliance. Nevertheless, the City of Leaves was a foreign trade city built by fairies, and most fairies still lived in the Forest of Fairies. The City of Leaves was a unique city. The Forest of Fairies was a forest growing not on gentle hills, but a plateau. Dangerous cliffs surrounded the forest as if the forest was growing on a pillar. From below, it seemed like a forest in the sky. The City of Leaves was built on the cliffs below the forest. Vines spiraled down the cliffs. Trees thrived on the cliffs. Houses and buildings were built along the cliff at an angle. A huge ancient tree of fairies was embedded in the cliff, piercing through the cliff and growing up over the top of the cliff. Beside the cliff and the ancient tree of fairies, roads, ends, and fences were built. One could walk and climb up to the Forest of Fairies above. Even roofs had fences on them, as they were also a part of the trail. At night, alchemy gas lamps were lit, turning the cliff and the City of Leaves into a starry tree. The landscape was the creation of nature. When Lu Ziyu first constructed the astral world, he only set up the model of standard worlds. However, Everything internal was created by the force of nature. He had not noticed that such a beautiful view had been created here. Iya, ya. Ha, ya. Tiny fairies flew along the cliff-covered vine, chattering in their language. At the bottom of the cliff, many taverns, shops, and fairy bistros were built to host humans, goblins, and other races. Local products like fruit wines were sold inside. Docks for aircraft and train stations were built here as well, as foreign races were not allowed to enter the forest of fairies. Ch-choo. Clackety-clack, clackety-clack. Lu Ziyu stayed in a small cabin at the bottom of the cliff. If one opened the window, an endless grassland with beautiful flowers would come into view. A single railway track extended toward the horizon over the field. Steam trains arrived here every morning. The flowery grasslands with steam trains arriving from far away painted a mesmerizing picture. Lu Ziyu wanted to build a special floating space tower here. If the wizard civilization continued to develop at the same pace, it would be almost impossible for them to build a true floating space tower, never mind a level 8 floating space city. And without a floating space tower, the wizard civilization could never step out beyond the bit wall and explore the astral world. Mythical wizards without floating space towers did not possess the power to leave the world and explore the astral world. Moreover, it would take a long time for them to build the level 8 floating space city and rival the true gods of Maria's world. True gods with divine kingdoms were level 8 mythical beings. Side gods were level 7. Several elements were necessary to build a floating space tower. A level 7 alchemy floating space tower life blueprint, a levitation ring, and a mana pool. The most difficult to acquire was the levitation ring. Lu Ziyu had decided to build a floating space tower as a gift for Catherine to celebrate her becoming a mythical wizard. However, building the tower himself would not be as meaningful as teaching the wizards how to build it. And since Catherine was not gifted in alchemy at all, Lu Ziyu had to find someone else to build the floating space tower. The floating space tower would also push forward the development of the wizard civilization. Without it, the wizard civilization would stay trapped inside the Star Soul world. While Maria's world started to explore the astral world, and the divine system reached out to the astral world, Maria's world had perfected the magic crystal system, and the species within started to challenge the bit wall. Another steam train arrived from far away. This time, there was a green-skinned goblin in wizard robes walked on board. Cook Bay stepped off the train and followed the wavy trail, looking at the rows of houses built on the bottom of the cliff. Holding on to the fences while he walked, he had finally found the address on the letter. It was a white house with a red roof, red chimney, and beautiful stained glass windows, embedded into a slope on the cliff. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Cook Bay did not hear anything from inside the house, but realized the door was unlocked. He pushed the door and looked inside. His jaw dropped as the door opened. He did not see the inside of a small cabin as he had expected, but a crystal-clear watery swirl. If not observing carefully, one might not notice the transparent swirl of dimensional folds. Through this swirl, he could see rolling hills where many grand palaces had been built. Whumph. Cook Bay shut the door immediately. He was still in a state of shock. He opened the door again, and the view was completely different now, as he again saw the wizard tower outside. Golly, how is that possible? He exclaimed. Cook Bay stepped into the cabin and went through the swirl. His body decomposed into the tiniest ashes and reassembled on the other side of the swirl. The next thing he knew, he was standing on the street of the City of Wizards. Familiar streets, familiar alchemy shops, and familiar steam railway buses. Cook Bay had spent more than a month traveling across the sea and had made quite a few stops along the way before he finally arrived at the City of Leaves on the Titan continent. And now, just one step took him all the way back. The green-skinned goblin tripped over the threshold and fell back through the door. Immediately, he was in a simply styled room with a fireplace, benches, closets, and a kitchen. "Welcome, Mr. Cook Bay, we meet again." A familiar black-haired man sat on a cane chair near the window, holding a cup of tea, looking at Cook Bay as if he was a joke. It seemed this little setup was designed to make him flustered. Well, that was really poor taste. However, Cook Bay was not a bit provoked. This was because he had seen something amazing. He saw a portal. Gosh, what a miracle. He never imagined such portals truly existed. He had only read in a few ancient books that portals had existed. In the legends, ancient wizards traveled through giant portals from one world to another and kept their mouths shut about the details. Gosh golly, it's a miracle. Mr. Randir, it's a portal. That's right, it's a portal, Cook Bay said. He now believed that coming here was the best choice he ever made in his life. He did not just see a portal, but also the possibility of actually building a floating space tower. If Mr. Randir could build a portal, he could definitely build a floating space tower. Since portals were so much harder to build, if he could make such an alchemy item, he would be idolized by all goblins. He would be the god of all goblins. Technically, it's a one-time portal. "Look behind you," said Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu had played a mean trick on Cook Bay, but he also genuinely wished for the idea of teleportation technology to be spread across the land. If someone could actually perfect the technology of portals, that would be a great surprise to Lu Ziyu. Cook Bay turned his head around. He saw that the door was distorted in the swirl, and then the swirl vanished. Cook Bay put down his travel case and started talking to Lu Ziyu with great excitement. Even though neither Cook's skills in teleportation, nor his ideas and designs for the floating space tower were good enough, Lu Ziyu could tell that Cook Bay was highly gifted in the field. Goblins had great talent in alchemy, just as Lu Ziyu had designed them. Let's talk about building a floating space tower then. I have looked over your design. Not much concern about the level 7 alchemy life floating space tower blueprint. You could design and make one utilizing a wizard tower. The mana pool should also not be a problem. Even though it's not possible at the moment, it will not be a problem for much longer as the magic crystal system progresses. So, the only problem is the levitation ring, Lu Ziyu said. Lu Ziyu spoke non-stop. Cook Bay was trying to take as many notes as possible in his notebook, like a student. His eyes suddenly lit up. "I would like to build a floating space tower tailored to the powers and gifts of the fairies. Or more specifically, tailored to the fairies in the forest. A floating space tower based on illusionary techniques, plants, and life. Therefore, you need to first truly understand the powers of the fairies and then make a design. That's why I invited you to come here. Only here could you learn about the powers of the fairies, the ancient tree of fairies, and characteristics of fairies. You need to go deep into the forest of fairies. With the existing relationship between goblins and fairies, and your identity as level 4 alchemy warlock, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the forest. I also understand that you know a great fairy from the forest of fairies. I need you to research the powers of fairies and the structure of the ancient tree of fairies to design the floating space tower. When I have approved your draft design, I will teach you how to make a levitation ring. That will be your reward for designing the floating space tower. What do you think?" Lu Ziyu asked. Cook Bay stood up immediately. Even his pitch rose as he trembled with excitement. His giant green head shook continuously, almost frighteningly. He said, "Definitely. Sir, please teach me. I will design and build the floating space tower just for you." It was a gift, a blessing. The levitation ring was the hardest part of building a floating space tower. Such a creation was far beyond the imagination of goblins. No, even wizards. Lu Ziyu shook his head and said, "No, no, no. Not for me, for Catherine." Cook Bay was even more thrilled and said, "Catherine? The owner of the high tower, Lady Catherine?" "Oh, great gold, great Titan, great Lady Catherine." It was my dream to work for her. After 2 months, Cook Bay handed his design concepts and a stack of drafts to Lu Ziyu. Lu Ziyu had a look. It was a floating space tower utilizing plants and alchemy, with a dreamy, beautiful style just like the fairy buildings. Nevertheless, looking good would not be enough. Lu Ziyu turned to the back of the page and saw that had included the design concept of the life template of the ancient tree of fairies into the floating space tower. The prospect of such a floating space tower meant a great deal for the fairies in the forest. Lu Ziyu thought about this and said to Cook Bay, "Why don't we transform an ancient tree of fairies into a floating space tower?" Cook Bay froze and asked, "Transform an ancient tree of fairies into a floating space tower? Is that even possible?" Lu Ziyu nodded and said, "Give it a try. With the help of Catherine, it shouldn't be a problem. The ancient tree of fairies is the accompanying tree of the fairies in the forest. Here's the fabrication drawing of the levitation ring and the seed of the ancient tree of fairies. I am quite satisfied with your design. You can return to the high tower and discuss details of building the floating space tower with Catherine. Tell her that this is my gift for her level up. I hope she will like it." Lu Ziyu put a folded drawing and a supernaturally glowing green seed into Cook Bay's hands and opened the door. On the other side of the door was not the flowery grassland outside, but the city of leaves, a dense forest. Cook Bay opened the door again after Lu Ziyu closed it behind him, but the scene had changed back to the flowery field. No matter how Cook Bay fiddled the door and tried to find out the secret behind it, he realized that it was now just a normal door. Mr. Randier must be joking. How could this design fit onto such a small paper? It must be incomplete, Cook Bay complained. Cook Bay unfolded the paper several times. The book-sized paper unfolded into the size of a table, with a drawing of an intricate, 3-dimensional silver ring on it. But there were only 2 words, "levitation ring," written on it and nothing about the fabrication method. "Ah!" Cook Bay was again shocked. The goblin's green head was about to explode. Just when he was getting frustrated and started complaining that Mr. Randier had played a terrible joke on him, Cook Bay noticed that in the corner it said, "Fabrication method located on the library, on level 2. Cook Bay rushed to level 2 and opened the door to the library. Stacks of books fell over, covering the floor. The titles were Theory on Fabrication of Levitation Ring I, Tudo Teitsere. Cook Bay, again, felt that the world was crumbling around him. If he walked down the forest trail through the dense forest of Taker, Lu Ziyu could see the distant capital of fairies just below the sun. Nevertheless, what caught Lu Ziyu's eye was not the magnificent royal palace of fairies, but the vast farmland and flowers outside the city, and the farmer treants in the fields. The 20-meter-tall treants were like dancers on the fields, leaping between fields gracefully, regardless of their huge, cumbersome bodies. As they waved their hands around, seeds sprinkled down and were sown, and crops were harvested. Some farmer treants watered the crops, while others weeded the fields. They each had their own responsibilities. The seemingly endless fields outside of Sylve City extended to the far horizon, and the farmer treants were responsible for planting, nurturing, and harvesting crops from them. Hey, where did you... What do I see? A human. We have never seen humans here. As Lu Ziyu walked over some ridges, a farmer Trent came over to him. A fairy with a white blouse and linen trousers was sitting on its trunk. A gust of wind blew in from afar, crossing the wheat fields, shaking the heads of the golden sunflowers. It was a beautiful dreamland. Colorful bubbles drifted in the air. The sun gave off a surreal shine. Maybe it's because this place is completely isolated from the true world, that its connection to the world is weakening and outsiders could hardly enter. Lu Ziyu whispered to himself. Lu Ziyu noticed that he had passed through an illusory barrier when he came in. The barrier separated this place from the real world, and the barrier was growing stronger. A great power was isolating this space into its own independent area. Nothing here is completely real, but somewhere between illusion and reality. The power of arcane magic and the network of supernatural power cover every inch. The supernatural power is assimilating everything here, Lu Ziyu said. The fairy sitting on the Trent was shocked. He looked harmless and pure, as if he had never left this place, and had never seen any outsiders or other races before. He asked, "How could an outsider like you know that we are building the arcane network? Even most fairies do not know what we are doing." Lu Ziyu shrugged and said, "I also know that you are already dead." Fairy Harold was absolutely astonished and said, "That's right. I failed when I was about to level up from level 4. However, my soul remained here and was changed. As long as I am here, in Fardasil, I will live. However, I can never leave Fardasil. Since the moment I step out of Fardasil, I will be found by the star soul controlling death and the consciousness of the world, and I will enter the eternal cycle." Death? Lu Ziyu asked. "This place is called Fardasil?" Fairy Harold said with pride, "Yes. We are only one step away. If Her Majesty Wendy succeeds, we will all obtain sublimation. Here will become the fairyland Fardasil, the dreamland, and the home of the souls of fairies. Her Majesty Wendy is almighty. She created the arcane system, opened another path different from the wizards. She even opened up the future of Arcanist herself, as she is about to become a mythical arcanist." Lu Ziyu nodded and agreed. That's right. Somehow, Harold had a good impression of the man standing in front of him, and felt he could continue the conversation with the man forever. He even invited the man to sit with him on his friend. The farmer Trent and the prideful farmer Trent Tetek did not show any unwillingness at all. One could see much further when sitting on the branch of the farmer Trent. The entirety of Fardasil came into view. Looking down, the sun was golden, the wheat fields were golden, even the sunflowers were golden. The whole world was colored gold. This view was the most mesmerizing and beautiful sight Lu Ziyu had ever seen. It was much better than the other world's continents, and even the capital of God, floating space city, he had created since he had absolutely zero artistic talent. Everything was breathtaking. Everyone's soul would be painted with the golden color of the lights, freshened and reborn. "It's so Wendy. She always complained about how my creations were made in poor taste and with zero sense of beauty," Lu Ziyu mumbled. Lu Ziyu understood Sylar. In Sylar, Fardasil meant the home of souls. After observing all of Fardasil, Lu Ziyu understood the importance of this independent area. It was the key for Wendy to become a level 7 mythical arcanist. She had combined the power of all arcanists and the arcane ancient tree. She had built the arcane network in Fardasil, assimilating this area utilizing the arcane network and the barrier, there becoming the ruler of this area and a level 7 mythical arcanist. The arcane network and the power of a mythical arcanist would spread to every corner of this place. This place would become a special place between reality, supernature, and illusion, a fairyland separated from the world. In the future, she could expand her territory to the entire continent. Once she masters the power of space, she could isolate this place, a half-bitwall itself, disconnect from this world, and rise up to the bitwall or the astral world directly, and then become a level 8 mythical arcanist. Lu Ziyu could see Wendy's plan and her future as an arcanist. He could see the impact of his path of becoming God, but this was a bit different, with the touch of fairies and Wendy's taste. The farmer Trent walked towards the capital of fairies, crossing many vast wheat fields. The distant city walls became larger and larger, and one could start to see the inside of the city. Lu Ziyu saw the cake-like spherical palace in the center of the capital of fairies. Layers were built on layers. Statues of men and women and other races were placed on the pillars in the outermost hallways. There were also the fairies' favorite sky corridors and fountains. That is the arcane ancient tree, the core of the arcane network, the foundation of the arcane power, and the framework of fairyland, Harold said, pointing to the arcane ancient tree in the city, which was an upgrade from the ancient tree of war. Each of the trees was about 100 meters tall and looked as if they were holding up the sky. Their trunks were no longer wooden but crystallized. They giant trees of crystal, reflecting rays of colorful lights under the sun. All information here, every speck of dust in the air, is recorded in the arcane ancient tree, which then constructed the new model of Fardasil. We can build Fardasil as we wish. Lights, temperature, weather, or the environment, that's just for now. Once we mythical wizards, we can rebuild everything here, said Harold. Fairy Harold did not realize he was sharing the information which should not be revealed to outsiders. At that moment, he was too filled with excitement and thrill. It's not a one-man job and can't be accomplished by a single level 7 mythical arcanist. It can only be achieved with all powers of fairy arcanists, said Lu Ziyu. He saw through the plan. He had to say this, after all. The path to becoming a level 7 mythical arcanist was very difficult. On the other hand, becoming a mythical arcanist at all had been difficult in the first place. Lu Ziyu noticed that the farmer Trent had stopped outside the city. At the same time, a glaring beam of light shone from the crystallized arcane ancient tree, spreading out over all of Fardasil. It has started. I forgot. I planned to attend the ritual once I finished my work, Harold exclaimed. Harold looked to the city with great excitement. Lu knew that all the arcanists in the capital of fairies were standing on a node. Level 4 and Level 5 arcanists were controlling the arcane ancient tree. Arcane gems on the foreheads of countless lower-level arcanists glimmered, contributing to the power. Hundreds and thousands of ancient trees of life, ancient guardian trees, treants had joined, stabilizing the entire arcane network. A massive amount of mana flew thought the network built by mind powers, impacting all of Fardasil, with the 11 arcane ancient trees producing violent arcane power fluctuations. The arcane gems on all the arcanists in Fardasil vibrated in resonance. Colorful rays of light flew through the air above the capital of fairies and extended to the horizon. From outside the city, rainbow ribbons of light spiraled upwards to the sky, connecting to the outer boundaries of Fardasil, assimilating everything within. Activate arcane network. Activated. Scan Fardasil. Scanning. In the cake-like palace, groups of arcanists activated the channel ray. A female fairy wearing a tiara stood in the center of the ray on the stairs. Colorful light rays flew out of her body, slowly connecting to everything in Fardasil. Fairy Queen Wendy did not choose the path of mythical life, nor did she choose the fixed mythical template. She had chosen to build Fairyland Fardasil. She would be the ruler and god of this fairyland, and the fairyland would be her divine body and kingdom. Nevertheless, her power could not compare to that of a level 8 true god with support from the World Force and the Star Kingdom. Fardasil was only a small region. Its arcane network and control of the boundary could not equal a level 8 true god's power. Still, Wendy had much more power than a level 7 mythical wizard. Even a level 7 mythical wizard with a powerful floating space tower and support from all the elemental wizards within the tower could not fight against Fardasil. Such level 7 mythical arcanists were limited in that they could not move their arcane territories freely, unlike floating space towers that could move freely. Only when they became level 8 mythical arcanists, and their territories were upgraded to small half-bit walls, could they move their territories as they wished. And now, the construction of the arcane territory had reached its most critical point. All the arcanists chanted arcane spells, arcane powers crossing and spinning everywhere. Construct mythical territory. Wendy opened her hands, and all the fairies in the city mimicked her action, opening their hands. As hundreds of thousands of fairies looked up to the sky, even the arcane runes on the giant arcane ancient tree, upwards, projecting a huge gold channeling ray into the sky. Assimilate. The huge gold channeling ray in the sky and the silver channeling ray on the ground moved towards each other, overlapped, and became one. The entirety of Fardasil trembled. The immense boundary overhead was engraved with a mythical mark. Wendy's body was illuminated, then transformed into countless beams of light and arcane runes, integrating with the mark. With the influence of these mythical powers, the arcane boundary began to transform everything in the arcane territory, including land, air, trees, lawns, everything. Every being there would be assimilated into Wendy's power. Mythical arcanists were trying to take the lands and resources of this world and separate them. Stars glimmered in the sky as the consciousness of the world sensed what was happening. The representatives of the world, star souls, drew close to the main world and revealed themselves in the sky over the Sylve continent. Day turned into night instantly. Lights vanished and stars shone up above. Fairy arcanists, who were constructing the mythical arcane territory, filled with fright as the sky frowned down at them from overhead. "Why did the sky turn dark?" asked a fairy standing inside the palace, craning his head back to observe the change in the atmosphere. "This is impossible. Lights should be stored and adjusted inside the boundary. Climate, environment. With the projection of reality illusory technique, we control the days and nights here," said an elderly fairy arcanist as his countenance changed. No. It's the world force, the star souls. The world is repelling us. It believes that we are stealing power from the world. Many great arcanists started to panic. Though they tried to maintain the arcane territory, they could sense a strong power stopping them from assimilating the ground and sky. The world force was repelling the mythical arcanist and separating the mythical body of Fairy Queen Wendy, who was integrating into the ground, from the arcane territory. At this moment, more and more stars gathered in the sky. Glimmering stars fell over the land of Fardasil. They filled the entire sky, some barely the size of a fist. So many star souls of various sizes put immense pressure on everyone below. The people of Fardasil could hardly breathe. Starlight sprinkled on the ground, shining on the territory and directly onto every fairy. All warmth vanished, leaving only freezing cold. Guilty. Gull. Many voices overlapped with each other, echoing continuously around the entire world, as if all stars were speaking at once. As for those who were judged, they did not have the right to make a sound. Commoner, saint, or mythical being, In the name of the stars, you were found guilty. In the name of the stars, you were found guilty. Initiate World Guardian Program. Elimination confirmed. Elimination, 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 elimination. Elimi. The voice was genderless, emotionless, and cold. The judgment of the world pierced through every soul. The voice alone had made most fairies lose control over their bodies, and they collapsed to the ground. The arcane territory contracted and collapsed. The divine body of Fairy Queen Wendy was expelled from the place. All the fairies turned pale and began to panic. The star souls in the sky formed a huge star soul chart. Silver starlight flowed through the star chart, covering the entire sky. Then they fell to the ground as light beams, destroying all guilty beings and wiping everything clean with their devastating power. How could this happen? The elder great arcanist sorrowfully cried. Has this path failed? Is it forbidden by the world? Many fairy arcanists started to doubt themselves. The world has its own consciousness. It would never allow us to do this. We are killing ourselves. No, we have failed. Harold, who was sitting next to Lu Jiyu, urged the farmer Trent to keep running forward until they had reached the city wall. Harold looked at the sky as the judgment was about to fall. He bewildered. Why? Asked Harold. All traces of excitement had left his face, nothing but disappointment remained. Harold felt he had fallen from heaven to hell. We calculated every step. We should be successful. Why is this happening? Harold cried. The judgment of the stars was about to fall to the ground. There was no way to save the situation. Even fleeing was no longer an option. All right, enough. In the name of the Creator, cancel and shield the World Guardian Program with the highest authority, said Lu Jiyu. At this moment, the mysterious human sitting next to Harold stood up and waved his hand. The stars full of fluctuating star powers froze as if time and space had stopped. After a while, a beam of starlight shone on him. All the stars vanished. It seemed that the world was an instrument beneath his fingers, played at his will. The sun rose, the power trying to separate and isolate the world was gone. The arcane territory appeared again. This time, Wendy's mythical mark was engraved onto all of Fardasil without any obstacle. Immediately, lights began to flow all around Fardasil. The forests outside disappeared and a river formed. The river turned into huge rolling waves in the blink of an eye, surrounding Fardasil, turning it into an island on a lake. A steam railway was built across the water, connecting to the outer edge of the boundary. It was the only way into the fairyland Fardasil. If one wished to enter, one would have to take the train and travel across the water, through the golden sunflower fields, and beneath the glaring sunshine, to reach the city of the fairyland. The flat landscape of the capitals started to undulate. The capital transformed into a city on mountainous lands like a tiara for the region. Magical flowers bloomed in every field. Unique ancient trees grew. Fardasil had become more like a dreamy fairyland. Fairies in Fardasil were still in shock from the tremendous change and the abrupt turn of events. To their joy, they soon realized that they had succeeded in their goal. Although they had no clue how, it was a fact that Wendy had successfully become a level 7 mythical arcanist. And now, a giant transparent shadow made of wind, the illusory goddess, roared down from the clouds in the sky of Fardasil to Lu Jiyu. She looked at Lu Jiyu, who was standing on one of the farmer Trent's branches, looking embarrassed, and asked, "Are you humiliating me? Are you trying to say that I'm nothing without you? That I can only succeed with your help? Is that correct?" Harold was confused. However, what he did know was that the man standing next to him was much more terrifying than he had ever imagined, and that the man knew Fairy Queen Wendy. "I'm just stopping by to check on you and to ask if you have rediscovered the meaning of your life," For mythical lives, immortality is just the beginning, not the end, Lu Ziyu said. He was standing on the branches of the farmer Trent in the brilliant sunshine of the sunflower field, facing the giant shadow of the female fairy made of wind. As he said that, Lu Ziyu departed. This time he took the train out of Fardasil, traveling to the outside world. The red train dashed across the water, the blue sky and clouds reflected on the water's surface. It was like the train was traveling through the sky. Passing through the defensive region formed the boundary and the arcane reality projection, the train reached the outside world and continued to travel somewhere distant through a dense forest. As time flew by, ancient stories turned into legends, legends turned into myths, ancient figures turned into heroes, and heroes turned into gods. Wendy would be the god of fairies and the arcane kingdom. Everything about her would one day become legend and myth. As for Fairyland Fardasil, it had truly transformed into a legendary dreamland for fairies and other races. According to the legend, there was a fairy Queen Wendy. When a fairy arcanist passed away, their soul would be summoned to Fardasil, returned to the fairyland in the legend. It's a mythical territory, a dreamland created by the fairy Queen Wendy. There live the souls of the ancestors of fairies, as well as the most powerful arcanists. It's a place with no pain or worries, a home for the soul, which all fairies long for. With the rise of mythical arcanists and Fairyland Fardasil, the fairy arcane kingdom stepped into a new age. The fairy arcanists never saw the impact of the world force repelling, as Wendy was the first fairy to become a mythical arcanist. Because no great fairy arcanists knew how Fairy Queen Wendy had succeeded, the details of the Fairy Queen becoming the first great arcanist were not clearly recorded in the Arcane Kingdom's history. Even so, all arcanists understood that it was not possible to build an arcane territory inside the world. We could never possess enough power to challenge the entire world. Even level 8 True God cannot fight against the entire world. Minette Ambrose, the second mythical arcanist. Later, to explore new paths to become mythical arcanists, fairy arcanists started to explore beyond the world and attempted to construct their own mythical arcane territories outside the world. Fairy arcanists began to explore the Bitwall and the astral world. They attempted to absorb and summon the power of the astral world in the Bitwall and construct their own mythical territories gradually. Prior to the beginning of the Bitwall Age, humans entered the era of astral world exploration, the era during which wizards and arcanists mastered techniques behind crafting unstable portals. Fairy arcanists had truly started to rise. They discovered that all kinds of special half-Bitwalls existed in the astral world. With chaotic and dangerous internal rules, these half-Bitwalls were extremely unstable, offering no possibility to nurture normal lives within them. However, for fairy arcanists, these half-Bitwalls felt almost designed for them. The paths to challenging and conquering these half-Bitwalls were also the paths for them to succeed in becoming mythical arcanists. At the beginning of the Bitwall Age, the Arcane Kingdom, the Wizard Alliance, and the clergy in the divine kingdoms of Maria's world, all competing to explore the astral world. They used a kind of special Bitwall probe, simple space witchcraft, to find and lock onto a half-Bitwall in the vast astral world. To find a half-Bitwall in the boundless astral world using such rudimentary space witchcraft was even harder than trying to find one particular grain of sand in the ocean. Nevertheless, there were always a lucky few who were favored by fortune and hit the jackpot in the vast astral world. With the discovery of each half-Bitwall, arcanists, wizards, and Eclairvot even battled for the half-Bitwall. Fighting over half-Bitwalls was the theme of the beginning of the Bitwall Age. However, that was all for later. For now, most saints and supernatural creatures were still trapped within the world, and could hardly challenge or explore the bit wall. Else, this is our mission for the next decade or even century. A floating space tower is, by definition, the simplified version of the floating space city, which is the ultimate goal of alchemy. However, by using the techniques for building a floating space tower, we could remove a key obstacle in the path of alchemy. It is a stepping stone leading us to the ultimate goal of alchemy, said Cook Bay. Cook Bay waved his hands and many pieces of chalks drew out the graph he described on 6 blackboards. It was a simplified design of a floating space tower. Wizards and dwarf alchemy warlocks seated before the stage looked up at the green-skinned goblin in disbelief. The goblin did not look worthy of the wizard robes he was wearing, yet the design and knowledge he demonstrated were mind-blowing. How is this even possible? Creating a floating space tower like this would be impossible, said a young human alchemy warlock. He was so lost in thoughts about the intricate designs on the blackboards before him that he didn't realize he had dropped his giant book on the ground. Liar. Definitely a liar. Many of the alchemy warlocks simply did not believe at all. Such an unimaginable invention was fully planned out in front of them. They had believed that this kind of advancement would not be seen in their lifetimes, or in the lifetimes of future generations of wizards. But he is the floating space tower designer appointed by Lady Catherine herself. He has the approval of Lady Catherine. The crowd was engaged in a heated discussion. Most were studying the design covering the 6 blackboards, raising doubts and trying to identify deadly flaws in the plans. Didn't the great alchemy warlock Oakland prophesy that wizards would only successfully build floating space towers after at least 1,000 years? Goblins' talents in alchemy should not be overlooked. More and more genius goblin alchemy warlocks have come to prominence lately. Maybe we need to consider truly accepting them, said an aged wizard. The aged wizard put his glasses on and took a closer look at the blackboards. The pen in front of him was taking notes of the drawings on the blackboards automatically. Although it was a simplified design, and it was impossible to build a floating space tower from it alone, there were no problems at all with Cook Bay's theory. What a shame! The first floating space tower of wizards would be built by a goblin when the tall tower symbolizes wizards? I cannot accept this. The young human warlocks were gnashing their teeth over it. In the lecture hall in the tall tower, Cook Bay explained the details of constructing this new tower to all the alchemy warlocks. He had stayed in the Forest of Fairies for half a year, and then spent 2 years reading the books Lu Ziyu left behind, finally returning to the tall tower on the wizard continent to meet with the owner of the wizard tower, Catherine. After becoming a mythical wizard, Catherine gained a new title, Forest Fairy Catherine. She appointed Cook Bay as the lead designer of the new tower, a floating space tower. His proposed design would become the new kind of wizard tower. The wizard tower was the symbol of wizardry and what held the Wizard Alliance together. Therefore, the first floating space tower had to be a wizard tower. Even if the appearance was different, it had to be a wizard tower. It would be the inheritance of all wizards. The great alchemy warlock, Oakland, who was sitting in the front row, was the one who had prophesied that no one could possibly build a floating space tower in the next 1,000 years. He stood up and raised his question to Cook Bay. Excuse me. Your theories are indeed fine. The construction of the mana pool and the design of the level 7 mythical alchemy floating space tower are not perfect. Still, they can be constructed and I do approve of them. But the levitation ring? Can you actually build that? Does it really exist? Cook Bay straightened up and answered, most certainly. However, it was not designed by me, but by a great alchemy warlock who is wiser than I ever could imagine. the great Mr. Randall Arambell. He taught me how to design a levitation ring and asked me to build a floating space tower. Cook Bay's eyes were filled with sincerity, and he continued, "He is a great alchemy warlock. Not only did he teach me how to build a floating space tower, but he also showed me the application of portals." Impossible. Portals? That's another ultimate goal of alchemy. Together with the floating space city and intelligent alchemy life, they are the three ultimate goals of alchemy. Randall Arambell? That's a human name. Why have I never heard about this wizard? Maybe he is a hidden first-generation wizard who came here from the birthplace of wizards and experienced the exploration ages. Female wizards suggested, showing respect and yearning in their eyes. Of course, this is the work of a human alchemy warlock. What a great man. It is because of these great wizards that all wizards can live long and prosper, said Oakland, accepting Cook Bay's story. He then nodded satisfaction and sat down. The crowd broke into another round of heated discussion. No one in the room had ever heard the name Randall Arambell. But when they heard the name, the resistance in their eyes faded. The design of the floating space tower came from the hand of a mysterious and powerful human wizard. However, their jealousy grew much stronger. Why am I not the lucky dog? Why would the great Randall Arambell choose a goblin to build the floating space tower? Are there no other qualified candidates among wizard alchemy warlocks? We need to work harder so that these goblin alchemy warlocks will not stay ahead of us. We are the best alchemy warlocks.